Chapter 1. Over 30 ailments, half of which are cancer. Doctor, how is my health? In the expert consultation room of the first hospital of Ice City, a young man in his 20s, his face pallid, queried in a voice so frail it seemed he could succumb at any moment. That the physician, clad in a white coat and adorned with thick spectacles, furrowed his brow, his expression laden with complexity. Cough, cough. The young man erupted into a violent fit of coughing, then managed to force a smile, his face reflecting a sense of resignation as he said, "It's all right, doctor. Just tell me the truth, I can handle it." It's not that. The bespectacled doctor pressed his fingers to his brow. Finally speaking, "Young man, in my 30-plus years of practice, I have never encountered a constitution quite like yours. Currently, over 30 ailments have been identified within you, half of which are cancers." "Doctor, I'm already aware of that," the young man replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head in futility. "I only wish to know how much longer I have to live." "Son, it is not merely a matter of how much longer you can endure in my view. Your survival thus far is nothing short of a medical marvel." The doctor repeatedly scrutinized the patient's medical report, his disbelief growing with each glance. How could such a constitution exist in this world, with over 30 ailments, a significant portion of which are deemed incurable by contemporary medicine? How had he managed to survive until now? Alas, the young man sighed and stood to leave the consultation room. "Young man, wait." The doctor quickly rose to halt him. "Doctor, there is no need to console me. I am fine." The young man waved his hand, a hint of a relieved smile gracing his lips. This was all his own choice, and he accepted it willingly. It's not that the doctor hesitated for a few seconds before continuing. "Though it may seem presumptuous, I feel compelled to say something." Upon hearing the word presumptuous, the young man braced himself, aware that what followed might not be pleasant. Yet he was indifferent to it all. After a brief pause, the doctor, clearly conflicted, ventured, "Young man, I wish to ask if, after your passing, you would consider donating your body." At this statement, the young man visibly faltered. He understood that the doctor's forthcoming words might be harsh, but he hadn't anticipated such an emotional blow. "Is there any utility left in my remains?" He was acutely aware that not a single organ in his body was healthy. What purpose could his body serve? "Son, please don't misunderstand. I see that many of your cancers are in advanced stages, and logically, you should have passed by now." The doctor adjusted his glasses and explained, "Yet you are still able to move about freely. I suspect there may be something within your body capable of inhibiting cancer cells. Hence I thought. You wish to conduct medical research using my remains, correct?" The young man interjected directly. Yes, that is correct." The doctor acknowledged, realizing that his request might be somewhat excessive. Yet if this endeavor were feasible, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental breakthrough in the medical field, benefiting countless lives. "Very well, I agree." The young man nodded decisively, almost without hesitation. His swift response momentarily stunned even the doctor, though he quickly regained composure and said, "It would be prudent to discuss this matter with your family at home." "Family?" The young man paused, murmuring softly, "There's no one at home. When I approach my end, I shall return to sign the organ donation agreement. I have matters to attend to today." With that, he turned and pushed open the door to the examination room. Observing the young man's gaunt figure retreating, the doctor displayed a complex expression before calling after him. "Young man, should you feel any discomfort, do come to the hospital. All expenses will be waived." Upon uttering these words, he realized their futility. Discomfort? At this moment, how could the young man feel comfortable? "My name is Shen Wubing, and I'm 21 years old, a sophomore at Ice City Institute of Technology. That IT has said that I was not originally given this name, however. Due to my frail constitution, my parents renamed me Shen Wubing, free from illness. Yet, as fate would have it, a name change proved futile. My health remained precarious, and throughout my life, I have never escaped any bout of influenza. Wherever illness lurked, I was sure to follow. Initially, I paid little heed to this, perhaps having grown accustomed to it, for I could not perish. However, at the age of 12, I discovered I was somewhat different from others. That year, my mother fell ill and was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. It was then that I noticed a faint purple aura emanating from her, inscribed with 2 characters, absorb. I was bewildered by this revelation. Observing my frail mother and my father, who seemed to age a decade overnight, I spoke, "Father, there's a purple light surrounding Mother, with 2 characters. My father appeared momentarily stunned, then affectionately ruffled my hair, signaling me to entertain myself. Clearly, he was reluctant to believe my words. Driven by curiosity, I reached out to touch the two glowing characters. In an instant, I felt a colossal black hole form within me, drawing something from my mother into my own being. This process lasted roughly half a minute, after which I sensed profound changes within me, a discomfort that left me breathless and prompted an uncontrollable cough. Meanwhile, my mother appeared significantly revitalized. The following day, when she returned to the hospital for a follow-up, the doctor's face reflected astonishment as he repeatedly muttered, "Impossible, it cannot be." Subsequently, my mother underwent numerous tests, and the doctor remained incredulous. Yet, it was proven that her lung cancer had indeed miraculously vanished. That day, my parents treated me to a lavish feast, both radiating joy as they repeatedly expressed gratitude, proclaiming that heaven had opened its eyes and Buddha had bestowed blessings. However, the good times did not last long. Just a few days later, I was diagnosed with lung cancer in its advanced stage, much like my mother before me. That night, my mother sat by my hospital bed, weeping profusely, lamenting the cruelty of fate, expressing her willingness to trade her life for mine. Yet, a subtle suspicion began to creep into my mind, as if it were I who had traded my life for hers. At that moment, I perceived all the doctors as charlatans, for they claimed I might not survive beyond 3 months. Yet nearly a decade has passed, and though I have remained perpetually unwell, I have shown no signs of imminent death. In the days that followed, believing my time to be limited, I endeavored to absorb all ailments from my parents, hoping that after my demise, they would live a long and healthy life. However, while I could alter a person's physical condition, I could not change their fate. That on my 18th birthday, the parents I had so carefully nurtured perished in a tragic traffic accident. I was left alone, but fortunately, I still had her. Her name was Su Qingqing, my high school and college classmate, and my girlfriend. She was one of the rare few who knew of my condition, yet still wished to be close to me. However, soon she too bore 2 ominous purple characters. Absorb. This sight evoked memories of what had occurred with my mother, sending a wave of panic through me. I urged her to go to the hospital for an examination. As I had feared, she was diagnosed with leukemia. How could I bear to watch her endure such suffering? Yes, I chose to absorb once more, the cost being a further deterioration of my own health. Since that moment, I had begun to abandon all hope, resigning myself to the fact that my time was short. I might as well become a benefactor. Over the next 2 years, I aided many individuals. Just this morning, after absorbing my college roommate's hemorrhoids, I felt my body finally reaching its breaking point. Ding! At that moment, the sound of the elevator doors opening interrupted Shen Wubing's thoughts, pulling him back to reality. He glanced up and saw an exquisitely beautiful yet pallid girl step inside. She appeared frail, and as she entered the elevator, she stumbled and fell directly into Shen Wubing's embrace. Cough, cough, cough. She was delicate, but Shen Wubing's own frailty was overwhelming. Even the lightest collision sent him into a fit of coughing. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." The girl quickly stepped back, leaning against the elevator wall. Yet, when Shen Wubing looked at her again, his pupils constricted in shock. For this time, characters appeared on her body, something that had never happened before. Absorb. Grant. Chapter 002. The Awakened One, the Work Team. Absorb? Grant? Shen Wubing's expression shifted as he quickly contemplated within himself. If absorb allows one to transfer another's ailments to oneself, then grant must enable the transfer of one's own maladies to another. With this thought, he instinctively leaned towards the choice of grant. That moment, the girl suddenly spoke. You are Shen Wubing?" A flicker of anxiety crossed her face. Shen Wubing was momentarily taken aback, his actions coming to an abrupt halt. "You know me?" Shen Wubing scrutinized her once more. The girl before him wore a simple white t-shirt and faded jeans, her feet clad in canvas shoes. Altogether, her attire likely cost no more than 200 yuan, yet her beauty was exquisite. In Shen Wubing's perception, only Su Qingqing could rival her in terms of allure. Such a girl, once seen, would be unforgettable to anyone. Thus, Shen Wubing was certain he did not recognize her. "I am in the same class as Su Qingqing. I often see you bringing her breakfast," the girl explained weakly, holding onto the elevator's handrail. I see. Shen Wubing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. However, he was suddenly jolted into awareness. What had he intended to do? Had he contemplated transferring his afflictions onto this girl? Why should a stranger bear the consequences of his overflowing sympathy? Shen Wubing, even if you cannot be a good person, you must never become a villain. He chastised himself with a slap to his own face. What are you doing? The girl asked, surprised. Yet, for some reason, Shen Wubing sensed a hint of relief from her. It's nothing. Shen Wubing shook his head, offering no explanation. Soon, the elevator reached the ground floor, and they both stepped out. Following behind her, Shen Wubing noticed she was clutching her lower right abdomen, walking with evident difficulty. Are you all right? He approached her, wanting to offer assistance, but feeling it might be inappropriate. Ultimately, he scratched his head and inquired. I'm fine. Her voice remained frail. She turned to look at Shen Wubing and, after a few moments of hesitation, tentatively asked, Can you help me? At that moment, Shen Wubing exited a taxi at Ice City University of Technology. After settling the fare, he opened the back door and helped the girl out. Just then, a sharp female voice pierced the air behind them. Shen Wubing? What are you doing? Upon hearing the voice, Shen Wubing quickly turned around, only to see a girl in a striking red gown, adorned flamboyantly, watching him from a distance. Ching, didn't you say you were going to a classmate's birthday party? What are you doing here? Shen Wubing asked. Earlier that morning, he had noticed his health deteriorating and intended to visit the hospital. But Su Qingqing had mentioned her prior commitment to a birthday party, leaving no time to accompany him. How dare you ask me? Su Qingqing's expression darkened as she pointed at the girl behind Shen Wubing, demanding, Who is that woman? Shen Wubing parted his lips, poised to explain, when the girl shifted her stance, stepping out from behind him to address Su Qingqing. Qingqing, please do not misunderstand. I happened to encounter Shen Wubing at the hospital. I was feeling somewhat unwell, which is why he kindly offered to escort me home. Linman? Su Qingqing's expression clearly reflected surprise upon recognizing her. It was only at this moment that Shen Wubing learned the name of the girl before him. Lin Manhe felt as though he had heard this name before. Just then, an untimely and somewhat sardonic voice broke the tension. Qingqing, is this your sickly boyfriend? At that moment, Shen Wubing noticed a tall, handsome young man standing beside Su Qingqing, clad in designer attire. This individual was none other than Qin Hao, a figure known to all at the Institute of Technology, a third-year student and a member of the esteemed Dao class. 3 years prior, the Xia Nation had witnessed its first case of human awakening during a college basketball match. A defeat loomed. A male student astonishingly scored 3 consecutive baskets in the opposing team's net, turning the tide of the game. Initially dismissed as mere luck, an even more bizarre spectacle unfolded post-game, as he manipulated the basketball to hover in the air for several seconds before flawlessly sinking it once more. In the wake of such an extraordinary event, the Xia government swiftly established an investigative team to delve into this supernatural occurrence. Given the large audience and the subsequent online dissemination of footage, attempts to contain the news proved futile. Ultimately, the official conclusion revealed that the individual had awakened a supernatural ability known as object manipulation. Since that incident, individuals with awakenings have emerged globally, predominantly among university students. The official stance identified the age of 20 as a critical period for awakenings, with earlier manifestations potentially yielding more formidable powers. Consequently, the Xia Nation instituted the Dao class across various universities dedicated to nurturing these awakened individuals. Before Shen Wubing stood Qin Hao, a member of the Dao class, who had awakened at the age of 19. His powers, typically not overly potent at that age, were nonetheless formidable due to his fortunate awakening of the destructive fire ability. This combination of remarkable talent, striking appearance, and affluent background rendered him an idol among countless female students. Upon hearing the term sickly, Shen Wubing's expression remained unchanged after more than a decade of being labeled thus. He had nearly forgotten it was a derogatory term. In contrast, Su Qingqing's countenance shifted, revealing a complex array of emotions. After a brief pause, she seemed to resolve herself, raising her gaze to Shen Wubing and feigning sorrow as she remarked, Shen Wubing, how could you be so ungrateful? I have cared for you since childhood, always accommodating your frail health, when no one else wished to associate with you, who remained by your side. How could you betray me by being with other women behind my back. As Su Qingqing spoke, tears streamed down her face, her sorrowful appearance evoking deep compassion. Qingqing, do not attempt to explain. Su Qingqing interrupted Shen Wubing, continuing with a face full of disappointment. For such a long time, many have pursued me, yet I turned them all down for you. But now you have betrayed me. At this moment, a number of students had gathered around, whispering and pointing fingers at Shen Wubing and Lin Man, as if something scandalous had indeed transpired between them. Who is that person? He looks so sickly that I know him. His name is Shen Wubing, rumored to be suffering from a terminal illness. And that beautiful girl is our department's flower, Su Qingqing, also his girlfriend. It is truly remarkable how devoted Su Qingqing is, not only accepting him, but also rejecting countless suitors for his sake, that I cannot believe he has betrayed her. He truly is a scoundrel. Chapter 003. Return what rightfully belongs to you, listening to the discussions around her, all favoring her. Su Qingqing could not help but allow a slight smile to grace her lips. Yet, she quickly concealed that expression, once again adopting a demeanor of feigned grievance. However, standing before her, Shen Wubing was keenly perceptive, detecting the subtle glimmer of scheming satisfaction in her smile. In that instant, it seemed as though he comprehended everything. Shen Wubing, since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness, Su Qingqing murmured, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She then turned to Qin Hao beside her and declared, Senior Qin Hao, I have devoted myself entirely to Shen Wubing, yet he has betrayed my trust. Now, I am willing to accept your pursuit. Upon hearing her words, Qin Hao hesitated for a few seconds, regarding Su Qingqing with a knowing smile. He was well aware of the woman's intentions, yet he remained unfazed. As long as she possessed a beautiful visage and a flawless figure, that sufficed. After all, she was merely a girlfriend, not a wife. Her character bore no relevance to him. With this thought in mind, Qin Hao embraced Su Qingqing, gazing at her with affectionate eyes. Qingqing, rest assured, I shall treat you well and ensure you never suffer even the slightest hurt, he vowed, casting a pointed glance at Shen Wubing. Witnessing this scene, Shen Wubing's pale countenance twisted into a bittersweet smile. The tall and handsome prodigy with a distinguished lineage, the stunning beauty, deeply infatuated yet wounded by a scoundrel. And here he stood, a worthless antagonist, entangled in romantic entanglements. It was a narrative drenched in melodrama, yet tinged with sweetness, albeit the lead was not himself. At that moment, Lin Man, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. She fixed her gaze firmly on Su Qingqing, her voice steady as she began, Su Qingqing, you have gone too far. Why do you have to speak of me? Upon hearing Lin Man's words, Su Qingqing shot her a venomous glare, admonishing, you wretched woman who seduces others' boyfriends. How dare you speak of me? With a cold laugh, Lin Man replied, Su Qingqing, you claim to cherish Shen Wubing's frail condition and have remained by his side. Yet, in truth, you are merely reveling in the care he provides you. You say you have refused countless suitors for Shen Wubing, but in reality, you are simply waiting for a better offer, for you look down upon those who pursue you. Had Qin Hao appeared sooner, you would likely have ended things with Shen Wubing long ago, wouldn't you? Su Qingqing was momentarily taken aback by Lin Man's words, for they rang true, echoing her innermost thoughts. The phrase waiting for a better offer encapsulated her sentiments perfectly. She seldom interacted with this woman, as Lin Man's family background was rather ordinary, and she deemed such friendships to be pointless socializing. Yet, how could this woman understand her so well? Was it possible that she truly had a relationship with Shen Wubing? Had Shen Wubing divulged these matters to her directly? Upon contemplating this, she swiftly discovered a rationale to confront her opponent, thus boldly articulating, you claim to have no connection with Shen Wubing, yet how do you possess knowledge of our affairs if that were the case? The moment these words escaped her lips, all eyes in the vicinity gravitated towards Lin Man, as if she had unwittingly dug her own grave, revealing her own secrets. Even Shen Wubing cast a look of astonishment towards her, for he truly did not recognize her. He had only just learned her name. Lin Man, however, remained unfazed, a hint of scorn flickering across her somewhat pallid visage, before she replied nonchalantly, because I possess the gift of mind reading. Mind reading? This proclamation momentarily startled the gathered crowd, leaving them momentarily bewildered and unable to grasp its significance. Ultimately, it was Qin Hao, a student of the Dao class, who first comprehended the implication, his pupils contracting slightly as he scrutinized Lin Man and inquired, "Are you an awakened one?" Upon utterance of this question, the gazes directed at Lin Man shifted dramatically. There was astonishment, realization, and predominantly envy. In Xia country, and indeed across the globe, the status of awakened ones is exceedingly elevated. They need not fret over post-graduation employment, as even those with seemingly trivial abilities find themselves courted by numerous prestigious companies. Those endowed with more formidable powers are often recruited by the authorities, enjoying privileges and status far beyond that of ordinary citizens. Lin Man refrained from responding, merely smiling in silence. "But if you are an awakened one, why have you not joined the Dao class?" Qin Hao furrowed his brow and probed further. "Because not everyone perceives awakening as a means of boasting," Lin Man replied, placing a hand over her lower right abdomen, her expression growing somewhat strained. After adjusting her breath, she turned her gaze back to Su Qingqing and stated, "There are myriad ways to end a relationship, yet you have chosen the most hurtful method for the sake of your carefully cultivated reputation." "I did not." Su Qingqing's eyes darted away, unable to meet Lin Man's gaze. "No need to evade." Lin Man shook her head dismissively. "While you possess some subtle machinations, they are merely trifles. A single glance into your eyes reveals all your innermost thoughts. Over the years, you have refrained from leaving Shen Wubing, partly because he fulfills both your material and emotional needs, and partly due to your unwavering loyalty, which garners you a favorable reputation. This should serve as an asset when you seek to align yourself with others in the future, correct?" Su Qingqing parted her lips, intending to argue. But confronted with the reality of Lin Man's mind-reading ability, she ultimately fell silent. Though she was unaware of the specifics of this mind-reading power, the very name suggested a rough understanding. It likely resembled the art of telepathy, rendering her devoid of any secrets in Lin Man's presence. Faced with Lin Man, all her justifications appeared utterly feeble. "Enough." Qin Hao's tone was unmistakably laced with dissatisfaction as he glared at Lin Man and coldly declared, "Regardless of whether you are an awakened, Su Qingqing is my woman, and it is not your place to meddle." With that, he extended his hand, conjuring a blazing flame that instantly manifested in his palm. Witnessing the scene, the onlookers instinctively recoiled. Although they were uncertain of the prowess of mind reading, the destructive potential of raging fire was evident, and none dared to provoke the furious Qin Hao. "You!" Lin Man faltered in her response. Despite being an awakened, her abilities were devoid of any combat prowess, and in fact, her gift often led to her ostracization. Even the mentor responsible for recruiting students into the Dao class had rejected her application, unwilling to acknowledge her awakening. The capacity for mind reading was simply too frightening. With a mere gaze, Lin Man could instantly perceive the thoughts of others, leaving no secrets concealed before her. Each individual harbors their own secrets, and no one desires their innermost truths to be exposed. Thus, possessing the ability of mind reading destined her for exclusion and isolation. Faced with the infuriated and irrational Qin Hao, she found herself utterly helpless. At that moment, Su Qingqing regained her confidence and hurriedly linked her arm with Qin Hao's, pointing at Lin Man with a fierce expression, exclaiming, "Senior Qin Hao, she is spouting nonsense. You must teach her a lesson." As she spoke, she rubbed her soft bosom against Qin Hao's arm, feeling the gentle touch against his bicep. A wicked smile crept onto Qin Hao's lips as he glanced at Su Qingqing before turning his attention back to Lin Man. "Lin Man, today marks your misfortune." "Wait." Shen Wubing rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Man. This situation had nothing to do with her. She had merely intervened to defend him, and he could not stand by and watch her suffer such unwarranted distress. "Sickly one, what do you intend to do? Trying to stand up for her?" Qin Hao held a sphere of fire, exuding an imposing demeanor. "It's merely a breakup. There is no need to escalate things to this extent," Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head, a faint smile breaking through his pale visage. He then stepped in front of Su Qingqing and said, "Since it's over, Some of the things that rightfully belong to you should be returned. With that, he placed a hand on Su Qingqing's shoulder. Remove your filthy hands. Su Qingqing promptly swatted Shen Wubing's hand away. Now, before Qin Hao, she needed to display her disdain for Shen Wubing to ensure his approval. However, the next moment, a wave of dizziness washed over her, an inexplicable fatigue enveloping her entire being. In contrast, Shen Wubing's expression softened considerably. This was his first attempt at bestowing. As he made contact with Su Qingqing, he restored to her the leukemia that had originally belonged to her. Chapter 004. Drawing from the appendix, Shen Wubing smiled lightly, then extended his hand to pat Qin Hao's shoulder, speaking with significant implication. You must take good care of Qingqing. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hao felt an uncomfortable tightness, an unsettling sensation that made him instinctively clench his legs together, rendering him somewhat comical in appearance. In that moment, he could no longer control his powers, and the flames in his palm extinguished. Observing his peculiar stance, Su Qingqing was momentarily perplexed and intended to assist him. Yet, before she could reach out to him, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lin Man stood by bewildered. She could hardly comprehend how the two individuals who had just exhibited such arrogance had suddenly devolved into this state. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing did not spare them another glance, but rather pushed through the crowd and departed the scene. Lin Man hesitated for a few seconds, then decided to follow him. Shen Wubing, Lin Man called out to his retreating figure. He paused, turned to face her, yet remained silent. What exactly did you do to them? Lin Man inquired, still clutching her abdomen, though a joyful smile graced her face, clearly relieved by the earlier events. Nothing much, Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head. He initially did not wish to elaborate, but considering that she had offended Qin Hao and Su Qingqing on his behalf, he chose to explain. I merely returned something that rightfully belongs to Su Qingqing. As for Qin Hao, I gifted him a small token of our meeting, one that poses no threat to his life. No threat to his life? Lin Man was momentarily taken aback. The implications of his words were profound. If Qin Hao's life was not at risk, did that imply that Su Qingqing's life could potentially be endangered? Upon this realization, Lin Man instinctively raised her gaze to meet Shen Wubing's eyes. However, he averted his gaze and spoke coolly. Lin Man, I appreciate your valiant words today. In return, I can assist you once, but do not pry into my thoughts. At this, Lin Man quickly withdrew her gaze. I apologize. It was unintentional, merely a habit. That habit should be amended, Shen Wubing replied coolly. Otherwise, with your awakened abilities and your insatiable curiosity, you may invite misfortune upon yourself. I understand, Lin Man murmured, lowering her head. She recognized the truth in Shen Wubing's words. Her abilities had caused her much distress. Since awakening her power of mind reading, she could not help but delve into the thoughts of others. Yet, the human heart is not meant to be scrutinized. Each individual harbors dark corners within, which has led to her isolation. She invariably perceives the less admirable aspects of everyone as psyche, prompting her to deliberately distance herself. But in this world, where can one find a flawless person? Noticing the sorrowful expression on the other's face, Shen Wubing chose not to pursue the topic further. However, he continued to deliberately avoid Lin Man's gaze. What ailment do you suffer from? Although Shen Wubing could discern the notion of absorption in her, he could not perceive the specifics of her affliction. After years of research, he had categorized ailments into 4 distinct levels: white, green, blue, and purple. The white category encompassed common colds and fevers, which might self-resolve without medication. Green represented conditions requiring injections, medication, or even hospitalization, but generally without severe consequences. Lin Man's condition fell into this category. Blue typically denoted more serious illnesses that necessitated surgery, with the potential for life-threatening complications if not managed properly, such as early-stage curable cancers or complex ailments that were difficult to treat but not fatal. As for purple, Shen Wubing had encountered the most purple conditions, including his mother's late-stage lung cancer and Su Qingqing's leukemia, as well as individuals he had assisted during moments of overwhelming compassion, all of which were purple ailments. Lin Man had been clutching her right side, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. Appendicitis. Shen Wubing was left in bewilderment. Why aren't you hospitalized for surgery? Lin Man hesitated once more, then, after a determined breath, replied, I have no money. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing scrutinized her modest attire and pondered for a moment before stepping forward to pat her shoulder. Absorption. Immediately, the void within him re-emerged, and within mere seconds, he felt a sharp pain erupting from his abdomen. Even after enduring ailments for years, he found it challenging to withstand this sudden discomfort. However, he quickly acclimated to the pain. If one were to claim he was healthy, it would contradict the reality of his myriad afflictions that plague him daily, as if he were perpetually on the brink of death. Yet, to argue that he was unwell would also be misleading, as he had lived for nearly a decade despite these maladies. The suffering that would be unbearable for most had become his daily reality. As he sensed the shift in his body, Lin Man appeared visibly startled. Instinctively, she raised her gaze to meet Shen Wubing's eyes. Ever since awakening her ability to read minds, she had grown accustomed to bypassing inquiries and directly peering into others' hearts. For while people may deceive, the heart remains truthful. Lin Man, I've already stated, do not intrude upon my thoughts. Shen Wubing's voice, tinged with frost, resonated at that moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Man quickly lowered her head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Enough, there's no need to elaborate, Shen Wubing interjected, raising his hand to silence her. Today, you aided me, and I have reciprocated. We are even. His words were clear. He did not wish for any further entanglement with Lin Man. No one desires to be close to someone capable of unearthing all their innermost secrets at any moment, and Shen Wubing was no exception. Moreover, his secrets far exceed those of the average individual. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Wubing found 3 boys huddled together, engrossed in conversation. As he pushed open the door, all 3 turned their heads to look at him. One of them, a boy with bleached hair, eagerly waved at Shen Wubing. Lao San, you're back. What did the doctor say? What else could he say? I'm not dying anytime soon, Shen Wubing replied, plopping down onto his bed, only to be met with another wave of sharp pain in his abdomen. He instinctively rubbed his belly, contemplating the urgency of expelling this troublesome appendix. Almost involuntarily, the image of Qin Hao flickered through his mind. Having already taken his hemorrhoids, surely he wouldn't mind an additional appendix. Would he? At this thought, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. What are you laughing at? The boy with bleached hair waved his hand in front of Shen Wubing's face. This boy, named Xia, was the leader of their dormitory. Coming from a wealthy family, he was quite ostentatious, in stark contrast to Shen Wubing, who preferred a more understated lifestyle. Xiao's flamboyance was well known throughout the entire school. Chapter 005. The Herbal Hall. Wang Buliexing Xiao's reputation within the school is scarcely inferior to that of Qin Hao, whom Shen Wubing encountered today. However, while the former's acclaim is entirely positive, the latter's notoriety is decidedly negative. Xiao's most infamous act occurred last Valentine's Day when, overwhelmed by commitments, he callously severed ties with 3 girlfriends. That very night, all 3 young women threatened to take their own lives, one of whom was a young female teacher. This incident stirred considerable uproar, and Xiao's reputation as a scoundrel spread throughout the entire academy. What astonished Shen Wubing and his peers was that, despite being fully aware of Xiao's despicable nature, those women remained unwilling to part ways with him, leaving everyone utterly perplexed. Xiao's sole explanation was encapsulated in a single word: handsome. Although Shen Wubing scoffed at this notion, he could not deny that Xiao was indeed strikingly attractive, though he found his style and attire to be excessively unconventional and rather unappealing. Just as long as he doesn't perish, Shen Wubing thought, accustomed as he was to seeing his friend in such a frail state. Xiao waved him over again, saying, Lao San, come take a look. Are you studying which campus beauty to pursue now? I'm not interested, Shen Wubing replied dismissively. To him, it seemed that the only matters that could pique Xiao's interest were beautiful women. Not at all, Xiao clarified. The Dao class is about to commence full enrollment. What? Shen Wubing instantly sprang from his bed, disregarding the pain in his abdomen. The Dao class is open for enrollment? Indeed, Xia exclaimed, pulling Shen Wubing closer and pointing at a tablet on the table. Take a look for yourself. As expected, the tablet displayed an announcement from the academy, boldly titled, Comprehensive Enrollment for the Dao class. The content was succinct, stating that in response to the military's call, our institution would conduct selection activities for the Dao class on the 18th of this month, inviting all students to participate. Those who pass the selection will be admitted to the Dao class. The 18th of this month, Shen Wubing turned to Xia and inquired, what is today's date? The 16th. It's the day after tomorrow, Xia replied. Shen Wubing pondered for a few moments before looking at the other three and asking, are you all planning to participate? I certainly intend to. Xia was the first to respond. You have no idea. Being a student in the Dao class carries immense prestige, and it makes wooing women significantly easier. Shen Wubing shot him a disapproving glance and turned to the other two. Lao Air, Lao Si, what about you? I too wish to join. They say that students from the Dao class have better job prospects and earn more, replied the second dorm mate, Qian Meng, who hailed from a rural area beneath Ice City. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, he possessed a robust physique, attributed to a lifetime of agricultural labor. His muscles far more solid than those developed through protein powders and gym workouts. Shen Wubing nodded thoughtfully without further comment, then turned his gaze to the last individual, a bespectacled young man. His name is Zhao Xiaodao, a fair and bashful young man who typically trails behind 3 others, mimicking their actions and rarely expressing his own thoughts. Third brother, are you going? Zhao Xiaodao inquired. Shen Wubing pondered for a few moments before responding with a wry smile. I will indeed attempt to go. But as you all know, my health may not pass the scrutiny. If you go, then I shall go too. Zhao Xiaodao nodded vigorously. Hey, I say, fourth. Your words do not please me, Xia remarked, playfully patting Zhao Xiaodao on the head. What do you mean, if third brother is going, then you go? What if I and second brother go, and you do not? I did not mean. Zhao Xiaodao stammered. All right. I shan't tease you further. Xia quickly interjected. Zhao Xiaodao had always had this quirk of stuttering when nervous. At that moment, Shen Wubing's phone suddenly rang. He took it out, glanced at the caller ID, then stepped into the restroom, closing the door before answering. Old Master Lin, Xiao Shun, have you seen the notice from your academy? Came a venerable and authoritative voice from the other end. I have seen it. I was just about to inquire with you. I heard it was initiated by the military? Shen Wubing asked. Indeed, it was a direct order from the military in Kyoto. Even I only learned of it today, the voice continued. Xiao Shun, this is an opportunity. You must seize it. I will, Shen Wubing affirmed. By the way, the caller seemed to recall something and shifted the topic. Xiao Shun, we have recently located 2 reclusive, renowned physicians. You should come by when you have the time. Old Master Lin, perhaps it won't be necessary, Shen Wubing replied. What? The voice on the other end rose noticeably in pitch. Are you experiencing health issues again? Are you at the academy? I shall send someone to fetch you immediately. No. Shen Wubing realized that the caller had misunderstood and quickly clarified. Old Master Lin, please let me finish. I'm not experiencing a health crisis. Rather, I feel that I might not need to die anymore. Not need to die anymore? The other party sounded visibly astonished. Old Master Lin, do you think it is possible that my ability to absorb the ailments of others is, in itself, a form of awakening? Shen Wubing tentatively proposed. Upon hearing this, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Just as Shen Wubing thought the call had been disconnected, a resigned sigh from Old Master Lin gradually emanated from the phone. Alas, Xiao Shun, have you recently absorbed any mental illnesses? Shen Wubing was taken aback for a moment, quickly realizing that the other party assumed he was struggling with mental issues. Before he could elaborate, Old Master Lin continued. Little Shun, although the abilities awakened by the awakened vary greatly, each is invariably beneficial to the individual. As for your ability, at this point, Old Master Lin refrained from continuing, yet his implication was unmistakable. Shen Wubing's ability to absorb seemed to offer little more than a collection of ailments, hastening his demise without any tangible benefits. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing was about to explain that he had also acquired the ability of bestowal. But before he could utter a word, a voice called out from outside the restroom. Third brother, have you fallen into the toilet? Do you need me to summon a rescue team? Get lost. Shen Wubing retorted, irritation lacing his tone, before turning back to the phone. Old Master Lin, I have matters to attend to. I will explain further when I have the time. Wait a moment, little Shen. Just as Shen Wubing was about to hang up, Old Master Lin called out to him again. Old Master Lin, do you have something else to discuss? Indeed. It pertains to the current comprehensive recruitment by the Dao class. Shouldn't our bestow Hall also take some action? Old Master Lin's voice had noticeably lowered. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The so-called Bestow Hall was a grassroots organization, initially formed with members largely consisting of patients Shen Wubing had assisted, spearheaded by Old Master Lin. Now, nearly 2 years later, Bestow Hall had amassed over 100 members. These individuals were unfamiliar with one another, each adopting a code name inspired by various Chinese medicinal herbs. For instance, Shen Wubing's code name, bestowed by Old Master Lin, was Wang Bulium. Chapter 006. Regardless of the raging fire. Let be. The establishment of the Bestow Hall was originally intended to gather various precious medicinal herbs and seek out renowned physicians from all corners, all to aid Shen Wubing in his quest for health. However, Shen Wubing had never inquired about the affairs of Bestow Hall, for he had long since relinquished hope. Afflicted by nearly 30 ailments, half of which were cancerous, even the legendary Hua Tuo would likely turn away in despair upon witnessing such a frail body. What used were the rarest herbs or the most skilled physicians. Nevertheless, Old Lin never wavered in his resolve, often proclaiming, "Nothing is impossible in this world, provided one has the will." When Old Lin was stricken with a terminal illness, it was Shen Wubing who intervened to save him. Upon discovering that Shen Wubing's method involved transferring his own afflictions onto himself, Old Lin felt an unpayable debt of life to Shen Wubing. Thus, for the past 2 years, he had tirelessly sought ways to alleviate Shen Wubing's suffering, culminating in the creation of Bestow Hall. Shen Wubing smiled wryly, then remarked, Old Lin, you may handle the affairs of Bestow Hall as you see fit. All right, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Shen Wubing opened the bathroom door, only to be greeted by Xia Yu's peculiar grin. What are you doing, Dad? Shen Wubing retorted with annoyance. I am your father. Xia Yu shot back defiantly. After exchanging playful banter, Xia Yu then asked with a smirk, were you calling your flower of a girlfriend again? What girlfriend? Shen Wubing replied with a bitter smile. His tone calm as he added, we broke up. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu shrugged nonchalantly and patted Shen Wubing's shoulder. It's perfectly normal for young couples to have arguments. A bit of conflict can even strengthen a relationship. In this regard, I am quite the expert, Xia Yu declared proudly. Yes, with Qin how now, Shen Wubing stated, his tone still placid, as if discussing a trivial matter. At this revelation, Xia Yu's smile froze. While the other two in the dormitory, Qian Meng and Zhao Xiaodao, turned to Shen Wubing with expressions of complex emotion. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Shen Wubing looked at the three of them and chuckled. Why the long faces? It's just a breakup. It's a common occurrence. He gestured towards Xia Yu and continued. Our dear Xia Yu gets dumped every day and ditches others just as often. It's no big deal. Why the glum expressions? Your father is still very much alive, Shen Wubing said with irritation. In the past, such remarks would have prompted Xia Yu and Qian Meng to physically retaliate against him, even in his weakened state, but at that moment, even Xia Yu remained silent. After about half a minute, Xia Yu pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. When did this happen? He inquired. Just now, Shen Wubing replied, grimacing as he caught the whiff of smoke, leading him to cough uncontrollably. Xia Yu, upon witnessing the scene, extinguished his cigarette with a decisive gesture and, maintaining an unusual calmness, turned to Qian Meng beside him, saying, Air, come with me. All right. Qian Meng rose immediately, his expression solemn, not even inquiring about their destination. I will go too. Zhao Xiaodao, clearly somewhat apprehensive, still managed to stand up. What do you intend to do? Xia Yu replied with irritation. I'm taking Qian Meng to pursue some ladies. What business do you have there? Is that so? Zhao Xiaodao awkwardly sat back down. Observing Zhao Xiaodao's demeanor, Xia Yu couldn't help but chuckle, turning to lead Qian Meng away, only to be halted by Shen Wubing. What are you up to? Xia Yu turned to Shen Wubing. You wish to join us in courting women as well? Forget it. Shen Wubing shook his head. He was well aware of Xia Yu's intentions. This was his nature. While they could engage in playful banter among themselves without genuine anger, the moment an outsider bullied anyone from their dormitory, Xia transformed entirely. He was genuinely capable of wielding a knife against adversaries. What do you mean by forget it? Xia feigned ignorance, smiling as he spoke. I have no idea what you're talking about. For her, it's not worth it, Shen Wubing reiterated, shaking his head once more. Upon hearing this, Xia ceased his pretense and firmly removed Shen Wubing's hand from his arm, enunciating each word. She is not worth it. However, I must restore my brother's honor. With that, he grinned and called out to Qian, let us go teach them a lesson. Xia, that's fire. Shen Wubing shouted after him. Xia did not look back. He simply flicked his yellow hair and raised his hand overhead, forming an okay gesture. No matter what fire is. If he doesn't kneel to apologize today, I'll call you father from now on. With that, he and Qian strode away, not glancing back as they vanished into the corridor of the dormitory. Third brother, what should we do? Zhao Xiaodao finally realized that Xie was not going to pursue women, but was instead taking Qian to confront Qin Hao. It's fine, Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head, and then pulled out his phone to dial a number. However, after a long wait, no one answered on the other end. Shen Wubing furrowed his brow and turned to Zhao Xiaodao, saying, Xiaodao, go to the fighting gym and find Yi Qing. Tell him I need him to head directly to Qin Hao's dorm. Yizing, the one from Dao class? Zhao Xiaodao asked, a look of confusion on his face. Third brother, do you know Yi Qing? Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say. Oh, okay. Zhao Xiaodao nodded and hurried out of the dormitory. Watching Zhao Xiaodao's departing figure, Shen Wubing still felt uneasy, so he dialed another number, and before the other party could speak, he stated plainly, Old Master Lin, I've stirred up some trouble at school. After a moment's thought, Shen Wubing added, I might end up breaking a leg of one of the students from Dao class. Students of the Dao class are regarded as cherished individuals, no matter where they are. There have been instances in the past where Dao class students encountered conflicts outside of school, resulting in severe altercations that ultimately faded away without consequence. To dare to lay a hand on a Dao class student is to invite tremendous trouble. On the other end of the line, the venerable Mr. Lin showed no hesitation and promptly declared, Fear not. Proceed boldly. I shall dispatch someone immediately. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Wubing refrained from further words, hanging up the phone and striding towards the dormitory exit. Meanwhile, within the confines of Qin Hao's dormitory, 3 young men, bare-chested, were engrossed in a game of cards around a table. I'm all in, exclaimed one, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he threw down 4 kings with great fervor. Suddenly, the door to the dormitory was forcefully kicked open. Holy crap! The trio jumped in shock, hastily rising to face the doorway. Standing there was a young man with golden hair, a cigarette similarly perched at the corner of his mouth. His eyes narrowed slightly from the smoke as he appraised the 3 occupants within the room. Beside him stood a robust figure towering at nearly 6.5 feet tall. Hey, fellas, still playing? Xie remarked with a smirk, brandishing a baseball bat that appeared to have been acquired from who knows where. Who the hell are you? One of the boys pointed an accusatory finger at Xie, his expression darkening. Mind your language. Did you leave your manners at home? Xie replied with a smile, stepping forward to inquire now. Where might that scoundrel Qin Hao be? Go to hell. How dare you speak of brother? How like that? The boy retorted defiantly, advancing towards Xie. With a slight furrow of his brow, Xie swung the baseball bat without warning, delivering a heavy blow to the boy's head. Clang! The hollow metal bat met the boy's skull with a resounding crack. The boy staggered back, crashing into the card table and collapsing to the ground, a stream of crimson blood trickling down his forehead. Xie wasted no time, raising the bat once more to strike the boy again. The other 2, witnessing the scene, were about to rush in to assist when Qian stepped in front of them, casting a cold gaze their way. Faced with someone significantly taller than themselves, the 2 instinctively swallowed hard and wisely retreated. Chapter 007. Cursing in classical Chinese, although they shared a dormitory with Qin Hao, they were neither students of the Dao class nor awakened beings. In a confrontation, they would be no match for Qian, especially with the reckless Xie by his side. Observing the inaction of the 2, Xieyu's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he slowly crouched down. gently patting the cheek of the boy he had just knocked to the ground. Can we converse civilly now? The boy, trembling and clutching his bleeding head, responded with fear evident in his voice. Why, yes, you speak. Goodness, you truly are a spineless wretch, Xia remarked, somewhat exasperated. He considered himself a civilized person, with a strong aversion to violence. Yet, some individuals simply would not engage in meaningful dialogue without a demonstration of force. I ask you, where's Qin Hao? Brother Hao. Brother Hao is unwell and has gone to the hospital, the boy stammered. Which hospital? Xia inquired. The first hospital. Oh, if only you had said so sooner. Xia patted his cheek once more, then stood and addressed Qianming. Let us go to the hospital. Qianming nodded in agreement, his voice deep and resonant. As they reached the dormitory entrance, Xia seemed to recall something, pausing momentarily to glance back at the other two. Noticing his halt, the two who had intended to assist the injured boy immediately froze, casting anxious looks at Xia. After a few moments of contemplation, Xia discarded his cigarette but onto the ground and extinguished it with his shoe. He then pulled out a bundle of cash from his pocket, appearing to contain 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Without counting, he placed the money on a nearby bed and instructed the two, take him to the infirmary for treatment. This shall cover the medical expenses. With that, he paid them no further mind and departed with Qianming from Qin Hao's dormitory. Only after Xia and Qianming's figures had vanished did the two boys dare to approach the injured one. Are you all right, Haige? The beaten boy touched his head, revealing a hand smeared with blood, and retorted with irritation. Do I look fine to you? Damn it. He grabbed a few tissues from a nearby box, wiping the blood from his head as he fiercely declared, I will avenge this insult. Hearing this, one of the boys hesitated for a few moments before speaking. Haige, maybe we should just let it go. What did you say? Haige frovnit. Displeased as he directed a scowl at his companion. When have I ever swallowed such humiliation? Haige, his name is Xia. The boy suddenly interjected. I don't care what he has called. I must confront him. Haige spot vehemently. Xia Wuyi, as in Master Xia, the boy added cautiously. Xia, Ji Wuye? The man, known as Haige, appeared momentarily taken aback before he once again retrieved several sheets of paper to wipe the blood from his forehead. After a few moments of silence, he spoke again, suggesting that Xia had not struck too hard, likening their exchange to playful banter between friends. He then turned to the two bystanders and inquired, Don't you agree? This time, the two were momentarily stunned, yet they quickly nodded in agreement, affirming, Yes, yes. He was merely jesting with you. At the first hospital of Ice City, you have leukemia? Qin Hao exclaimed in shock as he turned to Su Qingqing. Senior Qin, I had leukemia before, but I have since recovered. I am unsure why it has returned now. Su Qingqing's pale face was etched with panic. At that moment, a thought struck her. She recalled that it was Shen Wubing who had advised her to undergo a medical examination, leading to the discovery of her leukemia. Later, Shen Wubing assured her that he would find a way to help, and soon after, her condition had improved. Yet now, after just having broken up with Shen Wubing, her leukemia had relapsed. Realizing this, she exclaimed, It must be Shen Wubing. He is certainly behind this. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Hao replied, visibly displeased. He too was feeling unwell, as a sudden bout of hemorrhoids made it difficult for him to sit still, and his mood was quite irritable. Senior Qin, our illnesses are undoubtedly the result of Shen Wubing's interference. Su Qingqing grasped Qin Hao's arm tightly, speaking through gritted teeth. Do you remember? We were both fine until Shen Wubing touched us, and thereafter, we began to exhibit various ailments. Hearing her words, Qin Hao fell into a moment of contemplation. As an awakened individual, his physical constitution was naturally superior to that of ordinary people, although he was not immune to all maladies. Minor afflictions, such as hemorrhoids, were indeed uncommon for him. He recalled that it was indeed after Shen Wubing had touched him that he first felt discomfort. However, upon further reflection, if Shen Wubing possessed such abilities, why had he remained sickly all these years? Moreover, if that were the case, Shen Wubing would have long since gained recognition. It was implausible that he remained obscure. With this thought, he turned his gaze back to Su Qingqing. This woman was quite cunning. She must have feared being abandoned, hence using Shen Wubing as a scapegoat. After all, her family was a modest means. And treating leukemia required sustained chemotherapy, an endeavor that entailed considerable expense, with the outcome remaining uncertain. Resolving in his mind that this was merely Su Qingqing's scheme, he impatiently shrugged off her grip. Enough of this nonsense. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Senior Qin, what am I to do? Su Qingyin immediately panicked. Over the years, her ability to wear designer clothing and carry luxury bags had been due to Shen Wubing acting as her financial benefactor. Now that she had broken up with him, and with Qin Hao showing no interest in her, she was left in a precarious situation. Upon this realization, she hastily grasped Qin Hao's arm, imploringly articulating, Senior Qin Hao, you cannot forsake me. Qin Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Why should I not care for you? We have been together for scarcely 2 hours. I had a bare responsibility for you already. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Su Qingqing's already pallid countenance drained of all color. She understood that Qin Hao had no intention of investing in her. In truth, she was acutely aware that he was merely captivated by her youthful beauty. Yet she was unconcerned, for she believed her allure would endure. However, the unexpected relapse of her leukemia left her in dismay, threatening to strip her of her sole advantage. As she gazed into Qin Hao's emotionless eyes, panic seized Su Qingqing. At that moment, a flippant voice pierced the air. Oh, I hope I'm not interrupting your illicit rendezvous. Boss Xia, those terms do not quite fit, Qianming interjected from the side. Mind your own business, Xia Yu retorted. Turning to Qianming, do you truly think I, your esteemed leader, lack culture? Today, I shall employ classical Chinese to scold you. Boss Xia, you can speak classical Chinese? Qianming chuckled, scratching his head, disbelief evident in his tone. Ah, you doubt me? Xia Yu bristled, stepping forward and addressing Qin Hao. I enter the Jade Gate. Why do you, scoundrel, commit such vile acts? Stealing others' wealth, consorting with harlots, chasing shadows of madness, and embracing ignorance. Is there no wickedness you do not perpetrate? Chapter 008. The arrogant Xia Yu. Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, the three were left in stunned silence for a considerable time. Eventually, it was Qianming who first regained his composure, raising his thumb in approval. Xia Lao, impressive, truly remarkable. Xia Yu smirked with a sense of pride. At that moment, Qin Hao also came to his senses, pointing an accusatory finger at Xia Yu, his voice laced with anger. Xia Yu, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to act against you? Ah, you're indeed correct. Xia Yu stepped forward, standing before Qin Hao, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. You truly wouldn't dare to act against me. You. Qin Hao glared at Xia Yu, who stood provocatively before him, and raised his hand, yet hesitated to strike. As Xia Yu had asserted, he genuinely lacked the courage to retaliate. Although the Qin family held a degree of status in Ice City, it paled in comparison to the Xie family. The Xie family was akin to local emperors. It was no exaggeration to say that a mere stomp from Master Xie could send tremors throughout the entire Ice City. And Xia Yu was the sole grandson of Master Xie, the family's only heir. Qin Hao. Xia Yu looked up at the hand raised against him, speaking fiercely. If you do not strike me down today, you shall be my grandson. Xia Yu. Qin Hao's raised hand trembled slightly, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly infuriated by Xia Yu's insolence. Ever since awakening the blazing fire and entering the Dao class, he had been the object of admiration wherever he went. He had never endured such humiliation. Seeing his opponent hesitate, Xia Yu disdainfully curled his lip, scoffing, grandson. Before Qin Hao could respond in anger, Xia Yu swung his baseball bat forcefully, striking Qin Hao squarely on the temple. Ah! With a startled cry from Su Qingqing, Qin Hao collapsed to the ground, motionless. Xia Yu. Qin Hao clutched his temple with one hand while pointing accusingly at Xia Yu with the other, his eyes aflame with fury. Though he dared not strike Xia Yu, he had not anticipated that Xia Yu would disregard the Qin family status and his own standing as a Dao class student to attack him so brazenly. Do not point at me. I fear I might be compelled to break your fingers. Xia Yu weighed the baseball bat in his hand before continuing. Qin Hao, before nightfall today, you shall kneel and apologize to my brother, and I shall let this matter rest. Your brother? Qin Hao inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Su Qingqing finally grasped the situation and hurriedly supported Qin Hao, whispering, he is Shen Wubing's roommate. Shen Wubing? It was then that Qin Hao understood. Xia Yu had come to support Shen Wubing. He then turned to Su Qingqing, filled with resentment towards her. Realizing this, he forcefully pushed Su Qingqing away, rising to face Xia Yu, coldly stating, "Xia Yu, you dream if you think I will apologize to Shen Wubing. Very well, you possess spirit." Xia Yu nodded in appreciation, then nonchalantly stated, "In that case, I shall break your legs today. Then come and try." Qin Hao's eyes narrowed, and he summoned a blazing flame in the palm of his hand. Qin Hao was inherently a proud individual, and after his awakening, he became a prominent figure not only within the academy, but throughout the entire Ice City, a prodigious youth. Today, his forbearance towards Xia Yu stemmed entirely from the formidable backing of the Xia family and the influential Master Xia. However, should the latter persist in his provocations, Qin Hao would not hesitate to impart a small lesson. Even if the Xia family were to take great pains to protect their own, it was unlikely they would act against him over such a trivial matter, especially since it was Xia Yu who initiated the conflict. At that moment, a nurse clad in scrubs emerged, her demeanor irritable as she admonished, "If you intend to cause a ruckus, please take it outside. This is a hospital, and we must not disturb the other patients." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the flames flickering in Qin Hao's palm, momentarily taken aback before adding, "Even if you are students of the Dao class, you cannot behave recklessly here. Otherwise, I shall summon the enforcement team." Xia Yu chuckled, a feigned apology gracing his features as he turned to the nurse. "My apologies, nurse. We'll resolve this outside." With that, he beckoned to Qin Hao, saying, "Come on, let us step out." Watching Xia Yu and Qian Ming depart, Qin Hao hesitated for a few seconds before retrieving his phone from his pocket, swiftly composing and sending a message before following them. "Senior Qin Hao, perhaps we should just let it go and not stoop to his level," Su Qingqing timidly suggested. At that moment, Qin Hao recalled her presence, glancing back before forcefully pushing her to the ground, his voice cold and contemptuous. "This is all your fault, you wretched woman. Do not let me see you again." With that, he stormed out of the hospital, leaving Su Qingqing alone on the cold floor, her face pale. In that instant, memories of a slender figure flooded Su Qingqing's mind. He had never truly abandoned her. When she had been diagnosed with leukemia, Shen Wubing had steadfastly remained by her side. Had she truly erred? No. She wiped away her tears and murmured to herself, "I am not wrong. I merely sought to better myself, to pursue my own happiness. What fault is there in that?" Resolute, she rose from the ground and hurried after Qin Hao. Such is the nature of love. Sometimes it is not about cherishing the good that is absent, but rather longing for the bad that remains. As Qin Hao stepped out of the hospital, he spotted Xia Yu and Qian Ming lounging by a Range Rover, flanked by several burly men in black suits and sunglasses. Witnessing this scene, Qin Hao's expression darkened, yet retreating now would be too humiliating. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and approached them. Well, Xia Yu remarked with a smirk, scrutinizing Qin Hao. "I thought you wouldn't dare to show your face." "Xia Yu," Qin Hao said, eyeing the imposing figures behind him before grimly stating, "Are you planning to outnumber me?" As soon as he finished speaking, before Xia Yu could respond, a burly man wearing sunglasses charged forward, grabbing Qin Hao by the collar and growling, "Are you the one called Qin Hao?" Although Qin Hao stood at a height of nearly 1.8 meters, the force exerted by the man nearly lifted him off the ground. "Hey, Tiger brother, don't scare my grandson," Xia Yu remarked, handing the baseball bat to Qian Ming behind him, then patting the man's shoulder in a gesture that urged him to release Qin Hao. "Young master, with but a word, I could easily dispose of him today." The burly man turned to Xia Yu, his expression menacing. "Tiger brother, that's unnecessary," Xia Yu chuckled softly, stepping forward to straighten Qin Hao's collar before whispering, "Before coming here, I boasted to my brothers that I would have you kneel and apologize to him. You and T want to make things difficult for me, would you?" "Xia Yu, you must be dreaming." Qin Hao gritted his teeth, retorting, "If you dare to lay a hand on me today, Su Shi will not let you off. Even if the Xia family dominates Ice City, the enforcement team is beyond your control." "So see, the enforcement team?" Xia Yu furrowed his brows, then mused aloud. The head of the Daobanan, also the deputy captain of the enforcement team. This indeed presents a dilemma. After pondering for a few seconds, an idea seemed to strike him. His eyes brightened as he declared, "What if I simply eliminate you here and dispose of your body in the Songjiang River. That way, with no one to witness your demise, the enforcement team would surely be powerless against me. Wouldn't they? Chapter 009. The instinct for battle at that moment. A deep voice resonated from a distance. Though its volume was modest, it reached the ears of all present with clarity. One audacious young master from the Xia family. Xia turned towards the sound and beheld a middle-aged man in his 40s, accompanied by a group clad in law enforcement uniforms, approaching him. "Su Si," Qin Hao called out, striding toward the man, and then pointed at Xia, declaring, "Su Shi, you just heard him. He intends to kill me and toss me into the Songjiang River." "No worries," Su Shi replied, glancing at the injury on Qin Hao's head before speaking coolly. "Since young master Xia wishes to cast you into the Songjiang, then let him. I, too, am curious to see just how unchecked the Xia family is in Ice City." With that, he shot a frigid glance at Xia and continued in a low voice. "Do they even regard the law enforcement team and the military department, which specifically established the Dao class?" "Oh," Xia exclaimed, hastily waving his hand. "What you say, Su Shi, implies that my family is merely a common household. Please do not use the law enforcement team and military to intimidate me. I am rather timid." Indeed, the Xia family wielded considerable influence in Ice City, with many individuals placed within the law enforcement team. Yet, there was one entity the Xia family dared not offend: the military department. The military department of Xia country stands as the most formidable armed organization, headquartered in the capital, and has established branches in various cities to oversee the security of the entire nation. To date, none have been known to possess the capability to infiltrate the military department. And the reason students from the Dao class are held in such high regard is due to its establishment under the auspices of the military department. It is said that students who awaken formidable abilities within the Dao class have the opportunity to join the military department upon graduation, with outstanding performers being directly awarded military ranks. Su Shi's willingness to risk offending the Xia family by assisting Qin Hao stems from the latter's status as one of the top students in Ice City's Dao class. Should Qin Hao indeed be granted a military rank, Su Shi's own standing as a teacher would undoubtedly rise in tandem. While the Xia family currently holds significant power in Ice City, it is worth noting that Elder Xia is aging, with only a son and a grandson to inherit his legacy. Xia Xiaolong, Elder Xia's son and Xia father, is often referred to as the most sentimental man in Ice City. It is rumored that he has devoted himself to the study of medicine in a bid to cure his wife, remaining indifferent to the family's business, and in fact, has sponsored 4 out of 7 hospitals within Ice City. At present, Xia is 22 years old and has yet to awaken any abilities. Even if he were to awaken in the future, it is unlikely that his powers would be particularly formidable. Thus, it seems the Xia family's future is destined for decline. Consequently, Su Shi holds a more favorable view of the Qin family, although they may not be significant at present, with Qin Hao among them. The Qin family is bound to prosper. Su Changsheng, are you certain you wish to intervene in matters concerning the Xia family? The man referred to as Brother Hubai, Xia stepped forward, casting a cold gaze upon Su Shi. Su Shi appraised the man before him, then smiled. "Ah, so you are the esteemed Brother Hu, one of the 4 formidable generals serving under Elder Xia. Is it really necessary for you to intervene in a children's quarrel?" The tiger inquired, his tone laced with a chilling malice. "This matter is under my jurisdiction," Su Changsheng retorted, locking eyes with him defiantly. Upon hearing this declaration, both the burly men behind the tiger and the members of the law enforcement team accompanying Su Changsheng stepped forward, the tension in the air palpable. Observing the unfolding scene, Xia placed a reassuring hand on the tiger's shoulder, saying, "Brother Tiger, let it be. Rest assured, should it come to blows, I can guarantee that the young man surnamed Qin will not survive." The tiger turned his head and whispered, "There is no need for that." Xia replied in a hushed tone, "Whether dealing with Qin Hao or Su Changsheng, the Xia family has an abundance of strategies. Confronting them head-on would be the most foolish choice. Today, I acted impulsively. I did not expect Su Changsheng to risk offending our family in order to protect Qin Hao. Clearly, he holds him in high regard. What are you planning to do, young master?" The tiger furrowed his brow, pondering that letting this matter slide would be too humiliating. Let's first observe how Su intends to resolve this, Xia said, stepping forward to face Su Changsheng with a smile. What do you think, Su? Is the best way to handle today's affair? Matters among you children should be resolved by yourselves, Su replied with a smile, then directed his gaze toward the tiger. As for the law enforcement team and the Xia family, it would be best if you did not interfere. To challenge me, a mere awakener from the Dao class, is truly a sign of respect from you, Su, Xia remarked, his lips curling slightly, though inwardly he cursed the old fox's ancestors. Though the Summer Nation has yet to develop methodologies for training awakeners, most of them are not significantly different from ordinary individuals, merely possessing slightly enhanced physiques. However, Qin Hao is an exception. His blazing fire, even without cultivation, possesses tremendous destructive power. If he were to unleash his full might, not only would Xia be in peril, but even a dozen ordinary individuals would find it impossible to approach him. What's the matter? Su squinted slightly. Are you, young master of the Xia family, perhaps afraid? Just moments ago, you were quite arrogant. Is the heir of the Xia family merely a bully leveraging their power? Cough, cough. At that moment, a sudden cough broke the tension, prompting Xia to look up. To his surprise, he saw Shen Wubing and Zhao Xiaodao approaching, accompanied by a resolute-looking young man clad in a black tank top. What brings you two here? Xia asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Su was correct. Matters among children should indeed be resolved by children. Shen Wubing pulled a white handkerchief from his pocket, covering his mouth as he coughed violently once more. Who are you? Su scrutinized Shen Wubing with a puzzled expression. Su, this is Shen Wubing. Qin Hao whispered a few words into Su's ear, briefly recounting the situation at hand. After Su sure listened, he slightly nodded and then turned to Shen Wubing, stating that since this matter arose from him, and he concurred with Su's perspective, it would be up to him and Qin how to resolve it. Su Jiangsheng. Xiao's gaze turned icy. Xia Laoda, Shen Wubing interjected, raising a hand to halt Xiao's response, then addressed Su Shi. You may not be aware, but my health has never been robust. I am incapable of fighting. Thus I seek someone to fight on my behalf. Before Su Shi could respond, Shen Wubing continued, rest assured. The person I have chosen is also a student from the academy and will not exploit their advantage. As Shen Wubing concluded his statement, a young man clad in a black tank top stepped forward from behind him. At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted to him, and upon recognizing his features, both Su Shi and Qin Hao's expression stiffened. Ye Ving, Su Si et Gelim. Yi Qing nodded slightly towards Su Shi. He too was a student of the class, and Su Shi was his homeroom teacher. Although he was there to assist Shen Wubing, basic courtesy must still be observed. Yi Qing, what brings you here? Su Si Inquit, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Brother Bing has shown me kindness. Now that he is in need, I certainly must come. Ye Ving, replied calmly. Are you intending to oppose me? Su Shi's tone carried a hint of menace. Yi Qing, a student of the class, awakened a year ago with the ability of combat instinct. While this ability may not be as flamboyant as Qin Hao's blazing fire, it rendered Yi Qing a natural warrior. Moreover, he had been the head of the school's sparring club prior to his awakening. When Qin Hao faced him, it would be an understatement to say he had no chance. One could only hope to avoid being utterly defeated. Chapter 010. The Angel's Bullet. Yi Qing. Do you truly wish to involve yourself in this matter? Su Shi, well aware that Qin Hao was no match for his opponent, continued his intimidation. Are you willing to offend me, the entire Dao class, and the law enforcement team? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that Su Changsheng, as the head of the Dao class, would openly threaten a student. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. Shen Wubing had rendered him a great favor, an immeasurable kindness. He would not hesitate to oppose not only the Dao class and the law enforcement team, but also the entirety of Xia country and the world itself. Witnessing the scene, Su Changsheng was about to erupt in anger, only to hear Shen Wubing, covering his mouth, approach him and weakly utter, Su Changsheng, have I given you face? What? Su Changsheng was clearly taken aback. He had never anticipated that the other party would dare to speak to him in such a manner. It should be noted that even Xia would not openly confront him. What right did this nameless, sickly individual have? Shen Wubing, the surname Shen. He quickly searched his mind for the prominent families in Ice City, even the higher echelons of the military, yet he found no one with that surname. Subsequently, his expression darkened, and he coldly gazed at Shen Wubing. "Are you speaking to me? Who else?" Shen Wubing coughed lightly into his handkerchief before continuing. "When our esteemed leader Xia and Qin how were being unruly, you came out to preach reason and rules. Now, when I attempt to discuss reason and rules with you, you wish to act unruly." Shen Wubing's expression shifted slightly, enunciating each word. "Su Changsheng, I ask you, have I given you face?" Third brother, impressive. At this moment, even Xia couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Shen Wubing. He thought he was audacious enough, yet he was astonished to see that the seemingly frail Shen Wubing was even bolder. Old Hu, standing beside Xia, cast a glance of admiration at Shen Wubing, though his expression soon turned grave as he quietly advised Xia, "Young master, your friend, while spirited, is somewhat impulsive. The Dao class is about to commence full enrollment. Offending Su Changsheng at this juncture is unwise." "What is there to fear?" Xia replied nonchalantly. "Have I not offended him as well? You are the young master of the Xia family. Su Changsheng would not dare to make things difficult for you, but he—" Old Hu hesitated. "Huge mistake in your words. Brother Hu?" Xia said calmly. "What do you mean?" Old Hu was puzzled. "He is not merely my friend. He is my brother." Xiao's expression turned serious. "But—" Old Hu attempted to say more, but was interrupted by Xiao. "There is no but. If Su Changsheng dares to trouble third brother, then the head of the Dao class can be replaced just as easily." A glint of icy murderous intent flashed in Xiao's eyes. Old Hu opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. If the Xia family wishes to take action against Su Changsheng, they certainly can, albeit at the cost of considerable connections and the accruement of numerous debts of gratitude. However, should Xia insist on proceeding, given the profound affection that old Master Xia harbors for his grandson, it is quite possible that he would indeed intervene regarding this Su individual. Meanwhile, Su Changsheng was not contemplating such complexities. He had never before been threatened by a mere student, particularly one devoid of any significant background. Su Changsheng stepped forward, closing the distance to Shen Wubing and whispered threateningly into his ear, "Do you believe I could end your life right now? Not even the Xia family could save you." "Not a chance," Shen Wubing replied with a slight shake of his head, playfully pushing Su away and chuckling. "Master Su, keep your distance. I'm unwell, and I hate to infect you." Su Changsheng was about to retort when the sudden screeching of brakes pierced the air. A jeep came to an abrupt halt right in front of the hospital. All eyes turned instinctively toward the vehicle, for emblazoned on its license plate was the prominent character for military. As the Jeep's door swung open, a woman clad in form-fitting camouflage attire emerged. Her simple ponytail accentuated the elegant lines of her silhouette, and she carried a rectangular black leather case slung over her shoulder, with a silver Desert Eagle handgun holstered at her waist. Her gaze swept across the crowd before settling on Shen Wubing, who was covering his mouth with a handkerchief and appeared quite ill. "You must be Shen Wubing?" she inquired. "Indeed," he replied with a subdued nod. "Greetings. I am Xia Nation." She approached and extended her hand toward Shen Wubing. He regarded the strikingly beautiful young woman, whose demeanor exuded a certain gallantry, and grasped her hand in return. "Hello. Now, let us attend to business." Xia Nation scanned the assembly and asked, "I have heard that you intend to break the legs of a Dao class student. Has that been accomplished?" "Encountered some obstacles. I have yet to proceed." Shen Wubing replied with a rueful smile. "Obstacles?" Xia Nanshi's gaze flitted over the crowd, momentarily pausing on the tiger and Su Changsheng. "May I inquire if you are affiliated with the military?" Hearing the exchange between Xia Nation and Shen Wubing, Su Changsheng felt a surge of anxiety and interjected, "I am Su Changsheng, Deputy Chief of the Law Enforcement Team in Ice City, and also the head of the Dao class at the Institute of Technology." Xia Nation cast a fleeting glance in his direction, yet chose to disregard him, redirecting her attention to Shen Wubing once more. "Is this the obstacle you mentioned?" "Indeed," Shen Wubing confirmed with a nod. "Military affairs," Xia Nation stated flatly, glancing at Su Changsheng before impassively instructing, "Have your men step aside." A Su Changsheng's expression betrayed his unease. The woman had not revealed her military rank, nor presented any identification to validate her authority. Merely the presence of a jeep with military plates was compelling him to relinquish Qin Hao, a request he was clearly reluctant to comply with. Observing that the other party showed no signs of retreat, Jiang Anshi furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, "Did you not hear my words?" Su Changsheng hesitantly asked, "Might I request to see your credentials?" In the next moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Upon hearing Su Changsheng's words, Jiang Anshi, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly drew a silvery handgun from her waist. Bang! The silver barrel erupted with flames, and the high-velocity bullet whizzed past Su Changsheng's scalp, so close that he could feel the searing heat as it sliced through his hair. At that instant, everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by Jiang Anshi's actions. Even Shen Wubing was taken aback, questioning the caliber of individuals the Lin Patriarch had sent to openly fire a weapon at the hospital entrance. One would expect even military personnel to face repercussions. Meanwhile, Su Changsheng's legs trembled uncontrollably, his complexion paler than that of Shen Wubing, who suffered from over 30 ailments. He had never felt death so intimately close. Had the other party's hand trembled for even a moment, he would likely be a corpse now. Or perhaps the intent was indeed to take his life, and it was merely a stroke of luck that allowed him to escape unscathed. With that thought, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Is this all?" Jiang Anshi cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, "What sort of students can a person like him teach as a head of the Dao class?" "Wow, impressive." Xia Yu assessed Jiang Anshi from head to toe, unconsciously stroking his chin. "Young master, you may have your share of romantic encounters, but this woman is not to be trifled with." The tiger's voice was low yet unusually grave. "Tiger, do you know her?" Xia Yu inquired. "Never seen her, but it's likely her," the tiger replied, his expression serious. "Young master, have you heard of the three not to provoke in Hanzhou's 3 provinces? Xia Yu pondered for a moment before responding. "I can't recall, but I know of the wolf brother." The tiger took a deep breath and slowly began, 8 Extreme's fist, wolf blade, angel's bullet, nowhere to escape. If I am not mistaken, she is indeed the angel's bullet. Chapter 011. Instinctive Combat versus Blazing Fire. The obstacles have been cleared, and now you are free to break someone else's legs. Jiang Anshi holstered her pistol and turned to face Shen Wubing. At that moment, Shen Wubing regained his senses. This woman before him was undeniably violent. Yet, in confronting a person like Su Changsheng, such brutality was indeed the most straightforward and effective means of resolution. Shen Wubing lowered the handkerchief he had been using to cover his mouth and addressed Yi Qing beside him. "We are in trouble. Brother Bing, this is my responsibility." Yi Qing replied earnestly, stepping forward. "Qin Hao, come out." At that moment, Qin Hao's eyes were filled with dread. Just moments ago, the very Su Changsheng he had relied upon was nearly shot, and now he was facing the prospect of having his legs broken. Setting aside the question of whether he could overpower Yi Qing, he was acutely aware of the presence of Xia Yu and her hot-headed comrades from the military. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he could conceive of no means to save himself from this predicament. "Qin Hao, do not make me lose respect for you," Yi Qing urged again. Qin Hao glanced at Su Changsheng, who had just been helped up by members of the enforcement team. The fear etched on Su Changsheng's face mirrored his own. In that instant, he understood that escape was futile, and with a gritted jaw, he stepped forward. With a serious expression, he looked at Yi Qing and said, "If I lose, I am prepared to forfeit a leg. But what if you lose? I will give you a leg as well." Yi Qing responded without hesitation. "What would you do with my leg?" Qin Hao thought Yi Qing seemed like a simple-minded brute. "What do you desire?" Yi Qing inquired. "Allow me to leave, and let this matter fade away," Qin Hao replied, though his gaze unconsciously drifted toward Shen Wubing. This time, Yi Qing offered no retort, but turned to look at Shen Wubing. "Cough, cough, cough." Shen Wubing coughed heavily, and then smiled. "You currently lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. Is it all just because of a woman?" Qin Hao pointed to Su Qingqing, who had followed from the hospital, and explained, "I spent less than 2 hours with her. Nothing transpired between us. I return her to you, and we let this matter rest. What do you say?" "Senior Qin Hao, what are you saying?" Su Qingqing could hardly believe her ears. The once celebrated Qin Hao in school was now bowing to Shen Wubing. who was virtually an unknown. Silence. Qin Hao interrupted Su Qingqing fiercely. This is all your fault. You wretched woman. How pitiful, Shen Wubing remarked with a sardonic expression, leaving it unclear whether he was referring to Su Qingqing or Qin Hao. Finally, he glanced at Qin Hao before his eyes settled on Yi Qing. I trust you. Upon hearing these words, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. Shen Wubing, do you agree? Shen Wubing did not respond, for he knew that Yi Qing would not falter. Let us begin. Yi Qing cast a profound gaze at Shen Wubing, his fists clenched tightly, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Upon hearing the words, a flame ignited in Qin Hao's palm instantaneously. Blazing fire? Jiang Anqi, inexplicably producing a lollipop from somewhere, popped it in her mouth and mumbled, "Elemental awakening, quite intriguing." As she spoke, another lollipop materialized in her hand, which she extended towards Shen Wubing. Care for some candy? Thank you, Shen Wubing declined, but I have diabetes. Jiang Anqi. At that moment, Qin Hao swung his arm fiercely, and a fire serpent, as thick as an arm, surged forth from his palm, hurtling directly towards Yi Qing's face. Surprisingly, Yi Qing seemed to have anticipated this move, evading well in advance. Qin Hao cursed under his breath, blaming luck for his opponent, and swung his hand once more. This time, he unleashed not a fire serpent, but a small fireball. While the fireball's lethality was likely far inferior to the roaring fire serpent, its speed surpassed that of the serpent significantly. This tactic was devised by Qin Hao under Su Changxing's guidance. The plan was to use this swift fireball to injure the opponent, and once they were hindered by the injury, he would deliver a fatal blow with the fire serpent. However, to Qin Hao's astonishment, just a second before he released the fireball, Yi Qing moved again. It felt as if Yi Qing had repositioned his body while Qin Hao directed his attack at Yi Qing's original location. Is Qin Hao experiencing network latency? Xia Yu couldn't help but tease. One must admit, Xia Yu's analogy was quite apt. At that moment, Qin Hao resembled a player suffering from game lag, attacking an area where his opponent had vacated 2 seconds prior, as if they were busy shopping in the fountain. No, it's not Qin Hao's fault. Lao Hu shook his head. It's Yi Qing. He predicted the trajectory of Qin Hao's attack and evaded beforehand. Is this battle instinct? Jiang Anqi cast an appreciative glance at Yi Qing, recognizing him as a promising talent. So who do you think will win? Shen Wubing inquired. This was inherently an unequivocal battle. Yi Qing's abilities perfectly countered Qin Hao's, and once he closed the distance, Qin Hao was destined to lose. Shen Wubing nodded in silence. As if to validate Jiang Anqi's assertion, Yi Qing, after dodging 3 fireballs from Qin Hao, finally reached his opponent. He then positioned his fists behind him, generating force from his calves, which propelled through his waist, then his shoulders, ultimately concentrating all his strength into his right fist, which he unleashed with tremendous force. Crack! Upon the impact of his fist with Qin Hao's nose, a sharp sound of shattering bones echoed. In the next moment, Qin Hao was forcefully struck back 5 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Impressive, Xia Yu exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement, as if it were he who had defeated Qin Hao rather than Yi Qing. Meanwhile, beads of perspiration began to form on Yi Qing's forehead, clearly indicating that the frequent activation of his battle instinct had taken a toll on him. He reached out to wipe the sweat from his brow, then turned to face Shen Wubing. Brother Bing, I have not failed you. It has been arduous. Shen Wubing nodded slightly and replied coolly, break one of his legs, and this matter will conclude here. Understood. Je vink affirmet decisively, no dink vigorously. At that moment, however, Xia Yu suddenly called out to Yi Qing, wait, let me handle this. I relish the opportunity to deliver a thorough thrashing to a fallen foe. With that, he seized the baseball bat from Qianming's grasp and strode towards the incapacitated Qin Hao, a wicked grin playing upon his lips. This lad is quite something. Jiang Anqi cast a penetrating glance at Xia Yu and then addressed Shen Wubing. He fears retaliation from the Dao, Ban, and the enforcement team. Hence he wishes to shoulder this burden for you. Shen Wubing was well aware of Xia Yu's intentions, yet he did not dissuade him. Instead, he smiled and remarked, he is my brother. Chapter 012. Conditions for joining the gang. Xia Yu, do not act recklessly. At this moment, Qin Hao's face was smeared with blood as he mumbled incoherently, if you dare to lay a hand on me, The Qin family will not let you go? Ah, Xia Yu, wielding a baseball bat, bent down to observe Qin Hao with a mocking smile. Have you lost your mind? The Qin family will not touch me? You must be delusional. With that, Xia Yu paid no heed to Qin Hao's ramblings, gripping the bat firmly, raising it high, and then striking down violently at his opponent's right leg. Qin Hao's agonized scream resonated clearly in the ears of the onlookers. Not far away, Su Qingqing's delicate face drained of color as she covered her mouth with her hands, terrified to make a sound, fearing that Shen Wubing might notice her. Having already avenged Qin Hao, would she be next? However, Shen Wubing did not even spare her a glance, simply addressing Xia Yu. Xia, let us go. It's on me at the Luwa Lu. Today, you're feeling generous, third brother. I'll make sure to enjoy myself. Xia Yu tossed the baseball bat aside and turned to Hu, saying, Brother Hu, please take care of the rest. Rest assured, young master, who replied respectfully with a nod. Since there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Jiang Anqi remarked, casting a casual glance at Shen Wubing. If you don't mind, let us share a meal together. Shen Wubing casually returned the courtesy. Sure. Jiang Anqi nodded without hesitation, as though she had been awaiting those very words from him. Luwa Lu, the largest hotel in Ice City, also known as the gathering place for the affluent, where a meal without at least 100 or 80,000 would be utterly insufficient. Young Master Xia, you've arrived. A young man dressed as a waiter approached upon seeing Shen Wubing and his entourage enter, promptly greeting Xia Yu. Xia Yu waved his hand dismissively, gesturing toward Shen Wubing. This is Shen Wubing, my brother. Today, he is treating, so you need not mind me. Good day, Mr. Shen, the waiter bowed respectfully. Shen Wubing nodded in acknowledgement, then requested, please arrange for a larger private room. Soon after, guided by the waiter, the group entered an opulently decorated private room, equipped with every amenity imaginable. Seated at the head of the table was Shen Wubing, flanked by Xia Yu and Jiang Anqi on either side, followed by Yi Qing, Qian Meng, and Zhao Xiaodao. While the group engaged in casual conversation, Jiang Anqi's phone rang again with an urgent tone. It was the second time, as her phone had been buzzing incessantly during their journey. Jiang Anqi glanced at the incoming call number, her patience wearing thin as she pressed the answer button, instinctively holding the receiver at a distance from her ear. Immediately, a voice erupted from the other end, nearly roaring, Jiang Anqi, what trouble have you stirred up now? In the bustling city center, gunfire erupted in the streets, aimed at members of the law enforcement team. I require an explanation, commanded the stoic Jiang Anqi. You're speaking nonsense, roared the voice on the other end of the line. Whose orders are you following? Who would authorize you to shoot in broad daylight? No comment, Jiang Anqi replied, her expression unyielding. Such a no comment. Jiang Anqi, I hereby officially inform you that you have been demoted. That cannot be, Jiang Anqi retorted as she poured herself a cup of tea from the kettle on the table, nonchalantly adding, you demoted me to lieutenant 3 days ago, which is already the lowest rank for an awakened one in the military department. You, return immediately. The other party was evidently infuriated. That is not possible. I am dining. Would you care to join me at the Luwa Lu? Jiang Anqi remarked, with my salary. It would take at least 3 months to enjoy a meal here. You still dine at Luwa Lu? Well, if there is nothing else, I shall hang up. The dishes are about to be served, Jiang Anqi said impatiently before terminating the call, shutting off her phone and placing it aside. Once the other party hung up, Shen Wubing hesitantly spoke, it seems I've caused you some trouble. Trouble? Jiang Anqi paused, then waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. This is customary during missions, and they never provide meals. Should such a situation arise again, feel free to call upon me. When the food was served, Jiang Anqi ceased her conversation, wielding her chopsticks with vigor. Shen Wubing and the others speculated whether the military department had unsatisfactory provisions. Meanwhile, the group engaged in casual conversation. Xia Yu turned to Yi Qing and inquired, Brother Yi, as a student of the Dao class, do you know about the comprehensive enrollment for the Dao class coming up? I am not privy to that information, Yi Qing replied, shaking his head. It appears that this matter is entirely under the purview of the military department. His gaze naturally fell upon Jiang Anqi, who was engrossed in a struggle with a fish head. Sensing the attention, Jiang Anqi, without regard for decorum, sucked her fingers and, with a hint of reluctance, stated, "This indeed falls under the responsibility of the military department. The selection criteria are quite straightforward. First, they assess whether one is an awakened individual. If one is already awakened, they will be exempt from further assessments and directly enter the Tao class." She poured herself another cup of tea and drank it in one go. If one is not an awakened individual, their physical condition will be evaluated to determine suitability for practicing Daoju. If deemed suitable, they too will be selected for the Tao class. Daoju? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Even Yi Qing, a student of the Tao class, displayed a look of confusion. It is a cultivation technique developed by the predecessors, which was researched and established a year ago. However, it was not sufficiently refined at that time, so it was only circulated and experimented within the military department. After a year of meticulous adjustments, the Tao formula has now been perfected. Hence, the Tao class is now open for comprehensive enrollment. Perhaps due to the influence of the benefactor, Jiang Anqi patiently elucidated this matter. Understanding dawned upon Xia Yu, who nodded thoughtfully and then inquired once more. Does that mean if one has neither awakened nor is suited to practice that particular technique, they cannot join the Tao class? There's another way, though it seems none of you would qualify. Jiang Anqi scanned the group, her gaze eventually settling on Yi Qing. He might still be eligible, but he is likely already a student of the Tao class. Indeed, Yi Qing nodded, offering no further elaboration. So what exactly is this method you mentioned? Xia Yu pressed. Each academy establishes a competition platform where several guardians will be stationed. As long as you can defeat them, you may gain entry into the Tao class, Jiang Anqi added. All guardians are from the military department. Well, it seems it all comes down to luck, Xia Yu remarked, his spirits dampened. While others might not comprehend the prowess of the individuals from the military department, he was well acquainted with them. Ever since he turned 18, his grandfather had sent him to the military department for training every summer and winter holiday. That place was simply akin to hell. Chapter 013. Afflicted by illness, 2 days swiftly elapsed, and today marked the day of the selection for the Tao class. Shen Wubing, with a pallid complexion, sat in the dormitory chair, incessantly massaging his temples. "Are you all right, third brother?" Xia Yu inquired, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I'm fine. I've grown accustomed to it," Shen Wubing replied, the corners of his mouth twitching as he forced a ghastly smile. Over the past 2 days, he had sensed a growing disquiet within his body. Although he had previously endured various ailments, those had merely been painful. Recently, however, an overwhelming sense of impending demise had enveloped him. This unsettling feeling first emerged when he absorbed Xia Yu's hemorrhoids. Later, upon returning Su Qingqing's leukemia and bestowing the hemorrhoids upon Qin Hao, that sensation vanished. Yet, after he absorbed Lin Man's appendicitis, the near-fatal feeling resurfaced. He felt as though his body had reached its limits, and perhaps it was imperative to swiftly bestow the ailments upon another. After pondering for a moment, Shen Wubing resolved that once the Tao class election concluded, he would enlist the help of old Lin to find a death row inmate to transfer all his ailments. With this thought, he smiled faintly and reassured Xia Yu, "It's nothing. I'll be fine soon." He then glanced at Qianmeng and Zhao Xiaodao. "Let us go. The selection is about to commence." Shen Wubing anticipated a considerable number of participants for the selection, but he was utterly astonished at the sheer volume of people present. "Wait, does our academy truly have this many students?" Xia Yu remarked, observing the throng on the playground with astonishment. "Xia Laoda, it's not just our academy. Students from several neighboring universities have come as well. Their institutions are too small to establish a Tao class, hence they lack recruitment points," Zhao Xiaodao elucidated. "Ah, I see," Xia Yu mused, stroking his chin. "How long will this take? Follow me. I'll lead you to cut in line." With a wave of his hand, he guided a few of them to the front of the queue, addressing a group of boys. "Hey there, we're in a hurry. Could you do us a favor? You think you're the only ones in a hurry? We've been waiting since early morning. Why should we accommodate you?" One of the boys retorted, visibly irritated. Without engaging further, Xia Yu pulled out a bundle of cash from his pocket, swiftly counting out 5 bills and offering them to the boy. 500. Will you sell your spot?" At this sight, the boy was momentarily taken aback. then quickly accepted the money, donning a sycophantic smile. "All right, brother, you can stand here. I'll go to the back and rejoin the line." Subsequently, Xia distributed 500 each to the other three, effortlessly moving their group to the forefront of the queue. At that moment, Shen Wubing's gaze remained fixed at the very front of the line, where three individuals clad in military camouflage uniforms stood, identical to the attire worn by Jiang Anshi previously. One individual sat at the table, where a blank sheet of paper lay before him. He had one leg crossed over the other, and in his hand he twirled a pen, which danced gracefully at his fingertips. Another man, bespectacled with notably thick lenses and a hint of baby fat on his face, stood there, scrutinizing each student who approached him with a discerning gaze. After his examinations, he remained silent, merely shaking his head slightly to indicate the next student should come forth. A repetitive cycle ensued. The final figure stood upright behind the two men, his expression resolute. At that moment, Shen Wubing spotted a familiar silhouette, Lin Man, whom he had previously encountered, standing before Xia. Hey, third brother." Xia turned to Shen Wubing, gesturing towards Lin Man with a finger, murmuring, "Do you see who this is? Do you know her?" "Wow," Shen Wubing exclaimed softly. "That's Lin Man, the epitome of beauty in the management department. If she were inclined to adorn herself, your ex-girlfriend, Su Qingqing, would hardly stand a chance against her. I once pursued her, you know. Have you forgotten?" Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing finally grasped why Lin Man's name had seemed so familiar. Xia had incessantly mentioned her during their time in the dormitory. At that moment, Lin Man appeared to have caught a hint of her name, turning her head slightly to meet Shen Wubing's gaze. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, and then, as if recalling something, she quickly lowered her head and said, "What a coincidence." "What a coincidence?" Shen Wubing responded with a calm, "Indeed." "Hello, beautiful." Xia waved at Lin Man, attempting to obscure the two from each other's view. Lin Man raised her head, met Xiao's gaze briefly, and then, with a hint of disdain, turned away, ignoring him. "Wait." Xiu glanced at Shen Wubing, perplexed, and inquired, "Why is this happening? Am I that bothersome?" "Perhaps," Shen Wubing shrugged. Listening to their exchange, Lin Man remained silent. She had encountered this Xiu numerous times before. He had persistently harassed her. Each time she met his eyes, a wave of disgust would wash over her, for all she could decipher from them was a singular phrase: "I want you." At that moment, the student in front of Lin Man left, dejected. When the bespectacled man from the military department noticed Lin Man, he paused momentarily before declaring, "It is mind-reading." Upon hearing this, the man with the crossed leg abruptly halted the pen's rotation, lifting his gaze to Lin Man. "My dear, what is your name?" "I am Lin Man," she replied. "And your age?" he inquired once more. 20 years old, Lin Man answered truthfully. "Very well, please step to the back of her line." The man gestured towards the space behind him. Immediately, Shen Wubing observed the other party inscribing the first line on the blank sheet. Name: Lin Man. Age: 20. Ability: mind reading rating: B. Lin Man stepped behind the individual, and it was now Xiao's turn. He advanced a step to stand before the bespectacled man, who merely cast a cursory glance at him before shaking his head. "Hey, what does that shake of the head signify?" Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction. "You have not awakened," the bespectacled man stated succinctly. "Could you perhaps take a closer look?" Xiao replied, somewhat begrudgingly. "Is it possible that my awakened ability is so formidable that you cannot perceive it?" Upon hearing his words, the man hesitated momentarily, then scrutinized Xiao once more, ultimately declaring with unwavering certainty, "You simply have not awakened." "All right, I understand. No awakening indeed. Must you repeat it twice?" With that, he strode aside. The bespectacled man, bewildered, pondered to himself, "Didn't you ask me to look again?" However, he quickly redirected his gaze. The moment his eyes fell upon Shen Wubing, they widened in astonishment. What is this?" "What's wrong, fatty?" inquired the man, lounging with crossed legs. Furrowing his brow, he had known this individual for quite some time and had witnessed numerous abilities. Yet it was the first instance he had seen him so flustered. Afflicted by a disease? The bespectacled man looked down at the man with crossed legs and asked, "Does this count as an awakening? Afflicted by a disease?" Chapter 014. Your great cause surpasses me on Kunlun. Fatty, are you certain this is an awakening? The man retracted his leg, sitting up straight, his expression turning grave. I do not know. The slightly rotund man removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously, then turned his gaze back to Shen Wubing. This time, his eyes narrowed into a slit, brilliance flashing within. After staring at Shen Wubing for a full half-minute, he donned his glasses again and addressed the seated man. A dense mass of black mist ultimately coalesces into 4 words. Afflicted by illness. Is this an awakening that has never been seen before? The man's countenance grew solemn. It appears so. The fatty nodded in affirmation. In that case, the man pondered for several seconds before turning to the serious man standing behind him, saying, Xiao Tian, take him to meet Colonel Zhou. Understood. The serious man replied earnestly, then turned to Shen Wubing and said, Please follow me. Wait. Beside them, Xia Yu grasped Shen Wubing's arm and whispered, Old 3, is everything all right? Rest assured. Nothing will happen, Shen Wubing replied, a faint smile illuminating his pallid face. All right then, if anything arises, just call me, Xia Yu cautioned, still somewhat uneasy. Shen Wubing nodded, and then followed the serious man away from the group. The two walked in silence until they arrived at the door of the dean's office in the administrative building, where the serious man finally halted. He meticulously adjusted his already immaculate combat uniform and knocked on the door, calling out loudly, Report. Kumin. A deep voice resonated from within, prompting the serious man to push open the office door. Shen Wubing followed him inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar figure, Jiang Anqi, the one who had assisted him 2 days prior in resolving his troubles. She appeared exceedingly bored, seated languidly on a nearby sofa, idly twirling a silver handgun, with her ever-present black suitcase resting at her feet. Upon noticing Shen Wubing's entrance, she momentarily froze, then offered a brief nod with a smile, acknowledging him without further comment. At this moment, 2 individuals occupied the main seats. One, whom Shen Wubing recognized, was the dean of their academy, a man in his 50s with graying temples, named Wang Wei. The other was a man of similar age, but with pronounced features and piercing eyes, exuding an air of unwavering posture characteristic of military bearing. He was undoubtedly the Colonel Zhou referred to by the man. The serious man first rendered a standard military salute to Colonel Zhou and Jiang Anqi before stating, Report, Colonel. He is a newly discovered awakener. Second Lieutenant Tang Song is uncertain, so he instructed me to bring him to you. Tang Song is uncertain? Colonel Zhou furrowed his brow, first appraising the pale and sickly Shen Wubing from head to toe before inquiring, What ability has he awakened? Lieutenant Xueqing remarked that he was afflicted by the specter of illness. The stern man hesitated noticeably. Afflicted by illness? Colonel Zhou surveyed Shen Wubing once more. Although he was unaware of the nature of this ability, the phrase resonated profoundly with the young man before him. Very well, I understand. Colonel Zhou glanced at the serious man and then commanded, You may leave. Yes, sir. The man saluted again and exited the dean's office, leaving only Dean Wang Wei, Colonel Zhou, Jiang Anqi, and Shen Wubing in the room. Young man, are you aware of your awakening? Colonel Unerring. I do not know, Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head. Have you felt any unusual changes in your body recently? Unusual? Shen Wubing pondered for a moment, then looked up at Colonel Zhou and said, I feel as though I am on the brink of death. Does that count as unusual? On the brink of death? Both Colonel Zhou and Dean Wang Wei momentarily stiffened at this revelation. Meanwhile, Jiang Anqi burst into laughter. Feeling awkward, Shen Wubing scratched his head and explained, A few days ago, I underwent a medical examination and was diagnosed with nearly 30 ailments, half of which are cancers. When I say I feel like I'm dying, I suppose it's not without reason. Colonel Zhou and Dean Wang Wei exchanged glances, bewilderment evident in their eyes. Nearly 30 ailments? Half of them cancers? How has he survived this long? Suddenly, an idea struck Colonel Zhou, and he urgently said, Young man, please take a seat and speak. He genuinely feared that Shen Wubing might collapse in the office, leaving them unable to explain the situation. Thank you. Jiang Anqi subtly shifted to the side and patted the space beside her, signaling for Shen Wubing to sit. She held a favorable impression of him, especially since he had treated her to a meal at a fine restaurant. At the very least, he was generous. Shen Wubing accepted her invitation and sat down. Colonel Zhou then continued, aside from a sense of impending death, have you experienced any other anomalies? Typically, those who awaken to power exhibit some form of abnormality. For instance, after Qin Hao awakened the blazing fire, his body became unusually hot, leading his family to believe he had a high fever and take him to the hospital. There, flames suddenly erupted around him, injuring several medical staff. Colonel Zhou believed that if Shen Wubing had indeed awakened to power, there would be more than just the feeling of dying. Shen Wubing remained silent for a few seconds, instinctively glancing at Jiang Anqi beside him. Noticing his gaze, Jiang Anqi initially appeared startled, but then seemed to recall something, quickly retrieving her phone and typing a message before handing it to Shen Wubing. If you trust Old Master Lin, then you may trust him. Observing the two individuals before him brazenly engaging in their clandestine activities, Colonel Zhou found himself in a perplexing situation, teetering between amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, he refrained from uttering any further remarks, choosing instead to patiently await Shen Wubing's response. Upon noticing the message on Jiang Anqi's phone, Shen Wubing felt a surge of conviction. His trust in Old Master Lin was unwavering. Over the years, the elder had treated him with immense kindness, even regarding him as a beloved nephew. The fact that Old Master Lin had dispatched Jiang Anqi to alleviate his troubles signified her reliability, and since she assured him that Colonel Zhou was trustworthy, he felt no need for concealment. Thus he spoke. I possess the ability to absorb the ailments of others. Absorb? Both Colonel Zhou and Director Wang were momentarily taken aback. Is the absorption you refer to as I comprehend it? It should be, Shen Wubing affirmed, nodding as he elaborated. I can absorb the afflictions from others into my own being. Upon hearing this, Colonel Zhou was initially stunned, but soon his expression shifted as if a realization dawned upon him. With an air of discomfort, he inquired, so the multitude of ailments you bear were not originally yours, but rather ones you have absorbed from others? Indeed, Shen Wubing replied with a wry smile. At this revelation, Colonel Zhou felt a surge of respect. Even Jiang Anqi, who stood beside them, regarded Shen Wubing with increasingly complex emotions. In that moment, Colonel Zhou rose with newfound determination and rendered a formal salute to Shen Wubing. Witnessing this, Shen Wubing hastily stood as well, his demeanor momentarily flustered as he awkwardly returned a less-than-perfect salute. Colonel Zhou, what is this? Young man, what is your name? Colonel Zhou responded, seemingly ignoring the question. My name is Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing. Colonel Zhou repeated his name twice, his expression growing increasingly intricate. After a moment, he spoke with profound significance. While my rank and position surpass yours, your deeds and sense of righteousness elevate you beyond my station. This salute is well-deserved. With that, he saluted Shen Wubing once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Anqi also stood up, her expression notably serious, and offered Shen Wubing a standard military salute as well. Chapter 15. An unprecedented genius, Colonel Zhou. Your perception of me is overly grandiose. A bittersweet smile tugged at Shen Wubing's lips. My first encounter with the concept of absorption occurred during my youthful ignorance when I absorbed my mother's terminal lung cancer. At that time, I was oblivious to the fact that absorption meant transferring another's affliction onto oneself. Had I known, I might not have acted in such a manner. However, the fact that you bear nearly 30 ailments indicates that you have, at the very least, aided over 20 individuals. Colonel Zhou stated solemnly. That equates to saving more than 20 families. Zhou's words were overly weighty. It was merely because I was aware of my impending demise, Shen Wubing replied candidly. He never considered himself a virtuous person, for when he discovered he could not only absorb but also bestow, his first inclination was to transfer all his ailments to others. Nonetheless, he did not regard himself as malevolent, for he had never contemplated harming anyone. In his heart, he adhered to his own moral compass. When Su Qingqing betrayed him, he returned her ailments to her, leaving her fate to chance. As for Qin Hao, though he had also joined Su Qingqing in mocking him, Shen Wubing believed his transgressions did not warrant death. This was not an act of martyrdom, but rather the rational logic of a normal individual. Thus, he first bestowed a hemorrhoid upon Qin, Hao as a minor punishment. Later, due to Xie Yu's defense of him, he contemplated breaking a leg. Regardless, you have assisted those individuals. Colonel Zhou nodded appreciatively, adding, your humility, devoid of arrogance, has already rendered many of your peers abashed. Shen Wubing shook his head with a wry smile, choosing not to elaborate further. A brief silence enveloped the room until Colonel Zhou broke the stillness. Regarding your current health, he left the thought hanging, yet the implication was unmistakable. It seems I am unlikely to perish now. Trusting his companion, Shen Wubing resolved to abandon further concealment. Although he had encountered numerous narratives where protagonists concealed their capabilities, enduring humiliation and insult without revealing their methods, he perceived no necessity for such reticence. Since he had chosen to trust Colonel Zhou, he would divulge all his abilities to secure the most favorable terms for himself. For just a few days prior, I discovered that not only could I absorb others' ailments, but I could also bestow my own maladies upon others. Upon hearing this declaration, the three individuals in the office were momentarily taken aback. Is this what it means to be afflicted by disease? Such a formidable ability. Shen Wubing's body could withstand 30 ailments without succumbing, yet others could not. To illustrate, if someone were to engage in combat with Shen Wubing, before they even had a chance to strike, he could simply hurl cancer at them. Who could withstand such an assault? Thus, Shen Wubing is destined to become a figure whom no one wishes to offend. Indeed, no one at all, for should you provoke his displeasure, he may take action against you before you even perceive the threat. Contemplating this, Colonel Zhou suddenly turned to Jiang Anqi beside him and said, Anqi, you must immediately inform Tang Song of Shen Wubing's awakened abilities, and it is imperative that this remains confidential. No one is to be informed. Understood, Jiang Anqi nodded, then picked up the suitcase beside her, slung it over her shoulder, and exited the office. Immediately afterward, Colonel Zhou directed his attention to Wang Wei. Director Wang, I kindly ask that you keep this matter under wraps as well. Rest assured, I shall not mention this to anyone, Wang Wei solemnly assured him. Finally, Colonel Zhou's gaze returned to Shen Wubing. You too, strive to keep your awakening a secret. Shen Wubing nodded, refraining from further comment. Naturally, he was not inclined to divulge this information to others easily. However, he was reluctant to withhold too much from those he trusted, such as Xie Yu and a few others. You mentioned that your health has been quite poor lately? Colonel ou inquiète. Indeed, there were days recently when I believed I was on the verge of death. Colonel Zhou furrowed his brow in contemplation for several seconds before responding. I understand. I will arrange for experts from the Awakening Research Institute to meet with you soon, allowing them to provide the best assessment of your abilities, which will enable you to utilize and develop your powers more effectively. I appreciate it, Colonel Zhou. After speaking, Shen Wubing was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. He quickly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth, and when he removed it, the pure white fabric was marred by specks of crimson, reminiscent of plum blossoms blooming in the snow. Witnessing this scene, Colonel Zhou's expression turned to one of alarm. Yet, Shen Wubing waved his hand dismissively, forcing a faint smile. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. I shouldn't perish anytime soon. Upon hearing this, both Colonel Zhou and Director Wang revealed expressions of deep complexity. Shen Wubing had been drawing from his mother's terminal lung cancer since he was 12 years old, meaning he had endured nearly a decade of torment. How had he managed to withstand such suffering? Wait, something is amiss. Colonel Zhou seemed to have suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting dramatically. 12 years old, 12 years old. He repeated the phrase several times, then grasped Shen Wubing's shoulders, his face alight with excitement. Shen Wubing, how old are you this year? Though Shen Wubing was somewhat bewildered, he answered truthfully, I'm 21 years old this year. 21, 9 years ago. Colonel Zhou released Shen Wubing's shoulders and began pacing the room. Colonel Zhou, what is the matter? Director Wang, observing the other's agitation, felt perplexed. Director Wang. Colonel Zhou turned to Wang Wei, asking, do you remember the first awakened individual of our nation? Certainly, I recall that. It was 3 years ago during the incident known as the Object. At this point, Wang Wei seemed to be reminded of something. falling silent as he gazed at Shen Wubing, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The first awakener emerged 3 years ago, yet Shen Wubing had possessed the ability to absorb maladies 9 years prior. Does this not imply that Shen Wubing is, in fact, the first awakener of Xia Nation? Moreover, according to the experts, the most common age for awakening is 20, with earlier awakenings resulting in greater powers. Thus, Shen Wubing, who awakened at the tender age of 12, is undeniably an unprecedented prodigy in Xia Nation. Chapter 016. Defeating the Guardian. Colonel Qianming, Colonel Zhou. Wang Wei grasped Colonel Zhou's arm with a trembling voice, imploring. This matter must remain confidential. In that moment, Shen Wubing found the situation somewhat amusing. Initially, it was Colonel Zhou who urged Dean Wang to keep a secret. And now it was Dean Wang who insisted on confidentiality from Colonel Zhou. It seemed that Shen Wubing's decision to reveal his own secret was indeed a wise choice. For the reality was not that one's exceptional talents would provoke jealousy, malice, or even attempts to erase one's existence, but rather that there would be individuals who would go to great lengths to protect you. They would pave a path for you, and all you would need to do was follow it step by step, leading to a promising future. Shen Wubing was convinced that had Qin Hao's incident occurred after today, he would not even need to call Old Master Lin. Colonel Zhou and Dean Wang would not let Qin Hao off the hook. As for Su Changsheng, what significance did he hold before these two? Once they spoke, neither the Dao class nor the enforcement team would offer Su Changsheng a place to stand. Wubing, you are unwell. You should return and rest properly, Colonel Zhou advised, his tone growing increasingly affectionate toward Shen Wubing. In a couple of days. At this point, Colonel Zhou seemed to recall something, quickly altering his statement. No, I mean tomorrow. Tomorrow I will have experts from the Awakening Research Institute come to examine your condition thoroughly. Thank you, Colonel Zhou. After expressing his gratitude, Shen Wubing exited the dean's office. Upon returning to the dormitory, he discovered that Xie Yu and the others had already returned, animatedly discussing something. As soon as they saw Shen Wubing, they rose to their feet. Third brother, where did they take you? Xie Yu inquired. I met with the dean and a colonel, Shen Wubing replied candidly, voluntarily sharing the details of his awakening with the trio. However, he himself was still uncertain about the state of his body, merely mentioning his ability to absorb and bestow ailments. Despite this, the three listened in stunned silence. So, that day when I suffered from hemorrhoids, it wasn't that you cured me, but rather you absorbed it into yourself? Xie Yu remarked, casting a lingering glance towards Shen Wubing's posterior, his eyes glimmering with an affectionate gaze. Don't look at me with such eyes, father, Shen Wubing said, a shiver running down his spine. And by the way, your hemorrhoids have been bestowed upon Qin Hao. If you want them back, go and ask him. At this, Xie Yu paused momentarily, then clicked his tongue. To receive my hemorrhoids is a privilege for Qin Hao. I hope he treats them well. This proclamation sent the dormitory into an uproar of laughter. After a while, Shen Wubing composed himself and turned to the trio, asking, how about you three? Have you been accepted into the Dao class? Of course, Xie Yu proclaimed with pride. Though we have not awakened, we are rare prodigies in cultivation. Regarding his words, Shen Wubing did not believe a single word, and thus turned to Zhao Xiaodao beside him. Xiaodao, what do you say? What do you mean, third brother? You doubt the elder brother, do you? Xie Yu immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, Shen Wubing chose to ignore him and continued to gaze at Zhao Xiaodao. Among the four in the dormitory, Zhao Xiaodao was undoubtedly the most honest. Although Qianming was also a simple and honest person, he was often taken out by Xie Yu, which inevitably influenced him. Ultimately, it was Zhao Xiaodao who spoke up. Third brother, Xiaolao did not deceive you. We indeed have all been selected for the Dao class. Is it because you are once-in-a-century cultivation geniuses? Shen Wubing questioned somewhat skeptically. Not exactly. Zhao Xiaodao awkwardly scratched his head and explained, in fact, at least 80 of the students who participated in this election were admitted to the Dao class. So many? Shen Wubing was slightly taken aback. There were at least several thousand participants in this election, and this was merely from their academy and a few surrounding schools. If that were the case, how many students in the entire Ice City would be in the Dao class? What about the 3 provinces of Hanzhou? What about the entirety of Xia country? If this were true, It would imply that only 20 of university students in Xia country were engaged in normal studies. If everyone was cultivating, who would perform the future jobs? How would the country operate? Shen Wubing felt that this was rather absurd. Sensing Shen Wubing's incredulous expression, Zhao Xiaodao continued to clarify. However, not all students in the Dao class receive the same treatment. What does that mean? Shen Wubing inquired. It's simple, Xia Yu interjected, somewhat irately. It means that students in the Dao class are also divided into ranks. That day, the one named Jiang Anshi mentioned that there are 3 ways to be selected for the Dao class. As he spoke, Xia Yu raised 3 fingers. The first is the awakened. The second is those suited for cultivating the Dao, Ju. And the third is challenging the military guardian. Ah, I remember, Shen Wubing nodded thoughtfully. Xia Yu pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, glanced at Shen Wubing, and then silently broke the cigarette in half, discarding it into the nearby trash can. The awakened need not be mentioned. They have always been cherished like treasures. Xia Yu expressed his dissatisfaction. But this so-called suitability for cultivating the Dao, Ju, is utter nonsense. Third brother, do you realize that among 10 people, nearly 8 are deemed suitable for cultivation? I seriously suspect anyone could cultivate. Xia Laoda, how can you speak like that? Qianming suddenly interjected, a hint of grievance in his tone. Huh? Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback, then hastily patted Qianming's shoulder. Forcing an awkward smile, I sincerely apologize, brother. I forgot about you. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing frowned. Was the second brother not selected for the Dao class? Let me tell you, third brother. As he spoke, Xia Yu became interested again. Placing an arm around Shen Wubing's shoulders and giving Qianming a thumbs up with a proud expression. Our second brother is remarkable. What happened? Shen Wubing was utterly confused. Jiang Anshi mentioned 3 methods to join the Dao class. You represent the first, while I and Lao Si embody the second. As he spoke, Xia Yu cast a significant glance at Qianming. Qianming, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head. At this moment, without further elaboration from Xia Yu, Shen Wubing discerned the situation. Qianming had triumphed over the challenger sent by the military? Indeed, you cannot fathom how formidable this lad was at that time. Xia Yu patted Qianming's shoulder with vigor. It was only then that Shen Wubing noticed the slight bruising at the corner of Qianming's mouth and the scratches adorning his face. The military would not dispatch particularly formidable soldiers as challengers, for such an endeavor would present an insurmountable target for students, rendering it utterly meaningless. Conversely, they would not select individuals of exceedingly low caliber, as that would tarnish the military's reputation and dignity. Yet, even the most junior private from the military would be a presence that several ordinary individuals could not approach. Nonetheless, Qianming managed to defeat his opponent. It is worth noting that he had not undergone professional training. He had merely relied on sheer brute strength to vanquish a military man. Should Qianming awaken his potential in the future, the consequences would be truly formidable. Chapter 17. Damn the big shots that evening. In celebration of their successful acceptance into the Dao class, Xia Yu reserved a private room at the restaurant, where the 4 of them indulged in libations until the late hours, preparing to return to their dormitory. Naturally, Xia Yu and Qianming reveled in spirits, while Shen Wubing and Zhao Xiaodao opted for juice. Zhao Xiaodao abstained from alcohol due to his inability to hold his liquor during their first gathering. A single sip had transformed him into a flushed visage reminiscent of a warrior, his face crimson and glowing. As for Shen Wubing, given his current health condition, the consumption of even a single drink could potentially prove fatal, and no one dared to encourage him to partake. Just as they were about to depart, a cacophony erupted outside, accompanied by muffled curses and the sound of a woman weeping. Our young master has chosen you. That is a fortune you have earned over 8 lifetimes. How dare you contact the enforcement team? I am a student of the Dao class. You cannot treat me this way. Both Shen Wubing and Xia Yu halted in their tracks, recognizing the voice all too well. Linman? Shen Wubing inquired tentatively. Indeed, it is her. Xia Yu responded without hesitation, intent on storming into the adjacent room. At that moment, a waiter grasped Xia Yu's arm firmly. Young Master Xia. The waiter was familiar to Shen Wubing and the others. He had greeted Xia Yu during their previous visit. What do you mean? Xia Yu asked with a slight smile. gesturing towards the room. Are you not concerned about the commotion within? Is it acceptable to bully a young woman in your establishment? Xia Yu's expression darkened. Young Master Xia, it's not that we do not care, it's that we cannot intervene. The waiter glanced around cautiously and whispered, inside are influential figures, ones we cannot provoke. At this revelation, Xia Yu furrowed his brow, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Are there truly people in this ice city whom your establishment cannot contend with? While others may be unaware of the background of the restaurant's enigmatic owner, the Xia family, being the local authority, was well informed. Prior to the restaurant's opening, that mysterious proprietor had approached Elder Xia to seek patronage. It was rumored that he hailed from the capital and had connections within the military. His enterprises spanned the nation, with 7 establishments across the 3 provinces of Hanzhou, each the epitome of luxury in their locales. If there existed individuals beyond their reach, it implied that even the Xia family would be powerless. Young Master Xia, perhaps it would be best to let this matter go. It is unnecessary. The waiter urged once more. Xia Yu paced restlessly outside the room, his head bowed, while Shen Wubing remained silent, his expression grave. Though he and Lin Man shared a casual acquaintance, having aided one another in the past, there were no significant debts between them. If the situation were one of trivial assistance, Shen Wubing might have offered help. However, considering the waiter's words, if the individuals inside were indeed beyond even the restaurant's owner, it would likely complicate matters greatly. Even for Elder Lin, had it been him who spoke, old Master Lin would have undoubtedly offered his unconditional assistance. However, he was reluctant to impose unnecessary troubles upon old Master Lin for Lin Man's sake. Yet, if it were for Xia Yu, the matter would be entirely different. At that moment, the chamber was once again filled with the lewd laughter of men and Lin Man's cries for help. In that instance, Xia Yu could no longer suppress the fury swelling within him. His anger, or perhaps his true nature, ultimately triumphed over reason and the weighing of consequences. To hell with the so-called big shots. With a furious exclamation, he violently shook off the hand of the waiter who was restraining him and forcefully kicked open the door to the private room. With a resounding crash, the door swung wide, revealing the scene within. The dishes on the round table were scattered across the floor, replaced by the disheveled Lin Man being held down by 3 men at the table, while a young man in a white shirt appraised her curvaceous form with a lecherous gaze. The loud commotion startled the 4 individuals within the room, their eyes instantly shifting towards the entrance, filled with anger. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Man broke free from her captors and stumbled towards Xia Yu and the others. Clutching her chest, "Who the hell are you?" One man stepped forward, cursing at them. "I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you." Xia Yu paid no heed to the man, but instead removed his coat and draped it over Lin Man, forcing down his wrath as he softened his tone. "Are you all right?" Lin Man lifted her gaze to meet Xia Yu's eyes, and in that moment, she was taken aback. Previously, she had harbored no fondness for Xia Yu, even feeling a strong aversion towards him, as his gaze had always been filled with lewd intentions, unabashedly so. Even without her ability to read minds, an ordinary person could easily discern the inappropriate desires reflected in his eyes. Yet at this moment, despite her disheveled appearance, there was not a trace of depravity in his gaze. Instead, it was filled with concern and righteous anger directed at the men before them. In that moment, she perceived a singular thought emanating from Xia Yu, a thought so intense that it eclipsed all other notions within him. Even when employing her ability to read minds, she could find no other thoughts within him, for this one was overwhelmingly potent. He wished to kill. "Xia Yu, please stop," Lin Man said, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. She had been working part-time at the Tower of the Outside for quite some time now. Although she was unaware of the proprietor's background, she recognized him as a person of considerable stature. Even the high-ranking officials of Ice City adhered to the establishment's rules. Yet, the 4 individuals before her were engaging in such brazen acts, leaving the Tower of the Outside too intimidated to intervene. This indicated that their influence far surpassed that of the owner. If Xia Yu provoked them, it could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing her words, Xia Yu momentarily paused, then a smile crept onto his lips. "As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters." With that, he turned to Shen Wubing and Zhao Xiaodao, instructing, "You two, take her back to school. I will handle matters here." Shen Wubing pondered for a few moments before addressing Zhao Xiaodao. "Xiaodao, go ahead and take Lin Man back." However, Zhao Xiaodao, who typically obeyed both Xia Yu and Shen Wubing, stubbornly shook his head this time. "I want he go." Fourth, Xia Yu's expression darkened slightly. He lacked confidence in effectively managing the situation and did not wish to involve anyone else. He had long since mapped out a future for Qianmeng. The young man came from a modest background and was not particularly sharp, his only asset being his fighting prowess. Thus, Xia Yu had resolved to keep Qianmeng by his side after graduation, exposing him to these circumstances sooner or later. Yet, Shen Wubing and Zhao Xiaodao were different. Neither was suited for this perilous path, and he did not want to entangle them in such matters. Observing Zhao Xiaodao stubbornly lowering his head in silence, Shen Wubing reluctantly shook his head. "All right, boss Xia, he has finally mustered the courage to express his opinion. Let him stay." Ultimately, at Xia Yu's gesture, a waiter escorted Lin Man out of the private room. "Young man, do you have any idea what you're doing?" The young man in the white shirt chuckled lightly, casually pulling up a chair and taking a seat, surveying Xia Yu with a bemused expression. "Are you seeking death?" Chapter 018. It's not a big deal. "Brothers, shoulder it together. Are you addressing me?" Xia Yu inquired, pointing at the tip of his own nose, and then chuckled. "Throughout my life, you are the first to speak to me in such a manner. Young man, you may not comprehend the notion that there are always greater forces beyond your understanding." The man in the shirt remarked, adjusting his collar. "Do you believe that shortly you will obediently return that woman to me? Have you lost your mind?" Xia Yu feigned surprise in response. Ah. The man in the shirt sneered coldly, retrieving his mobile phone from his pocket, dialing a number, and activating the speakerphone. 2 seconds later, a somewhat sycophantic voice came through the line. "Young Master Yang, what can I do for you?" Upon hearing this voice, Xia Yu slightly furrowed his brow. Although the tone was markedly different from usual, he recognized it as that of Luo Yan, the head of the law enforcement team in Ice City. "I am currently at the Lu Wai Lu and have encountered a bit of trouble. Would you be so kind as to send Captain Luo personally?" Although the man in the shirt posed it as a request, his tone brooked no dissent. "Young Master Yang, please hold on. I will be there shortly." After ending the call, the man in the shirt carelessly tossed the phone aside and gazed at Xia Yu. "Do you not need to find some assistance?" Xia Yu did not respond to his inquiry, but instead fell silent in contemplation for a few seconds. Then he raised his gaze toward the man. "Beijing, Suriname Yang? Why, do you know me?" A look of astonishment crossed the face of the man identified as young Master Yang. It was indeed rare to find someone who recognized him in the impoverished regions of the 3 provinces of Hangzhou. "Not personally," Xia Yu shook his head, "but I have heard that the Yang family in Beijing boasts 3 major generals." Upon hearing this, a shadow clearly flickered in young Master Yang's eyes. Yet Xia Yu remained undeterred, continuing, "However, there is also a notorious scoundrel in the Yang family who delights in leveraging the prestige of his 3 elder brothers to engage in all sorts of mischief." As he spoke, Xia Yu approached the man, lowering his voice to ask the visibly pallid Yang, "You wouldn't happen to be that waste of the Yang family, would you?" At this remark, the young man could no longer contain himself, raising his fist and aiming a blow at Xia Yu's face. However, having been trained at a military base since childhood, Xia Yu may not have been a match for Qianmeng, but he was more than capable of dealing with a debauched young master whose body had been ravaged by indulgence. It seemed he had anticipated the other's move. As the punch was thrown, he bent down, delivering a powerful hook to the opponent's abdomen. With just a single strike, the young man doubled over, collapsing to the ground like a shrimp, curling up in agony and groaning. The 3 onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. 2 rushed to assist their fallen comrade, while the 3rd stood protectively in front, staring intently at Xia Yu. With the help of the 2, the young man slowly rose, taking several seconds to regain his composure. He fixed a fierce, almost frenzied glare upon Xia Yu, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the entire capital, he was known for his unrestrained demeanor. Yet he was unexpectedly struck in this small town of Ice City. If word of this were to spread, it would surely elicit raucous laughter from the denizens of the capital. Contemplating this, he venomously uttered 3 words, Kill him. Upon hearing this command, the burly man standing before Xia wasted no time and swung a powerful punch directly at him. The force of the blow was tremendous. Xia could even feel the gust of wind generated by the strike tousling his golden hair. Reacting swiftly, he retreated just in time to narrowly evade the attack. However, his opponent showed no signs of hesitation and launched a second punch. This time, evasion was impossible for Xia. Just then, a tall figure intervened, blocking Xiao's path. Qian Meng raised his fist to meet the oncoming blow. Clang! When their fists collided, a sound akin to metal striking metal reverberated through the air. Almost instantly, Qian Meng's massive form was forced back, colliding into Xiao, who was positioned behind him. Witnessing this, Shen Wubing's expression shifted slightly, although the assailant appeared robust. He seemed somewhat diminutive and frail compared to Qian Meng. Yet, the sheer power emanating from such a physique was utterly astonishing. The man regarded Qian Meng with a look of mild surprise, as if he could scarcely believe that his punch had not shattered his opponent's arm. However, this surprise was fleeting, for his true target was not Qian Meng, but Xiao. He swiftly stepped over the fallen Qian Meng and approached Xiao. Having just been jolted by Qian Meng's considerable mass, Xiao felt a bit dazed. As he stood up, he found a muscular man once again before him. The man first glanced at Qian Meng, who lay on the ground, cradling his injured arm in agony. Then a bitter smile crept across his lips. Ultimately, he had acted impulsively. Despite his seemingly carefree and arrogant demeanor, Xiao was, in truth, a highly cautious individual. In his youth, when Ice City was not dominated by the Xia family, it was a chaotic place rife with dangers, where the strong often preyed on the weak. As the heir to the most influential organization at that time, the Xia family attracted much attention, and Xiao, being the sole scion, had endured numerous assassination attempts throughout his life. This resulted in his cautious nature. For instance, when he sought trouble with Qin Hao a couple of days ago, he appeared reckless, yet he had already contacted Hu, knowing that the latter was an awakened individual, and he had no certainty of defeating him. However, on this occasion, he had indeed acted rashly. Although Xiao had a reputation for his flirtatious nature, he would never force himself upon a woman. The one thing he despised most in life was a man who resorted to coercion against women. Just as Xiao felt that his demise was imminent, Shen Wubing approached him, covering her mouth with a handkerchief and flashing a smile before stepping in front of him, much to his astonishment. Lao Sanyu, Xiao's voice faltered, filled with emotion. In that moment, he found himself regretting whether it was truly worth it for a woman named Lin Man. Yet, on Shen Wubing's pallid visage, a nonchalant smile emerged as he turned to face him, weakly uttering, "The matter is not grave. We shall bear it together as brothers." Upon completing his words, he pivoted and gazed at the burly man before him, extending his hand and introducing himself. "I am Shen Wubing." The robust man hesitated momentarily. Yet upon observing Shen's frail appearance, he retracted his fist and extended his hand for a brief handshake, stating, "I am Zhuang Lei." However, scarcely had the words left his lips than a sharp pain coursed through his lower right abdomen. He hastily withdrew his hand, clutching his belly. "Zhuang Lei, what are you doing?" The young man, surnamed Yang, witnessing this scene, could not help but express his irritation, exclaiming loudly, "Why are you not taking action? Go on and kill him. Anyone who dares to intervene, strike them down as well. If anything goes awry, it will be on my head." Chapter 019. The Immortal Cancer. Trigeminal neuralgia. Zhuang Lei, a man clutching his abdomen, attempted to articulate his thoughts, but upon witnessing the grim expression on his opponent's face, he ultimately managed to straighten his posture and clenched his fists with great effort. Observing this scene, Shen Wubing was taken aback. The ailment he had absorbed from Lin Man was acute appendicitis. At that time, Lin Man could hardly walk, and even Shen Wubing, accustomed to pain, had required a considerable amount of time to acclimate after his recent absorption. Yet, here stood a man who not only suppressed his suffering, but was also capable of continuing the fight. It seemed he had underestimated his adversary's resilience. With this realization, Shen Wubing's gaze turned steely. He swiftly searched his mind for diseases that could incapacitate an individual in a short span of time, and soon he settled on one known as the Immortal Cancer. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced, and launched a punch toward Zhuanglei. To Zhuanglei, this strike appeared flawed and feeble. In that instant, he conjured numerous methods to swiftly vanquish his opponent. However, the pain in his abdomen dulled his reflexes, and even so, he managed to slightly sidestep Shen Wubing's punch, retaliating with a blow to Shen Wubing's midsection. As Zhuanglei's fist made contact, Shen Wubing, enduring excruciating pain, activated his bestow ability. In the next moment, he staggered back several steps, barely remaining upright with the assistance of Xia. "Are you all right, Lao San?" Xia inquired. Concern etched on his face. He was acutely aware of Shen Wubing's condition. Though he feigned indifference, he had privately arranged for hospital visits. As his father was deeply immersed in medicine, and the Xia family's hospitals were well established throughout Bing City. However, despite consultations with renowned physicians, they all shook their heads in resignation, declaring themselves powerless. Zhuanglei's punch would even overwhelm Qianming. After absorbing such a blow, Shen Wubing would likely be left severely battered, if not more. Shen Wubing retched a few times before shaking his head. "I'm fine." He then raised his gaze toward Zhuanglei. Meanwhile, Zhuanglei felt an intense pain radiating from the right side of his face, a sensation akin to being cut with a knife, searing and electric. It was a torment beyond endurance, and in that moment, Zhuanglei felt as if death would be preferable. Coughing violently, Shen Wubing's complexion grew even paler. Trigeminal neuralgia. This affliction was something he had absorbed from an elderly man about a year prior. On his way to the hospital, he had encountered an elderly gentleman contemplating suicide by the riverbank. After rescuing him, he learned that the man suffered from trigeminal neuralgia, a condition referred to as the immortal cancer. Each episode was accompanied by unbearable, intense pain, recognized by the medical community as the most excruciating pain in existence, surpassing even the agony of childbirth. According to statistics, among those who succumb to despair each year, 20 to 30% suffer from trigeminal neuralgia, highlighting the sheer terror of this affliction. Even Shen Wubing, who has long endured the torment of this condition, required nearly half a month to acclimate to the pain. The sensation is truly one of unbearable suffering. Zhuanglei bent down, his hand pressed against his face, as the sudden, excruciating pain sent waves of dizziness through him, extinguishing any flicker of fighting spirit. Witnessing this, Xiaoyu's face momentarily registered confusion before he turned to Shen Wubing, though he refrained from further comment. In contrast, Yang Xiao displayed evident display asure. "Zhuanglei, what on earth are you doing? Hurry up and finish him off." The intense pain in his face rendered Zhuanglei incapable of speech. Merely parting his lips brought forth a searing sensation, forcing him to cover his face and await the gradual retreat of the agony. Shen Wubing, equally pale and weak, urged, "Xiaolao, take action, do not delay." Although trigeminal neuralgia is intolerable, its episodes typically do not last long. Some may endure for several minutes or even tens of minutes, while shorter bouts can dissipate in mere seconds. Yet they may recur multiple times throughout the day, sometimes even exceeding 100 occurrences. Thus, they must incapacitate their opponent before the pain subsides. Hearing Shen Wubing's words, Xiaoyu responded without hesitation, advancing swiftly to deliver a powerful punch to Zhuanglei's temple. Zhuanglei stumbled and fell to the ground, but Xiaoyu showed no mercy, seizing a chair and bringing it crashing down upon Zhuanglei's head. At this moment, Zhuanglei was devoid of any will to resist. The pain inflicted by Xiaoyu was trivial compared to his facial agony, and he even wished for his opponent to render him unconscious. Yang Xiao and the two others instinctively recoiled as they observed Xiaoyu relentlessly striking Zhuanglei with the chair. On this outing, he had brought only Zhuanglei as his enforcer, while the others were merely there to indulge in food and flattery. In terms of combat, they were likely less capable than Yang Xiao himself. This was not due to Yang Xiao's carelessness, given his status. He was always treated as a distinguished guest wherever he went, and few dared to offend him due to the prestige of the Yang family. Furthermore, with Zhuanglei by his side, it was rare for anyone to pose a threat to him, especially considering that Zhuanglei was an awakened individual with formidable combat prowess as the Iron Fist. Yet today, for reasons unknown, Zhuang Lei found himself in this dismal state, beaten by a group of youngsters. Half a minute later, Xia Yu, panting heavily, tossed aside the broken chair and glanced down at Zhuang Lei, who was curled up on the ground, mockingly exclaiming, "Damn, you really can take a beating." As he wiped the blood from his hands, he approached Yang Xiao with a bemused expression. "What are you doing?" Yang Xiao pointed a finger at Xia Yu, clearly lacking the confidence he once had. "I hail from the Yang family of Kyoto. Do you dare to challenge me? Moreover, the captain of the law enforcement team from Rai City is on his way here. So, think carefully. The Yang family of Kyoto is indeed formidable." Xia Yu smiled wryly, raising an eyebrow at his opponent, and inquired, "But if I refrain from acting against you now, will you truly let me go?" Before Yang Xiao could respond, one of the men beside him, perceiving Xia Yu's words as a sign of submission, reprimanded, "Kneel before young Master Yang and apologize. Then cripple one of your hands. Only then will young Master forgive you." "Ah!" Xia Yu, filled with indignation, laughed derisively, gazing at the man as if he were a fool. "You are truly courting death," he declared. With that, he ignored the man and turned to Yang Xiao, stating, "Since I have offended you on both sides, I might as well offend you completely, don't you think?" "Aye." Yang Xiao wished to say more, but was abruptly met with a searing pain across his face. The sharp sound of a slap echoed, rendering the entire private room silent for a few moments. Even Yang Xiao could hardly believe that his adversary had dared to strike him, delivering a slap that was intensely humiliating. Chapter 20. A scheme? At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside the private room. Before the figures could be seen, an anxious voice called out, "Young Master Yang, young Master Yang." Upon hearing this voice, a flicker of malice crossed Yang Xiao as previously flustered expression as he fixed his gaze on Xia Yu and spat out through gritted teeth, "You're finished. Is that so?" Xia Yu chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed. "Are you all right, young Master Yang?" At this juncture, a somewhat portly figure squeezed through the crowd, his forehead glistening with sweat, indicating his hasty arrival. "Captain Luo, I have long heard of the fierce disposition of the people in Ice City, but I never anticipated that they would be so lawless. I merely came here for a meal, and yet I had to endure a slap," Yang Xiao remarked with a sardonic tone. Upon hearing this, Luo Yin's expression shifted dramatically. The scion of the Yang family from the capital had been struck in Ice City. Should the matter escalate, his position as the head of the enforcement team would be precariously threatened. Thinking quickly, he responded, "Young Master Yang, who struck you? I will handle it with utmost seriousness." Yang Xiao subtly raised his chin towards Xia Yu's direction, choosing not to speak. Xia Yu stood in opposition to Yang Xiao, and from Luo Yan's position, he could only see Xia Yu's back. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Seize this audacious criminal and bring him back. I will personally interrogate him." Then, glancing at Yang Xiao, who appeared unsatisfied, he turned to Shen Wubing and his companions, adding, "Take his accomplices into custody as well." Only then did Yang Xiao nod in satisfaction. He had observed Shen Wubing's actions closely. He was acutely aware of Zhuang Lei's usual capabilities. The recent incidents involving Zhuang Lei had transpired only after Shen Wubing had made contact with him. First, when they shook hands, and second, when Zhuang Lei inadvertently collided with Shen Wubing. He had watched intently as Zhuang Lei's fist struck the opponent, although the adversary suffered an injury. It was evident that Zhuang Lei experienced far greater agony, even conveying a sense of despair. Yang Xiao suspected that the opponent might be an awakened individual. While their abilities remained unknown, anyone capable of defeating Zhuang Lei must possess considerable strength, potentially even ranking as a B-level ability, particularly with such an elusive technique. Just as the enforcement team prepared to apprehend Xia Yu and the others, he finally turned slowly, his expression icy as he addressed Luo Yin. "Captain Luo, you truly wield great authority." Luo Yin momentarily froze, and when he realized that the figure who had been facing away from him was Xia Yu, the ingratiating smile that had adorned his face abruptly vanished. "Xia, young Master Xia?" Luo Yin unconsciously swallowed hard, then tentatively inquired, "Was it you who struck young Master Yang? Is there a problem?" Xia Yu replied. Luo Yin found himself at a loss for words. If there were indeed a problem, it was evident that one would have to confront Xia Yu for the Xia family backing him was not something he could afford to provoke. However, if there was no issue, how could Yang Xiao save face? Xia was aware that this predicament was rather intricate, and thus refrained from pressing the matter further. Instead, he inquired, Captain Luo, do you intend to take us back to the station without discerning the facts? Certainly not, young Master Xia, Luo Yin replied with a bitter smile. Quickly glancing at Yang Xiao, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. Allow me to host you both at the Lu Wai Lu, so we may clarify this misunderstanding. Am I incapable of affording a meal there? Yang Xiao's expression turned icy, and he spoke sternly. Captain Luo, my man is still lying on the ground. He gestured toward Zhuang Lei, curled up on the floor, and continued. Is it not customary in Ice City to bring those who have been assaulted to the law enforcement team for questioning? Is this how you conduct your duties? Do you truly honor the uniform you wear? Such an accusation, even if Luo Yin wished to avoid offending the Xie family, left him with no choice but to address the matter seriously. Young Master Xie, what do you suggest? Luo Yin looked at Xie with evident difficulty. I am confident in my conscience. I fear nothing wherever I go, Xie asserted, seemingly recalling something, then added, however, I alone am responsible for this incident. Let my friends leave. Just proceed as young Master Xie has suggested. Luo Yin quickly agreed with a smile. Xieyu's willingness to accompany him to the law enforcement team granted him considerable leeway, rendering this minor request inconsequential. At that moment, Yang Xiao interjected once more. You are not the only one who laid hands on me, Xieyu. Do not overestimate your importance. Xieyu stepped forward, seizing Yang Xiao's collar with fierce intent. If you persist, I assure you, you will not leave Ice City. Do you believe me? Yang Xiao, upon witnessing this, smirked with a hint of arrogance. Raising his hands in a mock gesture of surrender, he turned to Luo Yin and said, Captain Luo, this is a blatant act of aggression right before your eyes. At that moment, Shen Wubing approached Xieyu, tugging gently at his arm, and whispered, Boss Xie, it would be best if we went together. After glancing at Yang Xiao, he was taken aback when Yang Xiao returned a smile and nodded, acknowledging him. Why would he greet me? 20 minutes later, on the way to the law enforcement team, the vehicle contained only the driver and the 4 individuals from Shen Wubing's dormitory. Boss Xie, that fellow named Yang is rather peculiar, Shen Wubing whispered. Xie paused momentarily, asking, what seems off about him? He is merely a second-generation military scion from Kyoto. It is likely not that simple, Shen Wubing shook his head. Given Luo Yin's demeanor towards you, I was not surprised. Moreover, none of us mentioned your name, yet he accurately called it out. Upon hearing this, Xieyu's brow furrowed deeply. The individuals residing in their dormitory are accustomed to referring to him as young Master Xie, seldom uttering his full name. However, Luo Yin has consistently addressed him as young Master Xie. But how could the other party be aware of his name? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xieyu realized that this was likely not a mere coincidence. Is this a scheme? Xieyu turned to Shen Wubing and tentatively inquired, is this directed at me? Perhaps not at you, Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head softly but rather at your Xie family. Upon hearing this, Xieyu took a deep breath, incredulously stating, does that scion truly possess such cunning? Although I am unfamiliar with the Yang family, it is evident that their lineage must be formidable. Having lived in such a prominent family for many years, one cannot help but acquire a certain shrewdness, provided one is not a fool. Chapter 021. The Awakener Organization. This, of course, is merely my conjecture. The specifics will depend on his subsequent actions, Shen Wubing added. Understood. I shall proceed with caution shortly, Xieyu replied earnestly, nodding his head. Immediately thereafter, both Xieyu and Shen Wubing made phone calls. Xieyu naturally contacted his grandfather, the formidable Master Xie, who had long dominated Ice City. Conversely, Shen Wubing did not reach out to old Master Lin. Instead, he called Jiang Anshi, requesting her to relay the matter to Colonel Zhou Dao. Offending the Yang family is undoubtedly no trivial matter. Logically, it would be more prudent for Shen Wubing to consult old Master Lin. However, he wished to ascertain just how far Colonel Zhou would go on his behalf, as this would significantly influence his future trust in him. Approximately 20 minutes later, the vehicle came to a gradual halt, and they were brought to the headquarters of the Ice City law enforcement team. Rather than being brought, It could be more accurately described as being invited. After all, in Luo Yan's eyes, neither the Xia family, a local powerhouse, nor the Yang family, a formidable force, were entities he could afford to offend. He needed to handle this matter with utmost care, striving for satisfaction on both sides. Any offense could make his future quite difficult. Upon arrival at the law enforcement team, and after obtaining permission from Xie Yu and young Master Yang, Luo Yin proceeded to escort everyone to separate interrogation rooms as per protocol. However, while Shen Wubing and his companions were taken to a genuine interrogation room, Xie Yu and young Master Yang were escorted to two independent offices. This was Shen Wubing's first visit to the law enforcement team, and he could not help but curiously survey his surroundings. The room was dimly lit, and he sat in a chair at its center. Following Luo Yan's instructions, the members of the law enforcement team responsible for the interrogation refrained from placing handcuffs on him. Before long, a male and a female member of the law enforcement team entered, the woman carrying a cup of hot tea, which she placed before Shen Wubing. "Thank you," Shen Wubing said with a slight nod. "No need for thanks. You likely have little to worry about," the woman replied as she returned to her seat. She then continued, "This matter ultimately hinges on the attitudes of the Xia family and that prominent figure. Your presence here is probably merely a formality." Shen Wubing smiled, but refrained from elaborating further. This situation might not be as simple as it appeared on the surface. Moreover, for reasons unknown, he had a nagging feeling that the young man, surnamed Yang, was perhaps not the typical dandy. It was entirely possible that he possessed considerable depth of character. Thus, the three individuals in the interrogation room sat in silence, exchanging glances for nearly 10 minutes, with no inclination from either side to initiate questioning. 10 minutes later, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and upon seeing the newcomer, Shen Wubing's gaze sharpened. The individual was neither Zhou Dao nor anyone from the Xia family, but rather the young man, surnamed Yang. "Your captain requests that you step outside," young Master Yang instructed the two members of the law enforcement team. The two appeared momentarily taken aback, but ultimately complied, exiting the interrogation room. As they departed, the woman cast a sympathetic glance toward Shen Wubing. In her perspective, the aforementioned game may have already reached its conclusion, as the arrival of a Mr. Yang rather than a Mr. Xie suffices to elucidate the matter. Observing the door to the interrogation room being shut once more, the young man named Yang allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before addressing Shen Wubing. "The issue has been resolved. As Xie Yu, the sole grandson of Xia Wu, I must extend this courtesy. However, as for you," he paused here, his gaze lingering meaningfully upon Shen Wubing's eyes. "Am Mary Yang? Do you take me for a mere child?" Shen Wubing chuckled with a hint of resignation. "Oh, pray tell, what brings you to that conclusion?" Mr. Yang asked, a note of surprise in his tone. "Firstly, I am well acquainted with the nature of Xie Yu," Shen Wubing replied. "Secondly, we have all successfully passed through the Dao Ban selection process and will report to Dao Ban tomorrow. Even if you possess the ability to influence us, it will not be so easily accomplished with mere words." "How intriguing," Mr. Yang smiled, as if he found Shen Wubing increasingly fascinating. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Xiao from the Yang family in Kyoto." His demeanor grew slightly more earnest. Shen Wubing regarded him with a discerning glance, uncertain of the intent behind Mr. Yang's words, yet replied in a nonchalant manner, "I am Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing Yang Xiao Ichoet Noding in Satisfactan." A fine name indeed. "Mr. Yang, if you have something to convey, I urge you to speak plainly." Shen Wubing coughed twice, then added weakly, "My health is not robust, and I cannot afford to linger here for idle chatter." "Very well," Yang Xiao declared, plopping down onto the chair opposite him. "I shall be succinct. Are you aware of why Dao Ban has suddenly opened its doors for comprehensive enrollment?" Shen Wubing was momentarily taken aback by the abruptness of the question. To him, it seemed highly plausible that this spectacle was orchestrated to counter the Xia family, and that his involvement was merely a means to confront Xie Yu. However, it soon became evident that the intentions of his interlocutor were far more complex. Noticing Shen Wubing's silence, Yang Xiao remained unfazed and continued, "A month ago, a city in America experienced a terrorist attack. According to reliable sources, there were only 10 assailants, yet they inflicted casualties numbering in the hundreds. Such occurrences are hardly novel in that nation, Shen Wubing retorted feebly. They targeted the city's law enforcement, and they were armed with merely 3 firearms, Yang Xiao interjected, raising 3 fingers before Shen Wubing's eyes. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing's brow furrowed. 10 individuals wielding 3 guns, attacking law enforcement, resulting in hundreds of casualties? Such a feat seemed utterly implausible, unless... Precisely, Yang Xiao seemed to grasp Shen Wubing's train of thought, interrupting his contemplation. All 10 of those individuals were awakened, and their abilities were remarkably formidable. Noticing Shen Wubing's continued silence, Yang Xiao resumed speaking. Last week, a bank heist occurred in a small county within our Yun province, executed by a single perpetrator. Surveillance footage from that time revealed that the individual carried no tools, yet managed to slice open the ATM, absconding with over 70,000 yuan. Moreover, Yang Xiao recounted several similar incidents, each one perpetrated by an awakener. After absorbing this information, Shen Wubing remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "What is your purpose in sharing this with me?" "I have not yet finished," Yang Xiao interjected, raising a hand to halt Shen Wubing's words. He continued, "According to reliable sources, numerous awakener organizations have emerged both domestically and internationally. In certain smaller nations with limited military strength, instability has begun to surface. Let us focus on our own country. I am aware of 3 awakener organizations." At this juncture, he paused for emphasis before elaborating. The first is the Poker Organization. They represent the largest drug trafficking syndicate in the nation, with 70% of the country's narcotics emanating from their ranks. Since the emergence of awakeners 3 years ago, their leader has aggressively recruited awakeners to serve their interests, offering compensation that exceeds imagination. The military has attempted multiple offensives to dismantle them. However, due to the inability to locate their headquarters, they have only succeeded in raiding minor hideouts, which quickly regenerate. Efforts to infiltrate with undercover agents have invariably failed, and the fate of those discovered is a grim tale I need not elaborate upon. But do you know why so many undercover attempts have met with failure? Why? Shen Wubing asked, curiosity piqued. Because within the Poker Organization, there exists a telepath. Chapter 022. The Elder of the Herb Hall. The ability of mind reading requires no explanation, does it? Yang Xiao retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Shen Wubing. "I have late-stage lung cancer and cannot smoke." Shen Wubing declined with a shake of his head. Yang Xiao appeared momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he retrieved the cigarette with a look of astonishment, also removing the one he had already placed between his lips without igniting it. "Late-stage lung cancer? Is it even possible to survive?" Yang Xiao found the situation absurd. "Don't worry, I won't die," Shen Wubing reassured him with a slight shake of his head. "How can one with late-stage lung cancer be so nonchalant?" Yang Xiao felt even more incredulous. However, considering that the other party might possess formidable abilities as an awakened individual, he soon reconciled with it. "Please continue." Shen Wubing expressed a newfound interest in Yang Xiao's words, as this was a realm he had never encountered before. Yang Xiao regarded Shen Wubing with keen curiosity for a few seconds before continuing. Due to the existence of mind reading, the military has been utterly powerless against the Poker Organization, which has grown increasingly brazen. Over the past 2 years, the volume of drugs seized in the market has surged by more than 30% compared to previous years. Does the military not possess mind readers? Shen Wubing inquired, puzzled. He had not encountered many awakened individuals, but among those he knew was Lin Man, who had the ability to read minds. Surely, mind reading could not be an exceptionally rare ability. "They certainly have," Yang Xiao replied with a wry smile. "But the military has attempted to employ mind reading on captured drug traffickers, only to discover that they possess no knowledge whatsoever, not even of the Poker Organization's existence." "Hasn't the military captured any insiders from the Poker Organization over the years?" Shen Wubing asked. "They have, and not just one," Yang Xiao said, shaking his head helplessly. "However, the first thing these individuals do upon capture is to blind themselves." Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing nodded in realization. Mind reading required direct eye contact to be effective. Yet if the individual were blind... After a brief silence, Yang Xiao resumed. "The second organization is called the Wolf Alliance. It is essentially a mafia group that the military and local law enforcement are currently monitoring. However, they have yet to gather conclusive evidence. But I believe it won't be long before they are eradicated. As for the third organization, Yang Zhao's expression grew complex, as if he struggled to articulate his thoughts about it. After considerable hesitation, he finally spoke. This organization is known as the Herb Hall. At the mention of Herb Hall, Shen Wubing's pupils constricted sharply, though his expression soon returned to normal. This organization is exceedingly enigmatic, and their modus operandi is quite peculiar. Their numbers are not substantial, yet they are shrouded in mystery and possess considerable strength. Most importantly, they are rather strange. This time, Shen Wubing refrained from pursuing further inquiries, seemingly indifferent to the Herb Hall organization. Upon observing Shen Wubing's expression, Yang Xiao spoke up. Do not underestimate this organization. The principal reason for my visit to Ice City is to seek the Bai Chao Tang. Hearing this, Shen Wubing felt a tremor in his heart, yet outwardly, he feigned indifference and inquired, is this Bai Chao Tang truly so formidable that it could draw young Master Yang all the way from the capital? Their power transcends our comprehension. Yang Xiao shook his head, seemingly lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally began to articulate his concerns. About a week ago, my mother fell ill with a peculiar affliction that no hospital could remedy. After extensive inquiries, I learned of a reclusive divine physician renowned for treating this condition. However, upon my arrival, I was informed that he had been summoned by someone from Bai Chao Tang, prompting me to send someone to pursue him. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly complex. The silence stretched for nearly 2 minutes before he exhaled deeply and continued. I did not follow at that time, but I heard that he was an elderly man clad in a long robe, exuding an ethereal presence, with a long sword strapped to his back. With merely a flicker of his finger, the sword soared from its sheath and, in the blink of an eye, severed the rifles from the hands of 12 military personnel. What? Shen Wubing's complexion shifted dramatically. Was this truly an awakened? This was akin to a celestial being from a fantastical tale. Although I did not witness that scene firsthand, I later examined their rifles, each exhibiting precise cuts, unmistakably made by a sharp blade. Yang Xiao remarked with a complex expression. Is it Yuwu? Shen Wubing queried. I do not know, Yang Xiao replied, shaking his head. However, if it is indeed Yuwu, then the mastery over such abilities is truly terrifying. Following this statement, the interrogation room fell silent once more, both lost in their own contemplations. Yang Xiao pondered how he might encounter the individual again, while Shen Wubing's inner turmoil belied his outward calm. Initially, he had assumed that the Bai Chao Tang established by Old Master Lin comprised merely a collection of patients or healers. Now, to learn of an elder capable of wielding a sword was altogether unexpected. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true concern lay in whether such practices were sanctioned within Xia Nation. Would the military, upon dealing with the Wolf Alliance and the Poker Club, not inadvertently extinguish Bai Chao Tang in the process? If that were to occur, would he, as the nominal leader, not face unwarranted calamity? At that moment, Yang Xiao interrupted Shen Wubing's reverie. Having shared so much, what are your thoughts now? Me? Shen Wubing hesitated slightly, then shook his head. I have no particular thoughts. These matters seem unrelated to me. Then I shall speak plainly. Yang Xiao straightened his posture and said with earnestness, I intend to establish an organization for the awakened. Would you be interested in joining me? Establish an organization for the awakened? Shen Wubing felt a tinge of surprise. Did the military permit the formation of private awakened organizations? Such endeavors could hardly be prohibited. Yang Zhao's lips curled slightly as he spoke, returning to the initial question. Do you comprehend why the military department has permitted the Dao classes to enroll in mass? Is it not due to the Dao formula? Shen Wubing retorted. Upon hearing these 2 words, Yang Xiao paused momentarily, seemingly struck by a realization, and remarked, it appears that the Xia family holds a significant position in Ice City, even being aware of matters regarding the Dao formula. To this, Shen Wubing refrained from elaborating. Yang Xiao continued, the Dao formula is but one aspect. The more pivotal reason lies in the imminent emergence of numerous awakened organizations, both domestically and internationally. The military must establish a dedicated organization for these awakened individuals to respond effectively. So is that how it is? Shen Wubing nodded thoughtfully. Therefore, have you considered it? Yang Xiao gazed at Shen Wubing with a gentle smile. Chapter 023. Wouldn't it be resolved if I just shot him? Why me? Shen Wubing inquired. Because your abilities are unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Yang Xiao's expression suddenly turned grave as he seriously asked, could you divulge the name of the power you have awakened? Shen Wubing cast a complex glance at him, his brow instinctively furrowing. Indeed, Yang Xiao was as he had anticipated. The so-called prodigal was either a mere rumor or an act he deliberately put on for others to see. The affliction of illness. Shen Wubing hesitated for a few seconds before revealing the name of his awakened ability. The affliction of illness? Yang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized Shen Wubing once more, nodding as he remarked, it indeed aligns with your temperament. Shen Wubing refrained from elaborating on his power. Instead, he earnestly addressed Yang Xiao, stating, compared to you, I would rather place my faith in the military. Thus I shall not join you. Yang Xiao regarded Shen Wubing with a knowing gaze for a considerable time, before smiling and saying, very well, I understand. I will instruct Luo Yin shortly, and you shall be free to leave soon. As he rose to depart, Shen Wubing called out to him, wait, Yang Xiao paused, turning back to Shen Wubing. What is it? Regarding Xia, it would be best if you did not involve yourself with the Xia family. That is a matter between them and me. Yang Xiao interjected, interrupting Shen Wubing. At this juncture, he seemed to recall something and added with a smile, my purpose for coming to Ice City was to visit Bai Keitang. Yet I have received no word from them in several days. However, having come this far, I cannot return empty-handed. Yet, Yang Xiao shifted the conversation, continuing, if you're willing to join me, I would consider relinquishing the Xia family, for in my view, the entire Xia family may not hold a candle to you. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated such high regard from the other party. It is worth noting that there are numerous awakened individuals within the borders of Xia country, and he himself was unaware of the true nature of his abilities. Yet Yang Xiao was willing to forsake the entire Xia family for him. Merely this audacity and ability to draw others to his side sufficiently proved that he was far from a mere prodigal. Yang Xiao lingered at the door for a moment, and seeing Shen Wubing remain silent, he departed the interrogation room with a hint of disappointment. Shortly after his departure, the two previous members of the enforcement team re-entered. The woman addressed Shen Wubing, you are free to go. Where's my phone? Shen Wubing asked. Here. The woman retrieved the phone from a nearby table and returned it to Shen Wubing. After receiving the phone, he did not have the time to express his gratitude, instead walking out of the interrogation room. Before he could dial a number, the phone rang. Noticing the incoming call, Shen Wubing promptly pressed the answer button. Wubing, I have arrived at the enforcement team's entrance. Where are you? I am coming to find you. Shen Wubing casually uttered a few words before hanging up the phone and making his way towards the entrance. As he stepped outside, he immediately spotted a military jeep parked by the roadside. He approached the vehicle with purpose. Shen Wubing, get in, came a voice. At that moment, the passenger window slid down, revealing Jiang Anshi's exquisite visage, who beckoned him with a graceful gesture. Upon opening the door, he discovered three familiar faces within the vehicle. Among them was Jiang Anshi in the front seat, alongside Colonel Zhou Dao seated in the rear. The driver, a young man whom Shen Wubing recognized from the selection event, was none other than Tang Song. Wubing, what has transpired? Zhou Dao inquired, turning his gaze towards him. Colonel Zhou, are you familiar with Yang Xiao? Shen Wubing delved straight into the matter. Yang Xiao? Zhou Dao pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head, indicating no familiarity. He then turned to Jiang Anshi, who was languidly sucking on a lollipop, and asked, Anshi, do you know this person? I know Yang Xiao, the left envoy of the Ming cult. Jiang Anshi replied vaguely. Zhou Dao shot her an exasperated glance, but chose to ignore her, refocusing on Shen Wubing. Wubing, do you have a conflict with this person? One could say that. Shen Wubing contemplated for a moment before recounting the recent events in detail, withholding nothing. It was only respectful to be candid when seeking assistance. The Yang family of Kyoto? Zhou Dao expressed mild surprise. Meanwhile, Sun Anshi in the front seat straightened her posture, turning to Shen Wubing, her curiosity distinctly diverging from Zhou Dao's. Are you implying that the individual surnamed Yang is coming from Baiketang? Noticing Jiang Anshi's reaction, Shen Wubing raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "You are aware of Baiketang?" Zhou Dao also cast a puzzled glance in her direction upon hearing his question. Sensing their scrutinizing stares, Jiang Anshi nervously retreated into her seat, hastily waving her hand. "I don't know anything about Baiketang. I was merely curious about what abilities the old immortal capable of sword control has awakened." Both Shen Wubing and Zhou Dao instantly recognized her unease, yet neither chose to dwell on it further. Shen Wubing spoke up, "Colonel Zhou, Seiyu is my brother. He has taken good care of me during these 2 years in the dormitory, and I cannot turn my back on him." This, Zhou Dao exhibited clear hesitation. The influence of the Yang family in Kyoto was formidable, even within the military. The local tyrant of Ice City, the Xia family, paled in comparison, and even a colonel like him would be seen as inconsequential in their eyes. What's so difficult about it? At that moment, Jiang Anshi turned her attention back to the two men. "Do you have a solution?" Shen Wubing was taken aback. If even Colonel Zhou found the situation challenging, what could Jiang Anshi possibly propose? "Of course," she replied confidently. Jiang Anshi said with a proud expression, "You will treat me to 3 meals." As she spoke, she felt it was somewhat unbalanced and quickly revised her statement. "No, make it 5 meals at the renowned restaurant, and I will assist you in resolving this matter. If you truly manage to solve this issue, I shall treat you to a month of meals there." Shen Wubing had once aided a prominent tycoon, who had gifted him a card, reputedly a globally limited black card, with no spending cap. "It's a deal." With that, Jiang Anshi opened the car door, ready to exit. "Where are you going?" Both Shen Wubing and Zhou Dao inquired in unison. "I'm going to resolve this matter for you," Jiang Anshi replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "How do you plan to resolve it?" Zhou Dao's expression darkened instantly, as he had begun to suspect the method Jiang Anshi was referring to. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed when Jiang Anshi confidently declared, "I'll go in and shoot him right now. That will solve everything, won't it?" Chapter 024. What grass did yesterday's leaves yield silence. Zhou Dao barked at Jiang Anshi with irritation. Jiang Anshi merely shrugged, indifferent to his outburst. Although the matter of Shen Wubing was somewhat troublesome, Zhou Dao pondered for a few moments before shifting his tone. However, he is not his 3 major general brothers. Without a military rank, he cannot represent the entire Yang family. Moreover, this is not the capital, but Ice City. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Zhou Dao's eyes. If the other party insisted on being obstinate, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Surely, his 3 brothers would have nothing to say about it. Currently, the ailing Shen Wubing was of paramount importance to him, representing the hope of the entire Ice City military department. Over the years, due to geographical constraints, the development of the 3 provinces in Hanzhou had not been particularly favorable. With the advent of the Awakened Era, the number of awakened individuals in the 3 provinces paled in comparison to certain cities in the south. Consequently, the Hanzhou military department had been quite troubled. During their last military exercise with Qingzhou, they had suffered a devastating defeat. Now, having finally discovered a promising talent, the Yang family from the capital intended to undermine his efforts. This transcended merely assisting the Xia family. Given Yang Zhao's intentions towards Shen Wubing, he felt compelled to confront the situation directly. Despite Yang Zhao's background, Zhou Dao's 2 decades in the military had not been in vain. Resolute, Zhou Dao opened the car door and declared, "Wubing, let us pay a visit to this ambitious young master of the Yang family." After disembarking, the 4 of them had scarcely reached the entrance of the law enforcement team when Luo Yin, having received word of their arrival, had already come out to greet them. Upon seeing the insignia on Zhou Dao's shoulders, he couldn't help but gasp. What misfortune had befallen him today? Dealing with both the Yang and Xia families had already left him overwhelmed, and now he was faced with a colonel-level figure from the military. "May I inquire about your business here, Colonel?" Luo Yin asked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice lacking its usual vigor. "I am Zhou Dao, a colonel from the Hanzhou military department, currently responsible for all matters pertaining to the law enforcement teams in Ice City," Zhou Dao replied sternly, fixing his gaze on Luo Yin. I have heard that there was a conflict involving students of the law enforcement team at the Lu Wai Lu today, and I came to investigate. It is Colonel Zhou. Such a minor issue hardly warrants your personal attendance, Luo Yin replied, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dao's brows furrowed. He then retorted sharply, when it concerns the law enforcement team, how can it be considered a minor issue? Yes, Colonel Zhou. You are absolutely right. Luo Yin nodded hastily. In contemporary Xia country, there is indeed immense emphasis placed on the law enforcement teams and the awakened. However, he thought to himself, how could a mere minor conflict warrant the presence of such an esteemed figure? Instinctively, he cast a glance at the frail young man standing behind Zhou Dao, contemplating that the young man's identity was likely far more significant than merely being Xia Yu's subordinate. Moreover, Yang Xiao had just spent quite some time conversing with him privately. Soon, the four individuals, under the guidance of Luo Yin, arrived at a secluded office. Inside, Xia Yu was leisurely reclining with his legs crossed, engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing Shen Wubing and the others entering, he promptly stood up, exclaiming, "Old three, why haven't you returned yet?" With a sharp glance directed at Luo Yin, he added, "Captain Luo, it seems you truly do not regard me, Xia Yu, with any seriousness. Did you not say my brother had already departed?" Luo Yin wore a pained expression, refraining from responding to Xia Yu, instead subtly gesturing with his eyes towards Zhou Dao's location. It was at this moment that Xia Yu noticed Zhou Dao and Jiang Anqi beside Shen Wubing. After glancing at Zhou Dao's shoulder insignia, a smile crept onto his lips. So it's Colonel Zhou. Young man, Xia Yu has heard of you. Do you know me? Zhou Dao replied, somewhat surprised. He had spent most of his time within the military headquarters and had only recently assumed the role of head of the Ice City detachment, thus having had little interaction with outsiders. There were but a few colonels in the Cold State military, and, among them, the youthful and handsome Colonel Zhou was indeed a rarity. Xia Yu chuckled, delivering a perfectly timed compliment. Zhou Dao was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. You are indeed the grandson of Xia Deng. Xia Deng, known as the formidable fifth master of Ice City, was a name not many dared to utter openly. You flatter me, Colonel, Xia Yu replied with a smile. As the two engaged in their banter, Jiang Anqi rolled her eyes dramatically and said, You two carry on. I shall wander about. Luo Yan's expression turned troubled. Was the enforcement team a place one could simply roam? Yet, observing that Zhou Dao remained silent, Luo Yin recognized the gravity of the situation and chose to hold his tongue. After leaving the office, Jiang Anqi unwrapped a lollipop and glanced around before stepping into a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number, stating directly upon connection, the Yang family is targeting Bai Chao Tang, and it is regarding Zhua Yi He Chao. 2 minutes later, Jiang Anqi ended the call, casually sucking on her lollipop while meandering through the enforcement team premises. As she passed by an office door, she paused, peering through the crack to glance inside. A smirk graced her lips before she pushed the door open and entered. At that moment, Yang Xiao was seated, contemplating how to leverage this situation to align the Xie family under his influence. He had originally come to Ice City, seeking the elder who could command swords on behalf of Bai Chao Tang, but after several fruitless days, his position at home had become increasingly precarious. His 3 elder brothers had all ascended to the rank of major general within the military, and during this peaceful era devoid of war, their careers had reached their zenith. If he wished to join the military, no matter how exceptional he was, his accomplishments would inevitably fall short of those of his brothers. As the appointment of a 3rd major general has reached the maximum threshold acceptable to the military, they would never permit another major general to arise from the Yang family. Thus, in order to achieve his ambitions, he must forge a different path. For joining the military is utterly out of the question. Subsequently, he set his sights on the awakened. If he could command a formidable group of them, then even within the Yang family, no one would dare to underestimate him, and he could successfully shed the label of a debauched heir. Upon witnessing the severed gun barrels at his command, he resolved to recruit that elderly man. However, after several days, not only did he fail to uncover any information about the elder, but he also found no leads regarding the organization known as the 100 Herb Hall. Reluctantly, He was forced to settle for a secondary target, the Xia family. Thus, he devised a scheme specifically tailored for Xiaoyu. His initial intention was for Zhuang Lei to teach Xiaoyu a lesson, and then, under the pretext of Xiaoyu offending him, to coerce the Xia family into submission. Yet, unexpectedly, a certain Shen Wubing emerged, defeating Zhuang Lei through unknown means, leaving Zhuang Lei in a state of utter despair. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Entering the room was a young woman clad in camouflage combat attire, her flawless visage akin to white jade. Immediately captivated Yang Zhao's attention. Though she possessed the beauty of a refined lady, there was an air of extraordinary vigor between her brows, instilling a profound desire for conquest at first glance. "Are you Yang Xiao?" she inquired with a smile. "A beauty knows me?" Yang Xiao replied, "Somohat astonished." "Are you searching for the 100 Herb Hall?" Jiang Anshi posed another question, disregarding his response. Chapter 025. The Herb Hall, South Ridge's rhododendron. Upon hearing these words, Yang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly. He immediately sat up straight, fixing his gaze intently on Jiang Anshi, his voice dropping to a grave whisper. "You are aware of the Herb Hall?" "Not only am I aware, I am indeed a member of the Herb Hall," Jiang Anshi replied, a smile playing on her lips. "What?" Yang Xiao stood abruptly from his chair, scrutinizing Jiang Anshi anew. After a prolonged moment, excitement lit up his face. "Wonderful! The heavens do not forsake the diligent. I have finally found it." With that, he grasped Jiang Anshi by the shoulders, his breath quickening. "Take me to meet your leader." Jiang Anshi glanced at his hands resting on her shoulders, furrowing her brow, yet she did not withdraw. Instead, she replied coolly, "Among the members of the Herb Hall, we remain unaware of each other's identities. As for our leader, I have yet to meet them myself. Then how can I establish contact?" "Yang Xiao Preset." Jiang Anshi shook her head in silence. Yang Xiao frowned, then spoke in a low tone. "Since you have come to meet me and revealed your identity, it implies that the Herb Hall is inclined towards collaboration." His expression shifted, and he continued coldly, "Is this the attitude your Herb Hall embodies in cooperation?" "Cooperation?" Jiang Anshi paused, momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "I believe you are mistaken. We have no intention of collaborating with you." She shook her head, her smile unwavering as she explained, "The reason I shared this with you is to make you aware of the situation." "What did you say?" Yang Zhao's expression darkened instantly. "Furthermore, I am known as South Ridge's rhododendron within the Herb Hall." Jiang Anshi leaned forward slightly, whispering into his ear. South Ridge's rhododendron, also known as Brother Liao, is a type of herbal medicine capable of treating numerous ailments. However, the entire plant is toxic. Its fruits and even roots are highly poisonous. The flower symbolizes redemption. After delivering this statement, Jiang Anshi finally removed Yang Zhao's hand from her shoulders. Then, to his astonishment, she tore her clothing, revealing her fair shoulder. What are you doing?" At that moment, Yang Xiao was devoid of any appreciation for the alluring sight, sensing that she harbored ulterior motives. Jiang Anshi merely smiled and stated, "You are being inappropriate." "What?" Yang Xiao was momentarily at a loss. However, in the next instant, Jiang Anshi drew a silver handgun from her bag, the cold muzzle aimed directly at his forehead. Before Yang Xiao could utter a word, the gun fired. Bang! The dull sound of the gunshot reverberated through the enforcement team, startling everyone. At that moment, in the office, Zhou Dao sprang to his feet upon hearing the gunfire. His immediate reaction was to glance around. Then he turned to Tang Song, asking, "Where is Jiang Anshi?" "She." Tang Song hesitated for a moment. Then, as if recalling something, he quickly responded, "She said she was going out for a stroll." "This is bad." At this moment, Zhou Dao could no longer concern himself with anything else. He pushed open the office door with purposeful strides, heading towards the direction of the gunfire. Behind him, Luo Yin was pale as a ghost, for according to his assessment, the sound of the gunfire originated from the office where Yang Xiao was located. The mere thought sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down his back. Upon reaching the doorway of the office from which the gunshots emanated, they discovered a gathering of law enforcement members, all wearing expressions of distress. Noticing Luo Yan's approach, one individual hastily jogged over and whispered a few words in his ear. Immediately, Luo Yan's complexion darkened further, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. At that moment, Jiang Anqi slowly pushed her way through the crowd, adjusting her tattered clothing at the shoulder while murmuring to herself, "What a pity." Zhou Dao endeavored to maintain a calm tone and cautiously inquired, "Was that gunfire from you?" He fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Anqi's eyes, desperately hoping to hear her utter the word no. However, reality proved to be a bitter disappointment. "It was me. He attempted to assault me, and I acted in self-defense," Jiang Anqi replied, retrieving her phone from her pocket. After rummaging for a few seconds, she stated, "According to Article 21 of the new law of Xia, when an awakener's life is threatened, they may use their abilities for self-protection, and it is not a crime. Do you realize whom you have killed?" Zhou Dao could no longer contain his fury. Nearly roaring, "That was a member of the Yang family from Kyoto. What am I to do to protect you? I did nothing wrong. I acted in accordance with the new law of Xia," Jiang Anqi retorted. Witnessing Zhou Dao's genuine anger, her confidence wavered, and her voice became a mere whisper. "So you believe you could take a life?" Zhou Dao continued to shout. "The new law allows for self-defense, but my ability is unerring shot," Jiang Anqi murmured, her head lowered. Unerring shot grants her the next shot to be guaranteed to hit. Yet, given her current mastery of this ability, she could only utilize it 3 times within a day. Nevertheless, this power could render her invincible as long as she possessed a firearm. After hearing Jiang Anqi's explanation, Zhou Dao paused for 2 seconds, then scrutinized her with a piercing gaze for several moments, his brow furrowed. He knew Jiang Anqi all too well. Though impulsive and inclined towards violence, she never engaged in actions devoid of purpose or benefit. Moreover, how could she possibly be aware of Article 21 of the new law? Someone must be orchestrating events from behind the scenes. But who could possibly manipulate this little firebrand? Jiang Anqi was assigned to him by Old Master Lin So. Within mere seconds, Zhou Dao discerned the underlying circumstances. It was highly likely that Old Master Lin was plotting behind this incident, leaving him with no choice but to cooperate. Upon reflecting on this, he pondered for a few moments before speaking. Following the emergence of the Awakened Ones, our nation indeed enacted new legislation concerning them, and Article 21 is, as Jiang Anqi stated, accurate. However, with a shift in tone, Zhou Dao fixed a serious gaze upon Jiang Anqi and declared sternly, "Whether Yang Xiao has indeed committed any impropriety against you remains to be investigated. Therefore, I must now detain you until the truth comes to light." "I understand," Jiang Anqi replied, lowering her head, visibly aggrieved. Meanwhile, Luo Yin, observing this scene, sensed that something was amiss. Personnel from the military had executed members of the Yang family during the law enforcement operation. Yet, it was evident that Zhou Dao intended to take the culprit away. How would the enforcement team account for this to the Yang family? After all, he was the one who had brought Yang Xiao to the enforcement team, only for the latter to perish right under his nose. And now he was allowing the perpetrator to escape. When the Yang family learns of this, not only would he jeopardize his position as the captain of the enforcement team, but his very life could also be at stake. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Luo Yin quickly interjected, "Colonel Zhou, you cannot take him away." "What did you say?" Zhou Dao turned coldly to cast a glance at Luo Yin. Chapter 026. What exactly is an awakener? Upon feeling the piercing gaze of Zhou Dao, Luo Yin instinctively swallowed hard, but ultimately lacked the courage to intervene. Observing this, Zhou Dao redirected his attention to Tang Song beside him, instructing, "Take Jiang Anqi back. No one is permitted to see her until the matter is thoroughly investigated." Indeed, Zhou Dao's words seemingly implied the confinement of Jiang Anqi. However, in reality, they served as a protective measure for her. Luo Yin watched the retreating figures of Jiang Anqi and Tang Song. His mouth opened as if to speak, yet no words emerged, his expression heavy with concern. Once the two had departed from the enforcement team, Zhou Dao turned to Luo Yin and stated, "Captain Luo, the remaining matters are entrusted to you." He emphasized his request with a pointed reminder, "Be sure to report truthfully." Luo Yin, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a complex expression, nodded, "Rest assured, Colonel Zhou, I will report faithfully." Satisfied, Zhou Dao nodded in acknowledgement before leaving the enforcement team with Shen Wubing and the others. As they reached the entrance, an elderly gentleman clad in Tai Chi attire descended from a business vehicle. The elder hesitated momentarily upon seeing Zhou Dao, then approached with a warm smile. "Colonel Zhou, it has been a while." "Master Xia," Zhou Dao responded courteously and kind. Xia then glanced at Xia Yu and Shen Wubing behind Zhou Dao before turning his attention back to him. Still smiling, "I heard that Xia Yu has caused some trouble. Could it possibly involve you?" "Colonel Zhou?" "Not at all." Zhou Dao waved his hand dismissively, then glanced at Shen Wubing. "It was Wubing who called for me." At this revelation, Xia Deng appeared taken aback. He had previously hosted Shen Wubing and had met him, yet he was unaware of the connection between Wubing and Zhou Dao. Consequently, he inquired, "Young Shen, how has your health been lately?" "Thank you for your concern, Master Xia. I am much better now," Shen Wubing replied with a nod. Enough of the pleasantries. Xia Deng attempted to continue, but Zhou Dao interrupted, directing his gaze at Shen Wubing. "Wubing, you and the others should return to the school. I will resolve this matter with Master Xia." "Understood." Shen Wubing recognized the gravity of the situation and could only await Zhou Dao's handling of it. After returning to the dormitory, dawn was approaching. Exhausted from the day's events, Shen Wubing found himself unable to bear the fatigue. He quickly washed up and collapsed on his bed, falling into a deep slumber. The following morning, he was abruptly awakened by the urgent ringing of his phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he sat up to answer. "Old Master Lin, what brings you to call me so early?" "Young Shen, it was I who instructed Anshi to act yesterday," Old Master Lin stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing was instantly wide awake. Before he could fully digest the news, Old Master Lin spoke again. "Anshi is also a member of Bai Keitang, with the codename Nanning Yaohua." Previously, Shen Wubing had regarded Bai Keitang as nothing more than an organization created by Old Master Lin to prolong his life. However, after yesterday's incident with Yang Xiao, he realized that the situation was far more complex. Both the old sage who could control the sword and the unerring Jiang Anshi were formidable awakeners. It seemed that Old Master Lin was intent on establishing a mysterious organization comprised entirely of awakeners. "Xiao Shun," before Shen Wubing could voice his inquiries, Old Master Lin continued. "I am aware that you have many questions at this moment, but this matter cannot be succinctly explained in a few words. Thus, I shall send someone to collect you in 3 days, and I will elucidate everything in person." "Understood." Shen Wubing remained silent for a few seconds before responding. "Moreover, regarding yesterday's incident, Zhou Dao and Xia Deng will handle it appropriately. Yang Xiao was merely a trivial character within the Yang family. They will not make a significant fuss over him, so you can rest assured." "Thank you, Old Master Lin." As he spoke, Shen Wubing was once again unable to suppress a fit of coughing. Upon hearing his cough, Old Master Lin seemed to recall something. Today Zhou Dao will arrange for the individuals from the Awakener Research Institute to meet with you. Since your absorption is an awakened ability, they will surely have a solution." "I understand, Old Master Lin. I will meet with them shortly." Shen Wubing glanced at the time, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then hung up the phone. After awakening Xia Yu and the others, they quickly washed up and had a simple breakfast before heading to the Dao class to report. However, the three were not placed in the same class. Shen Wubing was assigned to a separate class, while Xia Yu and the others were together in one. Upon arriving at his class, Shen Wubing discovered that it was already filled with students, at least 40 in total. Among them were a few acquaintances, the limping Qin Hao, as well as Yi Qing and Lin Man. Seeing Shen Wubing enter, Yi Qing eagerly waved, "Brother Bing, over here." Shen Wubing smiled and took a seat next to Yi Qing. "I never realized our academy had so many awakeners," he remarked, surveying the classroom. The class originally had 33 students, but this time it seems that awakeners from several nearby academies have joined as well. Apart from you and Lin Man, who are the newly discovered awakeners, there are now a total of 42 students, Yi Qing explained. "I see," Shen Wubing nodded. After chatting for a few more minutes, once all the seats were filled, a man dressed in a suit, standing tall and dignified, entered the room. Shen Wubing immediately recognized him as Tang Song, whom he had encountered twice before. The man ascended the podium, rapped his knuckles against the blackboard, signaling for everyone to settle down. His gaze swept over the crowd, and upon spotting Shen Wubing, He offered a slight nod as a form of greeting. "Greetings, my dear students. I am your newly appointed class teacher." With that, he turned and inscribed his name on the blackboard with chalk, stating, "I am Tang Song of the Tang and Song dynasties. Regardless of what your previous teacher may have imparted to you, from this day forth, everything shall commence anew." As he spoke, his eyes roamed over the assembly once more, and he posed a question. "Now allow me to inquire, what exactly is an awakened one?" The moment these words were uttered, murmurs erupted among the students, although a greater focus was directed towards speculating the whereabouts of their former teacher, Su Changshen. At that moment, Tang Song pointed to a boy among them, urging him to respond. "You, answer, what is an awakened one?" The boy momentarily hesitated, but eventually stood up, pondering for a considerable time before tentatively suggesting, "A superhero?" Chapter 027. With great power comes great responsibility, Superman. Tang Song pondered for a few seconds before silently nodding. "Your answer is quite commendable. Each of you present possesses a supernatural ability that defies scientific explanation. It would not be an exaggeration to deem you all as superheroes." "Teacher Tang, does this mean we will have to save the world in the future?" A student quipped, his tone laced with jest. Upon uttering this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, prompting a ripple of amusement among his peers. "Perhaps," Tang Song replied with a semblance of seriousness. The sight of his earnestness only elicited further laughter from the students. "Save the world? What a farcical notion. The Summer Kingdom has already ascended to the ranks of the world's foremost powers. The concept of war is something we observe solely in the news pertaining to distant, troubled nations. What are you all laughing at?" Tang Song furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is it truly that amusing?" "Teacher, don't you think you sound a bit juvenile?" A girl adorned with lip piercings and smoky eye makeup asked with a chuckle. "Juvenile?" Tang Song was momentarily taken aback, running a hand through his short hair. "Do you not comprehend that with great power comes great responsibility?" The moment those words left his lips, a chorus of laughter erupted from the students. The girl with the smoky makeup chimed in again. "Teacher, that saying is rather kitsch. Please refrain from trying to indoctrinate us with it." "Kitsch? Indoctrinate?" Tang Song found himself in a state of bemusement. Having joined the military at the tender age of 18, a decade had elapsed, and though he appeared youthful, he was nearing 30. The years spent in the military had rendered him somewhat disconnected from societal trends. The principle he had held dear, "with great power comes great responsibility," was now perceived as outdated by these young minds. Could faith truly become obsolete? Taking a deep breath, he scanned the audience, his gaze landing on Shen Wubing, one of the few who remained unamused and the only individual Tang Song recognized. "Shen Wubing, could you assist me with something?" Shen Wubing, slightly taken aback, nonetheless rose to approach the podium. Tang Song retrieved his phone from his pocket, sifting through it before pointing at several files and images displayed on the screen. "Could you help me project this?" Shen Wubing glanced at the contents of the files, his breath hitching in surprise. He promptly lowered the projector and began to mirror Tang Song's phone onto the screen. Soon, the first document illuminated the display. As Tang Song gazed at the file, his expression grew increasingly complex. In a voice tinged with gravel, he began, "On July 16th, 2021, the first incident involving an awakened individual harming others occurred in Qingshan. The ability of that awakened individual was blazing fire. At this revelation, all eyes turned towards Qin Hao. "What are you staring at?" "It wasn't me," Qin Hao retorted with irritation. However, Tang Song paid no heed to the others and continued speaking at that time. "Our understanding of the awakened ones was rather limited, and we were unaware of their true nature. Our team received orders to proceed to Qingcheng to assist the law enforcement squad in apprehending criminals." As he recounted this, a shadow of melancholy crossed Tang Song's expression, and after a moment to compose himself, he continued, "We had yet to witness the terrifying capabilities of the awakened." The fire serpents surged forth. Leading the charge was my former squad leader, who just prior to the mission had been boasting about how his child was beginning to say daddy. At this juncture, Shen Wubing produced a photograph depicting a slightly plump woman cradling a toddler who was just beginning to speak. Though the woman was not conventionally beautiful, her smile radiated sweetness and happiness. However, in the days that followed, it was likely she would never again wear such a genuine smile. All joy ceased on July 16th, 2021. Gazing at the image on the screen, even this stalwart man, Tang Song, felt his eyes mist over, his voice growing hoarse. In truth, the casualties from that incident were far greater. The squad leader was immediately engulfed by the fire serpent, and I was the first to react, but in my panic, I faltered. A deep sense of self-reproach washed over Tang Song's face. My error in not delivering a fatal shot allowed the wielder of the flame to mount a final counterattack, and the entire building was soon engulfed in flames. That operation claimed 7 lives in total, including 2 from the military, 3 from the law enforcement team, and 2 firefighters who arrived later. It is said that those 2 firefighters had just turned 18, younger than all of you here, while you sit in this classroom, basking in the adoration and reverence for the awakened. They perished in the inferno. All that returned was a handful of ashes. Upon hearing these words, everyone instinctively lowered their heads. The girl with the smoky makeup wrestled with her thoughts for a moment before finally raising her head, her tone tinged with guilt. "Teacher, I'm sorry, I was just joking." "Not all," Tang Song replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "I do not blame you. You were born in an era of peace, and you have not experienced such events. However, the first lesson I impart today is to confront the harsh realities of this world." The harsh realities of this world? Even Shen Wubing, who stood nearby, appeared puzzled. "Indeed," Tang Song said, glancing at Shen Wubing before turning his attention back to the students. "For a long time, the military has chosen to conceal many perilous truths to avoid instilling unnecessary fear. The incident I just described was officially reported as an accidental fire. In the past, the soldiers of the military and the members of the law enforcement team possessed greater abilities than you, and they understood the principle that with great power comes great responsibility. Thus, they silently bore the weight, providing you with a carefree and tranquil existence in the Summer Kingdom. At this juncture, Tang Song shifted the conversation, asserting that each of you present is an awakened one. Your abilities have surpassed those of the majority of military personnel and law enforcement officers. It is time for you to recognize the true dangers of this world and to assume the responsibilities that rest upon their shoulders. Do you willingly? With a resounding chorus, the 42 students affirmed their commitment. Observing this scene, Tang Song nodded slightly. However, he understood that this was merely the beginning. He was acutely aware that while some individuals maintain their fervor throughout their lives, the enthusiasm of most tends to wane rapidly, often lasting only a fleeting moment. When confronted with genuine peril, when faced with the brutality and bloodshed, many among them would likely falter, swiftly forgetting the impassioned declaration of willingness made in this moment. Yet, he also recognized that this matter cannot be rushed. The military has ample time to await their maturation and readiness to stand independently. Chapter 28. The Way of the Tao and the Cyclones. Subsequently, Tang Song narrated numerous instances of awakened individuals committing acts of wrongdoing, each case accompanied by sacrifice and sorrow. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly solemn, and the expressions of the students towards Tang Song shifted from frivolity and jest to one of respect and admiration. When Su Changsheng served as their homeroom teacher, he too had imparted knowledge about the utilization of awakening abilities, but he failed to instill a correct worldview. His sole message was that the more powerful one became, the higher their future status and the more lavish their rewards would be. This method of education, while igniting the students' ambitions and motivating them, inadvertently led their perspectives on life astray. In contrast, Tang Song established a value system that emphasized that during times of profound change in the world, faith serves as the primary weapon against unforeseen calamities. Noticing the shift in the students' mentality, Tang Song nodded in satisfaction, though inwardly he mused that being a teacher to students was far more challenging than battling awakened individuals. Indeed, no profession is without its difficulties. Now, I shall elucidate how the way of the Tao aids in awakening. The way of the Tao fundamentally represents a method of cultivation practiced by ancient practitioners. Method of cultivation? Does that mean one could traverse the heavens and the earth, moving mountains and seas? An eager student inquired. Refrain from indulging in too many fantasy novels, Tang Song retorted with mild irritation. What is termed as a method of cultivation serves only to strengthen the body. At higher levels, one might be able to break stones with bare hands or traverse walls. But do not entertain notions of soaring to the heavens or burrowing into the earth. Then why should we cultivate it? The student murmured quietly. An excellent question, Tang Song remarked, glancing at him with approval before explaining. For ordinary students in the Tao class, indeed, the cultivation of the way of the Tao serves merely to enhance physical strength. However, for you, it is quite different. You are all awakened individuals, and you undoubtedly share a common trait. After frequent use of your abilities, you often feel fatigued, and in severe cases, may even faint. Upon hearing this, all nodded in agreement. During the battle between Yi Qing and Qin Hao, he had frequently activated his combat instinct. And even with his physique, he had turned pale. Others might not have been able to endure such strain. Cultivating the way of the Tao could perfectly address this issue. Once the cultivation of the way of the Tao reaches a certain level, you may be able to unleash your abilities without limitations. At this revelation, the eyes of all the students sparkled with excitement. Yi Qing, seated beside Shen Wubing, straightened his posture slightly. If he could use his combat instinct for extended periods, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Moreover, Tang Song feigned an air of mystery as he continued. The students, brimming with anticipation, urged, "Teacher Tang Song, please do not keep us in suspense. What other effects does the way of the Tao possess?" The Taoist technique not only enables you to frequently utilize your abilities, but also empowers you to enhance them, akin to a progression in skill. As Tang Song's words resonated in the classroom, a brief silence enveloped the space, soon giving way to a chorus of astonished exclamations. With a gesture to calm the crowd, Tang Song continued, "You may find my explanation somewhat abstract, so allow me to illustrate with an example." Turning his gaze to the document projected on the screen, he began, "Let us consider the blazing fire as a case in point. Initially, an awakened blazing fire can merely conjure a few fireballs, and those with slightly better aptitude can unleash fire serpents that extend no more than 10 meters. While such abilities may seem formidable to the untrained eye in actual combat, they are rather trivial, as many military weapons can achieve similar feats." Upon hearing this, all eyes gravitated towards Qin Hao, who had been nurtured as a prodigy by Su Changsheng. Yet now, Tang Song was deeming his abilities as inconsequential. Realizing that Qin Hao was likely the class's blazing fire awakener, Tang Song continued, "However, the Qingzhou military has recently witnessed an upgraded form of blazing fire." At this, Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, his face alight with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "Teacher Tang Song, is the upgraded blazing fire powerful?" "Indeed," Tang Song affirmed, his expression turning serious as if recalling a harrowing experience, a flicker of caution flashing in his eyes. After a moment's pause, he recounted, "During a live combat exercise between the Hanzhou and Qingzhou militaries, I witnessed firsthand the terrifying might of the upgraded blazing fire." "How terrifying?" Qin Hao pressed, his enthusiasm palpable. "It is a fire that cannot be extinguished." A barely perceptible anger flickered in Tang Song's gaze as he continued. This incident even led to a tragic accident during the exercise, resulting in the deaths of 2 soldiers from the Hanzhou military beneath the blazing fire. A collective gasp escaped the students, the notion of an unquenchable flame sending shivers down their spines. Would that not mean certain doom upon being struck? Yet, Qin Hao's reaction was one of exhilaration, as he pumped his fist in excitement. Noting his overly eager demeanor, Tang Song's expression darkened, and he cautioned, "Do not celebrate prematurely. Attaining an upgrade is no simple feat. While the Taoist technique can facilitate progression, it is fundamentally a matter of probability, and the odds are not particularly favorable." Nevertheless, Qin Hao remained undeterred, confident in his own talents, convinced that if other blazing fire awakeners could ascend, so too could he. Subsequently, Tang Song imparted the principles of the Taoist technique to the students, encouraging them to attempt its internal application. As Shen Wubing engaged with the technique, he perceived it as a form of energy cultivation. After a single cycle, he felt a notable lightness throughout his body, albeit with no further sensations. Seated beside him, Yi Qing exhibited a subtle distinction. Shen Wubing discernibly observed an ethereal fluctuation emanating from Yi Qing, causing a perceptible alteration in the surrounding atmosphere. Tang Song, keenly perceptive, also noted this phenomenon and turned to Yi Qing, inquiring, "Have you become aware of the vortex within yourself?" Vortex? Yi Ying replied, "Somehat perplied. I merely sense what feels akin to a black hole within me, absorbing the energy generated by my cultivation of the Tao technique." Upon hearing this, Tang Song nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. You possess a remarkable talent." He then addressed the assembly, elucidating, in truth, each of our bodies harbors the existence of a vortex, which is what this student has just referred to as a black hole. Typically, we find it challenging to recognize the presence of these vortices, but once you engage in the practice of Tao techniques, you will come to realize their existence within you. Moreover, it is essential to note that every individual possesses not merely one vortex, but 7. Chapter 29, Transformation at 7. As for why it is 7 spirals. We have pondered this question before, and now I shall recount it once more. Tang Song, with his hands clasped behind his back, feigned an air of profundity and began to speak slowly. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. And all things, upon reaching 7, undergo transformation. The phrase 3 begets all things is quite comprehensible. 1 represents the origin, akin to the Tai Chi. 2 symbolizes yin and yang, which can also be interpreted as male and female. 3 signifies the progeny, emerging from yin and yang, while all things are constituted by countless yin and yang and their descendants, thus embodying what is known as 3 begets all things. But what does it mean that upon reaching 7, transformation occurs? The girl with the smoky makeup inquired, initially resistant to Tang Song, perceiving him as someone attempting to indoctrinate her with an ideology that prioritized the state above all else. However, after witnessing the harrowing cases and the blood-soaked photographs, she suddenly felt that as an awakened being, regarded as a superhuman by others, they indeed ought to take action. A pertinent question, indeed. Tang Song cast a look of mentorship towards her and began to elucidate. The development of phenomena corresponds to the 6 lines in the Bagua, symbolizing 6 stages of evolution. The phrase 6-6 good fortune implies that one hopes each of the 6 steps proceeds smoothly. Upon completing these 6 steps, a new phase emerges, which is the essence of transformation at 7. In truth, there exists another interpretation of transformation at 7. At this moment, Tang Song seemed to have embraced his role as a teacher, walking back and forth on the platform as he spoke. Some say that transformation at 7 is an immutable law throughout the ages. For instance, in the annals of Chinese history, the Han Dynasty's golden age, the Kaiyuan prosperity, and the Yongle era all reached their zenith after 700 years. The Yongle era has now been over 600 years past. Thus, the emergence of awakened beings heralds the onset of the transformative era at 7. Teacher Tang Song, you are so well-versed, the girl with the smoky makeup exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Not at all, Tang Song replied with a calm wave of his hand, though inwardly he was elated. Having entered the military immediately after high school, he had consistently performed commendably and received much praise, yet this was the first time someone had lauded his erudition, which filled him with a sense of pride. Now, back to the main topic. Tang Song cleared his throat and continued. The cultivation of the Tao techniques essentially involves the manipulation of energy, drawing the spiritual essence from the universe into your body to fill your spirals. Once you have filled a spiral, you will have successfully achieved a breakthrough. Upon filling a spiral, your physical prowess will surpass that of ordinary individuals, and with a few basic combat skills, defeating several ordinary people will become a trivial matter. Teacher Tang Song, how many spirals must one fill to advance in ability? Qin Hao interjected, eager for this information, for the unquenchable flame of ambition burned brightly within him. Tang Song cast a glance at him and began to elucidate. Generally speaking, after fully filling 3 spirals, each breakthrough presents an opportunity for an enhancement in capability. However, I must emphasize that this is a matter of probability. Some individuals may ascend after filling the 3 spirals, while others might never achieve such elevation in their lifetime. At this moment, the young lady with smoky makeup raised her hand. Please, go on. Tang Song nodded in acknowledgement. I would like to know what happens when all 7 spirals are completely filled. Upon hearing this, Tang Song nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, your ignorance renders you fearless. To date, in our Summer Nation, only a handful have cultivated the Tao formula to its utmost peak, and they have merely filled 5 spirals. Even so, their prowess remains unfathomable. Should one truly manage to fill all 7 spirals, perhaps one could indeed experience a transformation upon the 7th, achieving immortality. Who knows? Tang Song remarked, half in jest, half earnestly. Afterward, he raised his hand to check the time and declared, all right, that's enough for today. You may return and practice the Tao formula independently. Goodbye. Teacher Tang Song. The smoky-eyed girl waved her hand, casting a flirtatious glance in Tang Song's direction, leaving him both amused and exasperated. As Shen Wubing stood and approached the podium, Tang Song called out to him, Shen Wubing, please stay a moment. I would like to introduce you to 2 individuals. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing quickly recalled that Zhou Dao had mentioned yesterday that a meeting with personnel from the Awakener Research Institute would be arranged for him today, indicating that they had indeed arrived at the academy. Subsequently, Shen Wubing followed Tang Song into a private office. As he pushed the door open, he observed 2 individuals seated within, a young man wearing glasses and an elderly gentleman whose hair was grizzled, yet who appeared remarkably vigorous. A laptop was positioned on the desk before them, and they seemed to be engaged in a discussion. Upon noticing Shen Wubing and Tang Song's entrance, they ceased their conversation, their gazes settling upon Shen Wubing. Professor this is Shen Wubing, Tang Song introduced, pointing towards him. The elderly gentleman scrutinized Shen Wubing from head to toe and then nodded at Tang Song, saying, very well, you may leave us now. Tang Song turned a glance at Shen Wubing and advised, Colonel Zhou could not attend today due to matters concerning the Yang family. He asked me to convey that you may pose any inquiries to these 2 gentlemen. I understand, thank you. Teacher Tang Song, Shen Wubing replied with a smile. You rascal, Tang Song chuckled before turning and exiting the office. Once Tang Song had departed and closed the door behind him, the elderly gentleman smiled warmly and said, so, you are Shen Wubing? Please have a seat. Shen Wubing nodded and took a seat in the chair opposite them. I am Yong, an academician at the Awakener Research Institute, he said, extending a hand toward the young man beside him. This is my student, Tian. Hello, Professor He. Greetings, academician Tian. Shen Wubing addressed them both respectfully. Professor He consistently wore a gentle smile, resembling a kindly grandfather from the neighborhood, while the young man named Tian appeared somewhat dull and expressionless. Shout, Shen. Let's get straight to the point, Professor He remarked, surveying Shen Wubing from head to toe once more. Colonel Zhou has briefed us on your general situation, and we convened an urgent discussion last night to address your concerns, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. What conclusion? Shen Wubing inquired. Your abilities are undoubtedly formidable. However, you feel as though you are nearing death, which presents a dilemma. After a brief pause, Professor He continued, based on our understanding of awakened abilities, it is possible that you are not on the brink of death, but rather on the verge of an ascension in your powers. Ascension? Shen Wubing responded, momentarily taken aback. Is it not said that one must cultivate the Tao techniques and fully saturate 3 energy vortices to have the chance of ascension? Typically, that is the case. Professor He explained. Yet, there are always individuals and abilities that are exceptional. Even before the widespread adoption of Tao techniques, there are individuals who experienced ascension. Thus, your situation is not entirely unprecedented. What should I do next? Shen Wubing pressed further. Continue to absorb the ailments from others, Professor, he stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing pondered for a few seconds before tentatively asking, are you certain that I will not perish? Uncertain, Shen Wubing. Chapter 030. The Unhinged Research Institute. Sensing the change in Shen Wubing's expression, Professor He offered an awkward smile and added, however, I am 80% confident, so you need not worry. Despite the reassurances, Shen Wubing felt an unsettling apprehension about the seemingly benevolent elder before him, suspecting that he harbored ulterior motives. Little Shen, I am a professor at the Research Institute, and my words carry substantial weight here. You must trust me." As he spoke, Professor he turned to Tian-Wen, instructing, "You tell him, my words hold authority, do they not?" Tian-Wen nodded vacantly, his gaze wandering, leading Shen Wubing to seriously doubt whether he had even comprehended Professor He's inquiry. "What do you mean, Professor he chided him, then turned back to Shen Wubing. "Little Shen still harbors doubts. Do encourage him." "All right." Tian-Wen turned to Shen Wubing, pausing for an extended moment, as if pondering how to provide comfort. After considerable silence, he finally said, "Rest assured, you will surely succeed, unless you do not." Shen Wubing was instantly engulfed in confusion. The statement seemed to convey little meaning. Realizing his words sounded rather pointless, Tian-Wen hastily amended, "What I mean is, you should boldly attempt it. After all, until your demise, you are undoubtedly alive." Shen Wubing felt a headache brewing. Enough. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking further." Professor he promptly interrupted Tian-Wen, turning his attention to Shen Wubing. "Do not heed his nonsense. The situation is precisely as it is, and the specifics will depend on the circumstances." Afterward, Professor he patted his mouth, feeling that his time with Tian-Wen had infected him with the same propensity for trivial chatter. "In light of this, we have tailored a combat strategy specifically for your abilities." Professor he swiftly redirected the topic. "Tian-Wen specializes in this area. Let him explain." "No doubting." Professor he shot Tian-Wen a warning glare. "Very well." Tian-Wen nodded earnestly. "I shall keep it concise." Shen Wubing felt a wave of relief. Brevity was indeed welcomed, as he had no desire to endure further trivialities. Tian-Wen began, "This matter is rather intricate." Shen Wubing felt on the verge of despair. Fortunately, upon delving into the subject matter, Tian-Wen finally ceased his superfluous talk. "Since learning of your abilities, I have not closed my eyes. After thorough assessment and evaluation, I have devised a series of combat strategies for you." With that, Tian-Wen produced a small notebook from his pocket and continued, "Firstly, you must possess one or more diseases that can be fatal and are incurable, such as various forms of cancer." "I have those, and quite a few," Shen Wubing replied. "Excellent." Tian-Wen nodded in satisfaction, then added, "Secondly, you must also prepare some diseases that can incapacitate an individual instantly or induce a loss of consciousness." During the fierce battle against Yang Zhao's bodyguard, Shen Wubing discerned a significant truth. Despite being afflicted by over 20 ailments, he could not identify a single disease capable of incapacitating his opponent instantaneously. Even the prospect of bestowing acute appendicitis upon the adversary failed to diminish their fighting spirit. While cancer is undoubtedly a fatal malady, it does not manifest abruptly. Many individuals live for 3 to 5 years post-diagnosis. Reassured, Tian-Wen perceived Shen Wubing's dilemma and promptly suggested such diseases need not be lethal. They could be trivial ailments. For instance, consider hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia? Shen Wubing paused momentarily, realizing he did not suffer from this condition. Though not a grave illness, low blood sugar can lead to insufficient energy supply to brain cells, resulting in brief lapses of consciousness. Tian-Wen chuckled, envisioning a scenario where, amidst combat, one participant succumbs to a sudden hypoglycemic episode. Would there be any suspense left in the match? Indeed, there exist numerous other conditions capable of inducing instantaneous loss of consciousness, such as cerebral thrombosis and epilepsy, among others. Before Shen Wubing could respond, Tian-Wen, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, "Furthermore, I propose you explore psychological disorders. Imagine a seemingly ordinary individual suddenly experiencing a psychotic episode during a fight. How intriguing that would be." Witnessing Tian-Wen's fervor, Shen Wubing couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. It was evident that the madness of an educated mind could be quite terrifying. After an extensive half-hour discourse, Shen Wubing found himself enriched by the insights of the eccentric Professor He and the unpredictable Tian-Wen. The strategies they devised were indeed razor-sharp. Had he possessed hypoglycemia while confronting the individual named Zhuang Lei, the latter might not have stood a chance. Reflecting on this revelation, Shen Wubing deemed it prudent to visit a hospital soon, and a psychiatric hospital as well. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Wubing discovered that Xie Yu and the others were absent. He dialed Xia Yu's number, only to find, unusually, that it went unanswered. He then attempted to contact Qian Ming, but the latter abruptly ended the call. Frowning, Shen Wubing noted that, after sharing a dormitory for so long, his friends would typically never decline his calls, regardless of whether they were in class or asleep. After a brief moment of hesitation, he called Zhao Xiaodao. After what felt like an eternity, the call finally connected. Almost immediately, Shen Wubing was met with Xia Yu's reproachful voice. "All for you, Xia Laoda." Hearing this, Shen Wubing's brow furrowed deeper. "All for, where are you?" Silence lingered on the other end for a few seconds before Zhao Xiaodao's voice emerged once more. Three, brother, we're in class." Zhao Xiaodao stuttered, a condition that only emerged during moments of anxiety. Shen Wubing immediately discerned that the other party was fabricating a lie. Consequently, he opted to cease communication with Zhao Xiaodao, directing his voice instead toward his phone. "Xia Yu, is there something you are concealing from me?" A profound silence enveloped the line, and after several seconds, a hoarse voice emanated from the other end. "We are at Bingcheng's second hospital." Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing promptly terminated the call. 40 minutes later, Shen Wubing stood at the entrance of Bingcheng's second hospital, one of the 4 medical institutions funded by Xia Yu's father, Xia Xiaolong. Approaching the reception desk, he refrained from calling Xia Yu and instead inquired directly of a nurse. "Which ward is Xia Yu in?" The nurse appeared momentarily taken aback. "You're looking for the young master?" "Yes, I am his friend," Shen Wubing replied with a nod. "The young master is in the intensive care unit. I shall escort you there." The nurse gestured for Shen Wubing to follow her. 3 minutes later, Shen Wubing arrived on a remarkably quiet floor, devoid of any patients, save for the bustling medical staff, each bearing expressions of urgency, yet remaining silent. At the far end of the corridor lay a private room, where Xia Yu and 3 others anxiously paced outside. Upon noticing Shen Wubing's arrival, Xia Yu's countenance shifted momentarily before he approached. However, Shen Wubing did not spare him a glance, instead proceeding to the door of the ward, where he addressed a middle-aged man with a hint of weariness etched on his face. "Uncle Xia, I may be able to assist, Auntie." Chapter 031. The Golden Absorption. Is there no illness? Although Xia Xiaolong rarely returned to the Xia family due to his wife's condition, he was somewhat familiar with Shen Wubing, as Xia Yu often brought him to the hospital for checkups. "What did you just say? You can save Mengru?" Xia Xiaolong's expression was one of disbelief. In pursuit of a cure for his wife's ailment, he abandoned martial arts for medicine, even relinquishing his status as the heir to the Xia family, dedicating himself wholly to the medical field to find a remedy for his beloved wife. "It should be possible," Shen Wubing replied, his complexion pale as he nodded. He had hurried to the hospital, having jogged part of the way to catch a taxi, which was already a significant strain on his frail health. How was that even conceivable? Xia Xiaolong still found it hard to accept. For his wife Meng Ru's affliction, not only had he immersed himself in the medical profession, but he had also sponsored 4 hospitals and 2 medical research institutes. Yet, despite his efforts, he remained helpless against her condition. Today, Meng Ru's health had finally begun to decline alarmingly, prompting Xia Xiaolong to summon Xia Yu, wishing for her to see their son one last time should anything untoward happen. "Uncle Xia, I have awakened," Shen Wubing explained. Awakened? Xia Xiaolong was still perplexed. He could not fathom the connection between an awakening and Meng Ru's illness. Unable to articulate an explanation in that moment, Shen Wubing urged, "Please, let me see Aunt Meng first." But Xia Xiaolong hesitated. He knew his wife's condition all too well, having consulted every renowned hospital and esteemed traditional Chinese medicine expert in the world. Yet none had even encountered such a rare ailment. "Dad, if Wubing says he can, then he surely can," Xia Yu remarked, casting a complex glance at Shen Wubing before speaking softly. He had learned of Shen Wubing's awakening days ago, but Shen had also mentioned feeling unwell recently, expressing that he felt as though he were nearing death. If Shen Wubing were to suffer due to absorbing his mother's illness, Xia Yu feared he would carry that guilt for a lifetime, which was why he had remained silent, even concealing the matter from Shen Wubing until today. "Very well." Xia Xiaolong glanced at Xia Yu, then gritted his teeth. With no better options available, he resolved to take a leap of faith. As the door to the intensive care unit swung open, Shen Wubing found himself momentarily frozen in place, for the bed was empty save for an arm resting upon it. What astonished him most was that on that pristine arm, 2 golden characters were inscribed. Absorption. This was Shen Wubing's first encounter with a golden absorption. Over the years, he had aided many individuals, encountering a myriad of complex ailments, even those deemed incurable. Yet, even those afflictions merely bore a purple hue. This had led Shen Wubing to believe that the most severe illnesses in the world were represented by purple. However, now, the sight of those 2 golden characters left him utterly astounded. Without illness, you 2 have witnessed Meng Ru's affliction. Xia Xiaolong let out a bitter laugh, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Initially, when her ailment first manifested, it was merely her left hand that began to fade, only to reappear moments later. However, as time passed, her condition worsened. Until now, the duration of her physical fading has increased significantly, and she is currently unable to revert to her former state. Since yesterday, her upper body has remained in a state of dissolution, rendering her incapable of consuming food. Many physicians have stated that once her right hand completely fades, she will utterly vanish from this world, leaving nothing behind. Upon reaching this point, Xia Xiaolong could no longer restrain himself, tears streaming down his face. He pinched the corners of his eyes and turned to Shen Wubing, asking, "Wubing, is there any way you can help? If you succeed in saving Meng Ru, my life will belong to you, Xia Xiaolong. Even if it fails, my uncle will not blame you. This is Meng Ru's fate, as well as my own." His voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible to himself. Aunt Meng Ru's affliction is indeed unprecedented. After saying this, Shen Wubing erupted into a fit of coughing. "It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it." For so long, Xia Xiaolong had sought the counsel of countless esteemed healers, becoming all too familiar with disappointment. After a few more coughs, Shen Wubing spoke slowly, "But I can heal her. It's all right. You need not feel guilty. This is just—" Xia Xiaolong began, but abruptly halted, turning sharply to Shen Wubing. "What did you say?" During this prolonged period, Xia Xiaolong had encountered an abundance of so-called miraculous doctors shaking their heads, sighing, and furrowing their brows. He had grown accustomed to hearing phrases like helpless, and we did our best. However, the simple declaration, "I can heal," felt like an extravagant luxury to him, so much so that he failed to grasp the significance of those words when they were first uttered. "You claim you can heal her?" Xia Xiaolong grasped Shen Wubing's shoulder, his anxiety causing his fingers to turn slightly pale from the pressure. "Cough, cough, cough." Shen Wubing coughed again, smiling as he said, "Uncle Xia, please be gentle. My health is not robust." Xia Xiaolong paused, quickly releasing his grip, his expression tense as he looked at Shen Wubing and asked, "Wubing, you are not jesting, are you? You truly can save Meng Ru?" "Indeed," Shen Wubing affirmed with a serious nod, then approached the bedside. Just as he was about to reach out and touch the arm lying on the bed, a hand suddenly grasped his arm. Turning to look, he saw Xia Yu gazing at him with a grave expression, his eyes red and bloodshot. "Third brother, I know you can save my mother, but will you?" Xia Yu did not continue, but the implication was clear. He feared Shen Wubing might sacrifice his own life for his mother's. Shen Wubing remained silent, simply smiling and shaking his head, then gently removed Xia Yu's hand. Immediately, he reached out once more to touch that arm. Meng Ru's arm was incredibly smooth, yet devoid of any warmth. It felt almost frigid, unlike the temperature one would expect from a living being. However, at that moment, Shen Wubing could hardly afford to dwell on these details. He merely paused briefly before initiating the absorption technique. In the next instant, the black hole within him re-emerged, gradually drawing the golden light from Meng Ru's body. This time, the duration of the absorption was considerably longer than before. A full 3 minutes passed without any sign of conclusion. Shen Wubing sensed that the black hole within him had reached a state of fullness, and the pace of absorbing the golden light from Meng Ru began to slow. Meanwhile, standing behind Shen Wubing, Xia Xiaolong and Xia Yu were astonished to observe that Meng Ru's previously ethereal form was gradually becoming more defined, starting with her head, followed by her torso. 5 minutes later, Meng Ru finally appeared completely before the two of them. Upon witnessing Meng Ru slowly open her eyes, the excitement on Xia Xiaolong's face was impossible to conceal. "Meng Ru, you are awake." But just as his words fell, Xia noticed that Shen Wubing was slowly vanishing from sight. Chapter 032. Let's take care of you, shall we? Third brother. Xia grasped at the position previously held by Shen Wubing, yet his hand met nothing but air. Third brother. Third brother. Qian Meng and Zhao Xiaodao rushed forward, their faces etched with terror. What? Xia Xiaolong was momentarily jolted back to reality, a look of confusion washing over him. What is happening? Before Xia Yu could respond, Shen Wubing's figure materialized once more, albeit somewhat hazy, as if he might vanish at any moment. Third brother, are you all right? Xia Yu seized Shen Wubing's wrist, as though fearing he might slip away again. Shen Wubing opened his mouth, intending to say something. Yet he felt the arm Xia Yu held turn once more into nothingness. Xia Yu sensed this change as well, panic flooding his expression as he turned to Shen Wubing. Third brother, quickly transfer this illness onto me. No need. Shen Wubing waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile. Big brother Xia, although my health is poor, when it comes to adapting to illness, I dare say I possess unmatched resilience. Moreover, he hesitated, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Moreover what? Xia Yu pressed. It seems this illness cannot be bestowed. Shen Wubing furrowed his brow, lost in thought. What do you mean bestowed? Xia Xiaolong asked, his face a mask of confusion, shifting his gaze between Xia Yu and Shen Wubing. What are you two talking about? Why has Meng Ru's illness manifested in Wubing? Just as Shen Wubing was about to explain, he felt his body fade into a nebulous state once again, and with a resigned tone, he said, Big brother Xia, you should explain it to Uncle Xia. Xia Yu regarded Shen Wubing with a deep gaze, taking some time before succinctly clarifying Shen Wubing's awakened abilities to Xia Xiaolong. Upon hearing Xia Yu's explanation, Xia Xiaolong's expression shifted slightly, and he spoke with an uneasy tone. So, Wubing has absorbed your mother's affliction into his body? Indeed. Xia Yu nodded, his expression fraught with complexity. Wubing Yu. Xia Xiaolong opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Such a debt of gratitude rendered any expression of thanks inadequate. At that moment, Meng Ru, lying in bed, regained consciousness. Listening to their conversation, she lifted her gaze toward Shen Wubing and in a feeble voice said, Child, what you are doing? How can Annie find peace? Aunt Meng Ru, Xia Yu is my brother. His mother is my mother as well. Besides, my constitution is unique. I will not perish. Shen Wubing replied with a reassuring smile, shaking his head gently. In the span of a few brief exchanges, Shen Wubing's form had faded several times. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Xiaolong promptly arranged for a private hospital room for Shen Wubing, ensuring he could rest adequately. This time, Shen Wubing did not hesitate, for he was utterly exhausted. This episode of absorption had drained him significantly, and the sensation of being filled by that black void once again made him acutely aware of the threat of death. Before long, he succumbed to a profound slumber. Meanwhile, the Xia family remained steadfastly at his bedside, with even the recently recovered Meng Ru disregarding their objections, insisting on staying by Shen Wubing's side. Tell me about Wubing, Meng Ru said, seated at Shen Wubing's bedside, gently brushing aside the hair that obscured his eyes. All right, Xia Yu nodded, and proceeded to recount everything he knew about Shen Wubing's past to the two. Upon concluding Xia Yu's narrative, Meng Ru could no longer contain her emotions, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. What immense suffering has this child endured? Nearly 30 ailments. How has he managed to persevere? When Shen Wubing awoke once more, the sky had darkened, and he realized he had slept for a full 6 hours. As he opened his eyes, he saw the Xia family engaged in light conversation at his bedside, though he could not discern the specifics, only catching fragments of his name. The third one is awake. Xia Yu was the first to notice Shen Wubing's consciousness returning, quickly rising to his feet and calling to Qian Meng beside him. Second brother, please fetch the chicken soup prepared for the third. Understood. Qian Meng nodded and left the room. There's no need for such trouble, Shen Wubing replied weakly, attempting to sit up. Noticing this, Xia Xiaolong placed a hand gently on Shen Wubing's shoulder, saying, Wubing, your body is still too frail. You should rest a while longer. It's all right, Uncle Xia, Shen Wubing insisted, managing a faint smile as he sat up with effort. I have become accustomed to this. My body has been like this since I was 12. Even if I don't assist Aunt Meng Ru today, my condition would be little improved. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaolong's hand froze on Shen Wubing's shoulder, his expression laden with complexity, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Meng Ru could no longer contain her emotions and began to sob softly. Child, from this day forth, I shall be your mother, and the Xia family will be your home. At these words, Shen Wubing was taken aback. The concept of home felt so foreign to him. Since the passing of his parents, all relatives and friends had deliberately distanced themselves. At the tender age of 12, battling illness, he had felt utterly alone. It was only after he inadvertently aided old Master Lin that he encountered true concern and care for his well-being. Now, someone was telling him that he had a family. After nearly a decade of torment from various ailments without shedding a single tear, Shen Wubing felt his eyes welling with emotion. Brother Long, I wish to adopt Wubing as my godson. What do you think? Meng Ru turned to face Xia Xiaolong, who stood behind her. I wholeheartedly agree, 1,000 times over. My only fear is that Wubing may not consent, Xia Xiaolong replied, casting a glance at Shen Wubing. Feeling the eager gazes of Xia Xiaolong and Meng Ru, Shen Wubing found himself in a quandary. Although he had aided Meng Ru, it was entirely due to Xia Yu's influence, and he had never been one to seek repayment for favors. Otherwise, considering those he had rescued, his status in Ice City would likely rival that of the Xia family. After all, even the venerable Lin was someone the entire Xia family revered. Why are you hesitating? Xia Yu playfully tapped Shen Wubing on the head. Don't you wish to be my sworn brother? With a sharp sound, Xia Xiaolong swiftly smacked the back of Xia Yu's head, his expression one of displeasure. Who are you hitting? I. Xia Yu was left speechless. Meanwhile, Meng Ru disregarded the banter between the father and son, her gaze still filled with anticipation as she turned to Shen Wubing. Her voice was exceedingly gentle. Wubing, let us take care of you from now on, shall we? Looking at Meng Ru, whose complexion was pale and whose tone was almost pleading, Shen Wubing could no longer bear to refuse her. He slowly nodded in agreement. Chapter 033. The banquet. Upon witnessing Shen Wubing nod in agreement, Meng Ru's face instantly radiated with a joyous smile. She gently reached out to caress Shen Wubing's head and remarked, Wubing, from now on, we shall be a family. Ha ha! Xia Xiaolong also chuckled heartily, exclaiming, Today is indeed a momentous occasion. Not only has Meng Ru's health been restored, but we have also gained a wonderful son. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and declared, I shall make arrangements for a banquet outside, inviting all the prominent figures of Ice City. I want the world to know that Wubing is now a part of the Xia family. Very well, Meng Ru replied with a hint of exasperation in her laughter. Yet she did not oppose him. In her eyes, the former Shen Wubing had always been alone and vulnerable, often subjected to bullying. It was high time they presented a united front to deter any unwelcome attention. No need to make the call. I will handle it. I wouldn't want to interrupt your display of paternal affection, Xia Yu quipped, shrugging playfully. In response, Xia Xiaolong playfully kicked Xia Yu in the rear. Watching the playful banter between father and son, Meng Ru couldn't help but smile fondly. She then turned her attention to Shen Wubing, saying, Wubing, pay no mind to them. Those two are simply incorrigible. Shen Wubing smiled and nodded in agreement. Shortly after Xia Yu departed, Qian Meng and Zhao Xiaodao entered, carrying a bowl of chicken soup. Wubing, this soup was specially prepared for you. Give it a try, Meng Ru said as she took the bowl from Qian Meng's hands, filled it, and blew gently on a spoonful before offering it to Shen Wubing. This gesture left Shen Wubing momentarily bewildered, even during his previous illnesses. He had never experienced such tender care. While it was heartwarming, he felt a touch of discomfort. Noticing his reluctance, Meng Ru smiled and said, You can hold it and drink it at your own pace. Having gone a day without food, Shen Wubing was genuinely hungry. Half an hour later, he had finished the entire bowl of chicken soup. Seeing this, Meng Ru's expression softened with concern, and she silently resolved to treat Shen Wubing well, striving to make up for the 10 years of maternal love he had missed. At that moment, a middle-aged doctor clad in a white coat entered and addressed Xia Xiaolong, saying, Mr. Xia, the arrangements for Madame's examination are ready. All right, I understand, Xia Xiaolong replied, turning to Shen Wubing. Wubing, your mother's health has just stabilized. I have scheduled a comprehensive checkup for her, and I will accompany her. Huh? The term her mother left Shen Wubing momentarily stunned. Although he had agreed to accept their request to regard him as their adopted son, he found it challenging to adjust to calling her mom. Meng Ru noticed Shen Wubing's discomfort and gently shook her head, assuring him, "No rush. Take your time to adjust. I will return to see you after my examination." Once Meng Ru and Xia Xiaolong departed, the ward was left with Shen Wubing, Qian Meng, and Zhao Xiaodao. Qian Meng approached Shen Wubing's bedside and inquired, "Old 3, how is your health?" "I am uncertain." Shen Wubing furrowed his brow and spoke hesitantly. "Uncertain?" Qian Meng and Zhao Xiaodao exchanged perplexed glances. At that moment, Shen Wubing slowly extended his hand, and with a mere thought, his right hand abruptly vanished, leaving only an empty sleeve fluttering in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Qian Meng was taken aback and cautiously reached out to touch the spot where Shen Wubing's hand had just been, only to grasp at nothingness. "Old 3, what on earth is happening?" Shen Wubing shook his head, and soon after, his previously vanished right hand reappeared as if conjured from thin air. After a brief contemplation, he spoke slowly. "I sense that this is likely not an ailment." "Not an ailment?" Qian Meng's confusion deepened. "It resembles more of an awakening," Shen Wubing replied, albeit with some uncertainty. "Ah, I am not certain as well," Shen Wubing admitted, shaking his head once more. "This is merely my conjecture. I shall consult the Awakening Research Institute upon my return for clarity." Despite his words, Shen Wubing was nearly convinced that this was indeed a form of awakening ability, as he had already learned to manipulate his right hand into a phantasmal state. However, he could not yet achieve this with other parts of his body. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why Meng Ru could not replicate this phenomenon. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the renowned Lu Wai Lu had been entirely reserved, a rarity for such an establishment. The exorbitant prices at Lu Wai Lu typically deterred private bookings, as its scale allowed for any banquet to be accommodated within a single banquet hall, rendering entire reservations unnecessary. However, tonight, the booking was made by the esteemed Xia family of Ice City, personally arranged by the elusive Xiaolong, the heir of the Xia household. On this day, nearly every prominent figure in Ice City received an invitation from the Xia family, and no one dared to disrespect them. Thus, within Lu Wai Lu, an assembly of Ice City's most distinguished individuals gathered. Young Master Song, why has the Xia family reserved the entire Lu Wai Lu? Su Qing, clad in a fiery red evening gown, inquired with a playful smile as she linked arms with a man. The man glanced at her before responding. It is said that the reclusive heir of the Xia family, Xiao Long, has taken in an adopted son. One wonders who possesses such extraordinary fortune. Merely an adopted son. Insignificant compared to young Master Song, Su Qingqing replied with feigned admiration. "I am the legitimate heir of the Song family. Do not compare me to such inconsequential matters." The man retorted, gripping Su Qingqing's chin, a smirk playing upon his lips. His name was Song Qingfeng, the heir of the Song Group, a commercial titan in Ice City. Just yesterday, while attending to business at the hospital, he fortuitously encountered Su Qingqing and was captivated by her beauty at first sight. Subsequently, he learned of her dire battle with severe leukemia and the financial inadequacies of her family to cover the exorbitant treatment costs. Thus, he gallantly extended his hand, assisting Su Qingqing with a portion of her medical expenses, and naturally, the two developed a relationship based on mutual benefit. As a commercial titan of Ice City, the Song Group received an invitation from the Xie family. In an effort to cultivate his heir, Song Qingfeng, the head of the Song family encouraged him to attend the banquet, allowing him to meet some prominent figures of Ice City and to forge connections that would benefit him when he eventually took over the family business. Song Qingfeng, in turn, brought Su Qingqing along. At that moment, Shen Wubing, Qian Meng, and Zhao Xiaodao also arrived at the banquet hall, observing the attendees clad in suits and formal attire. The trio, dressed more casually, exchanged glances, each reflecting the awkwardness of the situation. It was then that Su Qingqing spotted Shen Wubing, and a flicker of resentment crossed her eyes. In her view, her current predicament was entirely the fault of Shen Wubing. Had it not been for him, Qin Hao would not have abandoned her, her leukemia would not have relapsed, and she certainly would not have been reduced to bartering her own body for medical expenses. With these thoughts in mind, she leaned closer to Song Qingfeng and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon hearing her, a teasing smile crept on Song Qingfeng's lips as he slowly made his way towards Shen Wubing and the others. Chapter 034. For invitations, Zhao Xiaodao was the first to catch sight of Su Qingqing and her companion, and he gently tapped Shen Wubing's arm. Following Zhao Xiaodao's gaze, Shen Wubing noticed Su Qingqing proudly entwined with a man's arm, striding confidently in his direction. He furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to disregard her, instead retrieving his phone to contact Xia Yu. At that moment, Su Qingqing's somewhat sharp voice rang out, "Shen Wubing, what are you doing here? None of your business." Shen Wubing replied curtly, still focused on searching for Xia Yu's number. "Good sir, is it not a tad ungentlemanly to speak to a lady in such a manner?" Song Qingfeng interjected, halting Shen Wubing's phone call. Shen Wubing glanced up at him, his brow slightly knitted, and replied nonchalantly, "Still none of your business." "Are you addressing me?" Song Qingfeng arched an eyebrow, his expression one of astonishment, given the Song family's standing in Ice City over the past 2 years. Song Qingfeng was accustomed to being treated with either reverence or flattery. He had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a way, especially not a nameless individual. "If your hearing is poor, you ought to consult a doctor. I have acquaintances at the hospital who can assist you," Shen Wubing retorted, shaking off Song Qingfeng's hand with indifference. "Ah." Song Qingfeng let out a cold laugh, adjusting his collar with an air of self-satisfaction as he introduced himself. "You may not know who I am. Allow me to introduce myself, Song Qingfeng of the Song family." He extended his hand towards Shen Wubing. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Wubing looked up at him and replied, "I have an illness. Didn't she inform you?" He gestured towards Su Qingqing. "What?" Song Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback by this nonsensical statement. "I said I have an illness, approximately 30 ailments, many of which are contagious," Shen Wubing explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Song Qingfeng quickly retracted his hand. Uffed. Unable to contain himself, Qianming burst into laughter at the sight of Song Qingfeng's reaction. "You!" Song Qingfeng pointed a finger at Shen Wubing, his face flushed with embarrassment, yet he was at a loss for how to reprimand him. At that moment, Su Qingqing rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Wubing. "Shen Wubing, you sickly wretch. How dare you come here with your ailments? What if you infect someone else? Can you bear the responsibility?" Su Qingqing deliberately raised her voice, drawing the attention of many onlookers, most of whom pointed at Shen Wubing, with some even covering their mouths and noses in fear of contagion. Witnessing this scene, a bitter smile crept onto Shen Wubing's lips. Indeed, those who were closest to one another wielded the sharpest knives when turning against each other. 5 years of shared moments had granted Su Qingqing an understanding of Shen Wubing that surpassed anyone else's. No one knew better than her where his vulnerabilities lay, nor how to inflict the deepest wounds upon his heart. Although Shen Wubing remained indifferent to the scornful remarks directed at him, or the peculiar glances of those around him, he possessed a profound sense of pride, unwilling to burden anyone with his troubles. At that moment, a few individuals began to jeer, questioning the audacity of his presence. Who is this person? How dare he come here in such a frail state? Does he not realize that everyone here is a significant figure in Ice City? If anything were to go awry, it would not only implicate him, but also the host, the Xia family. This impudent lad does not appear to be an invited guest. Did he sneak in? Moreover, he dares to show disrespect to young Master Song. Truly the ignorant are fearless. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Zhao Xiaodao, feeling a surge of indignation, stammered, We are not. It was Uncle Xia Xiaolong who invited us. Look at you, stuttering and unable to articulate your words, claiming that Xia Xiaolong invited you. He hasn't made an appearance in years. Do you think he would personally extend an invitation to a bunch of unruly youths? A man nearby scoffed disdainfully. Zhao Xiaodao wished to explain further, but his nervousness exacerbated his stuttering, rendering him incapable of countering the jeers of the crowd. Shen Wubing raised a hand to silence Zhao Xiaodao, choosing not to acknowledge the hecklers. Instead, he turned to Su Qingqing and coldly declared, Su Qingqing, Throughout our years together, I have cherished you as a treasure. Even when you have wronged me, I have refrained from causing you distress. Yet now, you relentlessly pursue me. Shen Wubing's expression shifted slightly, his tone suddenly turning frigid. Do you truly believe I will continue to indulge you? As Su Qingqing met Shen Wubing's icy gaze, an unsettling sensation washed over her, akin to being scrutinized by a predator poised to devour its prey. Having known Shen Wubing for nearly a decade, she had never witnessed such a fierce glint in his eyes. Previously, regardless of her transgressions, he had always regarded her with affection. Now, however, his eyes were devoid of warmth, cold and unyielding. At that moment, Song Qingfeng pulled Su Qingqing into his embrace, regarding Shen Wubing with a bemused smile. Are you threatening my woman? Realizing her current standing as Song Qingfeng's nominal partner, Su Qingqing regained her confidence. The Song family, while not as prestigious as the Xia family, was certainly not someone Shen Wubing could dare to provoke. Regarding the incident at the hospital involving Jiang Anqi standing up for Shen Wubing, she believed it was merely due to Xia Yu's influence. However, today's banquet was orchestrated by Xia Xiaolong, who would not act impulsively like the naive Xia Yu to offend the Song family over someone as insignificant as Shen Wubing. With this in mind, Su Qingqing looked down her nose at Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing, I am merely speaking the truth. Do you think you can do anything to me in front of young Master Song? Shen Wubing merely cast her a fleeting glance, dismissing the foolish woman, before turning his attention to Song Qingfeng. The Song family? The Song family, Song Qingfeng. Song Qingfeng repeated the name once more, his eyes brimming with disdain. I have never heard of it, Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head. However, it will be prudent for you to escort this foolish woman away from here. In a moment, I shall have a few friends arriving, and their tempers are rather volatile. Should any untoward incidents occur, I fear I may be unable to intervene. The gathering today was originally organized by Xia Xiaolong in honor of Shen Wubing, who had been given several invitations by Xia Xiaolong, indicating that he could bring along any friends he deemed necessary. Given the Xia family's stature in Ice City, it would be advantageous for them to support Shen Wubing in the future. Shen Wubing, however, did not overindulge. He accepted only 4 invitations, for he truly had few friends left in Ice City. He bestowed these 4 invitations upon 4 individuals. Yi Qing, a classmate from his vocational school, Jiang Anqi, who had previously offered him assistance, and the other 2, Zhou Dao and the elderly Lin. Among these 4, aside from the inconsequential Yi Qing, the remaining 3 were certainly not individuals that the Song family could easily provoke. Although Jiang Anqi's military rank was not particularly high, should Song Qingfeng incite her ire, he might very well find himself in dire straits. Chapter 035. After tonight, the Song family faces ruin. What did you say? Song Qingfeng's face was a mask of barely suppressed amusement as he pointed at Shen Wubing, exclaiming theatrically, You claim your friend has a terrible temper? Ha ha! Are you attempting to make me die of laughter? Pretending to be frightened, he turned to Shen Wubing and said, I am so afraid. Please have them come and frighten me to death. Wubing, what brings you here? At that moment, Meng Ru approached, clad in a seemingly ordinary yet remarkably elegant evening gown. I've been searching for you. It's time to change your attire. I was delayed due to some matters here, Shen Wubing replied with a smile. Meng Ru cast a glance at Song Qingfeng and Su Qingqing before inquiring, Are these 2 your friends? We certainly do not count him as a friend. Su Qingqing retorted disdainfully, her gaze scrutinizing Meng Ru from head to toe. Although Meng Ru was in her 40s, her meticulous self-care and striking appearance granted her the semblance of a woman in her 30s. The unique allure of mature femininity, coupled with the poise cultivated through years of high status, rendered her a formidable presence, rivaling even the youthful Su Qingqing. I wondered how someone like Shen Wubing could attend such a sophisticated gathering. It appears he has attached himself to a wealthy woman, Su Qingqing scoffed, her expression one of utter disdain. What a lack of shame. Upon hearing her words, Song Qingfeng hurriedly covered her mouth with his hand and turned to Meng Ru with an apologetic smile. Madam Xia, I sincerely apologize. It's her first time in such a setting, and she does not know you. Meng Ru furrowed her brows slightly, glancing at Su Qingqing before calmly stating, You. young lady, possess a sharp tongue for one so young. Perhaps it would be best to silence it. At this remark, Su Qingqing's displeasure surged, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Meng Ru, ready to retaliate, but was sharply interrupted by Song Qingfeng. Be quiet. Afterward, he flashed another ingratiating smile at Meng Ru. Madam Xia, I am Song Qingfeng from the Song family. Many years ago, my father and I visited the Xia family. Do you remember me? Are you the son of Song Cheng? Meng Ru pondered for a few seconds before asking. Indeed, Song Cheng is my father, Song Qingfeng replied, a smile gracing his face as he tentatively suggested, might you consider not holding her accountable, given my father's reputation? Absolutely not. Meng Ru responded without hesitation, her tone resolute. This caught Song Qingfeng off guard. He had not anticipated such an unwavering response from Meng Ru, who showed no inclination to spare even his father's face. My age renders me indifferent, but my son is not someone she can disparage at will, Meng Ru stated coldly. Has she offended young Master Xia? Song Qingfeng turned to Su Qingqing. Realizing the gravity of the situation and the distinguished status of the woman before her, Su Qingqing quickly shook her head, signaling that she had not wronged Xie. Meng Ru, however, smiled and shook her head. I know that scoundrel Xie well. If any woman speaks ill of him, it is surely because he has wronged her. As his mother, I will not show him favoritism. At this moment, Meng Ru turned her head to glance at Shen Wubing, her eyes filled with kindness. However, when she turned her gaze back to Su Qingqing, her expression transformed into one of icy severity. Your malicious fabrication against Wubing surely indicates that you are merely seeking trouble. What? He's your son? Song Qingfeng pointed at Shen Wubing, his eyes wide with disbelief. Su Qingqing finally grasped the situation. Today's banquet hosted by the Xia family was indeed to celebrate Xia Xiaolong adopting a son, and it appeared that this gathering was specifically arranged for Shen Wubing. In that instant, Su Qingqing felt a surge of panic, tightly clutching Song Qingfeng's arm as she trembled. Song Xiao, please save me. Song Qingfeng turned to look at Su Qingqing. Despite her offense against the Xia family, her beauty and prowess in bed lingered in his mind. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and spoke again. Madam Xia, this matter was indeed a misunderstanding on Qingqing's part. I will ensure she apologizes to Shen Wubing, and my family will visit to present our congratulations on another day. However, Su Qingqing, you must remain still. Upon hearing this, Meng Ru's lips curled into a slight smile as she regarded Song Qingfeng, remarking, the Song family has indeed produced a man of integrity. Madam Xia, you flatter me. I'm merely. Song Qingfeng smiled modestly, but was abruptly silenced by Meng Ru's next words, his smile freezing in place. After tonight, the Song family will face bankruptcy. Meng Ru's tone remained calm, as though she were discussing a trivial matter. Yet, her words struck like thunder, plunging the entire banquet hall into a profound silence. Some bored individuals had ranked the four prominent families of Ice City, the Xia, Lin, Song, and Qin families. The Xia family, having risen from dubious beginnings, had recently attempted to cleanse their reputation. Although their business was not thriving in recent years, they remained the foremost family in Ice City, with an exceptionally deep heritage. The Lin family, primarily political, consisted of many government officials and military personnel. They seldom made public appearances or engaged in disputes, leading to their classification as the second family. Yet no one dared to provoke them, not even the Xia family. The Song and Qin families had only emerged in the past 2 years as business entities, taking advantage of the Xia family's recent struggles. Though lacking in history, they possess substantial wealth, particularly the Song family, often referred to as the richest in Ice City. Thus, Meng Ru's assertion that the Song family would face ruin overnight was astonishing. However, some speculated that Meng Ru was merely boasting. Given the Song family's recent dominance over the Xia family in the business realm and their growing influence in Ice City. Upon hearing her words, Song Qingfeng was initially taken aback. After a moment, he smiled lightly. Madam Xia, you jest. While we, the Song family, have always held the Xia family in high regard, it does not mean we are truly intimidated. As he spoke, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and he smiled disdainfully, saying, If the CF family intends to resort to those underhanded tactics of the past, the Song family is more than willing to engage in a confrontation. In the past 2 years, the Song family, due to their substantial financial resources, has forged connections with numerous prominent figures, even establishing ties with certain individuals within the military. With such connections, they remain unafraid, even if the CF family attempts to engage in underhanded dealings. Oh, Meng Ru, filled with indignation yet tinged with irony, shook her head in resignation. Have the Songs become this arrogant in my 2 years of absence from the affairs of the outside world? Have they begun to disregard the CF family entirely? Furthermore, can you, Song Qingfeng, truly represent the entire Song family? Meng Ru's gaze sharpened, her aura shifting dramatically. In an instant, she transformed from a gentle matron into a regal queen. What you may not be aware of, Mrs. Xia, is that in the past 2 years, the business landscape in Ice City has seen nearly 50% of its dealings fall under the control of the Song family, while the Xia family holds at most a mere 20%. Song Qingfeng extended 2 fingers toward Meng Ru and continued. As for your inquiry regarding my ability to represent the Song family, I can unequivocally affirm that I am the future heir of the Song family, indeed the sole heir. So, might I ask, do you believe I can represent the Song family? At this juncture, he cast a half-smile in Meng Ru's direction, countering her with a question. Conversely, I have heard that Xie Xiaolong has relinquished his claim to the position of heir within the Xie family. Therefore, can your words truly represent the entirety of the Xie family? Chapter 036. The business legend, Mr. Meng, do you represent the Xie family? Meng Ru couldn't help but chuckle before responding. Do you truly believe that the modest Song family warrants such grand efforts from the Xia family? Although I am but a delicate woman, I alone am capable of bringing your Song family to ruin. Madam Xia, it seems you have become quite muddled during your years confined to a sickbed, Song Qingfeng sneered. As soon as these words escaped his lips, before Meng Ru could retort, Shen Wubing could no longer contain himself. He coughed into his hand a few times, then directed his gaze at Qian Meng, saying, disrespecting one's elders is intolerable. Second brother, teach him a lesson. Absolutely. I have long found this fellow insufferable. I cannot fathom why he pretends to be so formidable. With that, he stepped forward and delivered a kick to Song Qingfeng's chest. Song Qingfeng was utterly unprepared for such an assault in this setting. He had no time to react before being sent sprawling 2 meters away by Qian Meng's powerful kick. Qian Meng was a force to be reckoned with, even capable of holding his own against military personnel. Although he did not exert his full strength, this strike was far beyond what Song Qingfeng could endure. He lay on the ground, retching for a solid half-minute before regaining his composure, glaring at Shen Wubing and Qian Meng with a venomous expression, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "How dare you strike me? I will make you pay. Do you still have the audacity to speak?" Qian Meng began to advance once more, but was halted by Meng Ru. Qian Meng, Wubing, it is unnecessary to stoop to the level of such a person. By dawn, the Song family will find no refuge in Ice City. Meng Ru maintained a faint smile, yet her tone exuded unshakable confidence. She then looked down at Song Qingfeng and stated, "What I rely upon has never been the Xia family." Moreover, she paused for emphasis, enunciating each word deliberately. "Do not address me as Madam Xia. Call me Miss Meng. Of course, you may also refer to me as Mr. Meng." At this proclamation, all the business magnates present gasped in astonishment. The figure of Mr. Meng was nothing short of legendary in the business world. No one had laid eyes upon his true visage, yet it was known that he had risen during the transformation of the Xia family, single-handedly aiding them in cleansing their reputation. At that time, the business landscape of Ice City was almost entirely under Mr. Meng's dominion, with the Song and Qin families merely being minor players. However, 2 years ago, Mr. Meng had abruptly vanished, and the Xia family's standing in the business realm plummeted. There were speculations that Mr. Meng's prominence had posed a grave threat to the 5th Master Xia, leading to his clandestine removal. Yet, it now appeared such notions were absurd. The so-called Mr. Meng was none other than Xia Xiaolong's wife, Meng Ru. Her disappearance was not due to any threat to the 5th Master's position, but rather owing to her illness. Now, it seemed her health had fully restored, and since she was indeed Mr. Meng, Her earlier assertion that the Song family would face ruin by nightfall was far from mere rhetoric. The tides of Ice City's business world were about to shift dramatically. As soon as the name Mr. Meng escaped his lips, Song Qingfeng's previously fierce demeanor dissipated, leaving him as deflated as a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground. It was over. Everything had come to an end, despite the Song family's substantial wealth. Facing the illustrious Mr. Meng was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Their proud fortune paled in comparison to his formidable presence. Suddenly, a thought struck Song Qingfeng, prompting him to exclaim, "You cannot harm the Song family. Indeed, you cannot." "Oh." Meng Ru smiled and inquired, "Why is that?" Captain Wang has a close relationship with our Song family, and if you dare to act against us, he will not let you off lightly," Song Qingfeng retorted through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Meng Ru furrowed her brows. Although the CF family was referred to as the underground sovereigns of Ice City, there existed one entity they could never afford to offend: the military. Since the CF family's transformation, Master Xia had tirelessly sought to forge connections with the military, yet their unsavory origins rendered them contemptible in the eyes of the military personnel, who scorned those who rose from the underworld. Thus, the Xia family had never established any connections within the military. Logically, a mere captain should pose little threat. Yet as long as one bore a military rank, the Xia family dared not provoke them. Noticing Meng Ru's silence, Song Qingfeng regained his confidence. With Su Qingqing's assistance, he stood tall and declared with a smug expression, "I initially intended to show your CF family some courtesy, but since you insist on pushing me, I shall no longer regard your dignity. No one shall lay a finger on my woman today." He then pointed at Shen Wubing and Qian Ming, coldly stating, "Moreover, I demand one leg from each of them. Right now, are you still dreaming?" Meng Ru's face twisted into a mocking expression as she shot a cold glance at Su Qingqing, knowing that her malicious schemes against Wubing would not end well for her. "Madam Xia, are you truly willing to offend the military for that wretched boy?" Song Qingfeng's voice rose in intensity. "This does not concern you." Meng Ru's expression darkened. Originally, she intended to eliminate the Song family altogether, but with their military backing, she would have to reconsider her approach. However, Su Qingqing's insults towards Shen Wubing in this situation warranted a swift retribution. At that moment, after a prolonged silence, Shen Wubing suddenly coughed twice and approached Meng Ru's side. "Aunt Meng, there is no need to rush into handling this matter." Meng Ru glanced at him, then nodded. "All right, let me take you to change your clothes." She cast another glance at Su Qingqing and added, "Rest assured, I will not let those who have bullied you go unpunished." Shen Wubing smiled and nodded, then pulled out his phone to check the time before saying to Meng Ru, "Aunt Meng, I have a few friends coming over, and since the time is approaching, I will wait for them here. Since you are my friend, I will wait alongside you," Meng Ru said with a smile as she took Shen Wubing's hand. In that moment, Shen Wubing experienced a peculiar, yet long-forgotten sensation. When he was a child, his mother would often hold his hand in such a manner. However, since her passing, he had not felt the warmth of being cared for or cherished by another. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing tightened her grip on Song Qingfeng's arm and, with a hint of trepidation, suggested, "Song, perhaps we should leave this place. What is there to fear?" Song Qingfeng replied with a light laugh, casting a resentful glare at Meng Ru's retreating figure. "Rest assured, the CF family would not dare to offend the military." Just then, the doors of the banquet hall slowly swung open, revealing 4 figures at the entrance, and a faint smile crept upon Shen Wubing's lips. Meanwhile, Meng Ru's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 37. Long-awaited affection. As Meng Ru gazed upon the 4 figures approaching, she found it almost unbelievable, particularly the leading individual. He was an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, his hair a striking white, though his visage was adorned with a warm smile. There lingered an undeniable aura of authority in his eyes, one that evoked a sense of suffocating pressure, a sensation that was even more profound than when she faced Master Xia. Among those present, few had encountered this venerable elder, yet Meng Ru was fortunate enough to have seen him once before. Lin Tianrong, the esteemed Elder Lin, was the sole military general in the entire Ice City and the 3 provinces of Hanzhou. He was one of the 10 generals of the Xia Nation. Supporting him was a man whom everyone recognized, Colonel Zhou Dao, who had just taken charge of the entire Ice City Road administration. Witnessing this scene, all onlookers inhaled sharply. Who was this elder that commanded such respect that Colonel Zhou himself offered support? Though they couldn't identify him, it was evident that he hailed from the military and likely held a rank superior to that of Colonel Zhou. A rank higher than Colonel Zhou? Surely, he must be at least a major general? A realization dawned upon some in the crowd. Who could it be? They speculated. Perhaps he is the elder from the Lin family. In Ice City, there was only one major general, Lin Beiwang of the Lin family, who was merely in his 40s. Thus, this elder could only be one person. Are you suggesting Elder Lin? General Lin. Amidst the speculation, Shen Wubing had already approached the quartet, glancing curiously at Yi Qing, who followed closely behind Elder Lin, and inquired, Elder Lin, how is it that you arrived with Yi Qing? Ha! Elder Lin laughed heartily, turning to Yi Qing and explaining, we encountered this young man downstairs, and she mentioned that he is your friend, so we decided to come up together. Ah, I see. Shen Wubing chuckled, then greeted Colonel Zhou, Jiang Anqi, and Yi Qing in turn, before turning to Meng Ru to introduce, Elder Lin, this is Aunt Meng Ru, who is now, he paused momentarily, feeling somewhat bashful, before continuing, now my mother. Upon hearing the word mother, a radiant smile blossomed on Meng Ru's face. He then continued, introducing Meng Ru to Elder Lin. This is Elder Lin, a kind elder to me. Having met Elder Lin, I had no idea you would come personally. I truly apologize for not welcoming you properly, Meng Ru said, bowing respectfully. We are all family. There is no need for such formalities, Elder Lin replied with a smile, dismissing her concerns. Subsequently, Shen Wubing introduced Meng Ru to Colonel Zhou, Jiang Anqi, and Yi Qing. They all nodded in acknowledgement, exchanging pleasantries. At that moment, Master Xia received the news and hurried over. While he might have overlooked welcoming others, the arrival of Elder Lin was a matter of utmost importance that he could not ignore. Elder Lin, what brings you here? I am remiss for not welcoming you from afar. It is truly a grave oversight, Master Xia expressed. Master Xia hurriedly approached old Master Lin, his face adorned with a smile. There is no need for formality, Master Xia. I am merely here today upon the invitation from Wubing to partake in a gathering. Old Master Lin replied with a grin. What, Master Xia? That is merely what outsiders call me. You may simply refer to me as Xia Deng, Master Xia said, somewhat taken aback by the warmth of the address. He glanced with mild astonishment at Shen Wubing, remarking, I had not anticipated that Wubing was acquainted with old Master Lin. It seems that Xiaolong has indeed secured a remarkable figure as a godfather. You overstate the matter. Shen Wubing shook his head in response. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they took their seats. As the host, Master Xia sat in the principal position with a sense of trepidation, while old Master Lin settled beside him. Their banter flowed effortlessly, reminiscent of longtime friends. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing accompanied the Meng family to a room where Meng Ru had thoughtfully prepared attire for him. As he emerged clad in a tailored suit, the trio was momentarily taken aback. The adage that clothes make the man held true, while Shen Wubing was not unattractive. His usual casual attire of comfortable sportswear did little to showcase his potential. However, adorned in a bespoke suit, his somewhat pallid complexion lent him an unexpected allure. Old 3. I hadn't realized it. Your level of charm is only surpassed by mine, Xie remarked, stroking his chin as he appraised Shen Wubing. Meng Ru, visibly pleased, stepped forward to assist Shen Wubing in adjusting his attire, even bending down to tidy his trousers. This gesture left Shen Wubing flustered, prompting him to rise and assist Meng Ru, but he was gently restrained by Xia Xiaolong, who regarded him earnestly and said, Wubing, do not fret over such matters between mother and son. Shen Wubing paused for a few seconds, then nodded, silently savoring the maternal affection he had long been deprived of. Once Meng Ru had finished arranging his clothing, she stood upright, smiling contentedly. Xia Xiaolong cast a complex glance at Shen Wubing, as if he had something to convey, but hesitated, appearing somewhat conflicted. Uncle Xia, do you have something on your mind? Shen Wubing discerned the underlying concern and inquired. After a brief silence, Xia Xiaolong finally spoke, Wubing. Are you acquainted with old Master Lin? Yes, Shen Wubing openly explained without reservation. Years ago, old Master Lin was afflicted with a terminal illness, and I happened to assist him. Over the years, he has also offered me considerable support. I see. Xia Xiaolong nodded in realization, his expression shifting to one of discomfort as he continued. Initially, we were unaware of your connection with old Master Lin. It appears that our family has indeed reached beyond our means. However, I assure you, neither I nor Aunt Meng Ru harbor any ulterior motives. We merely— Uncle Xia, what are you saying? Shen Wubing interjected. Shen Wubing, with a bitter smile, interrupted Xia Xiaolong's words and began to speak. Although I have assisted old Master Lin and share a good rapport with him, I remain merely a student devoid of power and influence. If anyone is to be considered to have reached for the stars, it is I who have aspired to the CF family. Furthermore, before I offered any assistance to Aunt Meng, you selflessly conducted numerous health examinations for me and even engaged several esteemed physicians on my behalf. These gestures remain etched in my heart. However, just as Xia Xiaolong was about to articulate further, he was gently interrupted by Meng Ru. Now, why are you two gentlemen being so sentimental? She said, taking Shen Wubing's hand in one of hers while clasping Xia Xiaolong's hand with the other. Her tone was tender as she continued. Familial affection cannot be measured by status or position. Regardless of Wubing's standing, he is my son, even if he possesses nothing. Should anyone dare to bully him, I will not permit it. Conversely, if he were to err in the future, no matter his rank, I shall still discipline him. Upon hearing Meng Ru's words, Xia Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback, but soon a relieved smile graced his face. Indeed, it seems I have been the one being overly sentimental, he remarked. With a hearty pat on Shen Wubing's shoulder, he laughed heartily. Very well, let us not dwell on such matters. No matter the circumstances, you are my son, my own flesh and blood. Coughing involuntarily from the force of Xia Xiaolong's slap on his shoulder, Shen Wubing found himself in a fit. Observing this, Meng Ru swiftly raised her fist and playfully struck Xia Xiaolong on the chest, her face adorned with reproach. Wubing's health is fragile. Can't you be a bit gentler? Xia Xiaolong wore an expression of guilt, while nearby, Seiyu shook his head with a sigh, saying, perhaps I should step outside to join Air and the others. I feel somewhat superfluous here. Chapter 038. I never claimed I would manage how the subsequent proceedings became rather formalized. As Xia Xiaolong and Meng Ru adopted Shen Wubing as their godson, with Elder Xia and Old Master Lin serving as witnesses. The appearance of these two dignitaries transformed what was initially a simple recognition ceremony into a grand event in Ice City, drawing not only the prominent families of the city, but also uninvited guests from military. In recent years, Old Master Lin had seldom ventured out, attending only exceptionally significant occasions. His presence today attracted a considerable gathering of military personnel, including Captain Wang, as mentioned by Song Qingfeng. Captain Wang was a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, with an upright posture and a resolute expression. A scar at the corner of his eye bore testament to his past exploits. Welcome, welcome, Captain Wang. Elder Xia greeted with a warm smile, shaking his hand. Ever since the Xia family had cleared their name, Elder Xia had sought opportunities to connect with military figures, yet had struggled due to a lack of connections and the disdain shown by military personnel towards someone of his background. Today, however, with Xia Xiaolong adopting a godson, Elder Xia had not anticipated that such a recognition banquet would attract a figure of Old Master Lin's stature. After today, it was likely that no one would dare look down upon the Xia family due to their past. Elder Xia, congratulations on acquiring a prodigious son. Captain Wang remarked with a smile. I hope you will forgive my uninvited arrival. It is my honor to have you here, Elder Xia replied graciously. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Elder Xia led Captain Wang to where Shen Wubing and Meng Ru were seated, introducing them to one another. Upon hearing the name of their distinguished guest, both Meng Ru and Shen Wubing exhibited slight changes in their expressions. However, Meng Ru quickly regained her composure, donning a smile as she engaged in conversation. In contrast, Shen Wubing maintained a stoic demeanor and abruptly inquired, Captain Wang, do you have ties with the Song family? While Captain Wang was conversing with Meng Ru and Elder Xia, his gaze remained fixed on Old Master Lin's direction. contemplating how he might find an opportunity to approach him. Taken aback by Shen Wubing's question, he momentarily faltered. What? Shen Wubing continued. The heir of the Song family just mentioned it. Let us discuss these trivial matters later. Elder Xia interjected, sensing the atmosphere had become somewhat delicate. No. Shen Wubing shook his head, looking earnestly at Captain Wang, emphasizing his words. This is not a trivial matter. At this moment, Captain Wang also sensed something unusual in Shen Wubing's demeanor. After a brief pause, he smiled and responded, I have known Song Chang since childhood. Our relationship is indeed cordial. No wonder. Shen Wubing nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Song Ching Feng, who was not far away, saying, Your companion has insulted me. And while my mother stood up for me, she was threatened by you, Song. The reason you feel emboldened to threaten my mother is due to your connection with Captain Wang. Upon hearing this, Captain Wang's expression darkened as he cast a cold glance at Song Ching Feng and retorted, This insolent brat truly knows no bounds. He then turned back to Shen Wubing with a smile, assuring him, Rest assured, I will report this matter to his father and ensure he receives a proper reprimand. That won't be necessary, Shen Wubing interjected, waving his hand before shifting his gaze to Meng Ru. Is it true that you can bring the Song family to ruin overnight? Meng Ru was momentarily taken aback before nodding seriously. If the military does not intervene, I could indeed bring the Song family to utter bankruptcy in a single night. Then please proceed without hesitation. Shen Wubing coughed lightly, covering his mouth before looking at Captain Wang, smiling as he inquired. I trust Captain Wang will refrain from involving himself in business affairs? In response, Captain Wang furrowed his brow, pondering for a few moments before replying gravely. Is it truly necessary to cause such devastation over what seems a trivial matter? No. Shen Wubing shook his head again, reiterating. I have already stated that this is no trivial matter. I have long been called frail and have grown accustomed to such insults. But threatening my mother is a grave offense. Merely bringing the Song family to bankruptcy would be a minor punishment for such an affront. Meanwhile, the elderly Lin, sitting nearby, observed the unfolding scene with a sense of satisfaction. He turned to Zhou Dao beside him and remarked, This child has finally shed his former timid self. However, youthful exuberance can sometimes lead to folly. Zhou Dao expressed his concerns. You fail to understand him. Lin shook his head with a smile. What is a mere ice city to him? With his capabilities, he could navigate the entirety of Hangzhou with ease. That is true, Zhou Dao agreed. With your support, he will undoubtedly thrive. Ah, you still underestimate him. He does not require my backing at all, Lin said, shaking his head once more before changing the subject. He addressed Jiang Anqi, who stood behind him. Go check on the situation. Assist him if any troubles arise. Understood, Jiang Anqi replied, taking a piece of pastry from the table and then rising to approach Shen Wubing. As she approached, Captain Wang felt a tremor of apprehension. While outsiders might not perceive her true nature, those within the military knew well just how formidable this seemingly harmless woman was. The 8 Extremes fist, the wolf blade, and the angel's bullet were all feared in Hangzhou, yet he felt the first two could not compare to the threat posed by this angel's bullet. She was a woman who could easily resort to gunfire at the slightest provocation, without regard for one's status or identity. He had heard that just days ago, a young master from the capital was killed by her without hesitation. Captain Wang cast a cautious glance at Jiang Anqi. I am no longer a captain. Jiang Anqi waved her hand dismissively, adding, recently, I have encountered numerous matters, and I am now a second lieutenant. As she spoke, she pointed to the insignia on her shoulder. Given Jiang Anqi's capabilities, it was merely a matter of time before she ascended back to the rank of captain. Captain Wang remarked with a smile. Jiang Anqi chuckled lightly, then chose to disregard him, turning instead to Shen Wubing and inquired, Is there anything I can assist you with? Shen Wubing glanced at Captain Wang before responding. If Captain Wang refrains from intervening in this matter, there should be nothing requiring your assistance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Anqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The implication in Shen Wubing's words was unmistakable. If Captain Wang were to involve himself, then he would indeed require her aid. And as long as Shen Wubing needed her help, it meant she would have the opportunity to indulge in a few more meals at the renowned restaurant outside. In such matters, Shen Wubing was quite generous. Thus, Jiang Anshi looked at Captain Wang with eager anticipation, her right hand instinctively resting on the grip of her firearm. "I." Captain Wang observed the fervent gaze of Jiang Anshi and promptly waved his hand. "I never stated that I intended to intervene." Chapter 039, An Unintentional Act. Continuing the glory of the Xia family upon hearing the words of Captain Wang, Song Qingfeng felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground in an instant. He realized that the Song family was finished. Ever since the appearance of old Master Lin and Zhou Daoxian, who conversed merrily with Shen Wubing, a sense of foreboding had gripped him. Throughout the banquet, he had remained hidden in the corner, terrified of drawing attention to himself. Yet, he never anticipated that Captain Wang would arrive, and her presence had directly prompted Shen Wubing to recall the earlier events. At this moment, not only old Master Lin and Zhou Daoxian, but even a woman with the rank of second lieutenant was someone they could not afford to offend, let alone protect the Song family. How could the Song family withstand the formidable presence of the legendary figure in the business world, Mr. Meng? He remembered how the Song family had endured in silence for a decade, seizing the opportunity presented by Mr. Meng's disappearance over the past 2 years to rise to prominence as one of the foremost families in Ice City. Yet now, it was all crumbling due to the actions of a woman. A woman? Indeed, it was all that woman's fault. With this thought, Song Qingfeng cast a fierce glare at Su Qingqing beside him. If it weren't for her, he would not have unwittingly offended Shen Wubing, nor would he be enduring this predicament. Young Master Song, you must find a way out of this. They wouldn't really cut off my tongue, would they? Su Qingmin, aware that Song Qingfeng might no longer possess the means to save her, still clung desperately to the last shred of hope. You wretched woman, dare you ask me for help? Song Qingfeng seized Su Qingqing by the neck, his voice hoarse with rage. I wish I could strangle you right now. Meng Ru had learned from Xia Yu about the matter between Su Qingqing and Shen Wubing. She turned to Shen Wubing and asked, Wubing, what do you intend to do with this woman? Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing cast a deep glance at Su Qingqing, who was being choked by Song Qingfeng. Their eyes met, and Su Qingqing's gaze was filled with regret. Shen Wubing, however, remained expressionless, staring into her eyes, as a flood of memories from their time together washed over him. Despite his efforts to recall the cherished moments they had shared, he ultimately found himself bitterly smiling and shaking his head. Over the years, he had been unable to identify a single instance of kindness from her. He had once regarded her as his closest friend, but what friendship had existed between them? It was merely his own yearning for love in his most vulnerable years, encountering someone of modest background who desperately needed to assert her superiority. In their time together, she had reveled in expressing that superiority. He had once viewed her as his only family, but what familial bond was there? It was simply his one-sided fantasy, driven by an intense longing for familial affection. He had once imagined her to be a lifelong partner, but where was the love between them? It was merely a case of him being able to fulfill her dual needs, both mental and material. With these thoughts, Shen Wubing let out a bitter smile once more and nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, You may handle it as you see fit. Upon hearing these words, Meng Ru and Xia Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction. Soon after, Xia Xiaolong patted Shen Wubing on the shoulder and remarked, Wubing, well done. Who among us hasn't encountered a few heartless women in our youth? A man must learn to let go and move on. As soon as these words were uttered, Meng Ru's expression changed dramatically. She turned to Xia Xiaolong and asked, Did you not say that I was your first love? Ah, well. Xia Xiaolong chuckled awkwardly and then declared with righteous conviction, I am merely comforting Wubing. I have never encountered any heartless women. You are indeed my first love. Meng Ru pondered for a few seconds before inquiring again. Then why did the old man say that Xia Yu resembles you? Ah. Xia Xiaolong immediately cast a pleading glance towards Xia Wuya, who was momentarily taken aback, and quickly waved his hands, saying, I shall not interfere in your marital affairs. I must attend to old Lin. You two can sort this out yourselves. With that, he turned and walked away. Hey, father you. What father? Speak up. Meng Ru seized Xia Xiaolong's ear. Wait. Xia Xiaolong exclaimed while covering his ear. Give me a chance. I can explain. Then hurry and explain. Meng Ru released her grip, glaring at him. After contemplating for a few moments, Xia Xiaolong asserted, Who is Xia Yu? I do not know him. Our son is Wubing. Is he not? Upon hearing this, Meng Ru took a moment to reflect before breaking into laughter. What you say does seem to hold some truth. Saying this, she linked her arm with Xia Xiaolong's, and the two departed amidst laughter, leaving Shen Wubing and the others behind. Shen Wubing glanced back at Xia Yu, who shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "What are you staring at? How unlucky for you." After the banquet concluded, Su Qingqing was dragged out of the building by two men clad in black suits. She cried out Shen Wubing's name repeatedly, yet he never cast her another glance. That single moment of eye contact might have been their final farewell. At that moment, Old Lin and the slightly inebriated Xia Wuye emerged as well. Zhou Dao had left midway due to military regulations prohibiting alcohol consumption, while Jiang Anshi remained steadfastly by Old Lin's side. Old Lin, I truly did not expect your presence today. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality. Xia Wuye continually expressed his regrets. There is no need for such apologies. I have long heard of your generous nature, and I have been eager to pay you a visit. Today's encounter indeed proves that seeing is more impactful than hearing. Old Lin replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Old Lin declined Xia Wuye's offer to have someone escort him, and instead chose to have Shen Wubing personally see him off. Xia Wuye had no objections, but regarded Shen Wubing with an increasingly profound gaze. As Old Lin's car gradually disappeared down the street, Xia Wuye turned to Xia Xiaolong and remarked, "Xiaolong, you handled this matter well. Father, our decision to take Wubing as our godson stems from our genuine affection and concern for the boy, devoid of any ulterior motives." Xia Xiaolong comprehended the intentions of the other party and spoke directly. "Did I imply that you harbor ulterior motives?" Xia Wuye immediately expressed his discontent. Yet his expression soon reverted to a serious demeanor as he solemnly remarked, "However, your inadvertent actions may very well prolong the illustrious legacy of the Xie family for a century." Inside Lord Lin's vehicle, a man clad in a black suit and sporting sunglasses was at the wheel. Meanwhile, Jiang Anshi sat in the passenger seat, savoring some delicacies she had brought from the restaurant, relishing every bite. Lord Lin gazed at the figure before him with a helpless smile, then turned to his side to address Shen Wubing. "Originally, I intended to discuss this with you in a few days, but since the opportunity has presented itself today, let's speak of it now." "Are you referring to the matter of Baikeatang?" Shen Wubing inquired. Upon hearing the term Baikeatang, Jiang Anshi swiftly turned her attention towards the two men, while the driver retrieved a pair of headphones from his pocket and donned them. "Indeed," Lord Lin affirmed with a nod, then turned to Jiang Anshi and added, "Anshi, you should listen in as well." Chapter 040 Soul Exchange. Old Master Lin's gaze wavered slightly, and after a full half-minute of contemplation, he began to speak slowly. The original intention behind the establishment of the 100 Herbs Hall was to seek out miraculous physicians and effective remedies for the ailing. However, the appearance of a certain individual completely altered my perspective. Shen Wubing felt he was on the verge of uncovering the secrets behind the organization founded in his name, while Jiang Anshi, busily indulging in pastries, listened intently, neither interrupting Old Master Lin. "His name is Yunyu. He was originally a soldier in my son Bei Wang's regiment. Later, Bei Wang discovered that his awakened ability was rather unique and brought him to see me." Shen Wubing inquired, "What is his awakened ability?" He sensed that the other's talent was likely closely related to the current direction of the 100 Herbs Hall. Old Master Lin glanced at the two of them and pronounced, "His ability is called Soul Exchange." "Soul Exchange?" Jiang Anshi was momentarily taken aback. Shen Wubing, feeling somewhat bewildered, had just joined the Dao class and possessed only a rudimentary understanding of awakened abilities. So far, he was aware of only a handful of them, including Qin Hao's Blazing Fire, Yi Qing's Combat Instinct, Lin Man's Mind Reading, and Jiang Anshi's own ability that she had openly declared to the law enforcement team, Unerring Precision. Among the 132 awakened abilities documented by the military, he had never heard of Soul Exchange. Noticing Shen Wubing's confusion, Jiang Anshi spoke up, "Indeed." Old Master Lin continued, "His awakened ability is unparalleled, and I chose not to report it." "Why not?" Jiang Anshi inquired. "Because of Wubing," Old Master Lin replied, turning his gaze toward Shen Wubing. "Because of me?" Shen Wubing felt even more perplexed. He simply could not fathom the connection between himself and the ability known as soul exchange. Old Master Lin, not one to withhold information, elucidated. Once soul exchange is activated, it allows for the exchange of souls with another person, provided both parties consent. Shen Wubing and Xia Nation were momentarily stunned, their astonishment unmistakable. Old Master Lin paused, allowing them time to digest this revelation. After a considerable silence, Shen Wubing finally pieced it together. Did you believe my body could not endure, and thus wish for that person named Yin Yu to exchange souls with me? Partly yes, partly no, Old Master Lin clarified. Though his ability is termed soul exchange, it can also be understood as a body swap. After a few moments of contemplation, Shen Wubing felt the truth in the elder's words. The exchange of their souls would inevitably result in a swap of bodies. I once had him attempt soul exchange with a person afflicted by illness. Ultimately, that individual's ailment remained in his body, which is to say, in Yin Yu's. Upon hearing Old Master Lin's account, Xia Nation sensed something amiss and questioned, if that is the case, why did you not have him exchange bodies with Shen Wubing? Old Master Lin cast a meaningful glance at Shen Wubing before shifting his gaze to Xia Nation, inquiring, you must now be aware of Wubing's true identity, correct? His identity? Xia Nation was momentarily taken aback, but soon a revelation struck her mind, echoing a recent statement made by Old Master Lin. The original purpose of the Baikatang was to assist Shen Wubing in seeking a miraculous physician and medicinal herbs. Every member of Baikatang was cognizant that their endeavors were all for their enigmatic leader. With this realization, Xia Nation stared in astonishment at Shen Wubing, exclaiming, he is Wang Buliexing. Indeed, Wubing's codename within Baikatang was Wang Buliexing. Old Master Lin nodded gravely, stating, he is the true leader of Baikatang. I assigned all your codenames. Yours, Namling Yaohua, signifies redemption. Meanwhile, Wang Buliexing embodies the essence of altruism. Xia Nation gazed at Shen Wubing for a full minute before smiling. She should have realized it sooner. When Shen Wubing had an altercation with Qin Hao outside the hospital, Old Master Lin had dispatched her to assist him, even emphasizing the importance of the matter and suggesting that, if necessary, she could resort to lethal measures. Initially, she had been perplexed as to why a mere Shen Wubing warranted such attention from Old Master Lin. But now, upon discovering his identity, everything fell into place. He was indeed Wang Buliexing, the true king of Baikatang. After a brief silence, Old Master Lin continued, all members of Baikatang are awakened ones, and even I, as the organizer, have yet to formally join the ranks of Baikatang. How could Wubing, as the leader, be an ordinary individual? However, he lamented, regrettably, the awakening ability is tethered to the soul rather than the physical form. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing found it quite rational. If the awakening ability were reliant on the body, then after Yin Yu activated soul transfer, he would have lost that capability. That would render such an ability rather impractical. After a pause, Old Master Lin elaborated, thus, I have been in search of a perfect vessel. Even if awakening is unattainable, I aim to create for Wubing a body that can rival awakened beings solely through physical prowess. Only then could he command respect among the many awakened members of Baikatang. At this juncture, Old Master Lin smiled. However, Wubing has already awakened and possesses the unique affliction of illness, so this plan must be temporarily shelved. For now, the focus should be on the continued development of Baikatang. Old Master Lin, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Shen Wubing scratched his head and asked, since the founding purpose of Baikatang was centered around my body, and now that my body is no longer an issue, does Baikatang still hold significance for future development? Absolutely. Old Master Lin instantly straightened in his seat, his eyes widening as they fixed on Shen Wubing. If I were to be around, I could certainly protect you. But I am already 72 years old. How many more years do I have left? Once I am gone, if Baikatang remains, I can rest easy. However, Old Master Lin, you shall not perish. Shen Wubing chuckled, shaking his head gently. Wubing, I am aware that with your presence, I shall remain free from calamity and illness. Yet, what a century hence. Old Master Lin sighed. Even a century later, you shall not meet your end. Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head once more. This time, not only Old Master Lin, but also Jiang Anshi regarded Shen Wubing with bewilderment. How can one escape death? Even if one enjoys robust health, living beyond 100 years is the utmost limit. Yet, Shen Wubing remained unfazed, smiling as he spoke. As long as the soul transfer endures, you shall never succumb to death. Chapter 041. The nine-person squad. Upon hearing Shen Wubing's words, both Elder Lin and Jiang Anshi were momentarily taken aback. Yet, it did not take long for them to realize something, their expressions transforming into one of intrigue. Was this truly the correct approach to soul transfer? According to Shen Wubing, it would be entirely feasible to have Yin Yu execute a soul transfer into a healthy and youthful body just before Elder Lin's demise, subsequently transferring Elder Lin's soul into that new vessel. Thus, Elder Lin would attain a rejuvenated physique. Naturally, this method necessitated a willing sacrifice from another. Yet, as a senior general with countless soldiers under his command, finding someone willing to lay down their life for him was hardly a daunting task. Elder Lin pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head, remarking that such a course of action seemed rather inhumane. After all, at his advanced age, how could he ask someone beneath him to die for his sake? Rest assured, there's no need for your subordinates to perish on your behalf. Shen Wubing replied with a gentle smile. We could seek out a death row inmate or an individual afflicted with a terminal illness, promising some benefits to their family. I believe many would willingly accept. At this revelation, both Elder Lin and Jiang Anshi cast astonished glances at Shen Wubing, realizing they were on the brink of exploiting a loophole. The combination of soul, transfer, and terminal affliction rendered the notion of death for anyone they wished to keep alive exceedingly difficult. Elder Lin involuntarily inhaled sharply, then spoke. Let us not rush into this matter. My current state poses no immediate threat. He continued, the most pressing concern now is the future direction of Baikatang, which requires your guidance, Wubing. Well, Shen Wubing hesitated for a moment, then offered a wry smile towards Elder Lin, saying, perhaps it is best for you to handle this matter. After a brief silence, Elder Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the situation is still rather unclear. We shall proceed with discretion until the day the world transforms entirely, and then we can deliberate on subsequent actions. At this juncture, Elder Lin appeared to recall something, turning to Shen Wubing to say, by the way, Zhou Dao informed me that tomorrow your class will undergo group training, arranged in squads of 9. Group training? Shen Wubing inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yes, as per military protocol, the students in your class will undergo militarized training. The 9 of you will train together and execute missions as a unit. They will become your most trusted companions, comrades to whom you can entrust your back. Elder Lin elucidated. Ah, I see. Shen Wubing nodded thoughtfully. As per the rules, the grouping will be determined by your instructor based on each individual's capabilities. Elder Lin paused briefly before continuing. However, you may select those you trust, for often, a reliable teammate proves far more valuable than a mere powerful one. Simply provide me with a list, and I will have Zhou Dao make the necessary arrangements. Shen Wubing lowered his head, pondering for a few seconds before inquiring, can individuals from other classes participate as well? Upon hearing this, Old Master Lin smiled. You are referring to those 3 lads from your dormitory, aren't you? Shen Wubing nodded in agreement. He had few friends, and the individuals he deemed most trustworthy were, without a doubt, Xia Yu and the others. Not an issue. I have already dispatched someone to investigate their backgrounds. As for Xia Dang's grandson, it goes without saying that, given your current relationship with the Xia family, he is undoubtedly the most reliable choice. Moreover, that lad named Xia Yu is also quite the loyal person. Regarding Qianming, although he is not an awakened, his physical prowess is commendable and he won't hold you back. At this point, Old Master Lin paused momentarily before hesitantly continuing. As for that Xiao Dao, Old Master Lin, you have previously stated that a trustworthy teammate is far more valuable than a powerful one. For me, Xiao Dao embodies that trustworthy teammate, Shen Wubing interjected firmly. Observing Shen Wubing's resolute stance, Old Master Lin refrained from further argument and instead asked, do you have any other candidates for the remaining few? Yi Qing, Shen Wubing replied without hesitation. Old Master Lin nodded in satisfaction. I have heard Anshi speak of this Yi Qing. His combat instinct is indeed impressive. If utilized effectively, he may become the sharpest spear within your team. Is there anyone else? Old Master Lin inquired. Shen Wubing contemplated for a few moments before ultimately shaking his head. Within the school, he had only a handful of acquaintances, and in his class, Yi Qing was the sole individual he could trust. Selecting 8 reliable companions was simply beyond his capabilities. Old Master Lin seemed to have anticipated this, retrieving a document from beside his seat and handing it to Shen Wubing. Here are the remaining 4 teammates I have selected for you. Take a look and see if you have any objections. Shen Wubing was momentarily taken aback. While Old Master Lin had claimed that Zhao Xiaodao would not play a significant role for him, he was well aware that Shen Wubing would indeed choose Zhao Xiaodao as his teammate. Otherwise, he would not have only prepared for alternate teammates. Upon opening the document and glancing at the first individual's information, Shen Wubing was stunned, then looked incredulously at Old Master Lin before shifting his gaze to Jiang Anqi, who sat in the front passenger seat. Jiang Anqi, why are you calling me? Jiang Anqi instinctively turned her head, but upon seeing the document in Shen Wubing's hand, she too was taken aback. She quickly snatched the file from him, which prominently displayed her profile information. Name, Jiang Anqi. Gender, female. Age, 23. Rank, 2nd Lieutenant. Awakened ability, Unerring Precision. Below was a brief account of Jiang Anqi's life experiences. But before Shen Wubing could read further, she had already taken it from him. Confused, Jiang Anqi looked at Old Master Lin and asked, "Are you implying that I am to attend school?" "Yes." Old Master Lin nodded and remarked, "You joined the military at the tender age of 17, and your education has been rather lackluster. It is high time for you to attend school and immerse yourself in learning, rather than indulging in perpetual violence." However, just as Jiang Anqi was about to voice her thoughts, Old Master Lin interjected decisively. "There is no however. This is an order." Observing the stern expression on Old Master Lin's face, Jiang Anqi understood that there was no room for negotiation and reluctantly acquiesced, replying yes. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing could only manage a resigned smile before resuming his examination of the next individual's file. Upon glancing at the name and photograph within the dossier, he was momentarily taken aback. Name, Lin Man. Gender, female. Age, 21. Awakened ability, telepathy. Chapter 042, Group Training. Old Master Lin, this woman. Shen Wubing shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "What? Do you have a conflict with her?" A flicker of confusion crossed Old Master Lin's eyes. "I distinctly remember that you and Xia, you rescued her outside the building. It's not because of that," Shen Wubing explained. "I simply do not wish to have someone who could potentially pry into my innermost secrets lingering by my side. It leaves me feeling quite vulnerable." "Ah, I see." Old Master Lin chuckled softly, reaching out to take Lin Man's file from Shen Wubing. After perusing it for a moment, he spoke slowly. "Wubing, are you unable to win over such a young girl?" "Win over?" Shen Wubing paused, momentarily perplexed by the implication. Old Master Lin chuckled again, then clarified, "Since there are 9 of you in a small team, there will naturally be a captain. A significant portion of your team has joined because of you, so you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the captaincy." Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing nodded slowly, beginning to grasp the meaning behind Old Master Lin's words. He understood that Old Master Lin was urging him to cultivate his own influence, starting with these 8 individuals. Noticing that Shen Wubing seemed to comprehend this, Old Master Lin nodded with satisfaction and continued, "The ability of mind reading is regarded as a treasure by various organizations. Just yesterday, Beiwang sought me out for Lin Man, and yet you do not wish to utilize her? As for your concern about someone potentially uncovering your secrets at any moment, that depends on your own capabilities. The military possesses mind reading, and even some criminal organizations have individuals with such abilities. Do they not fear having their secrets exposed?" As he spoke, a fierce glint appeared in Old Master Lin's eyes, and his tone grew somewhat icy. "What you must do is ensure her complete loyalty to you, to the extent that even when you voluntarily meet her gaze, she would hesitate to delve into your thoughts. Of course, different individuals require different methods of persuasion. I trust you can manage that." Shen Wubing pondered for a few seconds, then silently nodded. Gaining someone's unwavering allegiance is not achieved in a day or two. Apart from certain essential tactics, Shared experiences and prolonged interactions are necessary. Thus, he temporarily set aside thoughts of Lin Man and resumed his examination of the next teammate's information. Name: Shen Wubing. Gender: male. Age: 21. Rank: second lieutenant. Awakened ability: none. This individual is the perfect body I mentioned earlier, though it is currently of no use. However, he can become a sharp blade in your hands, utterly loyal to you. Even if you commanded him to die, he would do so without hesitation, old Master Lin explained. Moreover, his height and weight are comparable to yours, and even his appearance bears some resemblance. Initially, I considered using soul transfer to switch your bodies, allowing you to retain your own appearance with a few simple adjustments, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. As Shen Wubing marveled at the meticulousness with which old Master Lin conducted his affairs, he also perused the last individual's dossier. Name: Tang Xiaohua. Gender: female. Age: 22. Awakened ability: blink. Upon glancing at the photograph situated at the upper right corner of the document, Shen Wubing recognized the woman. She was his classmate from the Dao class. Although he had previously been unaware of her name, her distinctive lip-piercing and heavily smoked eye makeup made her instantly recognizable to him. Within your small team, the presence of Yi Qing, Qian Ming, and Shan Ning, 3 formidable blades, was already sufficient. Tang Xiaohua's unique ability could yield unexpected advantages at crucial moments. Here, old Master Lin smiled slightly, adding, however, this young lady is a fiery steed. Whether you can tame her depends on your own prowess. The following day, in the Dao class, Tang Song entered with a document in hand and addressed the assembly of students below him. From today onward, you will undergo semi-militarized training. Teacher Tang Song, what does semi-militarized training entail? Inquired the smoky-eyed girl, Tang Xiaohua. To put it simply, in the days to come, you will be required to engage in group training, and you may also be assigned some relatively low-risk tasks, Tang Song explained. He then produced the document from his hands. Continuing, this is the military's allocation of small teams based on your awakened abilities, with 9 individuals assigned to each team. He passed the document to a girl seated in the front row. Please distribute it for everyone to review. 10 minutes later, Tang Xiaohua scrutinized the team roster in her hands, her frown deepening with each glance until she could no longer contain herself. Teacher Tang Song, is there an issue with my team's roster? What seems to be the problem? Tang Song looked up at her. Of my 8 teammates, aside from Yi Qing, I have never even heard of the others. Are you sure they are all from the Dao class? Tang Xiaohua shook the team roster in her hand, exuding exasperation. While all individuals listed were indeed students of the Dao class, not all were necessarily awakened, as the number of awakened individuals remained relatively scarce, preventing the formation of a team composed entirely of awakened members. Tang Song smiled and clarified, rest assured, the roster has been meticulously deliberated by the scholars at the Awakening Research Institute. These are undoubtedly the most suitable companions for you. He paused momentarily before continuing, of course. Understanding your teammates' personalities and character will require time. Our focus is solely on the allocation based on your abilities. Very well, though still somewhat perplexed. Tang Xiaohua chose to trust Tang Song's words. Subsequently, Tang Song led the group to the school's playground. At that moment, a considerable number of Dao class students had already gathered there. Shen Wubing immediately spotted Xia Yu among the crowd, and at that moment, Jiang Anqi stood conversing with a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Shen Wubing, as they engaged in light-hearted banter. On the platform in the playground stood dozens of soldiers clad in military combat uniforms, each one standing tall with resolute gazes, their hands clasped behind them like javelins. Tang Song addressed the class of students he had brought along, stating, the individuals up there are the finest warriors from the military. They will conduct practical training for you. He added, when your name is called, step forward and stand behind your respective instructor. The students responded lazily, understood, teacher Tang Song. Observing this scene, Tang Song refrained from saying much more, silently contemplating that these sheltered flowers were about to face significant hardships. With this thought, his gaze fell upon the instructors on the platform. Upon noticing the first person on his left, he could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. He had long known that Zhou Dao held great expectations for Shen Wubing, but he never anticipated that this fearsome instructor would be assigned to him. He harbored grave doubts about whether Shen Wubing's frail constitution could withstand the rigorous demands of this individual. Soon, all the students from the class had assembled, and the instructors on the platform began to call out names in turn. The first to speak was the individual on the far left, whose piercing gaze swept over the gathered students as he boomed the first name, Shen Wubing. Chapter 043. Is such an abnormal ability possible? Upon hearing his name, Shen Wubing raised his hand and approached the instructor. The instructor frowned slightly, but chose not to comment further, continuing with the roll call. When he called out Jiang Anqi's name, his expression became noticeably complex, yet he still announced it loudly. Here, today, Jiang Anqi donned a comfortable sports outfit, resembling an ordinary university student. However, the moment she spoke, an inexplicable aura emanated from her, rivaling even the instructors on stage. Her entrance instantly captivated the attention of all the students in the class. Is this beauty from our school? I've never seen her before. I haven't either. She must be from a nearby school. I wish I could be in a group with her. Don't dream. Can't you see her group already has 9 members? Damn, what kind of luck did those guys have 3 stunning beauties in one team? As each group was assigned, the instructors led their respective students away from the playground. Instructor, where are we headed? Xia asked lazily. I haven't had breakfast yet. How about we grab a bite first? Lu, my treat. Sure. Jiang Anqi instinctively chimed in. Immediately after, she hurriedly covered her mouth, casting a wary glance at the straight-backed figure ahead. As anticipated, upon hearing their conversation, the instructor halted his steps, causing the smoky-eyed girl, Tang Xiaohua, who followed closely behind, to bump into him. Hey, could you at least signal when you stop? Tang Xiaohua exclaimed, her displeasure evident. Realizing her outburst, she quickly recoiled, while the instructor felt that Colonel Zhou had handed him a significant challenge. In the past, dealing with one rebellious student in a class was already a headache, but now, this group of 9 included the likes of Jiang Anqi, Xia, and Tang Xiaohua, all troublemakers. Pondering this, he turned his gaze towards Shen Wubing and Lin Man, relieved that they appeared relatively compliant. His cold stare swept across Xia and the others, finally settling on Xia as he asked sternly, You want to eat? Feeling the weight of the instructor's sharp gaze, Xia hesitated and muttered softly, I'm not particularly hungry. I can manage without eating. The instructor then shifted his attention back to Jiang Anqi, stating, Once you leave the military, you are no longer a soldier. Jiang Anqi remained silent, standing tall and avoiding any glances. Observing this, the instructor scrutinized her for a moment before retracting his gaze and finally looking at Tang Xiaohua. Before he could speak, Tang Xiaohua interjected, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I want to insult you again. Observing the sincerity etched upon the other's visage, he chose not to utter another word, turning instead to continue his forward march. Jiang, what is the true background of this instructor? Xia inquired softly, leaning closer to Jiang Anqi. Are you afraid of him too? Jiang Anqi cast a profound glance at the retreating figure before lowering her voice in reply. His name is Huiyin. Behind his back, everyone refers to him as the living Yama. He leads his troops with an iron fist, yet those he trains emerge as the most elite among their peers. Whether your encounter with him at the commencement of your military training is a stroke of fortune or misfortune remains to be seen. With a complex expression, she surveyed the group before adding, In any case, I suggest you all prepare for the challenges ahead. As they conversed, they reached the entrance of the academy, where dozens of military pickups were lined up in a magnificent display, extending beyond the horizon. Get in, Huiyin commanded, opening the rear of one of the trucks and gesturing for them to board. The group exchanged glances before climbing aboard in succession. However, just as Jiang Anqi was about to enter, Huiyin called out to her, You drive. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, aware that his request was not merely for her assistance in operating the vehicle, but rather a precursor to a conversation. As the vehicle began to roll forward, Huiyin turned his gaze to Jiang Anqi. Do you have nothing to say to me? What could I possibly say? Jiang Anqi feigned ignorance, fixating her gaze on the road ahead. Still pretending? Huiyin scoffed, then fixed his intense stare upon her. Am I to believe I do not know who you are? The fact that you were sent here implies a significant figure among those 8 young ones. Reveal to me, who is it? His gaze bore into her, Jiang Anshi continued to focus on the road, taking a long pause before finally sighing. Instructor Hua, knowing too much is not always a blessing. If no one has informed you, it signifies that those in higher authority deem it unnecessary for you to be privy to this matter. Your sole responsibility is to train diligently and with utmost seriousness. Hua Yin was momentarily taken aback by her words, subsequently falling into silence. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Tang Xiaohua was vociferously lamenting, "Which idiot is driving this car? I'm being jolted to death. Little girl, you would do well not to voice such sentiments in front of Jiang Anshi. Otherwise, I fear she might shoot you on the spot," Xia teased. "Are you threatening me?" Tang Xiaohua rolled her eyes. "What era are we in? Who still shoots people? Why not bombard her with missiles instead?" As the two exchanged barbs, Lin Man sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, her beautiful eyes darting about, surveying the group. Shen Wubing glanced at everyone and remarked, "Since we have some idle time, why not take this opportunity to get to know one another?" In truth, aside from Shening and Tang Xiaohua, the rest of the group were already somewhat acquainted, if not intimately familiar, with one another's names. This suggestion has merit. Tang Xiaohua was the first to express her agreement. Aside from Yiqing, she was unfamiliar with everyone else in the vehicle and wished to seize this opportunity to get to know them, for after all, Tang Song had mentioned they would be comrades from now on. "I'll go first." Xie raised his hand and addressed the group. "My name is Xie. I am 22 years old, youthful, wealthy, in excellent health, and above all, quite handsome." Upon hearing his declaration, Tang Xiaohua looked at him with disdain and asked, "What about your abilities?" "Abilities?" Xie paused momentarily, as if a thought struck him. Then he replied, "Didn't I mention? I'm in great shape. 8 times in one night is an exaggeration, but 3 to 5 times is quite normal." After saying this, he proudly patted his chest. "Not." Tang Xiaohua's gaze towards Xie grew even more contemptuous. "Is that really talent?" Chapter 044. Mind reading, what makes this so perverse? Xie protested, visibly displeased. "Is it wrong for me to have a robust constitution? Then tell me, what abilities do you possess?" "Listen closely," Tang Xiaohua said, raising her chin. "My name is Tang Xiaohua. I am 22 years old, and my ability is blink." "Blink?" Xie burst into laughter, teasing, "I can ignite flames." "You know nothing." "Dan Xiaohua Vito Sapi." At that moment, Shen Ying, who had been silent, suddenly inquired, "What is the range of your blink?" Tang Xiaohua looked at him and replied candidly, "Currently, it can only reach a distance of 10 meters. Shening nodded and fell silent once more. Shortly thereafter, Qian Meng, Zhao Xiaodao, and Shening each introduced themselves. Upon discovering that none of the three had awakened any abilities, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tang Xiaohua's eyes, and her gaze shifted to Shen Wubing. Seeing her look in his direction, Shen Wubing spoke up, "I am Shen Wubing, 21 years old, and my ability is afflicted by illness." Afflicted by illness? A hint of confusion crossed Tang Xiaohua's face. Being among the earliest students in the class, she had learned about many awakened abilities, yet this afflicted by illness was unfamiliar to her. Shen Wubing nodded and briefly explained his ability. After listening to his description, Tang Xiaohua's mouth fell open in awe, and after a considerable pause, she slowly uttered, "How domineering." Indeed, it was a rather imposing ability. Shening beside them nodded in agreement, adding, "However, in practical combat, it may present numerous inconveniences suitable only for ambush." Shen Wubing merely smiled at this remark, choosing not to argue. The suitability for combat could only be determined through experience. Moreover, it seemed he possessed more than one ability. Yet he had no intention of revealing this. One must always retain a backup. After Yi Qing completed his introduction, only Lin Man remained silent in the vehicle. Tang Xiaohua turned to Lin Man, who was curled up in the corner, and asked, "Miss, it's your turn." "Oh." Lin Man timidly lifted her head and slowly began, "My name is Lin Man, I'm 21 years old, and my ability is mind reading." Upon hearing mind reading, Shening immediately averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Lin Man. However, Tang Xiaohua was unfazed and inquired, "So it's mind reading? I've heard that mind reading means you can perceive our innermost thoughts, correct?" "Yes." Lin Man nodded. This ability had brought her much distress, and she had begun to reject it. "Then what am I thinking right now?" Tang Xiaohua asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Man was slightly taken aback. It was the first time someone had actively invited her to read their mind. She suddenly lifted her gaze to meet Tang Xiaohua's eyes. Despite her heavily made-up visage, adorned with a lip piercing that gave her the appearance of a rebellious girl, her eyes were remarkably clear, a rarity indeed. Due to her innate abilities, Lin Man had a tendency to subconsciously observe the eyes of others, and among the myriad she had encountered, few, aside from children, possessed the same untainted clarity as Tang Xiaohua's. Moreover, Lin Man's thoughts were simple. In a mere exchange of glances, she discerned every sentiment swirling within Tang Xiaohua's heart. Moments later, Lin Man averted her gaze. So did you read it? Tang Xiaohua inquit gudio si li. Lin Man nodded. Do tell, what am I thinking? Tang Xiaohua uget easily. Lin Man lifted her gaze and studied Tang Xiaohua intently before hesitantly stating, Do you truly wish to know? Of course, speak freely, Tang Xiaohua responded, appearing quite nonchalant. Very well. After a brief pause, Lin Man began. You think Xie Yu is rather handsome, though his abilities are quite unsavory. What the? Xie Yu was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether he had just received a compliment or a critique. Then Lin Man turned her attention to Shen Wubing and continued. You find Shen Wubing's abilities impressive, yet his frail appearance is rather unappealing. Shen Ying is like a block of ice, always trying to appear profound. Qian Ming is merely a big oaf. Zhao Xiaodao speaks with a stutter, giving the impression of lacking intelligence. As she spoke, Lin Man glanced back at Tang Xiaohua, somewhat bashfully adding, You think I'm quite beautiful, but your chest is not as ample as mine. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaohua swiftly covered Lin Man's mouth with her hand, chuckling awkwardly, All right, no more of that. Meanwhile, Lin Man cast a glance at her own modestly flat chest and then at Tang Xiaohua's more generous figure, silently acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed, Tang Xiaohua was correct. Through this exchange, Shen Wubing gained a clearer understanding of Tang Xiaohua. She was as straightforward as she appeared, devoid of any ulterior motives. For she would not dare allow Lin Man to demonstrate her mind-reading abilities in front of so many people otherwise. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle came to a gentle halt. With the sound of a door slamming shut, the rear door was swung open. Everyone eagerly leapt from the car, and it was then that Shen Wubing realized they were no longer within the confines of Ice City, but had arrived at a military district on the outskirts. For the upcoming week, you shall remain here, Hui Yin declared with a piercing gaze directed at the group. Now, each of you has 3 minutes to call home and explain your situation. Thereafter, all communication devices must be surrendered. Only 3 minutes? Xie Yu exclaimed, momentarily stunned before continuing. I have 7 girlfriends. How could 3 minutes suffice? Hua Yin disregarded Xie Yu and instead raised his wrist to glance at his watch. 2 minutes and 57 seconds remained. Observing this scene, everyone began to retrieve their phones to call their families, while Shen Wubing simply switched off his phone and extended it toward Hu Yin. Hua Yin paused momentarily, then inquired, Do you not need to inform your family of the situation? I have no family, Shen Wubing replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, the gazes of those present towards Shen Wubing shifted to a more complex tone. After a few seconds of hesitation, Hu Yin accepted Shen Wubing's phone. 3 minutes later, Hu Yin announced, Time's up. Everyone, please turn off your phones and submit them. Babe, I can't talk to you anymore. Remember to tell the other 6 babes to miss me. Xie Yu spoke rapidly, and before hanging up, he even kissed the phone's microphone, utterly unfazed by the peculiar looks from the others. Once all phones were surrendered, Hui Yin led the group into the military district. As they passed the training ground, Shen Wubing and the others noticed that a series of mats were laid out, and the soldiers clad in combat uniforms were not engaged in the arduous training they had anticipated. Instead, they sat serenely on the mats, seemingly in a state of meditation. Are they practicing the Tao, Ju? Tang Xiaohua in Gui. Chapter 045. 120 push UPS. Yin offered no response to her inquiry, continuing his forward march. Along the way, the instructors responsible for overseeing the training all saluted him with a crisp military gesture. Observing this, Xie Yu leaned closer to Zhang Anqi and whispered, I see his rank is merely that of a second lieutenant. Why do so many salute him? Many of them are soldiers trained by instructor Hua, Jiang Anshi replied, her expression a mixture of complexity as she glanced at Hua Yan's retreating figure. Under normal circumstances, instructor Hua should have already attained the rank of major. Had it not been for that incident years ago before she could finish her thought, Hua Yan had led the group to a makeshift tent and halted. Turning to face them, he stated, "The military has no additional accommodations available for you. This will be your resting area from now on." The group looked up to find several neatly arranged tents, all of identical design, and they appeared quite spacious. "This doesn't look too bad," Xia remarked, surveying the tents before suggesting, "Ladies first. You may choose first." He gestured gallantly toward the female members of the group. "Good for you, recognizing the proper etiquette," Tang Xiaohua replied with a hint of pride. However, before she could step forward, Hua Yan's cold voice interjected, "You 9 will share one tent." He pointed to the tent marked with a number 001. "Have you lost your mind? Tang Xiaohua potet vementin. You expect us to sleep in one tent? With both genders? There is no such rule, even in the military." Hua Yan fixed his gaze on Tang Xiaohua for a moment before responding. "If you cannot accept such minor inconveniences, I suggest you leave now and voluntarily withdraw from the training class." Tang Xiaohua glared fiercely at Hua Yan, poised to retort, but noticed Jiang Anshi had already entered the tent. Seeing this, she swallowed her words and followed suit, muttering under her breath, "So what if we have to share? It's not a big deal." Upon entering the tent, the group discovered that conditions were not as dire as they had anticipated, although they would be sharing the space. It was quite roomy. Inside, they found 3 sets of bunk beds and 3 single beds, with a camouflage fabric partitioning the single beds, clearly designated for the 3 females. Xia clicked his tongue in disbelief, shaking his head. When did the military start showing favoritism? Hua Yan cast a cold, unchanging glance at him, but offered no further comment. Instead, he simply stated, "Your training uniforms are on your respective beds. You have 10 minutes to change and assemble outside." With that, he exited the tent without looking back. As she watched Hua Yan's departing figure, Tang Xiaohua pouted and then approached her bed, glancing at the military-issued clothing and toiletries prepared for them. With a hint of exasperation, she exclaimed, "What is all this? Can I go back to fetch my own cosmetics?" "Cosmetics?" Xia scoffed, teasingly responding, "You should just hope that you won't have your period during this time. You're insufferable." Tang Xiaohua shot him a fierce glare. Meanwhile, Jiang Anshi had already retrieved her clothes and pulled the curtain shut, preparing to change. Observing this, Shen Wubing and the others began to don the combat uniforms provided by the military. 10 minutes later, all 9 individuals emerged from the tent, fully attired. Hua Yan glanced at his watch and remarked, "You are 12 seconds late." Upon hearing this, both Jiang Anshi and Shen Ying's expressions soured slightly, while Tang Xiaohua shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "It's just a little over 10 seconds. Is that really considered late?" Silence. Hua Yan sharply interrupted her, his piercing gaze locking onto her like a hawk. In a battlefield, even a second's delay could cost you your life or the lives of your comrades. "Understood," Tang Xiaohua muttered, retracting her neck. "No need to be so fierce." Hua Yan ignored her further, scanning each individual before stating, 1 second late results in 10 push-ups. Everyone begin. "What? 120 push-ups?" Xia grimaced. Meanwhile, Jiang Anshi and Shen Ying had already lowered themselves to the ground to commence their push-ups. Reluctantly, the others followed suit. However, this posed a challenge for Shen Wubing. Given his physical condition, he could barely manage even 20 push-ups, let alone 120. Nevertheless, upon seeing Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua already engaged in the exercise, he gritted his teeth and joined them. 1 minute later, Jiang Anshi and Shen Ying rose almost simultaneously, reporting in unison, "Report. 120 push-ups completed." Hua Yan nodded and turned his gaze to the remaining individuals. When his eyes landed on Shen Wubing, he couldn't help but frown. As a grown man, Shen Wubing's speed in performing push-ups was even slower than that of the 2 girls, and his expression was one of extreme agony, as though the exercise was a matter of life and death. Hua Yan stepped forward, looking down at Shen Wubing, and coldly remarked, "You truly are a flower in a greenhouse. Do you never exercise?" Before Shen Wubing could respond, Xia couldn't help but interject, "Instructor, the 3rd one." Silence. Hua Yin interrupted him sharply. I did not ask you. But Xia attempted to say more, but Shen Wubing shook his head at him. Turning to Huyen, he reported, Instructor, I haven't. As soon as he finished, he broke into a violent fit of coughing. Upon witnessing this scene, Huyen could not help but furrow his brow. From a very first moment he laid eyes on Shen Wubing, he sensed a pallidness about him that suggested a rather frail constitution. Now, to his astonishment, the man had managed to perform a mere 10 push-ups before succumbing to a fit of coughing, his arms trembling visibly, a display that appeared entirely genuine. Contemplating this, he cast a glance back at Xia Nation, who promptly averted her gaze, refusing to meet Huyen's eyes. In that moment, Huyen discerned that she likely possessed knowledge of the situation but was reluctant to disclose it. Since it seemed that the higher-ups deemed this matter unnecessary for him to know, he resolved to focus solely on his responsibilities. With that thought in mind, he concealed any semblance of sympathy and, in a stern voice, declared, regardless of your prior training, if you cannot complete these 120 push-ups today, you shall not rise. Chapter 046, Breakthrough. Shen Wubing gritted his teeth, yet he remained silent, enduring the discomfort of his body as he continued with the excruciating push-ups. Xia Nation, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, ultimately turning her head away to avoid looking at him. Meanwhile, within the Lin family villa, Old Master Lin and Zhou Dao sat across from each other, a tablet positioned between them displaying the training footage of Shen Wubing and his companions. Zhou Dao observed Shen Wubing, who was trembling yet resolutely persisting, and couldn't help but feel anxious. Old Master, is this truly feasible? Aren't you concerned that Wubing's body might not withstand it? Sighing, Old Master Lin responded, since the Awakening Research Institute has asserted this, there must be a rationale behind it. Professor He personally informed me that Wubing's abilities are on the verge of a breakthrough. Following that, he also absorbed the affliction of the Xia family's daughter-in-law. Logically, he should have already broken through by now. His delay is likely due to his poor physical condition. Thus, his physique must be enhanced. Coupled with the operation of the Dao Ju, he should be able to achieve a breakthrough in no time. But I fear his body may not endure. Zhou Dao expressed his growing concern. Did Professor He not say he has an 80% assurance? Old Master Lin countered. Yet there remains a 20% chance of death. Zhou Dao's tone grew increasingly urgent. Which remarkable individual has not navigated the precipice of death in their ascent to greatness? Old Master Lin's demeanor turned serious as he gazed at Zhou Dao. How many times did you escape death on the battlefield in the southern frontier? At this, Zhou Dao paused, realizing the truth in the old man's words. Indeed, even he, a colonel, had faced countless brushes with death. Their expectations for Shen Wubing transcended mere rank. There were trials he must inevitably confront. With this thought, Zhou Dao returned his gaze to the screen. At that moment, Qian Ming and Yi Qing completed 120 push-ups. While not as swift as Jiang Anshi and Shen Ying, it was evident they were managing well, with only slight heaving of their chests. Next came Zhao Xiaodao, while the remaining individuals struggled increasingly. Tang Xiaohua, laboriously executing push-ups, muttered, I'm not angry. Consider this a workout for my abs. Lin Man, meanwhile, was drenched in sweat, taking deep breaths, appearing significantly stronger than both Tang Xiaohua and Shen Wubing. Undoubtedly, the most arduous trial fell upon Shen Wubing. His camouflage combat uniform was thoroughly soaked with sweat, his arms trembling uncontrollably, and even his teeth were gritted, creaking under the pressure. After another 10 minutes, Lin Man slowly rose, panting heavily as she declared, Report. Huyen nodded slightly, saying little more, his gaze firmly fixed on Shen Wubing. He sensed something was amiss with the young man before him. His physique was alarmingly frail, far removed from what one would expect of someone in their 20s. Under normal circumstances, even an average person should not exhibit such debilitating weakness. Moreover, the records indicated that he was an awakened, whose physical prowess ought to surpass that of ordinary individuals. Completing 120 push-ups should not present such a monumental challenge, even for someone who seldom exercises. Before he could comprehend the situation further, Shen Wubing's arms finally succumbed, collapsing heavily to the ground. This scene startled Tang Xiaohua to the core, nearly causing her to follow suit. Goodness, instructor, he is utterly exhausted. Silence. Hua Yin shot her a cold glare, then swiftly raised his hand to halt Xia Yu and others, who were about to assist Shen Wubing. I told you, do not rise until you finish. His voice was stern, devoid of any emotional nuance. This prompted Xia Yu and Qian Ming to cast him looks filled with resentment. Had this been anywhere but the military, Xia Yu might have resorted to physical confrontation. I have further instructions to impart, Hui Yin began, scanning the group before resting his gaze on Shen Wubing once more. You shall listen while you continue your task. Rise only when you have completed it. Shen Wubing defiantly lifted his head to meet Hui Yan's gaze before attempting to rise again. In the upcoming week, you will undergo formal military training, comprising morning physical conditioning, afternoon combat exercises, and evening strategy cultivation. After delivering this message, he turned to address the group again, stating, moreover, following these 7 days, the military will assign you a task. These missions will not be overly complex, yet should you approach them carelessly, the risk of fatality looms. Thus, your primary focus now must be to enhance your capabilities to the utmost. Shen Wubing absorbed none of Hui Yan's words. He felt his body succumbing once more to the repercussions of this excessive exertion. Since he had absorbed Meng Ru's ailment that day, he had sensed an unsettling change within himself. The void inside him seemed to have reached its limit, threatening to burst forth at any moment. Yet, as he gradually learned to control the phasing of his arms, that sensation had dissipated. Now, however, it returned with a vengeance, intensifying to the point where he felt the void would soon rupture. At this moment, his bent arms could no longer straighten, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He truly believed he was on the brink of death. Was he really to perish? No, he had fought valiantly for survival. Over 30 ailments had failed to claim his life. How could a mere 120 push-ups be the end of him? Such thoughts propelled Shen Wubing's bent arms to gradually extend. In the next instant, he felt the void within him explode with the force of a balloon bursting. In an instant, an indescribable wave of agony engulfed his entire being, and even Shen Wubing, who had long been tormented by illness, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! As the scream echoed into silence, he sensed a black hole erupting within him, releasing countless tiny black particles that roamed freely through his limbs and bones. Meanwhile, the crowd was drawn in by his anguished cries, witnessing a faint layer of black mist enveloping Shen Wubing, only to vanish in an instant. Mere moments later, those black particles seemed to have merged seamlessly into his flesh and blood, disappearing completely. He distinctly felt the emergence of another black hole within him, this one significantly larger than the previous. Subsequently, he sensed an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. Performing push-ups felt as effortless as lifting a hand. 30 seconds later, Shen Wubing finally rose to his feet, gazing at the astonished expression on Hui Yan's face, and proclaimed loudly, "Report." Hui Yan remained silent, his eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Shen Wubing, filled with incredulity. Is this a level 5? Indeed, it is a level 5. Jiang Anshi also scrutinized Shen Wubing from head to toe, her expression somewhat complicated. How could this be possible? Hui Yan still struggled to accept the scene before him. No, Xia stepped forward and inquired, what exactly is this level 5 you are speaking of? Are you referring to the third one? Chapter 047, Breaking Through to Level Wu. Training commences at this moment. Not only was Xia Yu perplexed, but even Shen Wubing wore a look of confusion. He merely felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through him, with no other discernible changes, and the term level Wu was entirely foreign to him. Hua Yin took a deep breath, composed his emotions, and gradually began to speak. This matter should ideally be elucidated by your class instructor. However, since you are not yet privy to it, they may have refrained from informing you. Pausing momentarily, he continued, nevertheless, since we have broached the subject today, I shall assume the role of your instructor and enlighten you. Upon hearing his words, the group became notably attentive, sensing they were on the verge of genuinely comprehending what it meant to be an awakened. You should be aware that the abilities possessed by awakened individuals are indeed subject to breakthroughs, Hu Yin remarked, casting a glance at the crowd, who nodded in agreement, recalling that Tang Song had indeed mentioned this before. With each breakthrough, an awakened's capabilities undergo a significant enhancement, encompassing both physical attributes and the elevation of their awakened abilities. A breakthrough is designated as level Wu. Does the existence of level Wu imply that there are levels Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding as well? Shen Wubing inquired. Hua Yin regarded him with an appreciative gaze. His previous disdain had dissipated, replaced by admiration and respect for Shen Wubing. You are correct. According to research conducted by the International Awakening Organization, awakened individuals can achieve 5 breakthroughs, corresponding to levels Wu, Ding, Bing, Yi, and Jia. Internationally, they are referred to as levels A, B, C, D, and E. The names Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, and Wu are specific to our nation. At this juncture, his gaze returned to Shen Wubing, and with a complex expression, he stated, "And Shen Wubing, you have already attained level Wu." Suddenly, Yin appeared to recall something, his demeanor turning serious as he added, "However, I must advise you on one crucial matter. Unless absolutely necessary, never attempt a breakthrough on your own. It is best to notify your teacher or superior upon sensing an impending breakthrough, allowing them to assist you." "Why?" inquired Tang Xiaohua. Her curiosity piqued. "Because during a breakthrough, the abilities you awaken will fundamentally transform your body in a short span, and the pain is unbearable for an ordinary person." As he concluded, he cast a deep glance at Shen Wubing, who certainly understood this all too well. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to Shen Wubing. With a wry smile, he replied, "I have been tormented by various ailments since childhood and have long since acclimated to diverse sensations of pain. However, the agony accompanying this breakthrough is indeed excruciating." Recalling the suffocating pain he had just experienced, Shen Wubing couldn't help but feel a twinge of trepidation. "By the way," Hua Yin seemed to suddenly recall something, and then spoke, "If someone breaks through to level Wu, it must be reported to the military. I will go and submit the information regarding Shen Wubing. Please wait for me here for a moment." Just as Hua Yin was about to leave, he was stopped by Jiang Anqi, who earnestly remarked, "Instructor Hua, Shen Wubing is not yet affiliated with the military. Even if a report is necessary, it should be directed to his school rather than the military." Hua Yin was momentarily taken aback, a sense of confusion washing over him. Once an awakened individual breaks through to level Wu, their strength experiences a significant enhancement. Furthermore, those with formidable abilities, if they lose control, could pose unimaginable dangers to society. Hence, the military had long established new regulations, mandating that any awakened who ascends to level Wu must report to the local military at the earliest opportunity. However, there was no explicit indication regarding whether students should report their breakthroughs to their schools or the military. As of now, Shen Wubing should be the first student to reach level Wu, leaving no precedent to refer to. Hua Yin gazed into Jiang Anqi's eyes for several seconds, then silently nodded, as if a realization dawned upon him. Why was he assigned to instruct a group of students? Why had Jiang Anqi, renowned throughout the Cold State military for her rebellious spirit, been sent to attend school? And then there was Shen Wubing. Although he was not personally acquainted with him, through the latter's demeanor and actions, Hua Yin could easily discern that he was undoubtedly a military personnel, or at the very least, someone who had undergone special training. All of this, it seemed, was likely due to that young man named Shen Wubing. Hua Yin exhaled slowly, releasing a breath laden with contemplation, and then addressed the group. "In that case, let the training continue." At that moment, other teams began to arrive at the military base, each escorted by their respective instructors to be assigned tents. Soon, the students found themselves undergoing the very experiences they had just witnessed, first expressing dissatisfaction with the tents, then dragging their feet in tardiness, ultimately being compelled by the instructors to perform push-ups. Adjacent to Shen Wubing's tent was tent number 002, which housed 9 students, one of whom was an acquaintance of Shen Wubing, Blazing Fire Qin Hao. At that moment, Qin Hao still limped, though he appeared significantly improved compared to before. Given the Qin family's wealth, it wouldn't be long before his leg was completely healed. Observing the lethargic demeanor of his peers, some of whom even requested tissues from the instructors during push-ups out of fear of dirtying their hands. Particularly a few boys. Xia couldn't help but chuckle, then turned to the frowning Huiyan. Instructor Hua, in comparison, aren't we doing rather well? Are you proud of us? Huiyan's icy tone returned as he replied, everyone. Back to your tents now. Under each of your beds, there are weighted objects. Retrieve them. Upon hearing this, the group returned to their tents and, sure enough, discovered numerous sandbags stored beneath their beds. They retrieved the sandbags and placed them at their feet, emulating Jiang Anshi and Shen by standing with their hands clasped behind their backs, striving to maintain a straight posture as best they could. Huiyan observed that aside from Jiang Anshi, the others stood in an unrefined military posture, eliciting both amusement and exasperation within him. However, this time he refrained from voicing his thoughts too extensively. After all, their willingness to learn was commendable. Yet, Huiyan maintained a stern demeanor as he addressed them, stating, "You now have 3 minutes to secure your weighted objects." Upon hearing this, the group promptly bent down to adjust the sandbags, eager to avoid further push-ups. After 3 minutes, they all stood up, their arms and calves adorned with the sandbags. Each sandbag weighs 10 kilograms, Huiyan said, his expression impassive as he regarded them. He then continued, I require you to wear them continuously for the next 7 days, even during meals and while sleeping. Is that understood? Chapter 048, Weighted Training. Flash upon hearing this statement, everyone was momentarily taken aback. They were not allowed to remove them, even while eating or sleeping. Not only did Shen Wubing and the others find this absurd, but even the instructor nearby, Qin Hao, cast a look of pity towards Shen Wubing and his companions. Typically, the special forces of the military conduct weighted training with loads of around 13 kilograms, which can escalate to 45 kilograms in exceptional circumstances. However, the weights they bear consist of supplies required for combat, such as weapons and food, allowing them to be set aside during meals and rest. Yet, to their astonishment, Huiyan had specifically prepared sandbags for them and mandated that they could not be removed for 7 days. The instructor shook his head, acknowledging Huiyan's ruthless nature, even towards students. He felt fortunate not to be among the troops under such stringent command. What? Do you have any objections? Huiyan coldly inquired, fixing his gaze upon the group. And no, not at all. Xia quickly waved his hands, muttering under his breath, who would dare to object? This isn't just a ruthless king. This is an absolute tyrant. Huiyan ignored him and glanced at his wrist to check the time before announcing. Today marks your first day of training, and lunchtime is approaching. Let's commence with a 5-kilometer cross-country run. He then coldly reminded them, you have 1 hour until lunch. If you cannot return in time, you shall forego your meal. He turned to Jiang Anshi, instructing, you will lead them. Then, as if recalling something, he pointed at the drone hovering above, saying, it will monitor your every move. Those little tricks you used in the past will no longer be effective. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Anshi rolled her eyes dramatically. Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa, Elder Lin beamed with a smile resembling a blooming flower upon witnessing Shen Wubing's breakthrough. You see, I told you, young people need a bit of pressure to thrive. Indeed, your foresight is commendable, Zhou Dao concurred, though he hesitated for a moment before adding, however, regarding the military exercise in a month. Upon hearing this, the smile on Elder Lin's face vanished. For the past 2 years, the Han province military had consistently ranked at the bottom during these exercises, and he often endured teasing remarks from the old-timers while drinking tea together. Lin Tianrong could bear the loss of face, but the Han province military could not afford to continue in such disgrace. Noticing Elder Lin's grim expression, Zhou Dao sighed, alas, if it weren't for the Southern Frontier War, our Han province military would not be in such dire straits. Enough of the past. There's still a month ahead, Elder Lin said, taking a deep breath. He gazed at the screen, displaying Shen Wubing and his team enduring the weighted cross-country run, murmuring, I can only hope these young men will surprise us. I say, Jiang the Great Beauty, is this seriously climbing a mountain? Xia exclaimed, supporting himself on his knees and panting heavily. At this moment, they found themselves in a secluded forest outside the military district, an area sealed off by the military, prohibiting ordinary individuals from entry. This place was predominantly utilized for the training of military personnel. Approximately, Jiang Anshi nodded and remarked, upon traversing through this woodland, you will encounter the fierce tiger banner of the Hanzhou military. As long as you reach that point and return, it would amount to 5 kilometers. Oh my goodness! Tang Xiaohua exclaimed, hastily waving her hand, her face reflecting a sense of despair. You all go ahead. I can't run anymore. I need to rest for a while. With that, she plopped down onto a fallen tree, gasping for breath. That is not an option. Jiang Anshi shook her head, her tone calm. If we return late, we might merely miss lunch, but if we abandon you, I assure you, it will be disastrous for all of us. What do you mean? Tang Xiaohua inquit, so mewat po. Literally, Jiang Anshi replied matter-of-factly. From the moment we were assigned to the same team, we became one entity. In the military, abandoning a comrade is the gravest taboo. Forget it. Tang Xiaohua waved her hand dismissively, scoffing. Who considers you my comrades? After 7 days, we part ways anyway. I never intended to join the military. You don't plan to join the military? Jiang Anshi raised an eyebrow slightly. Exactly, why would I? Tang Xiaohua countered. Look at me. I'm stunning and in great shape, and you have no idea of my extraordinary talent for performance. Coupled with my identity as an awakener, I might just become a top-tier actress in the future. With a disdainful pout, she added, why would I endure such hardships by joining the military? Jiang Anshi fell silent for a few seconds, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, not everyone was like her, with no other options. Among those present were not only Tang Xiaohua, but also Xia Yu, both of whom had numerous choices before them. Even if they chose inaction, they could live comfortably for a lifetime. At that moment, Shen Wubing, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Regardless of your future, you are currently a member of our team, so please do not hinder the rest of us. Not true, Tang Xiaohua retorted, instantly displeased. What do you mean by hindering? I simply can't run anymore. Is it so wrong to want to rest? If you can't run, that's fine, Shen Wubing nodded, then added. If you can't run, we will all walk with you. And if you can't walk either, the boys will take turns carrying you. That's quite a fantasy. Who would want you to carry me? Tang Xiaohua gulped. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing's gaze sharpened slightly, and he replied coolly, Tang Xiaohua, we are your comrades, not your caretakers. What do you mean by that? Tang Xiaohua frowned, looking at Shen Wubing. It means no one here will indulge you, Shen Wubing stated evenly. According to Instructor Hua, there is practical training scheduled for the afternoon. If we skip lunch, no one will manage. As he spoke, Shen Wubing paused momentarily, casting an appraising glance over her before remarking, moreover, aside from Xia Yu, no one here will take much interest in you, so do not overestimate your own significance. Wait. Xia Yu replied, utterly speechless. What have I done to deserve this? He continued, I'm not interested in her either. Who knows what she looks like without her makeup? You all. Tang Xiaohua's face was a picture of grievance. Enough of this nonsense. Are you going to run on your own, or shall we carry you? Shen Wubing interjected abruptly. I can run by myself. Tang Xiaohua shot a fierce glare at Shen Wubing, and then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, she abruptly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, she had reappeared 10 meters away. Blink. Chapter 49. They're the worst soldiers I have ever led upon witnessing this scene. Everyone could not help but smile wryly and shake their heads. The military's intention behind arranging physical training for them was to enhance their physical capabilities. However, Tang Xiaohua's reliance on her awakened abilities to traverse distances utterly undermined this objective. Furthermore, employing such abilities was immensely taxing, and frequent usage could impose significant strain on the body. Even someone as formidable as Yi Qing could barely withstand it, let alone Tang Xiaohua. Nevertheless, no one voiced their concerns. As long as she could keep moving, they were indifferent to the methods she employed. Thus, every few steps Tang Xiaohua took, she activated her teleportation ability, and after the group had progressed over 100 meters, a sudden wave of intense dizziness surged over her. In the next moment, she collapsed onto the ground. Among those present, apart from Lin Man, who displayed evident anxiety, the others regarded the scene with impassive expressions, their gazes fixed on Shen Wubing as if awaiting his decision on how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Wubing slowly spoke. Let us take turns carrying her. We cannot leave her here alone. Upon hearing his words, Qian Ming stepped forward, eager to lift Tang Xiaohua, but uncertain of how to proceed. He awkwardly scratched his head and glanced back at Shen Wubing. Do not concern yourself with such matters. Before Shen Wubing could respond, Jiang Anqi interjected on the battlefield. There are only comrades and enemies, not men and women. Qian Ming paused, then turned to Shen Wubing with a questioning look. Throughout his life, aside from his parents, he had only trusted two individuals, Xia Yu and Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing nodded and bent down, grasping the back of Tang Xiaohua's collar and effortlessly lifting her up. Witnessing this, Qian Ming was momentarily taken aback before bending down and turning his back to Shen Wubing. Without any hesitation, Shen Wubing placed Tang Xiaohua onto Qian Ming's back and instructed, "Let us continue forward." With Tang Xiaohua no longer hindering their progress, the group's pace noticeably quickened. During the journey, Lin Man struggled several times but consistently rejected the well-meaning offers from Shen Wubing and the others, insisting on completing the distance on her own. Unlike Tang Xiaohua, Lin Man did not hail from a privileged background. She had even earned her university tuition through part-time work, to the extent that she could not afford to visit a hospital when ill. Logically, having awakened the ability to read minds should have made her a sought-after asset among various factions. However, due to her former homeroom teacher, Su Changxing's fears of her uncovering his sordid thoughts, he had denied Lin Man's admission into the class and dismissed her awakening as a mere illusion. This led Lin Man to believe for a time that her ability was unrecognized and despised. Now that the class was open for enrollment again, and Su Changxing had been removed from his position, she finally had another opportunity to join. This time, she was determined to do everything within her power to secure her place in the class, and, if possible, she aspired to remain within the military. An hour and a half later, the group finally returned to the military headquarters, their bodies weary from the exertion. During this time, Tang Xiaohua had regained consciousness, awakening just as Shen Wubing was carrying her. After vociferously chastising him as a rogue, she was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. However, to everyone's astonishment, after rubbing her backside in indignation, she surprisingly displayed an unusual compliance, refusing further assistance and resolutely persisting until the end. As the silhouettes of the others gradually emerged, Huayan lowered his gaze to check his watch, his countenance dark as a stormy sea. Upon witnessing his expression, the group understood that their pace had fallen short of expectations. Only when the 9 of them stood in formation did Huayan slowly speak. His voice as frigid as ever, yet his tone remained calm. Do you know the average time it takes for a standard military member to complete a 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run? Noticing their silence, he turned his attention to Jiang Anqi. What do you say? The excellent time for a 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run is approximately 19 minutes, assuming a load of 13 kilograms of standard gear. In special circumstances, there is no specific time, but it generally does not exceed half an hour, Jiang Anqi replied with a serious demeanor. To be precise, it is 27 minutes. Huayan said, his brow furrowing slightly. And how long did you take? This time, Jiang Anqi remained silent, and instead, Shen interjected, 112 minutes. At his revelation, even Huayan was momentarily taken aback, for the time taken from their departure until their return to the military gates was indeed exactly 112 minutes, not a second less. Are you serious? Xia questioned Shen Ying with skepticism. You can't be making this up. Shen Ying did not respond to Xia Yu, instead looking up at Huayan. Huayan nodded slightly and stated, Indeed, it is 112 minutes. This is the worst performance I have ever witnessed. I am genuinely curious how you managed this. His tone bore a hint of derision. Did you all realize you would miss lunch and consequently hunted some game to roast on the mountain? Such a cynical person. Tang Xiaohua muttered under her breath. Huayan shot her a cold glance, but, upon seeing her drenched in sweat, chose not to engage further. Instead, he coldly commanded, Return to your tents immediately. Assemble at the training grounds in 1 hour. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without looking back. Wait, Xia called after Huayan's retreating figure. Are we really not getting any food? I haven't had breakfast. Enough shouting. Shen Wubing chuckled helplessly. We're fortunate not to be punished. With that, he led the way back to the tent. Upon entering, He was taken aback to find a meal box placed on each of their beds, each wrapped in a plastic bag. Judging by the condensation on the bags, the food was likely still warm. As Tang Xiaohua stepped into the tent, she couldn't help but click her tongue at the scene before her. Realizing that this seemingly stern man possessed a warm heart beneath his cold exterior, it seemed he had a touch of conscience, murmured Xie in agreement. An hour later, at the training ground, in an effort to evade doing push-ups, Shen Wubing and his companions had arrived early. However, upon their arrival, they found Hua Yin already waiting for them. In addition to Hua Yin, several dozen instructors stood like javelins at attention. Yet only a handful of students were scattered across the training field, the majority yet to arrive. Once Shen Wubing and his group reached Hua Yin, they promptly assembled before him. Upon witnessing this, instructor number 002 expressed his envy, saying, "Instructor Hua, the students you lead are undoubtedly far superior to those under my guidance." Those? Hua Yin cast a cold glance at Shen Wubing and the others before retorting, "They're the worst soldiers I have ever trained." Despite his words, there was an almost imperceptible glimmer of pride on his face that Shen Wubing and the others could easily discern. Chapter 050. Archer, Support, Healer. A mere group of students, merely here for some exercise. The instructor chuckled and turned to Hua Yin, saying, "Instructor Hua Yin, you are taking this far too seriously." Upon hearing these words, Hua Yin's expression darkened, and he replied sternly, "Once one steps through the gates of the military, one is a soldier. As a soldier, one must endure rigorous training. How can one approach it with nonchalance?" All right, the instructor interjected, waving his hand with a smile. "I shall not argue with you. Soon, our two teams will engage in practical training, and we shall see whether your meticulously trained soldiers surpass my seemingly lackadaisical ones. Let us await the outcome," Hua Yin retorted coldly, turning away to disregard the conversation. "Instructor Hua Yin, rest assured, we will ensure they leave without their teeth," Tang Xiaohua declared, shaking her fist. "Do not speak unless prompted." Hua Yin glared at her. After a span of 5 or 6 minutes, the other team members gradually arrived, each appearing groggy and unusually lethargic. Observing that all teams had assembled, Hua Yin spoke again. "The practical training will involve a confrontation with Team 002. It will consist of both individual and team combat modes. During this time, I shall not assign you any tactics. You may elect a captain within your squad to devise strategies." At this juncture, he paused, then continued, "My sole requirement of you is to achieve victory. Is that understood?" "Understood." The group responded in unison. Meanwhile, within Team 002, Qin Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as he glanced at Shen Wubing and the others, saying, "Practical combat is not won by mere volume." "I see you're no longer limping," Xie remarked, glancing at Qin Hao's legs. "Rest assured, today you will be reminded of that sensation." "Oomph, we'll see about that," Qin Hao retorted with a cold snort. "Oh," Xie chuckled, adding, "The little one is quite fierce. Let's see if I can knock that bottle from your grasp." In the realm of verbal sparring, not even 10 Qin Haos combined could rival Xie, who ultimately could only glare menacingly at him. "Enough," Hua Yin interjected, cutting off Xie, his expression turning grave as he stated, "The individual confrontations will consist of 4 matches. Each victory will earn 1 point, while team victories will yield 3 points. As he surveyed the crowd, he continued, "You now have 10 minutes to devise your strategies, during which time neither I nor the opposing instructor will intervene." "How do we fight?" Tang Xiaohua inquired, her confidence wavering. "Just to clarify, I have awakened, but I truly do not know how to fight." After a moment's thought, she added, "However, I can certainly hurl insults." At this point, her voice dwindled to a whisper, perhaps realizing that in the current situation, insults seemed ineffectual. Instructor Hua did mention that we should elect a captain, who would then be responsible for devising our strategies. At that moment, Shen, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing his words, Tang Xiaohua quickly chimed in, affirming, yes. Let us choose a captain so that they can organize our tactics." However, Shen chose to disregard Tang Xiaohua and turned to Shen Wubing, stating, "Shen Wubing is the only level 5 among us, so I propose that he take on the role of captain." The purpose of Shen Ying's visit was to assist Shen Wubing. Before departing, Old Master Lin had advised him that once he stepped through that door, He would no longer be a soldier of the military nor a personal guard of the Lin family, but rather a loyal warrior solely dedicated to Shen Wubing. Jiang Anqi glanced at Shen Ying, thinking to herself, is he unwilling to even pretend? Nevertheless, she straightforwardly expressed her agreement. I concur. The three of us certainly support the third. Xia Yu smiled and added, while Qian Meng and Zhao Xiaodao remained silent, continuously nodding in agreement. I too support Brother Bing as captain, Yi Qing declared. At this point, only Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua had yet to voice their opinions. Typically indecisive, Lin Man nodded in agreement as well, saying, I agree. Is this how swiftly a decision is made? Doesn't it warrant a discussion? Tang Xiaohua felt somewhat bewildered. The minority must yield to the majority. Your opinion matters little, Xia Yu remarked with a hint of impatience, then turned to Shen Wubing, saying, Third, please outline our tactics. Time is of the essence. All right. Shen Wubing did not hesitate, for this team had been specifically assembled by old Master Lin for him, and the captain had already been predetermined. He was the one. Shen Wubing first glanced towards the direction of Qin Hao's team. They too comprised 9 members, 7 men and 2 women. The 2 females appeared delicate and frail, seemingly unsuited for individual combat. Among the 7 males, aside from Qin Hao, there was a scholarly-looking boy wearing glasses, while the remaining individuals had more imposing physiques, leaving Shen Wubing uncertain of their true capabilities. After a few moments of contemplation, Shen Wubing spoke, in our team, Tang Xiaohua, Lin Man, and Xiao Dao possess little to no combat ability, while the 2 girls on the opposing team also seem lacking in strength, suggesting that our teams may be evenly matched in terms of overall power. To secure victory in this competition, we must strive for a clean sweep in the individual battles. The first match is crucial for morale, and I suspect the opponents will field formidable contenders. We must seize this opportunity. As he spoke, Shen Wubing's gaze fell upon Yi Qing and Shen Ying. Yi Qing's prowess was well known. His formidable physique combined with innate combat instincts rendered him a rare match among peers. As for Shen Ying, Shen Wubing was less familiar with his strength, but old Master Lin had indicated that his initial goal was to forge a physique capable of subduing awakened individuals, suggesting that Shen Ying's capabilities were on par with Yi Qing's. I shall take the lead. Shen Ying stepped forward, speaking with a serious demeanor. Are you confident? Shen Wubing inquired. Indeed, Shen Ying simply nodded, offering no further elaboration, yet the confidence reflected in her eyes instilled a profound sense of reassurance. Very well, Shen Wubing replied, opting for brevity. He continued, for the second match, Qian Meng shall take the stage. In the third, Yi Qing. No problem, they responded in unison. As for the final match, Shen Wubing's gaze fell upon Jiang Anqi. Feeling the weight of his stare, Jiang Anqi blinked in surprise before hastily exclaiming, Why are you looking at me? I am a marksman, and without my equipment, if you were to provide me with a firearm, I could indeed take them all down. Shen Wubing found himself at a loss for words. In his recollection, Jiang Anqi's prowess should have been formidable. Even if she could not contend with Shen Ying or Yi Qing in a one-on-one scenario, she should at least hold her own against Qian Meng. However, he was taken aback to discover that without her weapon, her combat capability was nearly non-existent. Contemplating this, Shen Wubing felt a sense of difficulty arise as his gaze wandered among the remaining individuals. Perceiving the uncertainty in his eyes, Lin Man nervously spoke up. Then I suppose I should be considered support. I am a healer. Tang Xiaohua puffed out her chest. The group collectively fell into silence. At that moment, Shen Ying interjected. Have you forgotten about yourself? Myself? Shen Wubing replied, slightly taken aback. Indeed, you are the only grade 5 among us, and the sole one in this batch of Dao class students. Your participation should guarantee us a solid point. Chapter 051. A single move to defeat brute force. It was evident that even without the opponent's assertion, Shen Wubing had yet to realize that he had already ascended to the 5th rank. Nevertheless, the ailments that still plagued him rendered him visibly frail, his complexion perpetually ashen. I lack combat experience, Shen Wubing admitted. Experience is unnecessary. With your current strength, even if you flail your fists indiscriminately, few can withstand your might. Shen Ying replied in a calm tone. Very well, Shen Wubing said, glancing at his fists before declaring, I shall take the final round. The group then engaged in a brief discussion regarding their team strategy. Just as they concluded, Hu Yin interjected, reminding them that time was of the essence. Subsequently, Hu Yin and another instructor from Team 002 escorted the participants to a spacious training ground, typically utilized by the military for combat training. Several referees were present to document the outcomes of the matches. One referee, spotting Hu Yin and the other instructor approaching, greeted them with a smile. Instructor Hua, Instructor Wang, are your teams preparing for live combat training? Indeed, Instructor Wang replied with a hint of amusement. Instructor Hua mentioned that I should be put to the test. Hua Yin shot a cold glance at him, choosing silence, and turned to the referee, stating, "Let us commence." The referee nodded with a smile and addressed the two teams. Team captains, please step forward and submit your lists of participants. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao and Shen Wubing simultaneously approached, presenting their lists to the referee. Shen Wubing, this is the military. Your and Xia Yu's backgrounds hold no weight here. Only strength matters. Qin Hao whispered to Shen Wubing as he leaned in. Shen Wubing regarded him with a look of disdain, retorting, "Wait until I send your pacifier flying, and you shall behave." You, defeated in their verbal sparring. Qin Hao could only glare at Shen Wubing before retreating to his team. The referee examined the lists and announced loudly, for the first individual match, Team 001's Shen shall face Team 002's Zhao Li. With that, he stepped back to clear the arena for the two competitors. Zhao Li was a robust-looking young man, his appearance hardly resembling that of a student. Standing a little over 6 feet, he was similar in height to Shen, yet in terms of weight, they were not in the same league. He was significantly bulkier than Shen, his physique exuding explosive strength without an ounce of excess fat. Observing Shen in advance, Instructor Wang could not help but chuckle. Turning to Hu Yin, he said, "Instructor Hua, we shall secure a resounding victory in this opening match. Is that so?" Hu Yin replied with a scoff. "You may not be aware, but Zhao Li isn't awakened, and he possesses brute force, one of the most formidable combat abilities in its early stages," Instructor Wang said with a smug expression. At this revelation, Hu Yin could not suppress a frown. Although brute force is a relatively common awakening ability, rated as a D-level talent by the Awakening Research Institute, few awakening powers can rival it without a breakthrough. After all, their strength far surpasses the limits of an ordinary human. Even a world-class boxing champion would find themselves utterly outmatched before a wielder of brute force. There was a report once of a middle-aged man who, after an altercation with a bus driver, awakened his brute force in a fit of anger and overturned the bus with his bare hands. Such power is difficult for anyone, even with specialized training like Shen, to contend with, as it is not a battle of the same caliber. As Hu Yin pondered this, the two stood facing each other, the fight imminent. Zhao Li sized up Shen with a grin. "Kid, you might as well concede. With that little frame of yours, I fear I could knock you out with a single punch." Shen disregarded his taunts and turned to the referee, inquiring, "Can we begin?" "It has already commenced the moment I announced the combatants," the referee replied, observing Shen Ying's calm demeanor with intrigue. To remain so composed in the face of a brute force wielder suggested that Shen Ying was no ordinary opponent. Just as the referee finished speaking, Shen Ying sprang into action. With no unnecessary movements, he delivered a simple straight punch. It was executed with such speed that even Hu Yin and Instructor Wang barely registered the trajectory of the strike. A dull thud resonated through the air. Zhao Li felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by a sudden heaviness in his head, before collapsing straight down. Witnessing this, Instructor Wang rushed forward to check Zhao Li's neck. A sharp blow to the neck nerves and blood vessels has caused a temporary lack of blood supply to the brain, resulting in unconsciousness. "But he will not die," Shen Ying stated flatly. Instructor Wang regarded Shen Ying with a deep, assessing gaze before instructing someone to take Zhao Li to the medical department. Shen Ying's strike had been swift, precise, and lethal, yet he managed to incapacitate Zhao Li without endangering his life, a feat not easily accomplished. "Impressive little shadow," Xia Yu exclaimed, giving Shen Ying a thumbs up. At this nickname, Shen Ying's lips twitched slightly. Must one resort to nicknames? Meanwhile, Qianming's gaze turned grave as he regarded Shening. Had he been in Zhao Li's position, he too would have been unable to evade that punch. After this battle, everyone's perception of Shening shifted. The young man, who had always maintained a stoic demeanor and spoke little, had demonstrated extraordinary skill against a brute force wielder, rendering his opponent helpless without even granting him a chance to retaliate. As Shening passed by Yi Qing, the latter suddenly remarked, "You are quite strong." Shening paused momentarily before calmly stating, "It is merely brute force. It is not hardening. You are capable of it as well." In response, Yi Qing refrained from contradicting her. He could indeed replicate it, yet he could never achieve such precision and fluidity. Instead, he would rely on his combat instincts to engage with his opponent for a moment before seizing the opportunity to strike. Following this battle, Qin Hao's expression began to darken considerably. The referee's voice resounded once more, announcing the second match of the individual competition. Team 001's Qianming versus Team 002's Jiangwan. This time, the selection of the opposing combatant took Shen Wubing and the others by surprise, as it was one of the two seemingly frail girls from the rival team. Qin Hao first exchanged a few quiet words with the girl, then raised his head to glance at Shen Wubing, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 052. The Battle of Qiyu. Qianming scratched his head, a look of difficulty etched upon his face. "Why is it a woman?" Shen Wubing furrowed his brow and turned to Qianming, saying, "Have you forgotten what Jiang Yanqi said? On the battlefield, they're only comrades and foes, not men and women." "All right, I understand," Qianming replied in a gruff tone, then approached the girl. As he stood before her, the girl named Jiangwan smiled and said, "Hey, little brother, just go easy on me, okay? This truly won't do." Qianming awkwardly scratched his head and suggested, "How about you just concede, sister? Stop hesitating, old two. This girl is beyond your control. Make it quick." Xiaoyu interjected urgently. Xiaoyu, a man of considerable experience with women, had quickly discerned that Jiang Wan was no ordinary opponent. Her peculiar demeanor, with her hands hidden within her sleeves, only added to his suspicion. "Understood, boss Xia." Qianming's expression turned serious upon hearing Xiaoyu's words. "Sister, I'm sorry." With that, he suddenly launched a powerful punch aimed at her face. Seeing the forceful strike, a grave expression crossed Jiang Wan's face, and she swiftly evaded the blow. In the next moment, she executed an unexpected maneuver. With a forceful toss of her head, her long hair, cascading down to her waist, lashed towards Qianming. Upon witnessing this, Qianming frowned and instinctively raised his arm to shield himself, only for the onlookers to witness a plume of blood mist erupt from his arm. His sleeve was completely shredded, and his sturdy arm appeared as though it had been sliced by countless sharp blades, blood and flesh in disarray. Qianming let out a muffled groan, instinctively clutching his wounded arm. At that moment, Jiangwan seized the opportunity to close in on him, her hand, previously concealed in her sleeve, now revealed for the first time. Her fingers were slender and fair, reminiscent of tender green onions, suggesting she was accustomed to meticulous care. Yet her next move left little room for admiration of her delicate fingers. She suddenly clawed at Qianming's shoulder with an iron grip. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Qianming's muscular frame felt like soft tofu under her grasp, leaving 4 deep gashes that exposed bone. Before Qianming could fully process the searing pain, her fingers had already latched onto his throat. "Stop!" Hui Yin and Shen Wubing shouted in unison. Jiangwan turned her gaze towards them, smiling brightly. "No need to be so agitated. I'm not here to kill." As she gradually released her grip on Qianming's throat, despite her words, several fresh wounds marred his neck. Jiangwan then turned to the referee beside her and inquired, "I suppose I have one, right?" The referee, though visibly perturbed, nodded in agreement. Within the military division, numerous injuries have occurred during practical training among the squads. However, such a ruthless display as Jiangwan's has never transpired before. After all, they are comrades, and there is truly no need for life-and-death confrontations. Shen Wubing, Xiaoyu, and Zhao Xiaodao hurriedly approached to assess Qianming's injuries. Upon witnessing the extent of his wounds, their eyes ignited with a furious blaze. At that moment, Qianming's arm resembled that of a victim who had been slashed by a fine blade hundreds of times. the flesh appearing as unrecognizable as dumpling filling. Additionally, for deep gashes visible to the bone, marred his shoulder, inflicted by Jiang Wan's fingers, not merely her nails, but her actual fingers. Even if her fingers were slender, they still caused significant damage, leaving large portions of flesh on his shoulder obliterated, reduced to 4 profound grooves of blood. No, to be precise, they were not merely bloodstains, but rather blood channels. Shen Wubing swiftly removed his coat and wrapped it around Qianmeng's shoulder, barely managing to staunch the bleeding. Qianmeng, his complexion pale, forced a smile. Boss, yeah, old 3, I've embarrassed myself. Do not speak such words, Shen Wubing interjected, shaking his head before turning to Zhao Xiaodao. Take old 2 to the medical department. We shall handle things here. Damn woman, I'll... Xia pointed furiously at Jiang Wan, who was not far away, cursing vehemently. Yet, Shen Wubing restrained him, shaking his head. Do not worry. There will be a team battle soon. His tone remained calm, yet a subtle chill flickered in his gaze. Since the tragic loss of his parents, Shen Wubing had been devoid of any relatives or friends. It was only upon entering university and befriending Xia and the others that he once again experienced the warmth of companionship. For someone who had lingered on the brink of death for nearly a decade, few matters could be deemed significant. However, the current situation was indeed one of consequence. In the realm of combat, injuries are inevitable, Qin Hao remarked with a smirk. I suppose young master Xia Wunti be seeking out his parents again, will he? With a disdainful laugh, he continued, but this time, consulting your parents seems futile. This is the military. On this occasion, Xia refrained from exchanging banter with Qin Hao and instead returned with Shen Wubing to their squad's position. Jade Cutter. Upon seeing Shen Wubing's return, Jiang Anshi abruptly uttered these 2 words. What? Shen Wubing momentarily failed to grasp her meaning. I said the one named Jiang Wan possesses the awakened ability of Jade Cutter, Jiang Anshi explained, casting a distant glance at Jiang Wan, who was laughing and chatting with Qin Hao. The Jade Cutter ability enables her entire being to become as sharp as a blade, including the hair she just utilized and her fingers. Jade Cutter. Shen Wubing echoed the term, having heard it before, derived from the text of Lizi, Tanguan, which describes the sharpness of swords. The strands of Jiang Wan's hair and her fingers were indeed as sharp as blades, perhaps even sharper. During the upcoming team battle, one must exercise utmost caution when facing her. For in the practical training, none are permitted to wield weapons, while she seemingly carried countless daggers at her disposal. Goodness! The previously solemn Xia unleashed an expletive upon hearing Jiang Anshi's words. What on earth are you doing? Tang Xiaohua beside him was clearly startled. That woman must be single, Xia asserted with a serious expression. Why? Tang Xiaohua inquired, her curiosity piqued. Just think about it. Her hair is as sharp as a sword, so... As Xia spoke, his gaze shifted towards Tang Xiaohua, gradually descending. You pervert! Where are you looking? Tang Xiaohua shot him a fierce glare. Unfazed, Xia continued. Whoever shares a bed with her would essentially be akin to a rotating fan. Do you really think she could find a boyfriend? Chapter 053. Qin Hao's dream of stardom. Jiang Anshi paused for a few seconds, then uncertainly remarked. She should be able to control a specific part of her body to enter the jade cutting state through sheer will. I see. Xia nodded thoughtfully, but ultimately responded. That is still not feasible. The risks are simply too great. Who knows if her abilities might spiral out of control when her emotions are stirred. Seriously, you perverse fiend. Shouldn't we be strategizing on how to confront her during the team battle? Tang Xiaohua cast a disdainful glance at Xia. True enough. Xia scratched his head awkwardly, then shrugged and said, You all can discuss it. I don't have any solutions. However, I am certainly intent on avenging my comrade. Once we leave the military, I will find a way to eliminate her. Are you really going to inform her guardians? Tang Xiaohua asked, curiosity piqued. Otherwise, am I supposed to duel her one-on-one? What era are we in? Who engages in duels anymore? I'll simply use wealth to obliterate her. At the mention of using money, Jiang Anshi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she lowered her voice. 3 meals at the outside restaurant. I guarantee a swift resolution, as long as we can eliminate her. You can dine at the outside restaurant 3 times daily. Just put on my tab. Xia nonchalantly replied, for money was merely a numerical value to him. Upon hearing their exchange, Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man shuddered, sensing a hint of danger emanating from their team members. A life is worth merely 3 meals? All right, this is the military. Discussing murder here is rather inappropriate, Shen Wubing interjected, interrupting their conversation. This brought a sigh of relief to Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man, as at least their newly appointed leader seemed more rational. However, before they could catch their breath, Shen Wubing continued, moreover, Xi Ti leave the military for another 7 days. That's an eternity. We should aim to settle the score during the upcoming team battle. At that moment, the referee's voice echoed once more. In the third round of individual combat, Team 001's Yi Qing faces Team 002's Huayu. After the previous bout, sparks had ignited between the two teams, transforming their encounter from mere sparring into a fierce contest, each aiming to inflict maximum damage within the bounds of the rules. Yi Qing's prowess in solo combat was unparalleled within Shen Wubing's squad, while the boy named Hua Yu was merely a non-awakened individual with decent physical fitness, rendering his chances against Yi Qing nearly non-existent. Yet, conceding defeat at this juncture seemed too shameful, so Hua Yu resolutely stepped forward. Drawing from his prior experiences, Yi Qing refrained from unnecessary dialogue, charging directly at his opponent and unleashing a powerful punch aimed at Hua Yu's temple. Hua Yu, possessing some foundational skills, quickly raised his arms to block the blow. However, upon impact, he felt as though his arm had instantaneously lost all sensation, an excruciating pain causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Qing's other fist had already launched toward his abdomen. This time, Hua Yu endured the blow. He had long heard of Yi Qing's reputation as the head of the college's martial arts department prior to his awakening, even having secured the runner-up position in a provincial collegiate competition. Yet, it was only through personal experience that he truly grasped the weight of Yi Qing's punches. As the fist struck, Hua Yu's entire body contorted into a bow shape, and he felt a tumultuous upheaval within his stomach. He wished to concede, but as he opened his mouth, only a bitter bile escaped. In swift succession, Yi Qing grasped his head with both hands and forcefully drove his knee upward. With a resounding crack that echoed the shattering of bone, Hua Yu's massive frame was propelled backward, flying 2 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, rendering him unconscious. The entire sequence, though it seemed to unfold slowly, transpired in less than 3 seconds. Such a clean and decisive display even elicited a slight nod of approval from the usually stern Huyen, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Yet, Qin Hao, observing the scene, remained somewhat unconvinced, for this was the best outcome achievable. By sacrificing Hua Yu, Yi Qing's opportunity for a counterattack was eliminated, leaving no one to contend with his own blazing fire. In the upcoming match, victory was assured. With this thought, his gaze shifted to Jiang Yanqi. Tang Xiaohua, like him, was a former student of the class, and he was well aware of her abilities, which revolved around blink. If paired with a physique like Yi Qing's or Qianming's, it could be deemed a formidable technique. However, Tang Xiaohua was merely a frail girl, and if she attempted to use blink for close combat, it would not be a stealthy attack, but rather a certain demise. As for Lin Man, who had openly confessed that her ability was mind-reading, that was yet another awakening devoid of combat prowess, rendering her completely inconsequential in his eyes. Among the remaining individuals, only Jiang Yanqi posed even a semblance of a threat. After all, her unreasonable shot at the hospital entrance had not only intimidated Su Changsheng, but had also sent chills down Qin Hao's spine. He was puzzled as to why a military member would be present, yet her presence indicated that her abilities were not formidable enough to forego training. Thus, he felt confident in his ability to triumph over her. After all, he was blazing fire. Since awakening the blazing fire, Qin Hao perceived himself as the protagonist of this era. In many novels, protagonists either commanded flames or wielded lightning. To him, lightning transcended the realm of awakening abilities. It was not merely an awakening, but a form of celestial magic. In this light, fire emerged as the most potent awakening ability, and as its bearer, he was destined to become the mightiest force of his time. The previous defeats at the hands of Yi Qing and the injury inflicted by Xia Yu were merely trials that a protagonist must endure in the early stages. Individuals like Xia Yu, a spoiled heir, serve as the finest sharpening stone for the protagonist. The initial suppression was merely a precursor to the eventual fervor. A literary technique known as rising after a fall. Today marks the moment when he will retaliate against the antagonist, a moment of exhilarating triumph. Furthermore, after securing this victory, he intends to seek an opportunity to eliminate both Xia Yu and Shen Wubing, meticulously planning to ultimately eradicate the formidable Xia family. As for others, he may contemplate recruiting them for his own purposes, but Xia Yu and Shen Wubing must perish, for if he spares them, he risks becoming the subject of derision as a benevolent figure, which is utterly unacceptable. The protagonist must be resolute in his decisions. With this thought, Qin Hao's complexion flushed slightly, as he felt an overwhelming anticipation. Before the referee could even speak, he had already stepped forward. However, the match list announced by the referee left him momentarily stunned. In the fourth personal battle, Team 001's Shen Wubing would face off against Team 002's Qin Hao. Chapter 054. A single blow shatters the protagonist's dream upon hearing the referee announce the matchups. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Shen Wubing? He was to face that ailing wretch, Shen Wubing? Did he truly deserve such an opportunity? Just as his astonishment lingered, Shen Wubing had already stepped forth from the ranks, his gaze piercingly fixed upon him. Qin Hao stepped forward. Shen Wubing spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Ha ha! Qin Hao could not suppress a laugh, pondering if this was the manifestation of his protagonist's halo. Clearly, these two were not fated to cross paths. He had previously speculated that his opponent might be Qian Ming or Jiang Anqi, but to his surprise, the final contender was the ailing Shen Wubing. Although the latter had seemingly awakened to some fortuitous talent, he appeared frail and sickly. Even if he had awakened, it was unlikely to be a formidable power. Thus, he approached with a smile, addressing Shen Wubing. Your luck seems rather unfortunate. Yet before he could utter a second word, Shen Wubing had charged towards him, swinging his fist. Shen Wubing, possessing little knowledge of the fifth level, felt an explosive power coursing through his body, though his various ailments rendered him weak. In that moment of uncertainty, he could only muster a full-force strike. Qin Hao could hardly fathom that Shen Wubing would forego dialogue and launch an attack. Such behavior was simply irrational. Previously, while Yi Qing and Shen Ying had also engaged without superfluous words, they were mere side characters, whereas he was the protagonist. How could he deny himself the opportunity to shine before his peers? However, neither Shen Wubing nor his fist was privy to Qin Hao's thoughts. Before Qin Hao could react, Shen Wubing's fist connected with his face. Bang! Qin Hao felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck, his body soaring as Shen Wubing's figure receded into the distance, until darkness enveloped him and he lost consciousness. That single punch from Shen Wubing had propelled Qin Hao full 5 meters away. Had he not collided with a teammate, he would have soared even further. Witnessing this scene, the members of Qin Hao's team were visibly astonished. None had anticipated that the seemingly frail young man possessed such tremendous strength. Is this brute strength? Jiang Wan inquired, turning to the bespectacled youth beside her. It would seem so. I can scarcely imagine what other awakened abilities could yield such raw power, especially one so purely physical, the bespectacled youth remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Is it possible that your team harbors a brute strength as well? Instructor Wang glanced at Huiyan, his expression laced with curiosity. Typically, those who awakened brute strength were tall and robust, yet Shen Wubing clearly did not fit this mold. Am I obliged to inform you? Huiyan replied nonchalantly. It is not so much that Huiyan is withholding information, but rather that he himself is unaware of the awakened abilities possessed by the group of students he is leading. The available records only indicate whether an individual is an awakener, without specifying the nature of their abilities. Thus far, the Awakening Research Institute of Xia Country has publicly disclosed a total of 132 distinct awakened abilities, and he has familiarized himself with most of them. He anticipates that when Shen Wubing finally unleashes his ability, he will be able to discern exactly which one it is. At this moment, with Qin Hao in a state of unconsciousness, 2 members of Team 002 have already lost their combat capabilities. Consequently, The referee reluctantly announces a delay of half an hour before the commencement of the team battle. This interval provides ample time for the participants to strategize. Half an hour later, Qin Hao and Zhao Li return together. Zhao Li appears to be in relatively good condition, albeit with a rather pale complexion. In contrast, Qin Hao's situation is somewhat exaggerated. His entire face is swathed in bandages, leaving only his eyes visible, which gives him a rather comical appearance. Nevertheless, even with just his eyes exposed, Shen Wubing and the others can still perceive the cold, hostile glare he casts. The referee surveys the members of both teams and tentatively inquires, "Are you certain you do not require a moment to recuperate?" At this point, Qian Ming's arms and shoulders have been bandaged, yet blood continues to seep through, staining the bandages a vivid crimson. Qin Hao, on the other hand, appears in even worse shape. He believes the team battle could very well be postponed until the next day. "No need," Qin Hao replies fiercely. The bespectacled man standing behind him wishes to voice an objection, but upon witnessing Qin Hao's resolute demeanor, he can only exchange a glance with Jiang Wan, filled with helplessness and a hint of dissatisfaction towards Qin Hao. As for Shen Wubing and his companions, they remain entirely unconcerned, despite Qian Ming's injuries. The trio of Shen Wubing, Yi Qing, and Shen Ning are more than capable of handling the opposition even without him. In that case, let us commence, the referee says, shaking his head in resignation. He takes a moment to emphasize, "Remember, do not inflict lethal harm upon your opponents, nor should you continue to strike those who have lost their combat ability." His tone grows more serious. To him, this is merely a routine, practical training exercise. While it deserves earnest attention, it is not of such grave consequence as to warrant life-or-death confrontations. Should any unfortunate incidents occur involving these students of the Dao class within the military, both the instructors and he, as the referee, would bear responsibility. As the referee's words linger in the air, neither side responds verbally. Instead, they swiftly assume their formations in preparation for battle. The strategy employed by Shen Wubing's side is straightforward. Aside from Shen Wubing, Yi Qing, and Shen Ning, the rest retreat the moment combat commences with Jiang Yanqi. The injured Qian Ming and Xiaoyu surrounding Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua in the center. In contrast, Qin Hao's strategy bears a resemblance to that of Shen Wubing's team. However, they position 3 individuals in the rear, with 6 at the forefront. The trio at the back consists of Qin Hao, the bespectacled man, and another girl from their team, excluding Jiang Wan. The remaining 6, led by Zhao Li and Jiang Wan, form a sharp arrowhead formation. The first to launch an assault was Zhao Li, who had awakened the power of brute force. In previous individual combat, he had failed to demonstrate any of his capabilities, being effortlessly defeated by Shen Ning in a single blow. However, now, having prepared himself, he was poised to become a formidable force on the battlefield. Even Shen Wubing and his companions lacked confidence in their ability to withstand Zhao Li's full frontal assault. Should Zhao Li breach their defenses, it would spell disaster for Jiang Yanqi and her allies. Thus, it was imperative for Shen Wubing and his companions to halt him. "Leave him to me," Shen Wubing declared, his gaze sharpening. Both Yi Qing and Shen Ning had previously adopted a strategy of evasion, waiting for an opportunity to strike down Zhao Li. Yet this time, their adversary had a singular, unambiguous objective: to breach their rear lines. At this moment, a single individual was required to confront him with brute force, and that individual could only be Shen Wubing, who had recently ascended to the 5th tier. In an instant, Shen Wubing found himself before Zhao Li, delivering a powerful punch. Zhao Li, unwilling to be outdone, recalled Qin Hao's warning that his opponent was likely also an awakened wielder of brute force. Thus, the clash between the two was destined to be a battle of sheer strength. With this thought, Zhao Li raised his fist and charged at Shen Wubing. The resounding thud of their fists colliding echoed across the expansive training ground, akin to a muffled thunder, causing a tremor in the hearts of all who witnessed. In the next moment, Shen Wubing felt a surge of numbness in his arm, his entire body trembling involuntarily as he took a half-step back. In contrast, Zhao Li staggered back 3 steps, his complexion paling in an instant. At that moment, both warriors were struck by a profound realization. Shen Wubing was astounded by the sheer ferocity of this awakened brute, by the accounts of Shen Wubing and others. He believed that his ascension to the 5th tier had elevated his physical prowess far beyond that of an ordinary person. Yet, his most powerful strike had only succeeded in pushing Zhao Li back by a mere 3 steps. Meanwhile, Zhao Li was equally astonished. This was the first time he had found himself at a disadvantage in a contest purely of strength. Chapter 055, Team Battle. Meanwhile, Yi Qing found himself engaged in combat with Jiang Wan. Due to Jiang Wan's ability, Cutting Jade, Yi Qing was reluctant to confront her head-on, opting instead to rely on his battle instincts to evade her attacks. In the absence of external interference, their skirmish would yield no surprises, activated by his battle instincts. Yi Qing was impervious to Jiang Wan's strikes, while she had to remain cautious, knowing that a single blow from him could incapacitate her completely. At that moment, Shen Wubing was at ease, facing 4 opponents who had yet to awaken their powers. Though they appeared physically capable within a mere exchange, Shen Wubing dispatched 2 of them effortlessly, each with a single strike, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. Observing this scene, Qin Hao waved his hand, sending a searing fireball hurtling towards Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing, entangled with 2 opponents, narrowed his gaze and swiftly evaded the oncoming fireball, directing his attention towards Qin Hao's position. The lethality of fire was not to be underestimated. Should Qin Hao be allowed to recklessly unleash fireballs and fire serpents from the rear, the dynamics of their battle would become severely hindered. With this thought, Shen Wubing delivered a swift kick to the robust boy named Hua Yu, using the momentum to propel himself towards Qin Hao. Witnessing this, Qin Hao's pupils constricted sharply, while the bespectacled boy beside him smiled cunningly, satisfied with his scheme. As Shen Wubing approached Qin Hao, the boy swiftly positioned himself in front of him, removing his glasses. This action piqued Shen Ying's curiosity, compelling him to glance into the boy's eyes, which were now enveloped in a faint, eerie violet glow. Suddenly, Shen Wubing was struck by a sharp pain in his head, as if a nerve had been plucked within his brain. Though the discomfort was fleeting, it caused a brief hesitation in his movements. Observing this, the bespectacled boy shouted, "Qin Hao!" Responding instantly, Qin Hao unleashed a blazing fireball from his palm, which struck Shen Wubing squarely in the chest. In an instant, Shen Ying's chest was scorched black, a faint odor of charred flesh wafting through the air. "That's the hard eye," Jiang Anshi exclaimed from a distance, witnessing the unfolding chaos. "What's the hard eye?" Xia Yu inquired. However, Jiang Anshi had no time to explain. She scanned the training ground, realizing it was devoid of even a small stone. Her gaze fell upon Tang Xiaohua's lip piercing. Feeling Jiang Anshi's stare, Tang Xiaohua was seized by an ominous premonition. "What are you planning to do?" "Ah. Oh no." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Anshi swiftly grasped the lip piercing and yanked it out with force. The intense pain caused Tang Xiaohua's tears to cascade down her cheeks. "Are you out of your mind?" Yet, Jiang Anshi paid her no heed, pinching her lip stud between her fingers and flicking it with a deft motion. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man in the distance was preparing to unleash his mind's eye on Shen Wubing when he sensed something hurtling toward him. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, only to feel a chilling sensation brush against his eyelids. Tang Xiaohua's lip stud, shaped like a cross, though small, bore sharp corners that left a crimson mark on his eyelid. Had he not closed his eyes in time, it might have blinded him. Simultaneously, the battle between Shen Wubing and Zhao Li had reached a fever pitch. Although their strengths were evenly matched, Zhao Li discerned that the seemingly frail body of his opponent appeared more resilient than his own. With every clash, he felt his internal energy surge, while Shen Wubing, pale as a ghost, seemed unaffected, maintaining the same half-dead demeanor since the onset of their confrontation. Despite this, Zhao Li had no alternative but to grit his teeth and launch a punch aimed at Shen Wubing's head. However, this time, Shen Wubing did not evade. Witnessing this, Zhao Li's anxious heart finally found some ease. The end was near. Yet in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Shen Wubing's head had vanished. Indeed, it had simply disappeared into thin air. Zhao Li's full-force punch met only empty space, and before he could process this bewildering turn of events, Shen Wubing's fist was already hurtling toward him. With a resounding thud, Zhao Li was sent flying, collapsing to the ground without uttering a sound, rendered unconscious. Even in the last fleeting moment of awareness, he could not comprehend how his opponent's head had so suddenly vanished. At that moment, Shen Wubing's head reappeared. He cast a glance at Jiang Wan, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Yi Qing, before trudging slowly toward Qin Hao. The earlier clash between Shen Wubing and Zhao Li had been fiercely contested, leading onlookers to believe that a resolution was far off, shifting their attention instead to Shen Ning, whom they deemed pivotal in this battle. If he could swiftly subdue Qin Hao, he would be free to confront Hua Yu and his companion without restraint, as they would pose no challenge in the absence of the fiery interference. Once Shen Ning was unencumbered, the battle could be declared over. However, no one anticipated that within Qin Hao's ranks lay a hidden mind's eye. The emergence of this ability shattered Shen Ying's plans for a surprise attack. And should Shen Ying fall, it would signify the battle's conclusion, albeit with Shen Wubing's side facing defeat. Yet, in the ensuing flurry of events, unexpected changes began to unfold. Initially, Jiang Anshi utilized Tang Xiaohua's lip stud as a concealed weapon, nearly blinding the bespectacled man with her impeccable aim. Subsequently, Shen Wubing swiftly overcame Zhao Li. These events unfolded almost simultaneously, resulting in no one discerning the manner in which Shen Wubing had triumphed over Zhao Li. By the time their attention shifted to Shen Wubing, Zhao Li lay unconscious 5 meters away. At this juncture, the group battle could ostensibly be deemed concluded. However, Shen Wubing held a different perspective. This conflict was far from over. It was time for certain individuals to face the consequences. Chapter 056, An Eye for an Eye. A force to overcome all techniques. As Shen Wubing approached step by step, Shen Ning glanced down at the charred mark on his chest and silently stepped aside. Since Shen Wubing had already dealt with the brute force, his presence was no longer necessary here. You actually defeated Zhao Li? Qin Hao gazed at Shen Wubing in disbelief. He was well aware of Zhao Li's formidable solo combat prowess. Had it not been for Shen Ying's successful ambush, he would have certainly found it impossible to vanquish his opponent so easily. Yet now, Zhao Li had been bested by Shen Wubing, and despite having awakened his own brute force, the frail and often unwell Qin Hao could hardly be a match for Zhao Li. Shen Wubing offered no reply. Instead, he stepped forward and, without hesitation, delivered a powerful punch to the chest of the bespectacled man, sending his already slender form hurtling through the air. This was a restrained blow. Had Shen Wubing exerted his full strength, it might have resulted in a fatal outcome. Next, Shen Wubing's icy gaze fell upon Qin Hao. What do you intend to do? Qin Hao stammered, visibly intimidated. He instinctively swallowed hard and took 2 steps back, attempting to create distance from Shen Wubing. However, Shen Wubing denied him that opportunity, swiftly grasping his collar and lifting him off the ground. Qin Hao, we have no enmity between us. Yet you chose to provoke me over a foolish woman. Shen Wubing's voice was low, audible only to the two of them. I initially considered merely teaching you a lesson, but your incessant persistence, inciting that Xia Yu to seriously injure Qianming. Shen Wubing, put me down. What do you truly want? Qin Hao shouted, casting a desperate glance at Instructor Wang for help. Witnessing this scene, Shen Wubing let out a cold laugh. Now you seek assistance? Qin Hao's face flushed crimson. This retort, originally intended as a jibe against Xia Yu, was now turned against him, leaving him utterly speechless. Enough of this idle chatter. Await your demise in peace, Shen Wubing declared, unceremoniously tossing him aside. Just moments ago, Shen Wubing had once again invoked his ability, bestow. However, this time, it was no mere ailment, but rather pancreatic cancer. This insidious disease often remains undetected until its later stages, progressing rapidly with a survival expectancy rarely exceeding 5 months, earning it the grim title of the King of Cancers. With pancreatic cancer bestowed upon him, Qin Hao's fate was all but sealed. Shen Wubing then turned to the girl who had remained passive throughout, inquiring with a detached tone. What is your awakened ability? I am healing, the girl replied, her voice trembling with evident fear. Healing? Shen Wubing furrowed his brow. Yet presently, I can only mend the most superficial of injuries. It is of little significance. The girl hastily waved her hands, terrified that Shen Wubing might turn his wrath upon her. Understood. Shen Wubing nodded slightly, and before the other party could react, he swiftly struck with a knife hand to the girl's neck. Her pupils dilated instantaneously, and she collapsed to the ground. At this moment, only Jiang Wan remained engaged in a fierce struggle with Yi Qing. It must be said that she was indeed a formidable opponent. Despite Yi Qing's multiple attempts to seize the advantage, he ultimately found his hands marred with wounds. The ability Cut Jade was inherently powerful, and Jiang Wan's mastery of it surpassed that of the average awakened. Each time, Yi Qing launched an attack, she would transform the targeted area into an exceedingly sharp edge. Although she too would sustain injuries, Yi Qing was equally vulnerable to the harm inflicted by Cut Jade. Gasping for breath, Jiang Wan glanced at Shen Wubing and the others, then turned her gaze to her teammates, all of whom lay incapacitated on the ground. With a wry smile, she remarked, "You are indeed very strong, but I'm merely lost due to my teammates." "Is that so?" Shen Wubing stepped forward slowly. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by his movement, as they found themselves in an impasse. Their only option was to continue the skirmish until Jiang Wan exhausted her stamina and could no longer wield Cut Jade. However, if it came to that, it was likely she would concede without further ado, rendering their efforts futile. From a distance, Xia observed the scene and turned to Jiang Anshi, asking Jiang, "Isn't Cut Jade a bit overpowered? Is there truly no way to counter her?" "Of course there is," Jiang Anshi replied dismissively. "Cut Jade is commendable, but is rated merely AB, on par with Tang Xiaohua's Flashan Lin, man's mind reading. Don't associate me with you. You annoy me." Tang Xiaohua shot a glare at Jiang Anshi, her lips still bleeding. Jiang Anshi felt somewhat embarrassed, unaware that lip piercings could be removed. The incident had unfolded so suddenly that she had acted impulsively, yanking it off without a second thought. She cast a remorseful glance at Tang Xiaohua before continuing, "In a life-and-death struggle, as long as Yi Qing had a knife, he would have long since dispatched her. But now it's training. What can we do without weapons?" Xia pressed further. "There is still another method." Jiang Anshi's gaze sharpened as she replied. "That is to exchange injury for injury." Before Xia could inquire further, Shen Wubing had already begun to approach Jiang Wan, signaling for Shen Ying and Yi Qing to step back. He intended to confront Jiang Wan one-on-one, seeking personal retribution for Qianming. "You still wish to fight me?" Jiang Wan asked, puzzled, for she believed that without weapons, even brute strength would be futile against her. She did not understand the purpose of continuing their entanglement. Yet Shen Wubing said nothing, channeling all his might into a punch aimed at her. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Wan's expression shifted dramatically. Instantly, she crossed her arms defensively across her chest and simultaneously activated Cut Jade. In the next moment, Shen Wubing's fist struck heavily against Jiang Wan's arm, unleashing two distinctly contrasting sounds. One resembled the chilling noise of a blade slicing into flesh and scraping against bone, sending shivers down the spine of those who heard it. The other was a sharp, crisp crack of shattered bone. As these two sounds intertwined and reached the ears of the onlookers, they beheld Jiang Wan propelled like a cannonball, soaring through the air for over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Almost instantly, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from her mouth, staining her entire chest in a vivid scarlet hue. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing's fist remained tightly clenched, though the knuckles were now a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mangled, exposing stark white bone beneath, an image that was particularly unsettling. Viscous red droplets fell from his fist, splattering onto the ground below. To break the cutting jade, there are but two methods. One is to wield a weapon, and the other is to exchange injury for injury, a forceful way to shatter all techniques. Chapter 057. The genius of cultivating the Tao formula. The practical training session concluded with the final member of Team 002, Jiang Wan, collapsing to the ground. Surprisingly, after the battle, Huiyin did not continue their training, but instead instructed them to return to their tents for rest. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing accompanied Huiyin to the medical department. Upon seeing the injury on Shen Wubing's fist, a doctor in a white coat clucked his tongue, exclaiming, "Instructor Hua, they're still just children. The intensity of your training is rather excessive." Huiyin merely smiled helplessly, offering no explanation. As night fell, after a refreshing 3 to 4 hours of rest, Huiyin's familiar yet cold voice echoed outside the tent. All personnel, assemble. Within 30 seconds, Shen Wubing and the other 9 stood in perfect formation at the tent entrance. Huiyin nodded in satisfaction and announced, "The forthcoming period is dedicated to the practice of the Tao formula. The cultivation of the Tao formula is considerably more tedious than physical training and practical combat. However, it is an indispensable aspect of your strength enhancement." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the group, and he continued with utmost seriousness, "In 7 days, you shall depart from this place. I cannot ascertain whether you will return here for further training, but I implore you, even upon your return to school, do not neglect the cultivation of the Tao formula, for it is truly significant." At this moment, a complex emotion flickered in Huiyan's eyes, but he swiftly recalibrated his demeanor and exhaled a deep breath. "Now, follow me. I will escort you to your training area." Before long, they arrived at a training ground devoid of any equipment or props, save for a series of cushions placed on the ground. "Feel free to select a spot and begin your practice." Huiyan gestured toward the cushions. The importance of the Tao formula was well understood by the group, as their respective instructors had emphasized this matter. Consequently, their attitude towards the cultivation of the Tao formula was markedly more earnest than during their physical training. Even the usually lackadaisical members of other teams exhibited a notable enthusiasm, promptly finding their positions and sitting cross-legged. There were no time constraints for the cultivation of the Tao formula. All instructors advised their students to act according to their abilities, as excessive practice could be counterproductive and potentially lead to subtle physical harm, a lesson learned from extensive experience by the military. As everyone began to circulate the Tao formula, the atmosphere around the training ground seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. After 2 hours, the first student rose from a cushion, shaking his slightly dizzy head as he glanced at his instructor. The instructor said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement, signaling that he could leave. Following this student's departure, others gradually stood up and returned to their tents. 2 hours is the fundamental duration for cultivating the Tao technique. Any individual with a suitable physique for this practice should be able to achieve it. The longer one can sustain this effort, the greater their innate talent is deemed to be. This marks the first collective training session for all participants, serving as a pivotal assessment of their potential by the military. Each instructor holds a small notebook, meticulously recording the training duration of their respective students. At this moment, Huiyan gazes solemnly at the 9 individuals seated before him, speculating that Shen Wubing possesses the finest talent among them, potentially capable of reaching the maximum limit of 5 hours daily. This 5-hour limit is derived from the Awakening Research Institute's calculations based on the longest training durations achieved by Tao practitioners to date. Within the borders of the Xia Nation, only a handful have reached this pinnacle of training time, and those who have are invariably significant figures or prodigious talents nurtured by the military. As another hour passes, the number of students remaining in the training ground dwindles to less than half. However, Huiyan feels a sense of relief as all 9 members of Shen Wubing's team persist. Just then, Seiyu stretches his arms and gradually stands up. Observing this, Huiyan inwardly sighs, realizing that someone has finally succumbed to fatigue. 3 hours is commendable, nonetheless. At that moment, Seiyu unexpectedly turns to Huiyan and says, "Instructor Hua, I drank a bottle of cola at noon, and now I urgently need to relieve myself." Huiyan is momentarily taken aback and queries, "Aren't you unable to continue?" Seiyu chuckles. "What does that have to do with persistence? It's merely a matter of luck, filling the cyclone within my body." He adds, "Honestly, this is quite enjoyable. It's far more pleasant than physical training." Pleasant. Huiyan is rendered speechless. In truth, cultivating the Tao technique is not a simple endeavor, as it necessitates the continuous absorption of spiritual energy from the surroundings to fill the internal cyclone. This process causes the energy to circulate within the body before ultimately converging in the cyclone. Some individuals are incapable of enduring the flow of spiritual energy within their bodies, which explains why certain people cannot cultivate the Tao technique, including Huiyan himself. Even for those who can practice, the relentless circulation of spiritual energy can impose significant strain on the body over time, leading to symptoms such as dizziness and nausea. In severe cases, It may even result in unconsciousness, adversely affecting future cultivation. Xia Yu's apparent ease in this process indicates one crucial fact. His body possesses a remarkable affinity for the spiritual energy of the universe. In other words, this young man is a prodigy in cultivating the Tao technique. So, may I go relieve myself? Xia Yu inquires tentatively. Huh? Huiyan, slightly startled, responds, yes, go ahead. Watching Xia Yu's retreating figure, Huiyan finds himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. When he first embarked on the practice of the Tao Sutra, there were no current methods to assess one's suitability for such cultivation. At that time, the military randomly selected a group of physically robust soldiers for experimentation, among whom was Huiyan. He vividly recalls the indescribable agony he endured as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth coursed through his body, akin to countless ants burrowing into his skin, incessantly crawling and gnawing at his flesh. However, as an elite of the military, witnessing others persevere while he faltered, Huiyan chose silence, gritting his teeth and enduring until he collapsed on the training ground. Following that incident, Huiyan's body sustained significant damage, and the scholars at the Awakening Research Institute indicated that he might never awaken or cultivate the Tao Sutra, destined instead to remain an ordinary soldier. Subsequently, he ceased his own cultivation and devoted himself entirely to training new recruits, aspiring to forge an invincible battalion for the Cold State military through his unwavering efforts. Yet, as half a year swiftly passed, while the soldiers he trained had become distinguished within the Cold State military, it still fell short of his expectations. Reflecting on this, his gaze fell upon Shen Wubing and his companions. Observing these vibrant youths, he sensed a glimmer of hope. Chapter 58, Breaking Limits. The banditry of black holes. 4 hours later, fewer than 30 students remained in the training arena. To Huiyan's satisfaction, all 9 members of Shen Wubing's group were present, with none opting to withdraw. Meanwhile, only 4 members of Team 002 continued to persevere. Qin Hao, the bespectacled boy, the girl with healing abilities, and Zhao Li, who had awakened immense strength. As for the unfortunate Xia Yu Jiangwan, after suffering a full-force strike from Shen Wubing, both her arms had been shattered and 3 of her ribs were fractured. She had already been sent to the military hospital for treatment and could not continue the intensive training for the next 7 days. No wonder the first team's combat prowess was so formidable. Instructor Wang cast a casual glance at Shen Wubing and his companions, then remarked somewhat begrudgingly, "So this team is composed entirely of carefully selected prodigies." Sensing the slight bitterness in his tone, Huiyan allowed a rare smile to grace his face and teased, "What is this? Are you feeling jealous?" "Umph." Instructor Wang snorted dismissively, turning away to avoid Huiyan's smug expression. Yet, deep down, he felt a sense of happiness for Huiyan. He was well aware of Huiyan's journey. While he would not choose to walk the same path, he held a genuine respect for him. After all, they were all fine young men of the military. What grudges could there be? At that moment, as Qin Hao practiced his cultivation technique, he suddenly furrowed his brow and quickly pressed a hand to his abdomen, his previously cross-legged position collapsing into a hunched posture, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Qin Hao, what is wrong?" Instructor Wang hurried over. "My stomach hurts," Qin Hao spoke with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Instructor Wang frowned slightly. Overexertion in cultivation could indeed lead to side effects, but abdominal pain was not typically one of them. However, he had no time to ponder further and quickly helped Qin Hao to his feet, turning to Huiyan and saying, "Instructor Ho, I'll take him to the medical department. Please keep an eye on my students." "Go ahead. I'll handle things here." Huiyan nodded gravely. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing remained completely unaware of the commotion outside. He was entirely absorbed in his inner world. According to the teachings of Tang and Song, every individual possesses 7 energy whirlpools within them, and their task is to circulate the celestial energy to fill each whirlpool completely. Shen Wubing indeed sensed the presence of the 7 whirlpools. However, he also discovered an immense black hole within him, with the 7 whirlpools orbiting around it like the Big Dipper surrounding the sun. The celestial energy he was channeling lingered briefly within the first whirlpool for only a few seconds before being forcibly siphoned away by the black hole. And so, 3 hours passed, yet the first whirlpool remained utterly vacant, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. Shen Wubing, unyielding in his belief, continued to circulate the Tao mantra, drawing the ethereal energy of heaven and earth into his being. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. That immense black hole voraciously consumed all the energy within the cyclone, leaving not a trace behind. Time slipped away, and eventually, Shen Wubing, in resignation, slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself the focus of 9 pairs of eyes, including that of Huiyin, all regarding him with an array of peculiar expressions. "Wow, third brother, you're finally awake," Xia exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Shen Wubing. "Tell me the truth, did you fall asleep?" "I." Shen Wubing scratched his head, uncertainly responding, "I shouldn't have. Haven't you felt any discomfort?" Huiyin, pushing Xia aside, asked with palpable excitement. "Discomfort?" Shen Wubing pondered for a moment before shaking his head in confusion. He felt no discomfort. Rather, after so long a cultivation, he found the cyclone devoid of any energy, all consumed by that black hole. "A genius, truly a genius," Huiyin exclaimed, pacing back and forth like a child who had just discovered a new toy, as if the remarkable talent belonged to him rather than Shen Wubing. "What is wrong with Instructor Hua?" Shen Wubing inquired, puzzled. "You should be happy for you," Jiang Anqi replied. "Happy for me?" Shen Wubing remained perplexed. "I will explain," Shening interjected after a brief pause. "According to the research conducted by our nation's academicians, the longer one practices the Tao mantra in a single day, the more exceptional their talent is deemed. Thus far, the maximum recorded time is 5 hours in a day." Pausing for effect, Shening continued, his expression becoming somewhat complex, "and your daily practice time is 7 hours and 32 minutes. So, does that mean my talent is quite good?" Shen Wubing asked tentatively. "It would be an understatement to say it's good," Shen Ing replied, shaking his head. "To be precise, you are somewhat monstrous in talent. Is that so?" Shen Wubing scratched his head awkwardly, curious about how they would react upon learning that his cyclone contained not a single speck of energy. However, he decided against revealing this for now, opting to understand his own body more thoroughly first. The days that followed were almost monotonous. Each morning, the group commenced their weighted cross-country runs, and Huiyin's expectations escalated from an initial 5 kilometers to 10, then 20. In the afternoons, they engaged in practical combat against other teams, though their opponents were no longer the second team, led by Qin Hao, who had been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and sent back to the Qin family, leaving Shen Wubing and the others unaware of his fate. As for the evenings, they were dedicated to the practice of the Tao mantra. 6 days passed swiftly, yet still, there was not a hint of energy within Shen Wubing's first cyclone, a situation that left him feeling utterly helpless. Fortunately, he felt that his physical strength had significantly increased with the cultivation of the martial arts technique. Now, if he were to face Zhao Li again, he was confident he could defeat him within 3 moves. Following the conclusion of the morning's weighted training, the group gathered for lunch and promptly arrived at the combat training ground. As always, Huiyin stood there waiting for them. "Instructor Hua, who are we fighting today?" Xia inquired cheerfully. Over the past few days, they had engaged in practical combat training with 2 small teams almost daily, and thus far, they had not suffered a single defeat. In fact, during the subsequent confrontations, Shen Wubing, Yi Qing, and Shen Ing had refrained from intervening as much as possible, leaving opportunities for others, for once they took action, the outcome was never in doubt. Seeing Xia Yu's relaxed demeanor, Huiyin surprisingly smiled. Yet everyone sensed a hint of cunning in his expression, as if before them stood not Huiyin, but rather an old fox. Chapter 059, The Fierce Tiger Special Operations Team Coach Hua. Perhaps it would be wise for you to refrain from smiling. "I can't shake the feeling of impending doom," remarked Tang Xiaohua, shivering slightly beside him. "Today's practical training will forego individual combat. We shall engage solely in a team battle. Once it concludes, you may all rest," Huiyin announced cheerfully. However, the more he smiled, the more unease settled in the hearts of the group. for they had not witnessed the grim reaper of a coach smile even once over the past 6 days. As anticipated, Huiyan's subsequent words caused everyone to draw in a sharp breath. Your opponents today will not be fellow trainees from other teams, but rather the regular troops of the military. Upon hearing this proclamation, the ones most taken aback were not the typically boisterous Xia and Tang Xiaohua, but rather the more taciturn Shen Wubing and Jiang Yanqi. Only they understood the vast chasm that separated the military's regular forces from their own capacities as trainees. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, a group of 10 approached Shen Wubing and his companions. Their attire bore no distinction from that of Shen Wubing and the others, save for the fierce tiger insignia adorning the shoulder epaulets of each member. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yanqi instinctively uttered a few words. The Fierce Tiger Special Operations Team. The Fierce Tiger Special Operations Team? Xia turned to Jiang Yanqi, inquiring, Jiang, my dear beauty, I have spent some time in the military. How have I never heard of them? Jiang Yanqi's expression grew unusually grave as she elaborated. The Fierce Tiger Special Operations Team was established a year ago, specifically to combat various awakened organizations. Like us, they operate in small teams, with 9 members per unit, each team containing no fewer than 2 awakened individuals. At her explanation, the group furrowed their brows in concern. The military personnel already possessed formidable overall strength, and the awakened members within the military were even more formidable. Even among awakened individuals of similar abilities, ordinary people stood no chance against those of the military. Shen Wubing raised his head to scrutinize the 10 individuals before him. The leader, a middle-aged man in his 30s, was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Huiyan, while the 9 behind him stood expressionless, their postures as erect as that of stoic pines. Among them were 8 men and 1 woman. Yet even she exuded no hint of delicacy typically associated with femininity. Instead, she radiated a fierce aura akin to Jiang Yanqi's, albeit appearing even more ferocious. Coach Hua, I have brought the personnel you requested. How you wish to proceed is entirely up to you, the leading man said, smiling at Huiyan, before casting a complex glance at Shen Wubing and his companions. In his gaze lingered a trace of pity, accompanied by a hint of yearning. Once, he too had been one of the soldiers under Huiyan's command, surrounded by 8 steadfast comrades. Yet now he stood alone, having lost all his friends in the Battle of Nanjing. He bore the scars of past injuries, much like Huiyan, and subsequently became a professional instructor. However, the troops under his command were the most elite unit within the Cold State military, the Fierce Tiger Special Forces. After expressing his gratitude to his counterpart, Huiyan watched as the latter departed from the training grounds, leaving 9 individuals standing in place. Huiyan then scanned the faces of Shen Wubing and the others before speaking slowly. Following today, you will be dispatched to undertake a mission. I have reviewed the details, and while it cannot be deemed overly perilous, it is certainly not without its risks. Thus, I have specifically invited members of the Fierce Tiger Special Forces to engage you in a genuine combat training exercise. With that, he turned to the members of the Special Forces and instructed them. You will be responsible for the defense during the urban search operation. Understood, replied the man at the forefront of the 9. You may begin your preparations now. The live drill will commence in 30 minutes, Huiyan added. The 9 individuals then departed the training area in an orderly manner. What is the urban search operation? It simulates the pursuit of enemies within an urban environment, Huiyan explained with a serious expression. You will assume the role of the attacking force, during which you may utilize firearms. However, aside from Jiang Yanqi, I do not recommend that the others do so. Without awaiting their responses, he continued, while firearms may seem more practical for you at this moment, as your abilities reach a certain level and you face more formidable adversaries, their effectiveness will diminish. As for Jiang Yanqi, due to her awakened abilities, her firearms may differ from those of the rest. Huiyan glanced at his wristwatch and then addressed the group. Now, let us proceed to retrieve our weaponry. You will have 20 minutes to discuss your strategies. Following this, he led them to the weapons storage facility. Upon entering, Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement at the array of weapons before him, and he eagerly picked up a submachine gun, unable to resist its allure. Put it down, Huiyan remarked nonchalantly. Except for Jiang Anshi, everyone is permitted to select only cold weapons. He gestured towards the rack, displaying various melee arms. 3 minutes later, the group had selected their weapons and exited the armory. Shen casually took a dagger, not for combat, but merely as a precaution, asserting that his body was his finest weapon. Indeed, when he had been struck in the chest by Qin Hao's blazing fire, he had not sought medical attention, merely applying a rudimentary bandage. Now, a week later, he had fully recovered. Such physical resilience left even Yi Qing and Qian Meng feeling inferior. Yi Qing chose a military saber, while Qian Meng opted for a pair of tiger claws. Xia Yu was somewhat exaggerated. He had chosen 3 daggers, 2 sabers, and had slung a composite bow across his back, accompanied by a quiver of arrows, resembling nothing less than a walking armory. In contrast, Shen Wubing, Lin Man, and Tang Xiaohua opted for a single dagger each, as they believed that without a solid foundation, weapons could easily become a burden. Undoubtedly, the envy of all was Jiang Anshi, who, though she had selected only 2 types of weaponry, left everyone yearning for more. In addition to a handgun, she had chosen a sniper rifle over a meter in length. The ominous black muzzle instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure. The ammunition, however, was restricted to blank rounds. Hua Yin interjected, reminding them, any target struck in a vital area will voluntarily exit the field. Understood, Jiang Anshi nodded. Before long, the group arrived at a designated area for drills, comprising 3 buildings spaced apart, interspersed with some bungalows. Hua Yin gazed at the structures from a distance, then turned to the group and declared, the live combat exercise officially commences. Chapter 060. The encounter in the corridor. Upon uttering these words, Hua Yin fell silent and stepped aside. The tactical plan for this practical exercise had been thoroughly discussed among the team, and as Hua Yin's voice faded, everyone immediately dispersed. Xia Yu, Jiang Anshi, and Zhao Xiaodao form a trio, making their way directly towards the tallest building among the 3. For Jiang Anshi, occupying the high ground was essential to maximize her effectiveness. Meanwhile, Xia Yu and Zhao Xiaodao's objective was to ensure that Jiang Anshi remained undisturbed. Shang Ying, Yi Ving, and Qian Meng teamed up, tasked with conducting a comprehensive search of the entire area. Upon discovering the enemy's position, they would promptly utilize their communication devices to inform the others. Shen Wubing led Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, both of whom, despite lacking combat prowess, held significant value in their own right. Tang Xiaohua's ability to blink allowed her to traverse walls at will, enabling her to scout for information and terrain. This not only provided an element of surprise, but also ensured that, even in perilous situations, she could not be captured. Although Lin Man's mind reading seemed less useful at present, capturing even one member of the opposing team would allow her to acquire critical defensive information about their entire squad. In warfare, intelligence is often paramount, which is precisely why Old Master Lin insisted on placing Lin Man and Shen Wubing's team. At this moment, Shen Wubing led the 2 into a building, a typical old residential structure without an elevator, comprising 7 floors with 3 rooms on each level. Noticing that the doors of the 3 rooms on the first floor were ajar, the trio cautiously entered to inspect, only to exchange glances and shake their heads, indicating no findings. Shen Wubing then gestured to his companions, and they continued their ascent to the 2nd floor. Thus, they searched through 4 floors without any discoveries. However, upon reaching the 5th floor, their pupils contracted slightly. The door to room 501 was firmly shut. Shen Wubing first glanced at the closed door before nodding at Tang Xiaohua, who understood the cue and promptly activated her blink, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, Shen Wubing felt a chill wash over him from behind. Instead of turning around, he grasped Lin Man's arm and swiftly retreated to the side. Almost simultaneously, a figure materialized at the location where Shen Wubing and Lin Man had just stood, delivering a powerful punch to the door of room 501. Bang! The tremendous force caused the door to cave inward. The man clicked his tongue in surprise, then regarded Shen Wubing with keen interest. Not bad, quite perceptive. No wonder you're one of the soldiers trained by the living king of hell. He spoke while rubbing his knuckles and rolling his neck. However, Your luck seems to have run out. Is it? Shen Wubing retorted, casting a glance at Lin Man and signaling her to descend the stairs. Lin Man nodded slightly before turning and descending the stairs. The corridor of the residential building was quite narrow, and Shen Wubing stood at the entrance, nearly blocking the entire staircase to prevent any pursuit. However, the man merely smiled, showing no intention of chasing. After Lin Man moments later, Lin Man's figure slowly retreated. For before her stood a woman, the only female member of the fierce Tiger Special Forces. Observing this scene, Shen Wubing's gaze sharpened. He realized they had fallen into a trap. The man chuckled nonchalantly and remarked, "This is your first lesson. A thorough search is paramount. You must have inspected every room, but did you check beneath the beds?" He gestured upward. "What about the ceiling?" Just then, Tang Xiaohua reappeared in the corridor. "Shen Wubing, there's no one inside." Her words trailed off as she caught sight of the man standing not far from her and the woman blocking the staircase, causing her to pause in surprise. "What a commotion! Should I retreat into the room?" she tentatively asked, pointing towards the space behind her. Another flash. "How intriguing," the man replied with a grin, spreading his hands. "If you wish to flee, we cannot stop you. Feel free." "Then I shall step inside. Enjoy yourself," she said, seizing Lin Man's arm while the others were distracted, and the two of them vanished into the corridor. Moments later, her ethereal voice echoed from afar, "Shen Wubing, take care of yourself. I cannot manage to." Witnessing this unfold, the man appeared taken aback, then clicked his tongue. A mere girl has mastered her abilities to such an extent that she can take someone with her when she flashes away. He shook his head and turned to Shen Wubing, "But unfortunately, she can only take one. Otherwise, our efforts would have been in vain." With that, he suddenly lunged forward, aiming to grab Shen Wubing. The opponent's speed was astonishing. Shen Wubing barely had time to react before the man's hand clamped onto his shoulder. The man's fingers tightened like a vice, seeking to subdue Shen Wubing in an instant. As an admirable Special Forces soldier, he never underestimated any adversary, even if they were merely a trainee. Yet, to his astonishment, Shen Wubing merely shook his shoulders slightly and broke free from the grip, launching a powerful punch straight at the man's chest. Although surprised, the man did not falter. He swiftly retracted his hand to cross it defensively over his chest while simultaneously channeling the energy within his body to counter the attack. From the very first exchange, he sensed Shen Wubing's exceptional prowess. The latter was an awakened individual with formidable physical abilities. Without mobilizing his energy, he realized he would not be able to withstand Shen Wubing's onslaught. However, at the moment his palm met Shen Wubing's fist, he felt as though the spiritual energy he summoned vanished in a thin air upon contact, akin to a cow plunging into the sea, inflicting no harm upon his opponent and even yielding no benefit to himself. In stark contrast, Shen Wubing's punch was tangible and powerful. An immense force surged forth, causing the man to stagger backward several steps, crashing heavily against the wall. The already dilapidated residential building saw a substantial portion of its plaster peeling away. Witnessing this scene, the woman standing at the staircase immediately adopted a serious demeanor, swiftly making her way to the fifth-floor corridor. The corridor was exceedingly narrow, and if the three were to engage in combat there, their movements would be severely constrained. Shen Wubing's attention, however, was primarily focused on the woman, for he understood a crucial truth. Due to physiological differences, most women possess physical capabilities that are significantly inferior to those of men. Yet, a woman who could become a Special Forces operative undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities, likely stemming from her awakened abilities. Chapter 061. The Remarkable Youth of Today, Indeed. The reality unfolded as Shen Wubing had surmised. He observed as the woman's palm slightly opened, and in an astonishing moment, the door to room 503 detached from its frame and, as if under some unseen control, hurtled directly towards him. Although Shen Wubing had anticipated an attack, his focus remained fixated on the woman, and he was taken aback by her ability to manipulate objects from a distance. In a moment of panic, he raised his arm to shield his head. With a resounding thud, the heavy iron door crashed against his arm, accompanied by an agonizing pain that forced him to stagger back a half step. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a powerful swing, struck the iron door, leaving a deep imprint of his fist. Simultaneously, the door was propelled away, careening towards the man who had previously been present. The man narrowly evaded the door, watching as it smashed into the wall, and muttered curses under his breath, remarking on the boy's ruthless attack. Shen Wubing, however, paid him no heed. The woman had not held back either. Had she targeted anyone else, even someone as formidable as Qianming, they would likely be incapacitated for days. Recognizing this, Shen Wubing understood the need for vigilance. They were confronted by only 2 adversaries, yet 7 more remained unaccounted for. If their strength mirrored that of the woman before him, he could only wonder if they could withstand such power. Thus, he resolved to swiftly conclude the battle here and rush to assist his comrades. After repelling the man with the iron door, Shen Wubing disregarded him and charged towards the woman, whose threat far surpassed that of her counterpart. Just as he approached her, a chair suddenly soared from the room, aiming for his back. Sensing movement, Shen Wubing chose not to evade, but instead continued his advance, unleashing a punch towards the woman. With a sharp crack, the solid wooden chair shattered upon impact with Shen Wubing's back, splintering into a flurry of wood shavings. As a member of an elite task force, the woman demonstrated remarkable agility, leaning back just in time to evade Shen Wubing's strike, which instead smashed against the wall, causing a large section of plaster to crumble and scatter. Witnessing the sheer force of his punch, the woman's expression shifted, and instinctively, she began to view Shen Wubing as a brute awakened to his powers. Hesitant to engage him directly, she sought opportunities to counterattack. However, the corridor was exceedingly narrow, and despite her agility, she found it increasingly difficult to evade all of Shen Wubing's assaults, causing her to fall into a disadvantageous position. At that moment, the man drew a dagger from his waist, scanning the vicinity for an opportunity. Yet, the blade was wrapped in bandages, likely out of concern for inadvertently harming Shen Wubing. For despite his formidable prowess, they perceived him merely as a group of children. As he meticulously sought an opportunity to ambush Shen Wubing, a peculiar disturbance in the air behind him caught his attention. Before he could turn around, a glimmering dagger was already poised against his neck. Immediately, a teasing voice from Tang Xiaohua broke the tension. "Uncle, you are captured." The man paused momentarily, then let out a wry smile, slowly discarding the dagger at his feet. His focus now entirely on the young lad, momentarily forgetting about your sudden appearance. "Well then, uncle, let us enjoy the show," Tang Xiaohua retorted, sheathing her dagger, and, with arms crossed, sauntered into room 503, leaving the corridor to Shen Wubing and the woman. Observing Tang Xiaohua's action, the man was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Aren't you going to assist him?" "No need." Tang Xiaohua casually waved her hand and continued, "Despite his frail appearance, if this weren't a drill, you all would likely be awaiting your demise right now." "What do you mean?" he asked, puzzled. However, Tang Xiaohua offered no further explanation, as the battle between Shen Wubing and the woman had already reached its conclusion. Shen Wubing's slightly bruised fist was firmly positioned before the woman. With a resigned smile, gradually raised her hands in surrender. "Today's youth truly are remarkable." Shen Wubing said little, slowly retracting his fist. Without turning, he merely uttered, "Lin Man." Lin Man instantly comprehended and approached the man, locking eyes with him. Feeling her penetrating gaze, the man hesitated momentarily, then quickly averted his eyes, as though recalling something. Yet, his reaction was slightly delayed, while it might take Lin Man some time to unearth all of his secrets. Her intent to extract information about the ongoing drill required far less time. A brief moment of eye contact was sufficient. After employing her mind-reading ability, Lin Man was initially taken aback, then swiftly turned to Shen Wubing and declared, "The remaining 7 are in the building where Shun Ying and the others are." At this, Shen Wubing's expression grew serious. Shun Ying and his companions were undeniably the strongest forces in their squad, yet 3 against 7 posed a daunting challenge. And should they fall, the odds of victory in this exercise would plummet significantly. Mind reading? The man shook his head in resignation. "No wonder the living Yama invited us to practice with you. Typical teams would stand little chance against you. How many Awakeners are in your team? And what are their abilities?" Shen Wubing inquired. The man shook his head and replied, I already know that little girl possesses mind-reading abilities. If this were a real battle, I would have taken my own life by now. Shen Wubing gazed into the unwavering eyes of his companion, ultimately refraining from further inquiries, for he discerned that the individual was not jesting. In a real combat scenario, with the awareness that their adversary possessed the ability of mind-reading, it was evident that even if they did not resort to self-destruction, they would inevitably blind themselves. Let us proceed, Shen Wubing declared, retrieving his communication device. In a hushed tone, he conveyed, there are 2 of us here. 1 isn't awakened, and they have been dealt with. The other 7 are with Shen Ing in their building. No sooner had his words faded than the voice of Xia crackled through the device. Old 3. Impressive. Shen Wubing chose not to respond to Xia, but instead waited for over 10 seconds. Yet the anticipated reply from Shen Ing and his companions did not materialize. His expression grew increasingly grave as he continued into the communicator, Xia Laoda. You and Xiao Dao should emerge and rendezvous with us. We will proceed to support Shen Ing and direct Jiang Anshi's focus onto their building. Understood, Xie replied succinctly. Minutes later, Shen Wubing, alongside his 2 companions, met with Xie and Zhao Xiaodao at the foot of Shen Ying's building. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sounds of a fierce battle erupting within. Chapter 062, A Single Blow to the Wind. Old 3. What is the plan? Xie turned to Shen Wubing. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Wubing gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, let us confront them head on. With that, he dashed into the building. Upon ascending to the 3rd floor, Shen Wubing was astounded by the scene before him. The doors to rooms 301 and 303 stood ajar. Inside room 301, Yi Qing was panting heavily, facing off against 2 members of the Special Forces, all 3 bearing various injuries. However, it was the chaos in room 303 that left Shen Wubing most astonished. Shen Ing was entangled in a fierce struggle with 4 Special Forces operatives. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his face marred by bruises, and his shirt was torn at the arm, revealing a well-defined forearm adorned with a deep gash. The 4 Special Forces members fared little better, each injured, their gazes toward Shen Ing filled with apprehension. Meanwhile, Qianmeng was engaged in casual conversation with a man in room 302. Upon noticing Shen Wubing's entrance, Qianmeng awkwardly scratched his head and remarked, Old 3, I'm done for. Taken aback momentarily, Shen Wubing quickly grasped the situation. The man must have suffered a surprise attack, similar to the one that had befallen their companion in the building. The man beside Qianmeng eyed Shen Wubing and his companions with surprise, scrutinizing them from head to toe. Aside from the signs of battle on Shen Wubing, the others appeared unscathed. Did Tu Lang and Ing fail? Shen Wubing deduced that Tu Lang and Ing were the code names for the man and woman in the Special Forces. However, he chose not to respond to the inquiry. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Xie and the others, signaling them to assist Yi Qing, while he himself stepped into Shen Ying's room. As Shen Wubing entered, Shen Ying exhaled deeply and said, You've arrived. You've worked hard. Shen Wubing regarded him with a profound gaze. Shen Ying cracked a faint smile and pointed to one of the tall men, saying, This one is hardening. He has your responsibility. Understood, Shen Wubing replied, stepping forward with clenched fists. During his recent days at the military, he had gained insight into various awakened abilities. The hardening ability was not particularly rare, yet it was exceedingly difficult to counter, as it allowed the user to render every inch of their skin incredibly tough, making ordinary attacks nearly ineffective. However, against Shen Wubing, the man stood no chance. As Shen Wubing approached, the hardening user smirked slightly, his voice strained as he addressed Shen Wubing. You can't be fiercer than that kid, can you? They had first-hand experience of Shen Ying's prowess. Despite lacking an awakening, even their combined strength had failed to subdue him, leaving them with various injuries. Let us find out, Shen Wubing challenged. Shen Wubing wasted no words and charged directly at his opponent, eager to test the true extent of his hardening ability. A resounding crash echoed as their fists collided, both combatants staggering back half a step. Shen Wubing felt as though he had struck a solid block of marble. A sharp pain radiated through his joints. Meanwhile, the one known as hardening stared in astonishment at Shen Wubing. for the force of that single punch had rendered his arm slightly numb. It was a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time, the last instance being during a spar with a fellow team member who possessed remarkable strength. This indicated the formidable power behind Shen Wubing's blow. "Are you truly a man of strength?" The opponent scrutinized Shen Wubing anew, his tone laced with skepticism. Shen Wubing's physique appeared exceedingly frail, and his pallid complexion suggested an air of unhealthiness. Could someone like him genuinely awaken such a power? The man found it hard to believe. "Not strength, but sufficient to deal with you," Shen Wubing replied coolly. "Kid, you're quite audacious." The man's words faltered as an indescribable pain surged through his joints, a sensation he found difficult to articulate, an aching discomfort that compelled him to move in hopes of alleviating it. Yet, he discovered that his joints felt as though they were restrained. "What have you done to me?" he asked, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Shen Wubing. "Gout," Shen Wubing stated expressionlessly. "Severe gout, which may impair your joint mobility. You've already lost." "Pain gout." The man's confusion was palpable, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Are you saying that with a single punch, you've inflicted gout upon me?" At that moment, 3 gunshots rang out, interrupting their exchange. The trio engaged with Shen Wubing felt a sudden pain in their chests and looked down to see marks from blank bullets, leading them to shake their heads in resigned amusement. "Unbeknownst to us, there's a sniper lurking," one man remarked, turning to peer through the window towards Jiang Anshi's location, his expression growing serious. At such a distance, hitting a moving target, and doing so with 3 shots without a hint of deviation. This is beyond belief. Not even the best sniper from the Han Province military could achieve that. "Who then is firing from that building? Shall we continue fighting?" Shen Wubing inquired of the trio. "We've been hit," one man replied, gesturing to the area over their hearts with a wry smile. "We 3 are as good as dead. How can we continue?" He then turned to the one known as Hardening. "Rock, can you handle them all by yourself?" "Handle them? Nonsense." The man, labeled as Rock, retorted incredulously, pointing at Shen Wubing. "This kid just knocked me in a gout." The others were left in a state of bewilderment, their expressions a chorus of confusion. "Enough of this bickering. What nonsense are you spouting?" A man rebuked sternly. "I am not speaking nonsense. I genuinely have developed gout," Yin Shi replied, his face a portrait of grievance. Unsure of how to further articulate his predicament, casting a desperate glance towards Shen Wubing for assistance. Shen Wubing regarded him briefly before addressing the group. "He speaks the truth. I indeed have induced his gout. Given that this is merely a drill, had it been a real encounter, it would not have resulted in gout, but rather something far graver, like cancer." Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared utterly bewildered. They had heard tales of skirmishes leading to injuries and even fatalities, but this was their first encounter with the notion of inflicting illness upon someone. Chapter 063. The mission as the 3 were shot, and the one known as Rock was bestowed with gout by Shen Wubing. This exercise was officially declared concluded. Shen Wubing and his companions had triumphed over the fierce Tiger Special Forces in direct confrontation. Of course, this was merely a drill. Had it been a battle for survival with both sides armed, the conflict would have been exceedingly brutal. Initially, when Shen Wubing's group searched the room for supplies, they might have lost a member, and in a life-or-death struggle, neither Shen Wubing nor Yi Qing could guarantee that they would hold their opponents back for long. With the conclusion of the exercise, Shen Wubing reclaimed the gout affliction from Rock. This was partly due to the fact that the other party was not an enemy, and partly because the disease brought immense suffering. Having long since adapted to such challenges, Shen Wubing intended to reserve it for dealing with others. After departing the training ground, Hua Yin awaited their return at the original spot. Observing the group approach, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. He earnestly hoped that Shen Wubing's team would emerge victorious in this exercise. However, he was also acutely aware of the formidable nature of the fierce Tiger Special Forces, and thus he merely wished for Shen Wubing's team to pose some inconvenience to their opponents, even if it meant eliminating a few of their members. In recent days, Shen Wubing's team had dominated their daily live training sessions, leading to a sense of pride among them. Hua Yin sought an opportunity to remind them of humility, to instill the understanding that there are always individuals superior to oneself. Yet, he feared that the fierce Tiger Special Forces might strike too harshly, potentially damaging the morale of his team. Consequently, throughout the afternoon, Wu Yin was restless, pacing back and forth. When he finally saw the group return, his expression became exceedingly complex. However, upon witnessing their animated chatter and laughter as they approached, he felt a slight sense of relief, surmising that they had not suffered severe blows to their spirits. "Instructor Hua, we did it." Xia gestured an okay sign from a distance, leaving Hua Yin momentarily taken aback. Did that mean they had defeated the fierce Tiger Special Forces? "Instructor Hua, your soldiers are impressive. Our brothers have truly met their match." A man who had previously engaged with Shen Wubing stepped forward, addressing Hu Yin with a blend of resignation and relief. He recognized the promising future of the Hangzhou military department reflected in these young individuals. With them, the future position of the Hangzhou military in Xia country would no longer be so precarious. "Do we truly win?" Hu Yan's voice noticeably trembled with excitement. "Indeed," the man replied solemnly, adding, "Rest assured, Instructor Hua, we in the Fierce Tiger Special Forces take every exercise seriously, even against a group of children. We do not hold back. They indeed won, and it was through genuine skill." Upon hearing this, Hu Yin was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of profound exhilaration as his gaze swept over Shen Wubing and his companions, revealing a myriad of emotions. "Uncle, are you proud?" Tang Xiaohua could not resist teasing Hua Yin upon noticing his expression. Unexpectedly, Hu Yin did not refute her words this time. Instead, he nodded earnestly, a sense of pride emanating from him. Upon hearing this, the others found themselves momentarily disconcerted. Over the past week, they had grown accustomed to Hu Yan's stern demeanor, even perceiving him as somewhat cold-hearted. However, today, he exhibited a rare display of genuine emotion. Indeed, pride was the sentiment he conveyed. Although he had only been with them for 7 days, during this brief span, Hu Yin had witnessed their transformation from immature children into burgeoning soldiers. Perhaps they were not yet fully qualified military personnel, but Hu Yin firmly believed that one day they would achieve that status. Moreover, in the future, they would not only be a source of pride for themselves, but also for the entire Han Prefecture military division. Upon returning to the military base, the group, after their customary dinner, resumed their practice of martial arts techniques, their lives remaining unchanged despite their recent victory over the Tiger Special Forces. It was not until deep into the night that they completed their training. After a quick wash, they returned to their tents, where Hu Yin awaited them. Upon his arrival, the group immediately lined up in unison. "Sit down," he commanded with a casual wave of his hand, devoid of his usual severity. "After tonight, you will be leaving this place. However, before you return to school, there is a task you must complete." He produced a sealed document and placed it upon the table. "Your mission is to apprehend a group of wanted criminals, 5 in total, each with blood on their hands. If necessary, execution on the spot is permitted." At this juncture, Hu Yan's expression turned grave as he addressed them. "Remember, do not show mercy. This is not a drill. Your adversaries will not hold back. They will employ every means to eliminate you." As he spoke, the atmosphere grew serious. Even the usually light-hearted Xia and Tang Xiaohua fell silent. To kill? Among the 9 present, aside from Jiang Anshi and Shening, it was likely that no one had ever taken a life in the truest sense. This was undoubtedly a monumental challenge for them. "This is the wanted list and the current locations of the suspects. Review it carefully." Hu Yin pushed the sealed document forward and then rose to leave the tent. Pausing at the entrance, he hesitated momentarily before speaking again. "I will not be seeing you off tomorrow." Furthermore, he took a significant pause, lasting half a minute, before continuing, "If the mission is not completed, so be it. There is no shame in that. But ensure that everyone returns alive." With that, he departed the tent without looking back, leaving the group enveloped in a heavy silence. After what felt like an eternity, Shen Wubing slowly picked up the sealed document from the table and tore it open. As Hu Yin remarked, the document contained personal information about 5 wanted criminals along with their current addresses. When Shen Wubing perused the details of the last individual, his gaze momentarily faltered. Among these 5, there was indeed an awakened one. Moreover, Shen Wubing was well acquainted with this individual's awakening ability, as it was akin to that of Tang Xiaohua. Blink. The following morning, Shen Wubing and his companions habitually gathered at the training ground, still burdened by the heavy sandbags strapped to their bodies. However, this time, Yin was not present to await their arrival. Instead, he had sent someone to convey the message that the vehicle was ready for them, urging them to prepare for departure. Upon hearing the message, the group momentarily fell silent, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment passing through their eyes. In the distance, Hui Yin and the referee who had previously overseen Shen Wubing's practical training watched the departing figures. The referee spoke. "Aren't you going to see them off?" Hui Yin sighed softly. "It's better this way. They must face these challenges sooner or later." He exhaled heavily, his tone betraying a hint of reluctance. After all, the fledglings must ultimately learn to soar through the vast skies on their own. Chapter 064. Miscommunication, situated in the northeastern region of the Xia Kingdom. The vast expanse of Hanzhou province has historically languished in development due to its geographic location. At this moment, a grimy van came to a halt not far from the entrance of a village in Long Province, Hanzhou. "Damn it, what kind of road is this? It's jostling me to death," Tang Xiaohua exclaimed, turning her ire towards Xie in the driver's seat. "Can you even drive properly? Why don't you take the wheel then?" Xie retorted, his expression laden with bitterness. "I've never encountered such a dreadful road in my life." Enough with the complaints, Shen Wubing interjected, glancing at the navigation. "Let us park here. The village ahead is small, and an unfamiliar vehicle would inevitably attract attention." With that, Shen Wubing opened the car door and stepped out. The others promptly followed suit. According to the information provided by Instructor Hua, their targets resided in the impending village, though the exact location remained uncertain. Shen Wubing surveyed the village in the distance before suggesting, "I propose we gather some intelligence first to pinpoint their exact location, and then take action under the cover of night." Agreed. Both Shen Ying and Jiang Anqi nodded in assent. "But how do we gather intel?" "Dan Xiaohua in Gui." "That is simple," Shen Wubing replied, his gaze settling on Lin Man, sensing his attention. Lin Man instinctively looked up, but as their eyes nearly met, she hurriedly averted her gaze. "Soon, Xia will drive the car a bit farther away. You all wait inside, while Lin Man and I investigate," Shen Wubing asserted. "Isn't it too dangerous for just the two of you?" Xia frowned. "Perhaps Shen Ying or Yi Qing should accompany you." "No need," Shen Wubing shook his head. "Too many people would raise suspicion. Just the two of us will be inconspicuous." "Very well, but do take care. Contact us if anything arises," Xie nodded, ushering the others back into the vehicle. A mere 10 minutes later, Lin Man supported the pale Shen Wubing as they entered the village. At the village entrance, a group of elderly men were seated, engaged in idle chatter. Upon noticing the pair, their curious gazes quickly turned towards Shen Wubing and Lin Man. Approaching them, Lin Man addressed one of the elders. "Excuse me, is there a renowned old doctor in your village?" As she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on his, silently activating her mind-reading ability. The elder pondered for a few moments, conversing softly with the man beside him before finally replying to Lin Man, "You must be mistaken. Our village scarcely has a handful of households left. We have no distinguished doctor, let alone a miraculous healer." Upon hearing this, Lin Man slightly furrowed her brow. The elderly gentleman before her appeared exceedingly aged, and the thoughts occupying his mind were undeniably chaotic. At that moment, the sentiments she gleaned were merely his worries and longings for his children, interspersed with trivial village gossip, devoid of any valuable information. Shen Wubing turned his gaze towards Lin Man, and upon observing her expression, he seemed to have an epiphany. He then addressed the old man. "Sir, I have heard that the renowned physician is reclusive, reluctant to reveal his identity, and has only recently arrived in this village." "Recently arrived in the village?" The old man pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head. "There have indeed been newcomers, but they are certainly not the divine healer you speak of. You must be mistaken." At that moment, Lin Man's eyes brightened, and she discreetly tugged at Shen Wubing's sleeve, turning to the old man and saying, "I understand now. Thank you, dear sir." With that, she assisted Shen Wubing and turned to leave. "Did you glean anything?" After some distance, Shen Wubing inquired softly. "Yes," Lin Man nodded, replying. Initially, the old man's thoughts were too disordered, filled with trivial matters, making it quite tedious to read. It could have taken a considerable amount of time. However, your words guided him towards the newcomers to the village, prompting him to subconsciously focus on that direction, rendering the reading much simpler. Shen Wubing remained silent, merely nodding in agreement, for it was precisely this realization that had led him to speak as he did. This village was named Yuejin Village, which had dwindled to scarcely a handful of households. The youth had either pursued education elsewhere or sought employment in distant lands, leaving only the elderly behind. Lin Man gradually relayed the information she had gathered from the old man to Shen Wubing. Notably, just a month prior, a group of approximately 20 individuals, both men and women, had arrived in the village, claiming to be workers from a nearby construction site. They had rented 3 houses, yet the villagers had never witnessed them leaving for work. This piqued the curiosity of the villagers. However, due to the high rent offered by these newcomers and their lack of wrongdoing, the villagers paid little heed to their presence. "Have you pinpointed their exact location?" Shen Wubing inquired. "Yes," Lin Man affirmed with a firm nod. "That's excellent." Upon returning to the vehicle, Shen Wubing shared the information Lin Man had gathered with the others. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to take action at 3 o'clock in the morning. Once the newcomers had succumbed to slumber, within the military compound, Huyen was presently packing his belongings. He was not originally from Ice City, but hailing from the steel province of Hangzhou. His recent assignment had been specifically to train Shen Wubing and his companions, and now that his mission was complete, it was time to depart. As an instructor, he had frequently experienced farewells, encompassing both partings in life and those marked by death. Yet this time, the bond he had formed with these children was distinctly different. In just 7 short days, their transformations were visibly profound, evoking a deep sense of reluctance within his heart. After organizing his belongings, Huyen intended to visit the tent where Shen Wubing and others were situated for one last glance. He shouldered his pack and made his way outside. But as he passed by the entrance of the intelligence office, he noticed a person hurriedly exiting, inadvertently colliding with him. The documents in the person's hands scattered across the ground. What was the matter? Why such haste? Huyen crouched down to assist in gathering the fallen papers. There had been an error in the intelligence. One of the student teams dispatched for a mission seemed to have a target connected to the poker organization. The individual spoke with urgency, explaining that the location was a remote village with obstructed signals, rendering them unreachable. After speaking, he attempted to leave, but Huyen firmly grasped his wrist. Although the man had once been a trained soldier, he could still feel the sharp pain radiating from his wrist, indicative of the strength Huyen had exerted. Which team was it? Huyen's expression turned grave. The man hesitated momentarily before responding. It was Team 001. Chapter 065. Xia shot upon hearing this statement. Huyen felt as though struck by lightning. In a flurry of panic, he fumbled through his pocket for his mobile phone, desperately searching for the recently saved contacts, dialing each one in succession. Yet each time he was met with the disheartening message of temporary unavailability. Huyen began to pace anxiously, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he seemed to have an epiphany and hurried towards the intelligence officer he had seen earlier. "Hey, third brother, let me have a taste of yours," Xia remarked, glancing over at Shen Wubing from the driver's seat. "Brother, it's all instant noodles. Is mine more fragrant than yours?" Shen Wubing replied, his expression one of bemusement. "Come on, I suggested we find a restaurant to feast at. We still have several hours to go." Xia casually tossed his instant noodles aside. Meanwhile, Jiang Anshi, upon hearing the mention of food, nodded vigorously in agreement. "Just bear with it. Once the mission concludes, I will treat you all to a meal at the renowned restaurant," Shen Wubing said with a resigned smile. "Well, who would have thought? You're quite the nouveau riche," Tang Xiaohua remarked, scrutinizing Shen Wubing. To this, Shen Wubing offered no further explanation. The ensuing hours dragged on, laden with tedium, as a lack of signal left everyone no choice but to practice their techniques to pass the time. It was not until around midnight that a vehicle appeared in the distance, the sudden illumination jolting everyone from their meditative state. As the car approached their van, it slowed momentarily but ultimately continued onward towards the village ahead. At this hour, what brings a vehicle to this village? Jiang Anshi furrowed her brow. Third brother. They appear to be heading to the target's village, Xia noted, turning his head. Let us wait a bit longer. If the vehicle departs, we must intercept it to ensure the target does not escape the village. Shen Wubing pondered for a few seconds before articulating his thoughts. Understood. With the mention of the mission, the group's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle slowly emerged. Boss Xia, prepare to intercept the car. If the individuals are not our targets, fabricate an excuse to let them pass. If they are. Shen Wubing paused, his tone turning grave. Act decisively, regardless of the consequences. Understood. Xia gritted his teeth as he started the vehicle, gripping the steering wheel tightly. As the opposing vehicle inched closer, just as Xia intended to signal for them to stop, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, and a man emerged from the passenger side. He jogged a few steps towards their vehicle and rapped on the driver's window. Xia hesitated for a moment before lowering the window. The man was in his 40s. Isporching a benigis mayo. Hey, could I borrow a lighter? Xia glanced at him, reaching into his pocket for his lighter. Just then, the man's expression abruptly shifted, the friendly demeanor transforming into a menacing glare. Watch out, boss Xia, Shen Wubing shouted, reaching forward to pull Xia back from the front seat. Immediately, the man produced a handgun from seemingly nowhere and pulled the trigger directly at Xia. With a resounding bang, the bullet spiraled towards Xiao's chest. Had it not been for Shen Wubing's timely intervention, the bullet would have struck true, hitting Xiao's heart. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Anshi brandished a silver handgun and, without a moment's hesitation, fired. In the blink of an eye, the man collapsed to the ground. Following the two gunshots, the nearby Range Rover roared to life, its engine growling as it sped towards Shen Wubing's van. With a crash, the front of the van crumpled inward. Yet, the Range Rover showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it began to reverse, preparing for another collision. Jiang Anshi, Shen Wubing shouted. Understanding his intent, Jiang Anshi steadied herself, took aim at the driver's seat, and fired without a glance. Instantly, the vehicle came to a halt. Get out, Shen Wubing commanded, leaping from the van and swiftly pulling Xia from the driver's seat. He gazed at the bloodstain on Xiao's chest, dread flooding his eyes. Brother, are you all right? It's just a scratch. Xia forced a pained smile. Don't speak. We'll deal with them and get you to the hospital, Shen Wubing replied, casting a concerned glance at Lin Man, who was pale with fright. Take care, boss Xia. Yes. Then man nodded vigorously. Shen Wubing's gaze hardened as he advanced towards the Range Rover, with Shen Ying and Yi Qing following closely behind, and Jiang Anshi aiming her gun at the car door. Just as they reached the front of the Range Rover, the rear door swung open violently, and two burly men charged out, each wielding a gleaming steel knife instead of a gun. Witnessing this, Jiang Anshi holstered her weapon and retrieved a medical kit from the vehicle to tend to Xiao's wounds, as she was the only one present with any knowledge of treating gunshot injuries. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing and his companions engaged in fierce combat. One of the men swung a steel knife directly towards Shen Wubing's head. Fueled by rage over Xiao's injury, Shen Wubing moved with singular ferocity. Before the knife could descend, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the man's chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed piercingly through the stillness of the night. The immense force sent the assailant hurtling backward, his chest caving in, crimson blood gushing from his mouth along with unrecognizable fragments of internal organs, clearly indicating his demise. The remaining man stood frozen in shock, realizing that their adversaries were not mere law enforcement as they had presumed, but rather likely operatives from the military. Upon the mere thought of those two words, the blade in the man's grasp trembled, yet the grim prospect of capture steeled his resolve. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. But before he could reach Shen Wubing, Shen Ying appeared before him like a specter, striking with the swiftness of lightning. A precise blow to the nape sent the man into unconsciousness. Shen Ying cast a fleeting glance at his fallen foe and then addressed Shen Wubing, remarking, "We have a survivor. We shall hand him over to Lin Man for interrogation." Shen Wubing nodded in acknowledgement, uttering no further words, and proceeded directly towards Xiao. Chapter 66. What does it feel like to kill? How is boss Xia? Shen Wubing turned to Jiang Anshi, who was tending to Xiao's wounds. I've already removed the bullet, But to prevent infection, he needs to go to the hospital as soon as possible, Jiang Anqi replied. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing surveyed the surroundings before addressing Qian Meng. Second, you and Xiao Dao take boss Xia to the hospital. We'll handle things here. Understood, Qian Meng nodded, carefully lifting Xia Yu into the Land Rover, while their van was likely beyond repair. As the Land Rover gradually disappeared from view, Shen Wubing slowly approached the man whom Shen Ying had knocked unconscious. Shen Ying, meanwhile, retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the van and handed it to him. Shen Wubing took the water and doused the man's face with the entire bottle. The man coughed violently a few times before slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing the group before him, a look of wariness instantly filled his gaze, his muscles tensed in a defensive posture. However, Shen Wubing raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest. The sharp sound of cracking bones accompanied the man's agonizing scream, shattering the silence of the night. Next, Shen Wubing crouched down and forcefully grasped the man's hair, compelling him to lift his head. Realizing the situation, Lin Man stepped forward, locking eyes with the man as she activated her mind-reading ability. Within mere seconds, Lin Man withdrew her gaze, her eyes reflecting profound shock. "What's wrong?" Shen Wubing inquired, noticing her expression. "They." Lin Man pointed the man on the ground, her voice trembling. "They are members of a drug trafficking organization called Poker." Upon hearing the name Poker, Shen Wubing's pupils constricted. He recalled Yang Xiao mentioning this organization, the largest drug trafficking syndicate in the country, which also functioned as a group of awakened individuals. Not only were they powerful, but their operations were shrouded in secrecy. Due to the presence of a mind reader within their ranks, military infiltrators have been unable to penetrate their organization, leaving the military at a standstill. However, Hua Yan had previously stated that their missions were not particularly dangerous. How could they be entangled with the Poker organization? It must be an intelligence error. Jiang Anqi, seemingly reading Shen Wubing's thoughts, leaned closer and whispered. The intelligence indicated they were merely a few wanted criminals with murder charges. Given the secrecy of the Poker organization, it's normal for the intelligence department to have not uncovered this. Shen Wubing nodded, gritting his teeth. "It doesn't matter. We'll take down their stronghold first." The incident involving Xia Yu had ignited a fierce rage within Shen Wubing, leaving him unconcerned with anything else. If Lin Man were to use her ability on him at that moment, she would discover that the singular thought occupying his mind was one of murder. "What should we do with this man?" Jiang Anqi asked, glancing down at the curled figure on the ground who was moaning in pain. "He is of no further use," Shen Wubing replied coldly. Shen Wubing's tone was chillingly cold. "Understood." Without any hesitation, Jiang Anqi withdrew a dagger from her boot. Before she could make a move, Shen Wubing spoke again. "Allow Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man to handle it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Anqi's actions faltered slightly. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man's expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Man remained silent, her face pale as a sheet, her expression twisted with conflict. In contrast, Tang Xiaohua exclaimed, "Shen Wubing, what do you mean? Are you asking us to commit murder? If you can do it, then do it. If not, withdraw from the team upon our return." Shen Wubing's tone remained calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After today's events, he had come to a profound realization of the grave dangers they would face ahead, a band of ruthless criminals who would not hesitate to shoot at the slightest provocation. A congregation of desperate outlaws unafraid of death. If they could not muster the courage to kill, they would inevitably become the next Xia Yu. And not everyone was as fortunate as he. Should the two fail to act today, even if old Master Lin insisted on keeping them, Shen Wubing would not acquiesce. "I cannot do it." Tang Xiaohua retreated to the side. Throughout the week of training, she had indeed grown fond of life in the military, for it was vastly different from her usual existence. She could feel herself growing stronger each day. The moment they defeated the Tiger Special Forces, she felt genuine joy and pride. However, killing remained an unfathomable concept to her. She had never imagined associating herself with such an act. After this return, "You may leave the team," Shen Wubing stated flatly, then turned his gaze to Lin Man. This time, he did not shy away from her eyes, instead meeting her gaze head-on. Yet, upon sensing his scrutiny, Lin Man chose to avert her eyes. Observing this, Shen Wubing offered no further remarks, simply stating calmly, "You as well." With that, he turned and walked towards the village, not looking back. Jiang Anshi and the others exchanged complicated glances with Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua before sighing, ultimately following in Shen Wubing's footsteps. Just as they had taken a few steps, a frenzied scream from Lin Man echoed behind them, accompanied by Tang Xiaohua's startled exclamation and the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Shen Wubing halted, turning to look back. He saw Lin Man, dagger gripped in both hands, madly plunging it into the man before her again and again. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the man was left riddled with wounds like a hornet's nest. Only then did Lin Man finally cease her assault, breathless. "I killed him. I can stay now, right?" She slowly lifted her head, her face splattered with blood, appearing somewhat ghastly. Shen Wubing regarded her for a long moment before nodding. "Stay in the vehicle and rest well. We will handle this matter and return for you." Lin Man remained silent, merely sheathing his dagger before turning and entering the vehicle, leaving Tang Xiaohua alone, staring vacantly at the man sprawled in a pool of blood. Time passed, and the figures of Shen Wubing and his companions had long vanished into the night. With somewhat stiff movements, Tang Xiaohua returned to the van, taking a seat opposite Lin Man. At that moment, Lin Man was rinsing the blood from his face and hands with a bottle of mineral water. Yet the blood was exceedingly viscous, proving resistant to any attempt at cleansing. Tang Xiaohua retrieved a bottle of water from the side and assisted Lin Man in the washing process. After a considerable period, Tang Xiaohua suddenly broke the silence and inquired, "What does it feel like to take a life?" Chapter 067. Ambush. Support. Upon hearing those words, Lin Man felt a subtle tremor coursing through her body. After a prolonged silence, she gradually lifted her gaze to meet Tang Xiaohua's eyes, devoid of any particular sentiment. Lin Man forced a smile, one that appeared rather strained. In comparison to destitution, it truly seemed insignificant. Destitution? Tang Xiaohua furrowed her brow, for those four characters felt as distant to her as the act of murder itself. However, Lin Man offered no further explanation, merely smiling as she remarked, "If you have other choices, there is absolutely no need to remain here. I sense that we will encounter dangers 100-fold more perilous and 100-fold more brutal than what we face now." Tang Xiaohua fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly raised her head to gaze into Lin Man's eyes, asking, "Lin Man, can you read my heart?" Lin Man was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of the meaning behind the question, Tang Xiaohua pointed to the location of her heart, earnestly looking at Lin Man. "Read my heart, and then tell me what my heart desires." As Lin Man had described, there were 3 adjacent houses. In the first house on the left, there were 13 individuals, seemingly engaged in drug production. The second house was dark, but the sound of snoring emanated from within, indicating someone was asleep. Voices of women could be heard from the third house. Shening lowered her voice and approached Shen Wubing, asking, "Have you spotted the target?" Shen Wubing shook his head. "Only the first house has its lights on. Those people are likely just small-time thugs. The target is most likely resting in the second or third house." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Wubing instructed, "Shuning, Yiqing, the 3 of us will take 1 house each. Jiang Anshi will guard outside. If anyone attempts to flee, shoot on sight. Leave no survivors." "Understood." The 3 affirmed in unison. Shen Wubing glanced at the time and continued, "We'll act simultaneously in 1 minute." Following his allocation, Shen Wubing approached the first house, the drug production workshop, while Yiqing and Shuning took the second and third houses, respectively. The trio cautiously approached the doorways, their eyes fixed on their watches. 1 minute later, they burst through the doors simultaneously. Shen Wubing surveyed the room, filled with over 10 individuals clad in protective gear, and without hesitation, he unleashed a punch at the nearest one. These were ordinary people, possessing only rudimentary fighting skills, yet against the formidable Shen Wubing, they offered no resistance whatsoever. Anyone struck by his fist was either severely injured and rendered unconscious or met with immediate death. This time, Shen Wubing showed no restraint. Each punch he threw was aimed at taking a life. Within mere seconds, several individuals lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. In the second room, The instant Yi Qing kicked the door open, he was overwhelmed by an intense sense of impending danger, courtesy of his combat instincts. As the door swung open, he immediately sidestepped to evade any threats. At nearly the same moment, two muffled gunshots rang out at the entrance. As the sound reverberated, the lights in the room flickered to life. Inside the chamber stood 3 individuals. 2 men brandished firearms, aimed steadfastly towards the doorway, while the third pressed against the wall. Having just activated the lights, the trio was taken aback to witness Yi Qing evade bullets at such close range. "Kid, you possess some skill," one of the armed men remarked, a crooked grin revealing his yellowed teeth. Yi Qing chose not to engage in their banter, his expression growing increasingly grave. It became evident that these men were well prepared. Their operation had been compromised. He pondered whether Shen Wubing and Shen Wubing had faced an ambush, for they lacked his instinctual combat abilities. Fortunately, no gunfire had erupted from the other 2 rooms. "Kid, tell me who sent you, and I can grant you a quick end," the man with the yellow teeth threatened, gun trained on Yi Qing, his smile grotesque. Known for his taciturn nature, Yi Qing opted against dialogue, surging forward instead. The man, startled by the audacity of Yi Qing's advance, shifted his gaze to one of malice and squeezed the trigger. Yet, as the trigger was pulled, Yi Qing, sensing the imminent danger, tilted his head just enough to narrowly avoid the bullet, which whizzed past his ear. The 3 men were thrown into disarray. They had initially believed Yi Qing's previous evasion was mere luck or heightened alertness when he had kicked down the door. However, witnessing him effortlessly dodge the bullet in front of them shattered their assumptions. But Yi Qing was not one to grant them the luxury of astonishment. His fist connected forcefully with the temple of the yellow-toothed man. With a resounding crash, the man was sent sprawling, crashing into a nearby table, which splintered under the impact. Observing this display, the remaining 2 men exchanged glances, then holstered their firearms, each drawing a steel blade, advancing towards Yi Qing with lethal intent. Meanwhile, the gravest threat loomed over Shen Wubing. In his room, 2 men and a woman were present. The woman, bare and curled in a corner, bore numerous wounds. The 2 men, their upper bodies exposed, regarded Shen Wubing with sinister grins. Shen Ying's expression was unusually solemn. He had recently engaged in a brief skirmish with them, sustaining minor injuries. One of his adversaries was the flash referenced in the intelligence, while the other's awakened abilities remained a mystery, though he was undoubtedly a formidable Class 5. In Ice City, the Lin family patriarch, Lin Laozi, seethed with rage as he scrutinized the intelligence report in his hands, his wrinkled skin trembling with fury. Meanwhile, Zhou Dao stood like a chastised child, silent and apprehensive. The intelligence had been erroneous, utterly flawed. Old Master Lin cast the intelligence document from his hand onto the ground, his voice chillingly cold as he inquired, "What is the current situation?" Zhou Dao swallowed hard and replied, "The military is unaware of Wu Bing's unique identity, and thus failed to report the incident promptly. Instead, they are seeking ways to remedy the situation. By the time I received the news, it was already too late for a rescue. I have notified the local enforcement team in hopes they can arrive swiftly." Pausing for a moment, Zhou Dao continued, upon learning of the situation, Hua Yin immediately drove to the location alone. If all goes as planned, he should be able to provide assistance to Wu Bing and the others. Hua Yin? Old Master Lin furrowed his brow and said somberly, "He is incapable of cultivating the Dao arts, nor can he awaken his potential. Furthermore, he has ventured out without authorization and lacks even firearms. How can he possibly assist Wu Bing?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Dao fell silent, well aware of Hua Yan's predicament. Yet, at this moment, the truth remained that there was indeed only this solitary support for Wu Bing and his companions. Chapter 68. A Sudden Act of Murder. Inside the van on the village road, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua sat facing each other. "So, do you mean that I wish to stay?" Tang Xiaohua inquired, gazing at Lin Man. "You know your heart better than I do. Why ask me?" Lin Man retorted without providing a direct answer. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaohua fell into a contemplative silence. She indeed desired to remain, yet she lacked a justification for committing murder. In that moment, she felt as if she were the most ineffectual member of the group. Initially, She believed herself superior to Lin Man and Zhao Xiaodao, but now it appeared otherwise. Zhao Xiaodao, despite not having taken action, had earned the unwavering trust of Shen Wubing. When Xie Yu was injured, he entrusted only Qianming and Zhao Xiaodao to take him to the hospital, as they were the individuals he trusted most. As for Lin Man, the actions Lin Man exhibited today filled her with dread. She had witnessed with her own eyes as Lin Man plunged a dagger into another's heart, delivering a swift death. And then she had no idea how many more times Lin Man had stabbed the lifeless body. This was something she could neither accomplish nor dare to attempt. While the two conversed, another vehicle sped towards them. They exchanged a glance at the approaching car, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a flicker of gravity. It was already the early hours of the morning. Logically, no vehicle should be traversing this village at such an hour. Moreover, the speed of the oncoming vehicle suggested it was en route to the nearby Yuejin village. What should we do? Tang Xiaohua's expression turned anxious. Stay calm. Lin Man responded with unexpected composure. After a brief moment of contemplation, she continued, if they are members of the poker organization, upon seeing our van, they will surely stop to investigate. Upon discovering we are two young women, their guard will likely be lowered. At that moment, we must devise a strategy to keep them here. As she concluded, Lin Man instinctively tightened her grip on the bloody dagger. Upon hearing Lin Man's words, Tang Xiaohua paused in surprise, then looked at Lin Man with a hint of disbelief, tentatively asking, "Are you suggesting that we keep them here by killing them?" Lin Man replied through clenched teeth. If they are indeed from the poker organization, they must be heading towards Shen Wubing and his team. Their prolonged absence suggests they have encountered formidable challenges, and we cannot afford to add to their troubles. But Lin Man interjected, her expression serious as she said, "Sister Xiaohua, tell me now, are you prepared to assist me? If not, I shall act alone." After a few moments of silence, "Dan Xiaohua not that Vigo du Xin." Lin Man fixed her gaze on her companion's eyes, eventually withdrawing her stare, knowing that she could count on her support. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt in front of their van. Lin Man exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Xiaohua, then stepped out first. Simultaneously, a burly man clad in a black leather jacket emerged from the other vehicle. Upon seeing Lin Man, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Lin Man's beauty was beyond question, effortlessly embodying the essence of a campus belle. Had she not been so disinclined to adorn herself, even Su Qingqing would have been overshadowed. For Lin Man possessed the kind of allure that could provoke a roguish heart like Xie Yu's to erupt in fury for her sake. "Brother, we had an accident. There's no signal here. Could you lend us a hand?" Lin Man spoke with a tone imbued with vulnerability. Upon hearing her delicate voice, the man felt a measure of his tense demeanor ease. His hand, which had rested at his waist, lowered slightly. Yet, he remained cautious and inquired, "Are you alone?" "It's just my sister and me." As Lin Man finished her sentence, Tang Xiaohua emerged from the vehicle. Seeing that there were indeed two young women, the man breathed a sigh of relief. However, with pressing matters at hand, he had no time for flirtation. "I have something to attend to right now. I'll come back to assist you once I've finished." With that, he turned to leave. Yet, Lin Man grasped his hand firmly. Her voice laced with a near-pleading tone, "Brother, please help us. What if we encounter a bad person?" Sensing the soft touch of her hand, the man pondered for a few moments before responding, "I'll take a look. If it's not a serious issue, I'll help you fix it. If it's badly damaged, you'll have to wait until I'm done, as I have urgent business." "Thank you, brother," Lin Man replied, her face lighting up with surprise. The man approached their van, but as he bent down, he noticed a pool of crimson blood on the ground. Before he could finish, Lin Man swiftly drew a dagger she had prepared in advance, deftly plunging it into his back. She then seized his hair and, as he lingered on the brink of consciousness, initiated her mind-reading ability. In mere seconds, Lin Man turned to Tang Xiaohua and declared, "There's another person in the car, armed with a gun. Leave it to me." Tang Xiaohua inhaled deeply, extracting her own dagger. "Be careful," Lin Man warned, casting a profound glance in her direction. Tang Xiaohua said nothing, merely nodding before vanishing from Lin Man's sight. Inside the vehicle, the man in the driver's seat lit a cigarette and rolled down the window, cursing irritably. "Old Hay, stop chasing after women. It's delaying our business. And we'll both be in trouble. Both men were auxiliary members of an organized crime group, primarily tasked with delivering essential supplies to a drug manufacturing site. Today, as per their usual protocol, they had dispatched someone to supply the villagers, but when their associate failed to return, they decided to investigate. Growing frustrated at old Hayes' silence, the man muttered, "Damn it, you'll end up dead because of your obsession with women." Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, he felt a chilling sensation creeping up behind him. He instinctively turned his head. But before he could discern what lay behind him, a sudden coolness coursed through his throat, followed by an unsettling sensation of something slipping away. It felt as if it were his very life. In the back seat of the car, Tang Xiaohua sat in a daze, staring at the blood-soaked dagger in her hand, her gaze vacant. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until she abruptly hurled the dagger aside, unleashing a piercing scream. Upon hearing her cry, Lin Man hurried over, and as she approached, she caught sight of the middle-aged man in the driver's seat, drenched in blood and devoid of any semblance of life. Witnessing this scene, a wave of relief washed over her. She understood that Tang Xiaohua had succeeded. Chapter 069. The arrival of Huiyan after a prolonged silence. Tang Xiaohua finally extricated herself from her overwhelming emotions, yet her gaze remained vacant, her lips continuously murmuring, "I have killed. I have killed." Lin Man chose not to offer her solace, instead silently entering the car and sitting beside her, gently wiping the blood that had splattered onto Tang Xiaohua's hands. The ordeal that Tang Xiaohua was now experiencing mirrored Lin Man's recent past. Thus, Lin Man understood that in this moment, no one could assist her but herself. After crossing such a threshold, it was likely that she would be irrevocably ensnared. As the two sat in the car, enveloped in a heavy silence, headlights flickered in the distance, and the low rumble of an approaching engine resonated in their ears. At that moment, Lin Man's gaze sharpened slightly, and Tang Xiaohua was jolted from her dazed state, instinctively retrieving the dagger she had discarded. Observing this, Lin Man gently patted Tang Xiaohua's hand, which clutched the dagger, signaling her to remain calm. With remarkable composure, Lin Man opened the car door and stepped outside, though she herself tightly grasped the dagger that had recently been stained with blood. Before long, a vehicle drew up in front of Lin Man. This time, she resolved not to employ any further tactics, for they had exhausted all options. The previous vehicle, a Land Rover, had been taken away by Qian Meng and his companions to transport Xia Yu to the hospital. Now, the opposing vehicle was parked before them, and any newcomer would quickly discern the anomaly. Even if they recognized that the two were merely young women, the adversaries would remain on high alert. This time, she was prepared to confront them head-on. During her week at the military base, although her progress was not as pronounced as that of others, she felt no trepidation when facing ordinary individuals, even if they were a group of burly men. Suddenly, a car halted abruptly in front of Lin Man, its high beams casting an elongated shadow of her figure. As the heavy sound of the car door echoed, Lin Man beheld a familiar, reassuring face. Huiyan had arrived. "Hua, Instructor Hua, what brings you here?" Lin Man inquired, her expression tinged with profound confusion. At that moment, Tang Xiaohua also appeared beside Lin Man, and upon catching sight of Huiyan's stern visage, she could only stammer out two words, "Uncle." Huiyan first glanced at the two lifeless bodies nearby, then stepped forward to gently pat their shoulders, attempting to console them with the softest tone possible. "It's all right. You both did well." This stark reassurance unleashed a flood of tears from the two girls, their sobs breaking forth uncontrollably. Despite Lin Man's outward appearance of composure, it was merely a fade. Deep down, she understood her solitude. If she displayed any semblance of panic, it would undoubtedly cause Tang Xiaohua to crumble. Yet in this moment, with Huiyan's presence, her resolve finally shattered. "Don't cry, don't cry." Huiyan, unsure of how to offer comfort, could only repeat those three words incessantly. After approximately half a minute, Lin Man wiped her tears and, adjusting her emotions, spoke. "Instructor Hua, Shen Wubing and the others are in the village ahead. They've been gone for a while now, and I suspect they might also be in trouble." Hua Yin nodded solemnly, but before he could contemplate how to address the current predicament, A multitude of headlights illuminated the area behind them. Shortly thereafter, 3 elongated vans came to a halt not far away. The doors swung open, and nearly 30 individuals surged out, each wielding a gleaming steel blade that reflected a chilling light under the glow of the headlights, creating a strikingly conspicuous scene. Upon witnessing this, Huiyan's expression darkened considerably. He returned to his vehicle and retrieved 3 military batons, handing one to each of the 2 women. "Are you afraid?" he inquired. "Not at all." Liman replied earnestly epsilon. Tang Xiaohua remained silent, simply accepting the baton and swinging it with force, her resolute gaze conveying her determination. Leading the opposing group was a middle-aged man in his 30s, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the rising smoke causing his eyes to narrow slightly. He scrutinized Huiyan and the others before casually gesturing with a finger. Immediately, the 30-odd men behind him charged forward with their knives drawn. Gritting their teeth, Huiyan and his companions rushed to meet them. Retreat was not an option. Shen Wubing and his team had yet to return, most likely entangled in some trouble. Allowing this group to pass would undoubtedly worsen their situation. As Lin Man and Huiyan suspected, Shen Wubing and his team were indeed facing an unprecedented crisis. The 10 or so individuals in Shen Wubing's room had been swiftly dealt with, and the room where Yi Qing was located was also quickly resolved with Shen Wubing's assistance. However, upon reaching the room where Shen Ying was, they found her battered and bruised, flanked by 2 middle-aged men with menacing smiles. Seeing Shen Wubing and Yi Qing arrive, Shen Ying hastily cautioned, "Be careful. They are both level Wu." Indeed, there were 2 of them at that level. Initially, Shen Ying believed there was only one, but after engaging in combat, she realized that the one with the ability blink was also at level Wu. The other S abilities had yet to be revealed, leading Shen Ying to suspect that they might possess a supportive ability unsuitable for combat, though it was also possible that the opponent was merely holding back their true strength. If that were the case, their predicament would become even more precarious. When did the military start producing such little wolves? "You certainly possess some skills," remarked the man with the unknown ability. Shen Wubing merely cast him a fleeting glance, opting not to respond, and instead, he rapidly contemplated a strategy to navigate the dire situation before them. At present, they faced 2 formidable level Wu opponents, one with a known ability, Blink, and the other with an undisclosed power. On their side, in addition to their own formidable presence, there are also Yi Qing and Shen Ying, both of whom possess exceptional close combat abilities. However, their true advantage lies not in these strengths, but rather in the fact that Jiang Anqi has remained concealed in the shadows, never revealing her hand throughout the encounter. The opponents are evidently unaware of Jiang Anqi's existence, which allows them to focus their attention predominantly on Shen Wubing and his companions. Should Jiang Anqi choose to strike unexpectedly, coupled with her nearly invincible ability known as Unerring Shot, she could potentially vanquish both foes in an instant. Nevertheless, her power is not without its limitations. During her time at the military headquarters, she had mentioned to Shen Wubing and others that her Unerring Shot could be countered by 4 specific abilities. Shen Wubing is well acquainted with these abilities: hardening, phasing, combat instinct, and blink. Presently, they face an adversary possessing the ability to blink, which likely explains Jiang Anqi's hesitation to reveal herself. Chapter 070. The Gu clan of the Southern Frontier boss. Cease the idle chatter with them. This outpost has been compromised. Let's swiftly eliminate them and depart. The man who had awakened and teleported murmured. Upon hearing this, the man nodded, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, he lunged towards the injured Shen Ying. Shen Ying, however, reacted with remarkable speed, retreating several steps to evade his strike. Before long, Shen Wubing had positioned himself between the 2, raising his fist to confront the assailant. Simultaneously, another man teleported to Yi Qing's side. Yet, as he struck, Yi Qing had already slightly turned, deftly avoiding the ambush. Thus, a chaotic melee erupted among the 5 individuals. Meanwhile, outside the walls, Jiang Anqi opened her rectangular black leather case, which she had never let out of her sight. Inside lay a specially crafted sniper rifle. This rifle, tailored for Jiang Anqi by Old Master Lin, bore a resemblance to the GM-12 7 sniper rifle, but prioritized lethality over the traditional stability and precision expected of a sniper. Against ordinary foes, Xia Nation needed merely a handgun to secure victory. This sniper was meant for dealing with formidable awakened beings, such as the two Class V individuals before her. With practiced ease, Xia Nation assembled the sniper rifle and, bending slightly, maneuvered swiftly along the outer wall, seeking the optimal shooting position. On the village path, Lin Man leaned against the side of a van, clutching her wounded arm as blood trickled through her fingers. Nevertheless, she maintained a firm grip on the baton in her hand. Tang Xiaohua found herself in a similarly dire situation, but her ability to teleport gave her a notable advantage in combat. The baton had long been discarded, deemed unsuitable, as she wielded a bloody dagger instead. Within 20 minutes, the number of adversaries felled by Tang Xiaohua surpassed a dozen, rivaling even Huiyan's prowess. Since her hands had tasted blood, she had transformed into a veritable force of nature, striking with precision and a ruthless edge. Each activation of her teleportation was like a specter claiming lives, harvesting vibrant souls. Watching his 30-odd subordinates fall one by one, the leading man furrowed his brow in irritation. Agitated, he retrieved a pouch of powder from his pocket, inhaling its contents with a look of indulgence. Following this, he took a deep breath and produced a small, dark wooden box. As he opened the box, an unusual fragrance permeated the air. In the next moment, an array of unknown black insects emerged from the box, crawling towards the fallen bodies and infiltrating their mouths and nostrils. The subsequent scene sent a chilling wave coursing through Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man, as they witnessed the once lifeless corpses twitching unnaturally before rising anew. Was this an apparition? Females are inherently more apprehensive towards the supernatural, and as Tang Xiaohua beheld the reanimated bodies, her voice trembled. Meanwhile, Huiyan shuddered, his gaze fixed upon the leading man, his expression a mask of fury. "You hail from the southern frontier." The words escaped his lips with palpable venom, his visage contorted in a terrifying grimace. The man at the forefront paused momentarily, then chuckled. "After all these years, it is truly an honor that someone remembers us." Huiyan's eyes turned crimson, akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Remember? How could he forget? Countless comrades had perished in the southern frontier. How could he dare to erase their memory? "Oh, instructor, what exactly are these?" Lin Man had now regained her composure, brandishing her baton as she approached Huiyan and Tang Xiaohua. The southern frontier's Gu clan practiced sinister arts of raising insects. What they were witnessing was the corpse-raising technique. These parasites infiltrated the deceased's brains through their orifices, enabling temporary control over the bodies. With a grave countenance, he addressed Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. "These individuals are utterly lifeless. They feel no pain, and commonplace fatal injuries bear no effect upon them. Even if you pierce their hearts, they will persist in their assault." Upon hearing Huiyan's words, the color drained from Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua's faces. However, they remained silent, for they understood that if Huiyan possessed such knowledge of the corpse-raising technique, he must have a countermeasure. "There are two approaches to combat these entities," Huiyan stated, gazing at the slowly advancing corpses. "The first method is to shatter their skulls. Without a host for the parasites, they can no longer be controlled. As for the second method..." He turned his glare back to the leading figure, his voice dripping with malice. "The second method is to eliminate the one who commands the parasites." Upon hearing Huiyan's declaration, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua instinctively focused on the man orchestrating the insects. The first method involved smashing the corpses' skulls, which are the hardest part of the human body. Even if they wielded a hammer, it would require considerable effort to fracture a skull, let alone with only a baton in hand. Thus, the most straightforward and effective course of action was to slay the controller of the parasites. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the three, the man sniffed derisively, then provocatively beckoned them with a finger. Witnessing this, the trio exchanged glances, and after Huiyan gave a slight nod, they charged forth together. Huiyan and Lin Man swiftly dispatched the controlled corpses, while Tang Xiaohua vanished in an instant. A flash? The man controlling the poison frowned slightly. And almost simultaneously with Tang Xiaohua's disappearance, he abruptly turned around and unleashed a powerful punch behind him. Just as Tang Xiaohua's figure materialized, she was met with the sight of a colossal fist hurtling towards her. She quickly crossed her arms to shield her face, yet despite her efforts, she was still sent sprawling to the ground by the immense force of his blow. Was it instinct to fight? Struggling to her feet, Tang Xiaohua cast a grave glance at the man controlling the poison. Upon hearing her, the man paused momentarily, then smiled and shook his head. No, no, no. We, the Gu clan of Southern Border, are all cursed beings. Awakening is beyond our reach. As he spoke, he slowly drew a sharp dagger from his waist. Running his fingers along the blade's edge, a droplet of crimson blood instantly appearing on his fingertip. Indeed, it is quite sharp. Killing you with this blade, I presume you would not feel a trace of pain. Chapter 071, Blood Battle on a Rainy Night. Not far away, Ho Yin and Lin Man, ensnared by a throng of corpses, witnessed Tang Xiaohua's sudden defeat, their faces etched with anxiety. Lin Man, I leave this to you. I shall assist Xiaohua. Ho Yin called out. Understood, Lin Man replied with a resolute nod. She then removed her blood-stained jacket and wrapped it around her hand that gripped the club, binding them tightly together. Without hesitation, she launched another fierce assault against the seemingly indestructible cadavers. At that moment, Ho Yin had already maneuvered behind the man controlling the puppets, raising his club high to strike down upon the man's head. The man, sensing the impending threat, merely inclined his body slightly, evading the lethal blow. Swiftly, Ho Yin swept the club horizontally. The man had no choice but to raise his arm in defense, a searing pain enveloping his entire limb instantly. He grimaced, assessing Ho Yin from head to toe before inhaling sharply and remarking, a veteran from the Southern Border War. I presume? Disregarding the man's words, Ho Yin approached Tang Xiaohua, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Are you all right? I'm fine, Uncle, Tang Xiaohua replied, lowering her head in shame. Having trained at the military base for a week, she had seen her peers exert far greater effort, often resorting to her teleportation ability to cheat during weight training. Now, facing an ordinary individual without awakening, she had suffered a complete and utter defeat. In that moment, she felt she had let down Ho Yan's teachings and her hardworking comrades. You have performed admirably, Ho Yin said, applying a gentle pressure on her shoulder. His expression turned earnest as he continued. You may not be the most exceptional soldiers I have led, but you are undoubtedly the fastest learners. I have always felt proud of you all. Tang Xiaohua, upon seeing the sincerity in Ho Yan's gaze, felt her guilt intensify, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Enough, Ho Yin said, forcing a strained smile. Go assist Lin Man. I can manage here. Yes, Tang Xiaohua nodded, her form vanishing once more. Hey, veteran, I'm speaking to you. The puppet master called out to Ho Yin again. You scoundrels are unworthy of my attention, Ho Yin retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at him before cracking his neck, a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. All right, the man smirked, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Then go join your deceased comrades. It's a pity you didn't perish on Southern Border soil. With that, he displayed a mad grin, exclaiming, Do you know? In the second year of your offensive on the Southern Border, the land was blanketed in red flowers. Those blood-red blooms were truly a magnificent sight. And all thanks to the corpses of your comrades serving as nourishment. Shut your mouth. Ho Yin gritted his teeth, the sound echoing as veins bulged on his forehead. What can I speak? The man's gaze turned sinister, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. Only you filthy soldiers deserve to die. How many of my Southern Gu tribe perished on that land? How many families have been torn apart? You reap what you sow by using the living to cultivate Gu, Hui Yin replied coldly. They volunteered. It is none of your business. The man retorted. Did those infants still in their swaddles also volunteer? Hui Yan's eyes reddened, his voice trembling. Though years had passed, he could not forget those infants encased in jars, their skin ravaged by Gu worms, devoid of any intact flesh. At this point, Hui Yin ceased the exchange and swung his baton directly at the man, seeking death. The man gritted his teeth and brandished his dagger in response. Neither of them were awakened beings. Their conflict lacked any flamboyance, consisting solely of brute force. Each blow met with another, trading injuries blow for blow. Within mere minutes, both were marred with wounds. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man faced a similarly grueling battle. Confronted by the seemingly indestructible corpses, all they could do was repeatedly knock their foes down, with no better strategy at hand. During the fray, Lin Man summoned all her strength and smashed one man's skull. The milky brain matter exploding forth alongside scarlet blood, splattering onto her face. The warm substance seemed to pulse against her skin before sliding down her cheek. However, as Wei Yin had predicted, upon shattering the man's head, two black goo worms crawled out, apparently in search of their next corpse. Yet Lin Man would not grant them such an opportunity. She swiftly crushed the creatures beneath her foot. With a squelching sound, the thick, dark blood spread beneath her shoe, slowly seeping into the black earth. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed, as thunder rolled in, shrouding the already dark sky in an even thicker gloom. Had it not been for the headlights illuminating the scene, one might have been unable to see their own hand in front of their face. In the next moment, a torrential downpour commenced. Under the car's headlights, the rain cascaded like layers of curtains, obscuring vision. Lin Man tilted her head back, allowing the rain to mercilessly pelt her face, washing away the blood smeared upon her skin. She then wiped her face and raised her baton once more to strike at another corpse. 10 minutes later, Hui Yin and the goo-controlling man both knelt on the ground, relying on their weapons for support to prevent themselves from collapsing. Tang Xiaohua, having overexerted her abilities, was utterly drained and could no longer stand, collapsing helplessly onto the muddy road. Only the slight rise and fall of her chest and her half-closed eyes indicated that she was still alive. The most unexpected presence was Lin Man logically. She should have been the weakest in terms of combat prowess. Yet there she stood, amidst a grim tableau of over a dozen decapitated corpses. Her already slender attire clung to her form, drenched by the relentless rain. Despite the downpour, it could not wash away the bloodstains that marred her clothing. Her once pristine white shirt had transformed into a deep crimson hue. Lin Man stood at the center of those headless bodies, the scene exuding an eerie horror. "Veteran, do you still have strength left?" The controlling man glanced at Lin Man, who swayed precariously, then smirked as he addressed Hui Yin. Hui Yin remained silent, struggling to rise, yet the multitude of wounds on his body rendered even the slightest movement a distant hope, let alone standing upright. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The controlling man erupted into a near-maniacal laughter, bellowing at Hui Yin. "You have lost. You all have lost." Hui Yin followed the man's gaze, noting that Lin Man seemed to have exhausted her inner potential. Though she remained upright, she possessed no strength left to confront the remaining monsters. At that moment, the corpses launched another assault on Lin Man. Yet before their attacks could land, she swayed slightly and collapsed, as she fell into the pool of blood. The chilling sensation seemed to jolt her awake. Her eyes fluttered open. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she attempted to raise her right hand. But all she managed was a feeble tap of her baton against the blood-stained ground, sending droplets splashing. "Hua, Instructor Hua, E.M. Sore. I truly did my best." Chapter 072. Evil remains evil and can never suppress the righteous. As Lin Man collapsed, the eerie figures of the corpses slowly approached her, and the memories that had once been buried deep within Hui Yin surged forth, attacking him with unrelenting ferocity. The harrowing scenes from the battlefield in the southern frontier replayed vividly in his mind. Countless comrades and the soldiers he had led, each meeting a tragic fate before his eyes. And now, was it to be that even the student soldiers he had mentored for merely 7 days would suffer the same grim fate? No, absolutely not. Yin roared in fury within his heart, and then, under the astonished gaze of the man controlling the puppets, he gradually rose to his feet. One of his legs bore a grievous wound, a dagger having pierced through, displacing even the bone. One hand clutched a baton, while the other pressed against his abdomen. Crimson blood oozing through his fingers and trickling down. Plop, plop, the sound of his shoes splashing in the water echoed, but to the puppet master, each of Hui Yan's steps felt as though they were crushing his very heart. "Are you not afraid of death?" He struggled to rise, Yet the severity of his injuries rendered him utterly helpless. To him, Huiyan's injuries should have been even worse. The abdominal wound was far more than mere bleeding. Should he exert himself, his intestines might spill forth. How was it possible for him to stand? What gave him the strength to rise? Yet the reality before him was undeniable. Huiyan staggered forward, towering over him. "You cannot kill me." The puppet master, sensing the approach of death, had lost the manic demeanor he once possessed, now visibly panicked, even stammering, repeatedly uttering the words, "You cannot kill me." However, Huiyan paid him no heed, raising the baton high above his head and bringing it down with a fierce strike. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering bone resonated through the rain-soaked night. In that moment, even the torrential downpour seemed to pause. The man's pupils gradually dilated, before he collapsed heavily into the pool of blood. As he fell, the corpses that had been poised to attack Lin Man also halted abruptly, toppling one after another like harvested wheat. Huiyan remained steadfast in his stance, fixated on the man's corpse, and slowly uttered, "Evil is evil, and can never suppress the righteous. We failed to eradicate the Gu clan of the southern frontier, but I believe that one day, someone will take up the weapons we once wielded and return to the battlefield. That day will mark the demise of the southern Gu clan." With that, his dazed gaze first fell upon Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, before shifting away to gaze longingly at the distant village. As a faint smile graced his lips, he finally collapsed beside the man's lifeless body. "Commander Hua!" Lin Man's heart-wrenching cry echoed throughout the stormy night. In the village, the battleground for several individuals had shifted from the confines of a room to the open air. Confronted by two formidable opponents of the 5th rank, the trio found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Although Shen Wubing was also of the 5th rank and possessed a variety of techniques, the elusive nature of his adversary left him feeling as though his strength was rendered ineffective. Each time, Shen Wubing was on the verge of making contact, the opponent would vanish from sight, and their next target might not necessarily be him. It could just as easily be Yi Qing or Shening. After several attempts to gauge the situation, the opponents had surmised that Yi Qing had awakened a combat instinct, as each of their ambushes was deftly evaded by him. However, it was merely a combat instinct, not mind-reading. He could sense impending danger and react accordingly, but he remained oblivious to the intentions of his foes. As long as their attacks were directed elsewhere, he could not foresee them. The two adversaries were acutely aware of the limitations of combat instinct, and they had nearly abandoned their assault on Yi Qing, redirecting their focus toward the unawakened Shening. Yet, this decision proved to be a grave miscalculation. Although Shen Ying had not awakened, his strength was undeniably formidable. In fact, from a certain perspective, he could be considered the strongest among the three. In terms of brute strength, he fell short of Shen Wubing, and in evasion, he was not as adept as Yi Qing. In other words, he possessed greater strength than Yi Qing while exhibiting superior evasive capabilities compared to Shen Wubing. Most importantly, his resilience was remarkable. Even a hulking figure like Qian Meng, robust as an ox, could not be compared to him. After several rounds of confrontation, the two opponents exchanged glances, both realizing that they had misjudged their target. Unconsciously, their gazes shifted toward Shen Wubing. Following a brief exchange of blows, they discerned that Shen Wubing was not merely brute force, but rather a 5th-rank combatant. Although it was hard to believe that someone of such a young age could attain the 5th rank, the evidence before them left no room for doubt. At that moment, they faced an entity with a combat instinct and an absurdly powerful physique, akin to a humanoid beast. Comparatively, Shen Wubing, despite being a 5th-rank fighter, appeared to be the more vulnerable link. Without any verbal communication, they silently agreed upon their next strategy, demonstrating a remarkable synergy that suggested a history of collaborative combat. While Shen Wubing lacked a combat instinct, he sensed an odd intensity in their gazes directed at him, indicating that he had become their primary target. However, this was precisely what he had desired. In the next instant, he felt a chilling presence at his neck. "Be careful," both Shening and Yi Qing warned in unison. Yet, Shen Wubing remained unmoved, displaying no inclination to evade. Observing this, the elusive opponent's lips curled into a sinister smile. The end was finally near. These three young ones had indeed caused them considerable trouble. Yet in the next moment, he stood frozen for a second, for when his dagger glided across Shen Wubing's neck, it was as though it had merely sliced through air, encountering no resistance whatsoever. He blinked in disbelief, realizing that Shen Wubing's neck had vanished entirely. Indeed, only the neck had disappeared. The rest of him remained rooted in place, even his head intact, while his neck had simply ceased to exist. However, at that moment, he could hardly afford to be astonished, for Shen Wubing had suddenly lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Clutching his chest, he staggered backward several paces, but just as he was about to advance again, he found every joint in his body throbbing with pain, making even the slightest movement a Herculean effort. It was then that a muffled gunshot echoed abruptly. Bang! Struck at close range by a high-caliber sniper rifle. The entire head of the fleeting figure was obliterated. The onlookers turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold a stunningly beautiful young woman outside the wall, poised under the pouring rain with a massive sniper rifle, unwavering in her aim. The Angel's bullet had struck, eliminating the fifth-tier target. Chapter 073. Mission accomplished. Witnessing the dire state of his comrade, the remaining level 5 operative was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Just a moment ago, had the gun been aimed at him, would he have been able to evade it? Soon, he provided himself with the answer. There was no escaping it, no matter what. Who would have imagined that the adversary concealed a sniper in the shadows? And judging by the lethality of that sniper rifle, it could very well be equipped with armor-piercing rounds? Not only would a mere level 5 falter under such an assault, but even a tank would likely be incapacitated. With this thought, he instinctively took a half-step back. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing and the others, observing this scene, subtly shifted their positions, encircling him. At this juncture, the man before them was nearly ensnared in a situation from which there was no escape. The sole reason Xia Nation had yet to make her move was that she awaited this very opportunity, a chance to eliminate the man in an instant. Should she succeed in shooting down this level 5, the remaining operative would undoubtedly seek to flee. A desperate man intent on escape would pose a challenge for them to contain. However, the man before them was different. He had nowhere to run, surrendering willingly. "I could spare your life," Shen Wubing remarked coolly as he regarded his adversary. At that moment, he had already discerned that the man hailed from the enigmatic drug trafficking organization known as Poker. This organization had long been a persistent thorn in the side of the military of Xia country. If they could capture him alive and hand him over to Lin Man for interrogation, they might glean some insight into this organization's operations. After all, this man was a level 5, undoubtedly holding a significant position within Poker. "Ha!" The man scoffed, his demeanor shifting as he cast a mocking gaze at Shen Wubing, saying nonchalantly, "Do you think I'm just a 3-year-old child?" Shen Wubing furrowed his brow, refraining from responding. The man chuckled before continuing, "I've been killing since I was 16. At present, I bear at least 30 lives on my hands. Add to that my drug trafficking. What reason do you have to spare me?" Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing's frown deepened. In that moment, he finally understood why members of the Poker organization, captured by the military, would rather destroy their own eyes or commit suicide than divulge even a shred of information about Poker. The heinous crimes they had committed ensured their inevitable demise. No matter the accolades they may have earned, they could never offset their transgressions. Seeing Shen Wubing's silence, the man's lips curled into a derisive smile before his expression abruptly shifted, turning malevolent as he declared, "Enough with the nonsense. If you intend to strike, do it swiftly. I will not surrender easily. Even in death, I will take a piece of you with me." With that, he charged forward, targeting Xia Nation, who stood beyond the wall. Witnessing this, Xia Nation immediately discarded her sniper rifle, propelling herself backward with a powerful push against the low wall. As she soared backward, she deftly drew a silver handgun from her holster, aiming it squarely at his head. With a resounding thud, Xia Nation pulled the trigger thrice in rapid succession, unleashing 3 high-velocity bullets toward her adversary. However, her opponent seemed to have anticipated her actions, deftly evading all 3 projectiles at such close range. While Xia Nation's skill, known as Unerring Precision, was formidable, it bore the limitation of being usable only 3 times within a single day, and she had already exhausted this power. The first use occurred when Xia was shot, In a moment of desperation, she activated Unerring Precision to eliminate the shooter. The second instance followed closely, as she shot through the glass between two cars to take down the driver of a Land Rover. The third time, she had just eliminated an opponent who had momentarily appeared, and despite the proximity and the apparent restriction imposed on the assailant by Shen Wubing, she chose to ensure her victory with unerring precision. This decision ultimately led to her facing the formidable fifth-level opponent with all three shots fired in vain. It was not due to a lack of skill. In fact, Xia Nation was among the top marksmen within the Cold State military. Yet, the reflexes of a fifth-level combatant were astonishingly acute, making it exceedingly difficult to land a hit on a vigilant foe, even at close quarters. This was precisely why Huiyan had advised against the use of firearms. At that moment, the fifth-level adversary closed in on Xia Nation, brandishing a dagger that hovered ominously before her eyes. She could feel the cold steel brush against her eyelashes, and time seemed to freeze as the man's movements abruptly halted. Xia Nation raised her gaze, the blade still poised inches from her face, while the man's eyes reflected a haze of fear. In the next instant, his body collapsed, revealing the lean figure behind him. Shen Wubing, his hair drenched by the rain, clung to his forehead, partially obscuring his eyes. Through the strands, Xia Nation glimpsed the frosty glint in his gaze. His fist remained poised, blood splattered across his knuckles and forearm, having pierced through the body of his fifth-level opponent. "Are you all right?" Shen Wubing's voice was hoarse. Fine. In that moment, as Xia Nation held his gaze, her voice betrayed a hint of shyness. It was the first time she noticed that this frail youth before her possessed a certain charm. Upon hearing her response, Shen Wubing nodded slightly, then turned to Shen Ying and Yi Qing, instructing, "Photograph the bodies of the 5 targets. Gather the rest in a room. Once we reach a location with signal, notify the enforcement team for cleanup." "Understood," they replied, promptly attending to their tasks. 10 minutes later, 4 figures gradually departed the village, heading toward the van. However, as they approached the vicinity of the vehicle, they found themselves frozen in place, caught off guard. The headlights of 3 vehicles illuminated the rainy night as if it were broad daylight, revealing a desolate expanse where over 30 lifeless bodies lay scattered in disarray. Blood, washed away by the relentless rain, flowed like a crimson river into the ditches flanking the road. Not far from these corpses, 2 figures sat in silence around one of the bodies, the faint sound of a woman's sobs barely audible. Witnessing this scene, Shen Wubing felt his mind go blank. He stood frozen for over 10 seconds before dashing towards the 2 individuals in a frenzy. As he approached, he finally discerned the face of the fallen figure on the ground, a visage marked by sharp angles, as if chiseled by a sculptor's hand. In that moment, Huiyan's stern expression surfaced in Shen Wubing's mind, and the chilling words echoed incessantly in his ears. "They're the worst soldiers I have ever trained. Proud. Tomorrow, I shall not see you off. And failure to complete the mission is no disgrace. Everyone must return alive." Chapter 074. Memories of the southern region within the confines of a small county hospital. Shen Wubing and his companions entered Xiaoyu's hospital room with expressions tinged by melancholy. Upon seeing them, Xiaoyu, propped up by Qianming, managed to sit upright. His voice, though frail, was accompanied by a hint of a smile as he inquired, "So, has the mission been accomplished?" "Indeed," Shen Wubing nodded affirmatively. Noticing the somber atmosphere enveloping the group, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. He scanned the room, and upon confirming that no one was missing, he released a slow breath and asked, "What seems to be the matter? Is someone injured?" "No, Shen Wubing." Shaking his head, among their squad, Xiaoyu bore the most severe injuries, while Lin Man had only sustained superficial wounds. Tang Xiaohua, on the other hand, had merely fainted from exhaustion and had nearly recovered after some rest. "Then what is troubling you all?" Xiaoyu pressed further. The group remained silent, heads bowed in contemplation. Finally, Shen Wubing exhaled a deep sigh and, with a hoarse voice, uttered, "Instructor who came to our aid, sacrificing himself to hold off the enemy's reinforcements." As those words escaped his lips, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, standing behind him, could no longer contain their quiet sobs. Xiaoyu, however, sat upright in an instant, seemingly oblivious to the blood seeping from his wound. His gaze was fixed intently on Shen Wubing, as if seeking confirmation of the truth. Yet, aside from a barely perceptible weariness in his eyes, Shen Wubing's expression was one of profound sorrow. Witnessing this scene, Xia Yu's tense demeanor crumbled, his body sagging as if deflated. He murmured to himself, "How could a good person just vanish? Words can be so heartless, yet in critical moments. How can one be so foolish? Truly an old fool indeed." After Xia Yu's condition showed signs of improvement, Shen Wubing and his companions returned to Ice City. In the hospital of Xia Xiaolong, Meng Ru watched over Xia Yu as he lay on the bed undergoing checkup. She glanced at Shen Wubing, whose face bore numerous scars, and silently shed tears of concern. "It's not as if we cannot support them at home. Why must these two young souls push themselves to such extremes?" Xia Xiaolong embraced Meng Ru, sighing, "Each person has their own aspirations. This is the path they have chosen. As parents, we must support them." But Meng Ru was about to voice her thoughts when the door to the ward swung open. In walked Elder Lin and Zhou Dao. "Elder Lin, what brings you here?" Xia Xiaolong gently bowed his head while holding Meng Ru's hand. "Do not be formal. I merely came to check on these children," Elder Lin replied as he approached Shen Wubing, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Noticing that Shen Wubing had not sustained any severe injuries, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned to Xia Yu, lying in the hospital bed, and asked, "Xia, is everything all right?" Xia Yu, somewhat taken aback, sat up and patted his chest, smiling as he reassured, "Old Master Lin, there is no need for concern. I am quite well." "Ha ha ha." Observing Xia Yu's demeanor, Old Master Lin chuckled heartily, praising, "What a fine young man you are," reminiscent of your grandfather's past brilliance. After exchanging casual pleasantries, Old Master Lin led Shen Wubing out of the hospital room. Once outside, the smile on Old Master Lin's face gradually faded, and his voice turned notably colder. "Wubing, are those individuals affiliated with the poker organization?" "Indeed," Shen Wubing nodded in affirmation. "Humph." Old Master Lin snorted coldly, his gaze suddenly sharpening. "What an audacious poker organization. I had yet to seek them out, yet they have dared to extend their reach in Hanzhou." Shen Wubing, however, appeared somewhat distracted and shifted the topic, asking Old Master Lin, "Are you familiar with the Gu clan of South Jiang?" Upon hearing the term Gu clan of South Jiang, Old Master Lin's pupils constricted sharply. It seemed he recalled something, exhaling a heavy sigh as he said, "The matter concerning Huiyan." "Old Master Lin, I am well aware of Instructor Hua's situation. What I seek to understand now is the affair regarding the Gu clan of South Jiang," Shen Wubing interjected firmly, locking his resolute gaze upon Old Master Lin. Very well, very well." Old Master Lin reluctantly shook his head. "You shall come to know of these matters sooner or later." With that, he moved to a nearby chair, gesturing for Shen Wubing to take a seat beside him. After a brief hesitation, Shen Wubing complied. The Gu clan of South Jiang resides within a great mountain in the region. Initially, the local law enforcement discovered numerous cases of disappearance, leading to an investigation that directed all clues towards a village nestled within that mountain, known as the Gu village of South Jiang. Subsequently, when the law enforcement team ventured into the village for inquiry, all investigators returned only to meet with inexplicable deaths. Unexplained deaths? Shen Wubing furrowed his brows slightly. Indeed, inexplicable deaths, Old Master Lin confirmed with a nod before continuing. Eventually, the local law enforcement appealed to the military for assistance, requesting troops to enter the Gu village for a thorough investigation. It was a vanguard unit from the Yunzhou military, comprising 322 personnel, including a colonel. The outcome? Total annihilation. At this revelation, Shen Wubing did not exhibit surprise, for he had already gleaned some insights from Lin Man regarding Huiyan's conversation with the man who controlled the Gu. He surmised that many from the military might have perished in South Jiang. Old Master Lin remained silent for a prolonged moment, seemingly recollecting past events. He exhaled a heavy breath and resumed. Due to the personnel reassignment within the Yunzhou military at that time, they were unable to dispatch a large force to assault the Gu village. Consequently, the higher command decided to send the most formidable troops from Hanzhou to quell the Gu village. Thus, Hanzhou's military met with failure? Shen Wubing ventured cautiously. Not quite failure. Old Master Lin shook his head. In that battle, Hangzhou deployed its elite forces, sending forth 7 special operations brigades, totaling over 25,000 soldiers, with fewer than 3,000 surviving. Why refrain from deploying bombers and other large-scale weaponry? Although Shen Wubing possessed limited knowledge of military affairs, he believed that with the current military strength of the Xia Nation, a concentrated barrage of firepower should suffice to obliterate any Gu stronghold. Despite the term stronghold, the population within was substantial, exceeding 40,000 souls, and not all of them were malevolent. Consequently, the military could not engage in indiscriminate attacks. Old Master Lin sighed once more. In response, Shen Wubing chose silence. He could not question the military's decisions, for the leadership of the Xia Nation could not wield the sword against its own innocent citizens. Yet, the outcome of this restraint resulted in 2,000 valiant soldiers staining the southern lands with their blood. Whether this was right or wrong remained a matter beyond judgment. Chapter 075. Linman, you mad woman, has the southern Gu clan not been exterminated? Shen Wubing inquired. Most of the Gu clan perished in that battle, yet a few managed to flee into the deep mountains. It has been many years since we last heard news of them, and I never expected them to collude with the poker organization. As he spoke, Old Master Lin's tone grew increasingly icy. It was evident that he was already aware of Huiyan's fate. Shen Wubing remained silent for a considerable time before he slowly rose to his feet and addressed Old Master Lin. If there comes a time to strike against the poker organization and the Southern Gu clan, I hope to participate in the battle. Wubing, I can empathize with your current sentiments, but what you ultimately need now is... Who instructor has died? Shen Wubing interrupted him, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his lips. He died to support us, to shield us from their reinforcements. This enmity must be avenged upon the poker organization and the Gu clan. With that, Shen Wubing strode into the hospital room without a backward glance, leaving Old Master Lin alone in the empty corridor, sighing silently. Huiyan's death dealt a tremendous blow to Shen Wubing. Ever since he awakened his abilities, he had selflessly aided others, whether they were strangers or friends he had known for just a short time. Everyone who had shown him kindness did so because he had willingly extended goodwill. Old Master Lin treated him well because he had once saved his life. Yi Qing obeyed him because he had alleviated the trigeminal neuralgia of Yi Qing's grandfather, saving him from despair. Even Meng Ru and Xie Xiaolong chose to adopt him as a son only after he cured Meng Ru's affliction. Shen Wubing never perceived anything amiss in this. He believed that no one would offer kindness without reason, and moreover, the goodwill he received was genuine, devoid of ulterior motives. However, Huiyan's presence shattered Shen Wubing's understanding, for he realized that there are indeed individuals who offer kindness selflessly, simply wishing to do good. In the weeks since they had met Huiyan, the latter willingly chose to sacrifice himself for them. Why? Why would someone be so foolish? Shen Wubing had saved many, but those instances were born of desperation, a reckless abandon in the face of certain death. Huiyan, however, had willingly chosen to die for those he had known for merely a week. Shen Wubing struggled to find the words to describe Huiyan. Good person? That term seemed too ordinary, yet it was the only word that came to his mind. A good person should not meet such an untimely end. This vendetta must be avenged. If no one is willing to take action for such a small figure, then they shall take matters into their own hands. 3 days later, Shen Wubing and his companions returned to school. In merely a fortnight, the group found themselves engulfed in a sense of dislocation, watching the students before them frolicking on the playground and entwined in the shade of trees. Perceiving them as rather juvenile, Shen Wubing and his companions did not return to their respective classrooms. Instead, they collectively made their way to the Dao class where Shen Wubing was enrolled. Earlier, during their time at the hospital, Zhou Dao had informed them that in the days to come, Xie Yu and the others would attend classes alongside Shen Wubing in Tang Song's classroom. Upon their arrival, they found that the majority of students had already settled into their seats, and Tang Song stood at the podium as usual. Upon noticing their entrance, Tang Song's gaze dimmed slightly, offering them a faint nod without uttering a word. The Dao class was not inherently dull. Tang Song not only elucidated the cultivation techniques of the Dao, but frequently recounted real-life cases related to awakened abilities, which proved far more engaging than the textbook knowledge. However, Shen Wubing and his companions were entirely preoccupied, failing to grasp much of what Tang Song was conveying throughout the lesson, each lost in their thoughts with heads bowed low. Seemingly aware of their plight, Tang Song refrained from elaborating further, occasionally releasing a series of resigned sighs. As the first class concluded, he cast a deep glance at Shen Wubing and the others before shaking his head and departing the classroom. At that moment, a woman sauntered over to Shen Wubing's desk, a hint of a playful smile gracing her lips. "Shen Wubing, did you not secure first place in this training? Why the long faces?" Shen Wubing lifted his head, glancing at her without offering much attention. This woman was none other than Xia Yu, a member of the team that had previously clashed with Shen Wubing and his companions at the military base, along with Jiang Wan. Noticing Shen Wubing's disregard, a flicker of malice flashed in her eyes. During their encounter at the military base, Shen Wubing had shattered her arm in 3 ribs, rendering her unable to participate in subsequent training, resulting in a score of 0 for her efforts. "Shen Wubing, why the silence? Is it because of your living nightmare instructor's demise?" Jiang Wan's lips curled into a smug smile. "What is the best way to harm someone? Undoubtedly, it is to sprinkle salt on their wounds and repeatedly tear open their scars." Just as Jiang Wan reveled in her triumph, an inexplicable chill enveloped her, as several icy gazes suddenly locked onto her, imbued with an extreme murderous intent, as if they were poised to devour her whole. Instantly, she felt a flicker of anxiety and muttered, "I didn't say anything wrong. They are, after all, dead." As her words fell, an unsettling chill crept down her spine, followed by the cold touch of a dagger pressed against her throat. Tang Xiaohua's frigid voice resonated behind her. "Jiang Wan, do you wish to die?" Feeling the chilling touch of the sharp dagger against her skin, Jiang Wan instinctively swallowed hard, her throat constricting slightly, and then mustering her courage, she declared, "Tang Xiaohua, this is school. I don't believe you would dare to harm me." At that moment, another figure slowly rose and approached Jiang Wan. This girl was someone Jiang Wan recognized. The most ineffectual awakener in Shen Wubing's team, Lin Man, who possessed the ability to read minds. During the training match, Lin Man had merely concealed herself at the back, completely avoiding any engagement in the battle, showcasing her utter lack of combat prowess. "What did you just say?" Lin Man inquired, her expression serene as she gazed at Jiang Wan. "I said this is school, you all." Before Jiang Wan could finish her sentence, an intense pain surged through her thigh. Looking down, she saw Lin Man gripping a dagger, having plunged it into her thigh, blood oozing down the blade and dripping onto the floor. Lin Man, you madwoman, what are you doing?" However, Lin Man offered no response, slowly withdrawing the dagger, only to thrust it once more into Jiang Wan's thigh. Chapter 76. Mind your words. In the next life, Lin Man's actions were truly unexpected for Jiang Wan. She barely had time to react before being struck twice by her opponent. In fact, none of the individuals present anticipated that this seemingly introverted young woman would unleash such ferocity, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Even Shen Wubing displayed a moment of astonishment. He had intended to teach this woman a lesson, only to be preempted by Lin Man's aggression. It appeared that the impact of Hui Yan's demise had profoundly affected her. The truth is, Shen Wubing and the others did not truly understand Lin Man. Or perhaps no one in this world comprehended her. Possessing the ability to read minds, she could perceive the thoughts of others at any moment. Yet not a single soul could fathom her own complexity, a rather ironic predicament. From a tender age, Lin Man experienced the dissolution of her parents' marriage, both of whom subsequently formed new families and bore additional children. She felt like the extraneous one, raised under the care of her grandmother until the latter's passing during her sophomore year of high school. This loss left Lin Man feeling as though no one in the world would ever genuinely care for her again. She could never forget the scene that unfolded just before her university's commencement, when she approached her parents for tuition funds. Her father's family bore grim expressions, and an altercation erupted between him and his partner. Ultimately, he clandestinely handed her 200 yuan, lamenting her plight and urging her to seek assistance from her mother. At that moment, Lin Man yearned to hurl that meager sum at him and declare that he was no longer her father. However, she refrained, For that mere 200 yuan was sufficient to cover nearly half a month's expenses. After the college entrance examination, she opted to work, yet after 2 months of labor, she had only amassed 4,000 yuan, while her tuition and accommodation fees totaled 12,000 yuan. Later, she found herself at her mother's home, where the family's demeanor was markedly more welcoming than her father's. They even invited her to share dinner with them. As she sat at the table, the flavors of the meal struck her as unfamiliar. She pondered how long it had been since she last savored her mother's cooking, ultimately shaking her head with a bittersweet smile. It seemed that since her earliest memories, she had never enjoyed a meal prepared by her mother. Observing the brother she had never known, crying and demanding fast food, Lin Man felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Had she truly never tasted KFC? Was it genuinely superior to her mother's fare? After dinner, Lin Man, biting her lip, broached the subject of her tuition. Upon hearing her words, her mother and the man beside her fell momentarily silent, their expressions shifting in surprise. Noticing their reaction, Lin Man hastily interjected, "Mother, uncle, I only need tuition for 1 year. Once I enter university, I can work while studying and will certainly not trouble you again." Her mother's eyes immediately glistened with unshed tears. The man sighed deeply, then produced 10,000 yuan and handed it to Lin Man, advising her that she could always reach out to them if she ever needed assistance. However, as Lin Man was departing, her mother rushed out, her eyes reddened with emotion, expressing just how difficult her life had been and how she had been left with no choice. She lamented her lack of employment, revealing that the family's expenses were entirely reliant on the man. The specifics of her mother's words have faded from Lin Man's memory, but the essence was clear. She wished for Lin Man to cease seeking her out. Since that encounter, Lin Man had not approached her parents again. Her university tuition and all expenses were earned through part-time jobs during her spare time. Lin Man possessed striking beauty, and over the past 2 years while working, countless individuals had subtly suggested their desire to support her financially. During moments of weakness, she contemplated surrendering, questioning the purpose of clinging to such an elusive principle. Would it truly secure a hearty meal? Yet, each time she resolved to become a woman of ill repute, an inner voice admonished her that once she crossed that threshold, there would be no turning back. Ultimately, she preserved her integrity. Although her time in the military camp lasted merely 7 days, it marked the happiest period of Lin Man's life. In this place, everyone donned military uniforms, including undergarments provided by the camp, ensuring no one appeared ostentatious and out of place. The arrival of Hua Yan illuminated Lin Man's existence, as his impartiality was an experience she had never encountered before. In his presence, social status and lineage were rendered irrelevant. All that mattered were the soldiers' capabilities, regardless of their rank or wealth. Even for those he deemed the least capable, he willingly faced death for their sake. When Hui Yin fell, Shen Wubing and his companions were still engaged in a fierce battle in the village, and Tang Xiaohua had succumbed to exhaustion from overexerting her abilities. Only Lin Man bore witness to the entire ordeal. In the following days, she often dreamt of Hui Yan's gaze before his demise, a gaze filled with complexity, conveying reassurance, expectation, and an inexplicable sense of release. Upon hearing Jiang Wan's words, Lin Man felt her mind blank out completely. If someone could read her thoughts at that moment, they would discover a swirling tempest of murderous intent. Just then, a large hand gently patted her shoulder, pulling her back from her memories. Turning to identify the hand's owner, she met Shen Wubing's eyes. As she was about to avert her gaze, she heard him speak softly, "Lin Man, read my mind." Taken aback, Lin Man glanced at Shen Wubing with questioning eyes, and he merely nodded slightly. With that, Lin Man, no longer hesitating, activated her mind-reading ability. In an instant, she gleaned 3 words from Shen Wubing's gaze. "I come to kill." Lin Man's gaze trembled slightly. She understood that this was the message Shen Wubing intended to convey. Although her curiosity about Shen Wubing's inner thoughts was piqued, she resolutely suppressed it and averted her eyes. "Step aside," Shen Wubing remarked softly, aware that Lin Man had discerned his intentions. She silently nodded and moved aside, yet her icy stare remained fixed on Jiang Wan. Shen Wubing stepped forward, approaching Jiang Wan. He first examined the wound on her leg, then lifted his gaze to meet hers, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "You should go to the hospital. In your next life, remember to watch your words." Chapter 077. Visiting the hospital as Lin Man watched Jiang Wan being assisted out. She approached Shen Wubing and quietly inquired, will she truly perish? With both stomach and liver cancer, her chances of survival are rather bleak. Shen Wubing replied nonchalantly before returning to his seat. After a while, Tang Song entered the classroom and beckoned Lin Man outside. Given that they were in school, directly attacking a classmate in front of so many witnesses would undoubtedly lead to disciplinary action. However, Shen Wubing understood that any punishment would be relatively lenient, as they had powerful backers in Zhou Dao and the Venerable Lin. Once back at his desk, Shen Wubing took a moment to assess the ailments within his body, realizing that he was now afflicted with just over 10 diseases. Contemplating this, he resolved to visit the hospital after school. The monotonous lessons of the day soon came to an end, and the school announced its disciplinary measures against Lin Man, which, as Shen Wubing had anticipated, amounted to nothing more than a formal reprimand, an inconsequential penalty. After classes, the group gathered outside for dinner at a nearby restaurant, courtesy of Xia Yu, in gratitude for Jiang Anqi's timely intervention. In response, Jiang Anqi discreetly vowed to protect Xia Yu in future missions, recognizing his value as a benefactor. Following dinner, the group dispersed, while Shen Wubing accompanied Xia Yu to the hospital. Upon arrival, a young nurse at the reception immediately recognized them and hurried over, exclaiming, "Young master." "Second young master, what brings you here?" Taken aback by the address, Shen Wubing quickly deduced that Xie Xiaolong and Meng Ru had informed the staff of their visit, as he had previously communicated his intentions to both of them. Xie Yu glanced at Shen Wubing and said, "Convey your ailments directly to her." Shen Wubing pondered for a moment before stating, "I require treatment for hypoglycemia, insufficient cerebral blood flow, and several types of cancer." As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he turned to the nurse, asking, "Does our hospital have any patients with mental disorders?" The nurse looked bewildered, sensing that these young gentlemen seemed more like shoppers than patients. "Is there?" Shen Wubing pressed again. Yes, there are," the nurse finally responded, nodding vigorously. "Then lead us to see them," Shen Wubing said with a smile. In the neurology ward, room 513, a burly man lay on the bed, shouting at two men beside him, "For heaven's sake, give me a doctor. I'm in excruciating pain." "Yes, boss," one of the younger men replied, pushing the door to leave the room. As he opened the door, he spotted a beautiful young nurse standing at the entrance, flanked by two young men, one with bleached hair, appearing rather carefree, and the other a sickly-looking boy. The man glanced at the two newcomers before turning back to the nurse, pleading anxiously, "Nurse, our boss can't bear this pain any longer. Please hurry and summon a doctor." "Step aside, I will show him," the nurse said, her displeasure evident as she glanced at the man blocking her path. She held a poor impression of these individuals, who had been admitted 3 days prior from a county in Long Province. Their behavior was utterly uncouth, often causing disturbances with their loud arguments and profanities. All right. The man quickly moved aside. The nurse, not sparing him another glance, turned her head and donned a cheerful smile toward Shen Wubing. "Second young master, it is he." She pointed to the burly man lying on the hospital bed, who was still cursing. "He suffers from post-herpetic neuralgia. The symptoms include spontaneous knife-like pain or persistent burning sensations, with the agony ranking just below that of trigeminal neuralgia. Even gout pales in comparison." Shen Wubing nodded and approached the robust man for a closer inspection. The man was impressively built, rivaling Qian Meng, with faint traces of tattoos peeking out from his hospital gown. His two companions, shadowing him, clearly bore the markings of streetwise individuals. "This one will suffice," Shen Wubing remarked, glancing back at the nurse. "Very well, second young master," she replied, turning to the burly man. "Extend your hand." The man hesitated, cautiously inquiring, "Are you planning to let this kid treat me?" "Enough with the chatter. Extend your hand." The nurse retorted curtly. All right, although the burly man felt uncertain. He complied and extended his hand. Observing this scene, Shen Wubing couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the mighty bow before the meek. Regardless of one's stature in society, within the confines of a hospital, compliance was a necessity. Shen Wubing stepped forward, grasping the man's large hand, and initiated the absorption. As he held the man's hand, a slight frown crossed his face. The calluses on the man's palms were thick, with similar roughness on either side of his index finger. Previously, Hu Yin had mentioned that only those who frequently wield weapons would develop such calluses. This individual was certainly not a mere petty thug. Moments later, the burly man felt the pain gradually dissipate, a wave of comfort washing over him. Holy cow! A miracle worker! His exclamation jolted Shen Wubing from his reverie, and he slowly released the man's hand. Instantly, a searing pain coursed through Shen Wubing's entire body. He furrowed his brow, but swiftly suppressed the sensation. Before the man could express his gratitude, Shen Wubing followed the nurse as she led him towards other wards. Approximately 2 hours later, Shen Wubing and Xia exited the hospital. At that moment, Shen Wubing's complexion had grown even paler, and he repeatedly pressed his temples, appearing somewhat unwell. Third brother, are you simply seeking punishment for yourself? Xia glanced at him, exasperated. No, I feel remarkably well, unprecedentedly so, Shen Wubing replied. A peculiar smile crept across Shen Wubing's lips, sending a chill down Xiao's spine. Before Xiao could inquire further, 3 men came rushing towards them. Reacting swiftly, Xiao positioned himself protectively in front of Shen Wubing, displaying a wary demeanor. The burly leader of the group paused momentarily at Xiao's gesture, then pointed to his own face, grinning as he addressed Shen Wubing behind Xiao. Hey there, it's me. Shen Wubing's smile morphed into one of enigmatic charm as he cast a somewhat shadowy glance over the man. What do you want? Chapter 078. The Blood Buddha Young Man. You have truly cured my ailment. I simply wish to express my gratitude in person, but the nurse was unwilling to divulge your information, so I found myself waiting for you here. The burly man grinned widely, extending his hand toward a younger accomplice behind him. The young man, understanding the unspoken cue, placed a bank card into the burly man's palm. The burly man accepted the card, presenting it to Shen Wubing with both hands. This is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will not disdain it. Shen Wubing glanced at the card in the man's hand before looking up at the beaming face of the burly man. At that moment, the burly man felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched intently by a venomous serpent. He distinctly remembered that just moments ago, Shen Wubing's gaze in the hospital had been placid, devoid of any menace. Yet now, he seemed to have transformed entirely, exuding an aura of extreme danger. This sensation was one he had only felt in the presence of a select few. The thought of those individuals sent a shiver through him. He quickly dismissed that notion, rationalizing that the young man before him was merely in his 20s and could not possibly be compared to those formidable figures. There's no need for the money. I have yet to have lunch, Shen Wubing replied with a smile. Old 3, weren't we supposed to? Xia began, but was promptly interrupted by Shen Wubing. In response, the burly man quickly interjected, Let us go to Lu Wai Lu. It's on me. Very well. Shen Wubing nodded in agreement. Our car is over there. The burly man gestured towards a nearby parking lot. There's no need. We have our own vehicle, Shen Wubing said, glancing at Xiaoyu before adding. Let us meet at Lu Wai Lu. That works. We'll wait for you there, the burly man said, leading his 2 companions toward the parking lot. Old 3, didn't we also arrange to meet Lin Man and the others to pay our respects to Instructor Hua? Xiaoyu inquired, watching the trio depart. This fellow possesses some intrigue. Inform Lin Man and the others to proceed without us. We shall converse with this peculiar individual, Shen Wubing replied, offering no further explanation as he made his way toward their parking spot. 20 minutes later, in a private room at Lu Wai Lu Young Man. My name is Zhao Luo. I'm immensely grateful for your assistance today. The burly man raised his glass, downing its contents in one swift motion, then displayed the bottom of the cup to Shen Wubing. Ah, so you're brother Zhao. I am Shen Wubing, a student at the Institute of Technology. Shen Wubing opted for tea over alcohol, pouring himself a cup. I am not in the best of health and cannot partake in spirits, so I shall substitute tea for wine. Feel free to do as you wish, Shen Lao Di. The people of Hangzhou are known for their hearty hospitality, particularly at the dining table. Even though Shen Wubing abstained from alcohol, Zhao Luo, along with Xie, indulged to the point of inebriation. Once under the influence, people tend to boast, and Zhao Luo was no exception. Shen Lao Di, you have truly come to my brother's aid this time. Zhao Luo, with a wine glass in hand, sauntered over to Shen Wubing and settled beside him. In a tipsy haze, he proclaimed, I speak without exaggeration. Out there in the world, I can endure 10 or 8 knife wounds without so much as a furrowed brow. Yet this illness truly torments me. It seems Brother Zhao is indeed a man of the martial world, Shen Wubing replied with a smile. At the mention of this, Zhao Luo's spirits lifted, and he thumped his chest, declaring, I'm not boasting, but you can inquire around. In the territory of Hanzhou, who hasn't heard of the name Buddha? Upon hearing the title Buddha, Shen Wubing felt a twinge of confusion, while Xie, sitting nearby, narrowed his gaze, clearly having heard of this figure before. Buddha? Shen Wubing appraised Zhao Luo with curious eyes, perplexed. May I ask how you acquired such a moniker, Brother Zhao? With a grin, Zhao Luo stood up slowly, saying, Today, let me show you my young brother. He promptly removed his short-sleeved shirt, revealing his well-toned physique and a tattoo emblazoned on his chest. It depicted a Buddha, yet in his hand, he held with faint crimson droplets of blood trickling from its tip. What a splendid tattoo! Even Shen Wubing, indifferent to body art, couldn't help but express admiration. However, his expression soon shifted to surprise as he noticed a heart tattoo on Zhao Luo's wrist, which appeared somewhat incongruous. What is this? Shen Wubing inquired, gesturing towards the heart tattoo. Zhao Luo's expression faltered upon hearing the question, and he hastily donned his shirt, laughing awkwardly. In my youth, I was foolish and had it inked without thought. As half an hour passed, even Xieyu's tolerance for alcohol waned, and with the assistance of a waiter, he retreated to rest. Zhao Luo, too, began to sway precariously, his speech becoming slightly slurred. Brother, I can't drink anymore. Let us call it a day. We shall continue another time. He draped an arm around Shen Wubing's shoulders, belching lightly, and continued, Next time we'll carry on. Certainly, Shen Wubing chuckled, supporting him as they made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, 2 underlings approached to retrieve the vehicle, while Shen Wubing steadied Zhao Luo, waiting nearby. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of murderous intent washed over Shen Wubing. In the next moment, more than a dozen men clad in black suits and masks rushed forth, each wielding a gleaming steel blade. Blood Buddha, it seems your health has improved. The hospital couldn't find you, and yet you indulge here. One man stepped forward, speaking menacingly. But it's for the best. It saves you from starving to death. With that, he gestured, and the group of black-clad men surged forward. In an instant, Zhao Luo's drunkenness faded significantly. He shoved Shen Wubing aside, exclaiming, Quickly, you must flee. After a quick glance around for a suitable weapon, he tore off his outer coat, wrapping it around his hand, and charged towards the assailants. Zhao Luo, with his imposing physique, exuded a formidable presence in combat. With a single punch, he felled a black-clad assailant wielding a machete, seizing the weapon from his grasp to engage in a fierce melee with the others. Shortly thereafter, his 2 subordinates, who had gone to fetch the vehicle, returned to join the fray. Although the trio displayed remarkable valor, their adversaries were equally relentless, a band of desperate rogues whose blades aimed mercilessly at the trio's vital points. Within a few minutes, Zhao Luo bore several wounds and felt his strength waning. Damn it, I suppose today is my reckoning. Tell me who sent you. I wish to understand this madness. He spat blood and directed his inquiry toward the leader of the black-clad men. Ah, Blood Buddha, you have offended far too many, and the number of those who wish to see you dead is overwhelming. Perhaps you should consult with the King of Hell. After uttering this, the leader waved dismissively, prompting the assailants to surge forward once more. At that moment, a figure suddenly charged into the fray, leaping into the air to deliver a devastating knee strike to an opponent's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the man was sent hurtling backward, skidding across the ground for over 10 meters before colliding with a vehicle, finally coming to a halt. Zhao Luo was momentarily taken aback, then lifted his gaze to the slender silhouette. Shun, Brother Shun. Chapter 079, Red Heart. Red Peach. Brother Zhao, you go first. I shall handle this. Shen Wubing stated calmly, without turning to glance at Zhao Luo. How could I let you face danger alone, my dear brother Shen? I will accompany you, Zhao Luo replied, struggling to rise and standing beside Shen Wubing. Take brother Zhao away. Shen Wubing commanded his two subordinates in an authoritative tone. The two exchanged a glance and stepped forward, bowing slightly to Shen Wubing. We are forever grateful. With that, they disregarded Zhao Luo's curses and assisted the injured Zhao Luo toward the vehicle. Stop them. The leader of the black-clad men gestured with his hand. Shen Wubing's gaze turned cold, and he swiftly unleashed two punches, sending the two advancing black-clad men crashing to the ground without a chance to retaliate. Witnessing this, the leader frowned and scrutinized Shen Wubing. Little brother, this is a personal matter between us and that blood Buddha. Please do not interfere. Leave or perish. Shen Wubing snapped, pressing his hand against his temple, the agitation in his eyes unmistakable. Earlier that morning, having absorbed Zhao Luo's ailments in the hospital, he had also drawn upon several mental afflictions. Previously, although Shen Wubing suffered from 30 diseases, he had never encountered mental disorders. Now, having assimilated 4 types, mania, schizophrenia, personality disorder, and paranoid personality disorder, he found himself struggling to adapt. Each of these conditions shared a common trait. They predisposed patients to impulsive behavior and violent tendencies. At that moment, Shen Wubing found it increasingly challenging to suppress the violence brewing within him. Faced with over 10 knife-wielding black-clad men, he felt no fear, only an overwhelming thrill. He even yearned for them to charge at him without hesitation. Yet, the remnants of rationality in his mind warned him against taking a life unless absolutely necessary. However, to the black-clad men, his words rang as blatant threats and provocations. As elite members of a top-tier assassin organization, they could not tolerate such insolence. Thus, they surged forward, disregarding even the leader's command, intent on overwhelming Shen Wubing. A wicked smile curled upon Shen Wubing's lips as the last vestiges of his reason were drowned by impulsivity and violence. Soon, the underground parking lot echoed with piercing screams. A moment later, as Shen Wubing wiped the blood from his hands, he emerged from the parking lot. Upon stepping outside, he spotted a group of about 10 individuals, each brandishing iron rods and knives, marching towards him with menacing intent. He narrowed his eyes, preparing for battle once more. At that moment, Zhao Luo, wounded and hastily bandaged, dashed out from the crowd, approaching Shen Wubing in hurried strides, his expression a mix of anxiety and concern as he scrutinized Shen Wubing from head to toe. Brother Shen, are you all right? I'm fine, Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head. What about those people? Zhao Luo inquired tentatively, as if recalling something. Those individuals. Shen Wubing contemplated for a few seconds before calmly stating, if you go now, there should still be survivors. Upon hearing this, Zhao Luo couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He had encountered those individuals, each of whom was ruthless and possessed considerable martial skills. Even he, a practitioner, had found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, Shen Wubing had managed to subdue them all by himself. With a mix of disbelief and curiosity, he gestured to his subordinates behind him, signaling them to investigate the situation. Moments later, several of his men returned, carrying a barely breathing figure clad in black. One of the subordinates cast a wary glance at Shen Wubing before addressing Zhao Luo. Boss, this one is still alive. Though he was somewhat prepared for this news, Zhao Luo's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Shen Wubing. After a long pause, he swallowed hard and said, Brother, you need to come with me. Without waiting for Shen Wubing's response, he turned to one of his subordinates. Shogo, handle this. If necessary, arrange for a few of our men to take the blame. Understood, boss. Shortly thereafter, Shen Wubing followed Zhao Luo into a hotel room. Shen Wubing settled into a chair while Zhao Luo perched on the bed, both enveloped in a heavy silence. After a lengthy pause, Zhao Luo finally broke the quiet. Brother Shen, regarding today's matter, I owe you a life. If you ever need anything. Before he could finish, Shen Wubing raised a hand to interrupt him. Brother Zhao, let us skip the formalities. We have forged a bond of life and death. Can you tell me why those people were pursuing you? Ah, Zhao Luo waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. In our line of work, who doesn't have enemies? It's quite normal. Then, Brother Zhao, what exactly do you do? Shen Wubing leaned forward, his gaze piercing. At this question, Zhao Luo instinctively tensed, assuming a defensive posture. Yet, as if recalling something, he slowly exhaled a deep breath and sighed. Brother Shen, it would be better if you didn't know about this. Do you not trust me, Brother Zhao? Shen Wubing retracted his gaze and leaned back comfortably against the chair's backrest. It's not that I don't trust you, Brother Shen. Zhao Luo shook his head. Each profession has its own rules. Knowing too much can be detrimental to you. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing's suspicions deepened. During his time in the hospital, while absorbing the ailments from others, he had felt the calluses on Zhao Luo's hands, indicative of someone who frequently handled a weapon. In Xia country, there is a strict prohibition on firearms. Even members of the enforcement team cannot carry guns without special assignments. Thus far, the only person Shen Wubing knew who always carried a gun was Jiang Anqi. With a sense of curiosity, Shen Wubing declined the money offered by the other party, instead suggesting a meal together. During their drinking session, upon catching sight of the other person's tattoo, Shen Wubing's suspicions deepened. This was not due to the striking blood Buddha tattoo, but rather the red heart tattoo on the individual's wrist. Although it appeared to be a mere red heart, when the tattoo was mentioned, Shen Wubing distinctly sensed a flicker of unease in the other person's eyes. Thus, a bold hypothesis took root in Shen Wubing's mind. It was not a heart at all, but rather a red heart from a deck of playing cards. Chapter 080. A dangerous affair since Brother Zhao is unable to speak. I shall not press further, thought Shen Wubing as he rose to depart. Brother Shen, Zhao Luo quickly stood and grasped Shen Wubing's sleeve, his expression one of evident distress. At present, I truly cannot disclose the details. Will you grant me 2 days? Very well. Let us reconvene in 2 days, Shen Wubing replied, casting a glance at him before making his exit. Brother Shen, I will ensure today as events are resolved without implicating you, Zhao Luo added, his voice earnest. Shen Wubing paused, yet did not turn back, merely stating in a calm tone, even if it cannot be resolved, it matters not. I can manage on my own. Zhao Luo was momentarily taken aback. Have you forgotten how that little nurse addressed me while I was treating you? Shen Wubing inquired. Addressed? Zhao Luo, engulfed in his ailments at the time, had not paid heed to such nuances. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively ventured, second young master? Precisely, Shen Wubing affirmed, nodding before pushing the door open. Just as he was about to step outside, a tranquil voice escaped his lips. That hospital belongs to the Xia family of Ice City. Zhao Luo stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to process this revelation. After several minutes of reflection, realization dawned upon him. The Xia family of Ice City, the property of Master Xia. He is the newly recognized young master of the Xia family. Not long ago, the Xia family had invited all prominent families and local power brokers of Ice City to the Lu Wai Lu, in honor of the adopted son of Xia Xiaolong and Meng Ru. Although Blood Buddha Zhao Luo did not operate within Ice City, he had heard whispers of this event. After all, given the Xia family's standing in the 3 provinces of Hanzhou, even minor matters would be magnified. Upon leaving the hotel, Shen Wubing hailed a cab and retrieved his phone to dial a number. Uncle Xia, you little rascal, still calling me Uncle Xia? Zhao Xiaolong's voice crackled with irritation on the other end. Shen Wubing chuckled awkwardly. All right, did you receive my call for a specific reason? With the matter at hand, Shen Wubing's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he sat upright. Uncle Xia, have you heard of the individual known as Blood Buddha Zhao Luo? Blood Buddha? There was a brief silence on the line, followed by Zhao Xiaolong's voice, now imbued with a hint of coldness. I have not inquired about matters in the realm for quite some time. What is your interest in this person? Has he caused you trouble? Not at all. I am merely intrigued and wish to learn more. Shen Wubing chose not to divulge his suspicions, aware that this matter might involve the poker organization and wishing to keep the Xia family uninvolved. Seeking vengeance for Huiyin was a personal affair, one that did not concern others. Very well, I shall pass your contact to the wolf. He will reach out to you later. He is far more knowledgeable about the affairs of the realm than I. Zhao Xiaolong contemplated for a moment before concluding. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Xia. Young rascal. Find time to come home and visit. Your mother misses you all dearly. After hanging up the phone, Shen Wubing leaned back slightly in the car seat, relaxing as he closed his eyes in contemplation. Upon returning from the military department, he had a multitude of tasks awaiting him, the foremost being the absorption of ailments to prepare for future battles. Additionally, he intended to pay another visit to those two eccentric researchers at the Awakener Research Institute. Having extensively utilized the ability of phasing, he had thoroughly grasped its intricacies. However, he remained perplexed as to why he could absorb Meng Ru's awakening abilities. After reflecting on his encounters with Yi Qing and the others, he discerned that the term absorption did not apply to them. Thus, he required the insights of those two eccentrics. If he truly possessed the power to absorb others' awakening abilities at will, he believed that both Old Master Lin and Zhou Dao could provide him with countless awakeners for his benefit. The Awakener Research Institute would also assist in selecting the most suitable awakening abilities for him. Moreover, Shen Wubing planned to undertake more missions from the military department. After several real combat experiences, he had clearly identified his strengths and weaknesses. His advantage lay in possessing two awakening abilities, making him difficult to anticipate in battle. However, the drawbacks were glaring. His combat skills and practical experience were severely lacking. He had already coordinated with Yi Qing and Shen Ying to train together, with Yi Qing and Shen Ying primarily instructing them. Yet, practical experience could only be gained through accepting military missions, enhanced through life and death struggles. Nevertheless, encountering Zhao Luo necessitated a delay in many of his plans. If Zhao truly belonged to the poker organization, he needed to extract more information about them. Although Shen Wubing was not adept at expressing himself, avenging Hua Yin remained paramount in his heart. The poker organization and the Southern Gu clan must be eradicated. Unbeknownst to him, the taxi had already stopped at the school gate. After paying the fare, Shen Wubing alighted and contacted Zhou Dao, stating he had inquiries regarding awakening matters for Professor He. Zhou Dao did not pry further and promptly provided him with Professor He's contact information. After making the call, Shen Wubing learned that Professor He had been stationed at their academy for some time to better serve the students of the Dao class. Shortly after, he arrived at the door of a laboratory and gently knocked. "Come in," came the somewhat wooden voice of Tian, one from within. Upon entering, Shen Wubing saw Tian when seated in a chair, engrossed in a book. He scanned the room, but did not see Professor He. "You've arrived." Tianwen set aside his book and gestured for Shen Wubing to take a seat across from him, then slowly spoke, 7 days apart feels like a week. Here we go again. Shen Wubing was momentarily speechless, having experienced Tianwen's verbose musings before. He chose not to dwell on it and instead inquired, "Where's Professor He?" "On a blind date," came the reply. Tianwen spoke in a calm tone. "Blind date?" Shen Wubing was taken aback. "Indeed," Tianwen nodded, adjusting his glasses as he explained, "Professor He's spouse passed away 3 years ago. During these years without a companion, he has decided to seek a new partner." Shen Wubing felt a headache coming on. "All right, enough of that. Let us discuss the matter at hand. I have some issues regarding awakening abilities to address with you." "Go ahead," Tianwen replied, seemingly indifferent. "I followed the plan you devised for me and acquired some ailments from the hospital." Shen Wubing raised his gaze to meet Tianwen's eyes, then tapped his temple as he said, "As for the hypoglycemia and insufficient cerebral blood supply you mentioned, conditions that can instantaneously strip one of their combat capabilities, I have absorbed those without any significant issues." "Isn't that quite good?" Tianwen remained unfazed. However, concerning mental illnesses, Shen Wubing pondered for a few seconds, then furrowed his brow and said, "I have absorbed 4 types of mental disorders, but now I find myself unable to suppress them. Whenever I encounter some kind of stimulus, I experience severe violent tendencies. Even thoughts of murder. I feel that I am quite dangerous at this moment." Upon hearing Shen Wubing's explanation, the previously calm glimmer in Tianwen's eyes suddenly brightened, a hint of a manic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Dangerous? How delightful." Chapter 081. The terrifying madman feeling the somewhat sinister smile of Tianwen, Shen Wubing experienced a chilling sensation along his spine. How delightful danger is. After all, where can one find a strong individual who is devoid of risk? With animated gestures, Tian, when exclaimed, "Our nation's esteemed powerful beings, even when standing idly, exude an inexplicable aura of oppression. Isn't the sense of oppression distinct from danger?" Shen Wubing cautiously inquired. "Not at all. They are one and the same." Tian Wen waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for Shen Wubing to disregard such nuances. With uncontained excitement, he then posed a question to Shen Wubing. "During your training at the military department these past few days, have you taken a life?" Shen Wubing fell into a brief silence before finally nodding. Through the missions assigned by the military and the recent events in the parking lot, he had undoubtedly claimed nearly 20 lives. What does it feel like? A flicker of exhilaration crossed Tian Wen's eyes. Feelings? Shen Wubing recalled the sensation he experienced when he took the life of the first person in the village, ultimately shaking his head. There was no feeling. He spoke the truth. When he committed those acts, he felt nothing. No perverse thrill, nor the discomfort that Lin Man and the others experienced during their inaugural kill. No feelings. How splendid. Tian Wen's excitement intensified. Shen Wubing patted his temple, pondering that if this fellow were not affiliated with the Awakening Research Institute, he would surely be far more perilous than those desperate criminals. Unfazed by Shen Wubing's peculiar gaze, Tian Wen grasped Shen Wubing's sleeve and inquired, "You mentioned that you become impulsive when faced with stimuli. What do you mean by that?" Shen Wubing removed the hand from his arm and clarified, "It means that upon receiving stimulation, I tend to become quite impulsive, exhibiting violent tendencies." "There's no difference, Tian Wen waved his hand and continued, "So, can you intentionally provoke this impulsiveness?" Noticing the pallor on Shen Wubing's face, Tian Wen clapped his mouth shut and rephrased, "What I mean is, can you actively awaken your violent tendencies?" "What do you mean?" Shen Wubing asked, somewhat perplexed. "I have perused some literature on mental illnesses. It is said that patients, when in a heightened state of excitement, unlock latent abilities within themselves, resulting in a strength that surpasses their previous limits. If you were to experience this, it could elevate your combat prowess to a whole new level." Shen Wubing remained silent for a few moments before shaking his head. "I am uncertain if I can consciously control my mental affliction." Well, Tian Wen nonchalantly waved his hand. "There's no rush. This can be cultivated over time." Shen Wubing felt somewhat speechless. It was the first time he had heard of a disease being subject to training. "By the way, there is something else I need your assistance with," Shen Wubing stated as he extended his hand. Tian Wen glanced at Shen Wubing's outstretched hand, somewhat bewildered by the gesture. In the next instant, Shen Wubing's hand abruptly vanished. Tian Wen's eyes widened in astonishment as he tentatively reached out towards the spot where Shen Wubing's hand had just been, only to encounter nothing but a void of air. What the hell? This scene prompted Tian Wen to utter an expletive. He fixed his gaze intently on Shen Wubing, his voice trembling slightly. "You actually possess 2 awakening abilities?" Shen Wubing, without any hesitation, recounted the details of his treatment of Meng Ru. After absorbing Shen Wubing's revelation, Tian Wen fell into silence, propping his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Shen Wubing did not rush him, patiently awaiting his response. After what felt like an eternity, during which Shen Wubing began to grow drowsy, Tian Wen slowly lowered his hand from his chin and, with a wistful tone, spoke, "I have a bold hypothesis." Observing the ominous expression on Tian Wen's face, Shen Wubing sensed that this hypothesis must indeed be audacious. Unperturbed by Shen Wubing's peculiar gaze, Tian Wen earnestly stated, "You mentioned that Meng Ru's health has always been poor, correct?" "Indeed," Shen Wubing nodded. "Then, what if your transparency is inherently an awakening ability? But due to Meng Ru's frail constitution, she is unable to harness it, leading her body to classify this awakening as an ailment? And your affliction can absorb all diseases, thus." Tian Wen left the sentence hanging, yet Shen Wubing grasped his implication. Since this ability was unprecedented among known awakening powers, Shen Wubing remained unaware of its name, referring to it as phasing, while Tian Wen labeled it transparency. After pondering for a few moments, Shen Wubing concluded that his chosen name held a certain elegance. Noticing Shen Wubing's silence, Tian Wen, brimming with excitement, declared, "To validate my theory, I believe we must conduct an experiment." "What kind of experiment?" Shen Wubing inquired. "We need to find another person with poor health and await their awakening. A flicker of excitement danced in Tian Wen's eyes. Finding someone with a frail constitution is easy, but how can we ensure they will awaken? Shen Wubing questioned, somewhat perplexed. That's simple, Tian Wen replied, a slightly sinister smile creeping across his face. As long as the sample size is sufficiently large, the probability will rise exponentially. What do you mean? Shen Wubing asked, his expression complex. The majority of awakeners are around 20 years old. We could gather 10. As Tian Wen spoke, a sense of uncertainty washed over him, prompting him to quickly amend, no. Let us make it 100. We find one 20-year-old and confine them, then devise a means to deteriorate their health. Tian Wen rubbed his hands together, his face alight with fervor, appearing somewhat unsettling. Wait, Shen Wubing interjected, raising a hand to halt his words, and asked, how do you intend to diminish their health? That's simple. Tian Wen casually waved his hand, a displeased expression manifesting on his face, evidently dissatisfied with Shen Wubing's interruption of his musings. We could confine them, administering certain drugs to diminish their immune responses. Alternatively, we might consider infecting them with various viruses. If all else fails, we could break their legs and withhold food, and over time, their physical condition would inevitably deteriorate. Shen Wubing gazed at the seemingly mild-mannered and unassuming youth, now transformed into a figure of unsettling madness at the mere mention of awakening-related matters. He appeared like a frightening lunatic. Chapter 082. The Assassin Organization. Everest, do not involve yourself in this matter. Leave it to me, for I possess a solution. Shen Wubing pressed his fingers to his brow. No need. I'm capable. A hint of madness flickered across Tian Wen's face. Very well, very well. Shen Wubing waved his hand dismissively. The Xia family owns several hospitals. I shall approach them to initiate a charitable endeavor specifically aimed at treating young individuals under the age of 20. I am confident that many would be willing to send their ailing children there. Tian Wen pondered for a few moments, recognizing that Shen Wubing's approach was indeed more reliable than his own. The current medical expenses are exorbitantly high, to the extent that a serious illness can deplete an ordinary family's entire savings. Should a hospital offer free treatment for various ailments afflicting the youth, once word spreads, it is likely that young patients from across the nation would flock there. With the hospital's assistance in monitoring, efficiency would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. After bidding farewell to Tian Wen, Shen Wubing contacted Xia Xiaolong once more, succinctly informing him of the situation. Upon learning that this matter was connected to Shen Wubing's awakening abilities, Xia Xiaolong did not hesitate to agree and mentioned that he would prepare a ward to accommodate these patients under 20 in the near future. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Shen Wubing and his companions attended classes during the day, and after school, they would convene at the sauna department, where Yiqing and Shen Ying assumed the role of instructors, providing them with training in combat techniques. To Shen Wubing's surprise, Tang Xiaohua, who had previously expressed disdain for training and had no intention of joining the military, also participated in the sessions. Her reasoning was resolute. On the day of avenging Huyen, I shall be involved. 2 days later, Shen Wubing received an unfamiliar phone call. Brother Shen. The voice of Zhao Luo resonated from the other end. Shen Wubing responded with a simple acknowledgement, refraining from elaborating further. After a brief silence, Zhao Luo softly stated, I shall await you at our usual place. With that, he hung up. Gazing at his phone, Shen Wubing fell into a moment of contemplation. Just yesterday, he had also received a call from an unknown number, this time from the Xia family's wolf. Xia Xiaolong had previously instructed the wolf to assist in investigating the Blood Buddha, Zhao Luo. The wolf informed Shen Wubing that the Blood Buddha was the leader of a gang in a county under Long Province, operating a large slaughterhouse and possessing a certain level of notoriety. Yet in the wolf's eyes, he was merely a minor character, hardly worthy of note. However, when discussing the assassin who attempted to eliminate Zhao Luo in the parking lot, the wolf grew serious. He revealed that the assassins hailed from an organization known as Everest. Everest is the largest assassin organization in the world, notorious for its unswerving commitment to its missions. It is said that their task completion rate has reached an astonishing 97. Regarding why Everest would target Zhao Luo, the wolf expressed his own perplexity, as the latter's status did not seem to warrant the attention of the world's foremost assassin organization. Furthermore, the wolf disclosed to Shen Wubing that Zhao Luo had been investigating him for the past 2 days. Shen Wubing contemplated for a few seconds before dialing another number once more, his voice tinged with a somber tone. "Come to the school entrance. Let us step out for a moment." After a span of over 20 minutes, Shen Wubing and Lin Man alighted from a taxi, arriving at the entrance of a hotel. Shen Wubing cast his gaze upwards toward a room with drawn curtains on the upper floor, then whispered a few words to Lin Man before leading the way upstairs. Without any hesitation, Lin Man followed in his footsteps. Upon reaching the door, Shen Wubing gently knocked on it. Shortly, the door swung open, and Zhao Luo peered out. His expression shifted slightly upon seeing Lin Man behind Shen Wubing. "Brother Zhao, this is my girlfriend," Shen Wubing said, taking Lin Man's hand with a smile upon his lips. "Oh," Zhao Luo nodded, though a flicker of displeasure remained on his face. He then stepped aside, inviting the two inside. Shen Wubing guided Lin Man to sit on the bed, while Zhao Luo settled into a chair opposite them. Zhao Luo scrutinized Lin Man with a discerning gaze before turning to Shen Wubing, speaking in a low tone. "Brother Shen, perhaps it would be best to let your girlfriend step out for a moment?" "Brother Bing, what does your friend mean by that?" Lin Man interjected, wrapping her arm around Shen Wubing's, her tone playful yet defiant. Following this, she shot Zhao Luo a challenging glance. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Luo's demeanor hardened as he fixed his gaze on Lin Man, were she not Shen Wubing's woman. He would have struck her without hesitation. In his eyes, women were mere tools, unworthy of indulgence. Shen Wubing sighed, feigning helplessness with a wry smile. The standoff continued, with Lin Man and Zhao Luo unwaveringly locking eyes for several minutes, until Lin Man finally averted her gaze, muttering in dissatisfaction, "If I need to step out, so be it. It's no great matter. I don't even want to hear it." With that, she extended her hand toward Shen Wubing, pouting, "Give me some money. I want to go shopping." In response, Zhao Luo promptly retrieved a bank card from his pocket, placing it in Lin Man's hand with a jovial grin. "A small token of goodwill. Consider it my apology to your sister-in-law." Lin Man glanced at the card, noting 6 digits inscribed on the back, presumably the password. Without hesitation, she tucked the card away, shot Zhao Luo another glare, and then rose to exit the room. Only after Lin Man's footsteps faded into the distance within the corridor did Zhao Luo, with a conciliatory smile, turn to Shen Wubing and say, "Brother Shen, I sincerely apologize. This matter is of great significance and not suitable for outsiders to overhear." "It's quite all right, Brother Zhao. I have indeed spoiled this woman." Shen Wubing chuckled helplessly. "I understand," Zhao Luo replied with a chuckle. "A hero often falters before the charms of a beautiful woman." Shen Wubing nodded, then shifted the topic. "Brother Zhao, may we now discuss your matters?" Zhao Luo pondered for a moment before asking, "Before we proceed, may I pose a question to you?" "Go ahead. Why are you so curious about me?" Zhao Luo's gaze intensified, locking firmly onto Shen Wubing's eyes. Shen Wubing furrowed his brow, and after a considerable pause, he let out a slow sigh. With a sense of resignation, he remarked, "Since it has come to this, I shall not conceal anything from you, dear brother." He then continued to speak. "You must already be aware of my true identity. Am I correct? I'm the newly adopted son of Xia Xiaolong, the young master of the Xia family." In recent days, Zhao Luo had been diligent in his inquiries, nearly uncovering every detail about Shen Wubing. The expression on Shen Wubing's face shifted slightly, and he solemnly nodded, confirming, "Indeed, I am the adopted son." Chapter 083. The black and red of the poker organization. Upon hearing Shen Wubing's words, Zhao Luo furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed by the intent behind the other's statement. Although the Xia family had publicly acknowledged my identity, seemingly placing importance on it, Shen Wubing's gaze flickered, and a wicked smile crept across his lips. However, the Xia family does have a legitimate heir. At this, Zhao Luo was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Shen Wubing's implication, causing him to reassess the young man before him. He thought to himself that the Xia family was inviting a wolf into their fold. This ambitious youth harbored designs on the entirety of the Xia family. Yet, witnessing Shen Wubing's aspirations offered Zhao Luo a modicum of reassurance. After a brief silence, Zhao Luo inquired, "So, are you preparing for me to assist you in some manner?" Being a man of the underworld, Zhao Luo felt indebted to Shen Wubing. Even if they ultimately proved to be incompatible, he would not refuse any request for assistance. Moreover, it appeared that Shen Wubing aligned with his interests. As of now, there are no immediate needs for aid, but in the future, I would inevitably contend with Xia Yu for power, and I would require my own influence. Shen Wubing pondered for a few moments before articulating, "You are aware that the Xia family has 4 formidable generals, all of whom support Xia Yu unconditionally." Zhao Luo nodded in agreement, recognizing the formidable reputation of the Xia family's wolves and tigers, particularly the vicious wolf. "Thus, I wish to ascertain whether you possess sufficient weight in this matter." Shen Wubing's gaze sharpened, locking onto Zhao Luo. In response, Zhao Luo frowned, contemplating for a few seconds before responding in a subdued tone. "Although I am merely a local tyrant of a county, I truly harbor no fear of the Xia family when it comes to my connections." Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing withdrew his gaze and gestured for Zhao Luo to continue. "Have you heard of the poker organization?" Zhao Luo raised his eyes, his expression shifting slightly. At the mention of poker, Shen Wubing instinctively clenched his fist. Yet his face remained inscrutable, revealing an expression of, as expected. Zhao Luo slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, then retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Lighting one as he continued, "The poker organization is divided into 4 factions, the black and red of the grass. I represent the hearts, primarily responsible for combat matters. What are the other 3 factions?" Shen Wubing pressed. Zhao Luo shook his head, indicating that it was not convenient to divulge further details. "You need only understand that we are more than qualified to collaborate with you." Shen Wubing nodded in acknowledgement. The two then conversed for over an hour, ultimately leaving Shen Wubing satisfied as he departed the room, while Zhao Luo remained, a smile gracing his face. They reached a mutual understanding. Shen Wubing would provide Zhao Luo with assistance within reasonable bounds to facilitate the expansion of his influence in Ice City, while the poker organization would, to the best of their ability, aid him in his pursuit of the position of head of the CF family when the time arose. Upon leaving the hotel, Shen Wubing paused momentarily at the entrance, acutely sensing that someone was covertly observing him. This awareness was largely thanks to the counter-surveillance training imparted by Hou Yin. Otherwise, in his previous state, he would have likely remained oblivious to being followed. He promptly took out his phone and dialed Lin Man, succinctly conveying a few instructions. After a little over 10 minutes, Lin Man arrived at the hotel entrance, carrying several shopping bags. The two then hailed a taxi to depart from that location. "What did you discover?" Shen Wubing inquired softly from the back seat of the taxi. Lin Man glanced at the driver, her expression somewhat grave. Understanding her unspoken concern, Shen Wubing refrained from pressing further. Upon returning to campus, they settled in a CAF at the school gate and ordered 2 cups of coffee. "Let us talk," Shen Wubing said after taking a sip of his drink. "It is indeed affiliated with the poker organization," Lin Man replied, her excitement palpable. Her determination for revenge on behalf of Hou Yin surpassed that of anyone else, as she had witnessed his demise firsthand. The poker organization is divided into 4 factions: the hearts, diamonds, spades, and clubs. Zhao Luo belongs to the hearts, primarily responsible for mediating conflicts between the poker organization and other groups, thus functioning as a combat unit. The spades oversee drug transportation and route planning. The clubs are tasked with drug production, while the diamonds manage the laundering and handling of illicit funds. The leaders of these 4 factions are designated as Spade J, Heart Q, Club K, and Diamond A. At this juncture, Lin Man paused before continuing. It is said that there are 2 higher-ups known as the King and the Prince, but Zhao Luo holds a lowly position and is only vaguely aware of such matters. "Did you manage to ascertain the location of the poker organization's headquarters?" Shen Wubing inquired. His curiosity piqued. Discovering the headquarters would enable him to inform Old Master Lin and Zhou Dao, who would undoubtedly appreciate the intelligence. "No, Zhao Luo has no knowledge of the exact location of the headquarters. He is only contacted by Heart Q on a need-to-know basis for assignments," Lin Man replied. shaking her head. Though somewhat disheartened, Shen Wubing had anticipated this outcome. If the poker organization were so easily discovered, it would not have posed such a persistent headache for the military of Xia country. By the way, Lin Man seemed to recall something and pulled out the bank card Zhao Luo had previously given her, handing it to Shen Wubing. This is the card from Zhao Luo. I checked, and it contains a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan. She hesitated before adding, I was afraid someone might be tailing me after I left. So I wandered around a nearby mall and spent just over 20,000. She placed the shopping bags on the table, revealing their contents. Put it away, Shen Wubing urged, pushing the bank card and the shopping bag back towards Lin Man. I may still require your assistance moving forward. You cannot perpetually don Tang Xiaohua's attire. With this, he scrutinized Lin Man, having previously advised her to dress appropriately for the task at hand. However, Lin Man possessed no decent attire, ultimately resorting to donning Tang Xiaohua's garments as she stepped out. With her head bowed, Lin Man nervously rubbed her fingers together before retrieving the shopping bag. The money was accepted as well. Shen Wubing spoke once more. Lin Man's circumstances were rather straitened, a reality well understood by all present. Although both Xie Yu and Shen Wubing were not in want of funds, unsolicited generosity often felt somewhat inappropriate, and it was evident that Lin Man's character would not permit her to accept such offerings. I do not want it, Lin Man shook her head. Lin Man, Shen Wubing took a sip of coffee, then regarded her with earnestness, saying, it is not disgraceful to seek personal benefit within reasonable bounds. Furthermore, there are some funds that should not be refused if offered. With that, Shen Wubing rose and departed. Observing his retreating figure, Lin Man remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately deciding to stow away her bank card. She then grasped the shopping bag and the half-finished cup of coffee, pursuing the direction in which Shen Wubing had left. Chapter 084. The Climber, halfway up the mountain, the first peak. 3 days later, Shen Wubing and his companions arrived at the training class, as usual. Yet they waited in vain for the arrival of Tang Song. What could be the matter? Why has teacher Tang Song not shown up? Tang Xiaohua, holding a small mirror, scrutinized her smoky makeup with satisfaction. As for the lip stud, she had decided against wearing it after the last incident with Jiang Anqi had left her feeling uneasy. Noticing that no one was paying her any attention, Tang Xiaohua glanced at Lin Man, who sat beside her, appraising her with a curious gaze before speaking up. Man, would you like me to do your makeup? Huh? Lin Man was momentarily taken aback, then hastily waved her hand. She had once been intrigued by makeup, enamored by the beauty of girls who adorn themselves. For what girl does not cherish beauty? However, after a few days of rigorous training in the military, her sole focus had shifted to becoming stronger, and her interest in cosmetics and fashionable attire had faded completely. Tang Xiaohua shook her head in disappointment. She had always been confident in her appearance, yet since joining this team, she felt she had become the most ordinary among the three girls. Lin Man embodied a pure and adorable charm, with a delicate demeanor that, combined with her insecurities, evoked a sense of sympathy in others. As for Jiang Anqi, her features were even more exquisite than Lin Man's, and the contrasting aura she exuded, shaped by her prolonged military life, lent her an air of heroism, even as her playful nature often made her seem endearingly foolish. Reflecting on this, Tang Xiaohua turned her gaze back to Jiang Anqi. Anqi, would you like some makeup? Jiang Anqi glanced at her and shook her head, then reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 lollipops. After a moment of contemplation, she reluctantly handed one each to Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man. Tang Xiaohua looked at the lollipop in her hand, feeling a sense of disinterest. Just then, the classroom intercom crackled to life, and a somewhat solemn voice resonated through the air. All students of the training class assemble at the training ground. Upon hearing this announcement, the students exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of confusion. Yet, being seasoned trainees of the military, they quickly shook off their hesitation and orderly exited the classroom, making their way toward the training ground. Minutes later, all the students were assembled at the training ground. Compared to their lackadaisical demeanor a week prior, the trainees now exuded a more rigorous spirit, though they still paled in comparison to the military personnel. After the training session, each team completed a task independently, with several students bearing the marks of battle on their hands. At the podium, Tang Song stood tall, his expression grave as he surveyed the assembled students. After a lengthy pause, he spoke in a low, somber tone. I have just received news that a significant number of members from the world's most notorious assassin organization, Everest, have infiltrated the territories of Hangzhou and the three provinces. Upon hearing this, the students below wore expressions of bewilderment. They had never heard of this assassin organization. As for Shen Wubing and the others, their expressions shifted dramatically. Previously, Shen Wubing had already informed them about Zhao Luo, and they had deliberately sought knowledge regarding the organization known as Mount Everest. This assassin organization comprises members from around the globe, and it is said that the assassins are categorized into three distinct tiers. The lowest tier is referred to as climbers, which includes the individuals who pursue Zhao Luo in the parking lot. They are merely ordinary people who have undergone rigorous training, forming a group of ruthless outlaws. Shen Wubing had witnessed their ferocity firsthand. Had he not been present, even the infamous underworld overlord, Blood Buddha, would have met his demise at their hands. The second tier of assassins is known as halfway up the mountain. These assassins transcend the capabilities of ordinary individuals and seldom accept tasks unless they are of exceptional importance or extraordinarily difficult to execute. The highest tier, however, is referred to as the first peak. According to the intelligence from the evil wolf, the first peak has intervened only twice thus far. One instance involved the assassination of a leader from a small nation, while the other targeted a major general from the military of Xia. Both endeavors were met with success. Following the assassination of that major general, the military of Xia was incensed and initiated a nationwide manhunt for members of the Mount Everest organization, a pursuit that spanned an entire 3 months. Since then, Xia has become a forbidden territory for Mount Everest, with the organization rarely accepting missions within its borders. Yet, astonishingly, Mount Everest has now dared to set foot within Xia once more. Upon receiving this news, the military of Hangzhou promptly launched a manhunt, vowing to apprehend every member of the Mount Everest organization that dared to enter the three provinces of Hangzhou. Upon learning of this development, Elder Lin and Zhou Dao decided to assign this task to the students of the Dao class, fully aware that the assassins arriving this time were predominantly climbers. Their combat prowess far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Yet for the Dao class students, this presents an unparalleled opportunity for honing their skills without posing excessive danger. Tang Song glanced at the bewildered students below and spoke again. Now that we have identified their hideouts, they are primarily distributed among Ice City, Hua County, Lingfeng County, and Wanmin County across the 12 counties and cities of the three provinces. With a serious tone, he added, this manhunt will operate under a merit-based system. Those who kill or capture members of Mount Everest will earn military merit. Upon the conclusion of this operation, those with sufficient merit will be directly inducted into the military and granted military ranks. Upon hearing Tang Song's words, the crowd erupted in a clamor. Military ranks. It is well understood that even under normal circumstances, one does not receive a rank soon after joining the military, especially in this relatively peaceful era. Moreover, as they have not yet graduated, if they accumulate enough military merit during this operation, they could be directly awarded ranks upon its completion, promising boundless prospects for their future. The thought ignited a sparkle in everyone's eyes. However, Shen Wubing observed this scene with a furrowed brow. He was acutely aware of the prowess possessed by those assassins. Even the lowest-ranked killer, a mountaineer, was not someone to be taken lightly. Should there be a few mid-level assassins concealed among them, the student soldiers would undoubtedly suffer casualties. Weaker squads might even face total annihilation. However, Tang Song merely exhibited a complex expression, showing no signs of offering any warnings. Shen Wubing began to harbor a vague suspicion. During their last mission, the military intended for them to witness bloodshed. This time, it seemed they were to receive a lesson, and the cost of that lesson could very well be their own lives or those of their comrades. Chapter 085, Wolf Mountain, Bathhouse. Half an hour later, Shen Wubing and his 9 companions received the details of their mission. This time, the task assigned to them was the most challenging of all. As he handed them the documents, Tang Song cast a deep glance at several of them, saying little, but his expression revealed a hint of complexity. Upon opening the file, Shen Wubing's countenance shifted slightly, for their mission target included not only 22 mountaineers, but also a mid-level assassin. "What is the matter, third?" Xia inquired, noticing Shen Wubing's change in expression. "There is a mid-level assassin," Shen Wubing replied, passing the document to Xia. Taking the file, Xia casually skimmed through it, his brow furrowing in response. "Are we being targeted?" "No," Shen Wubing shook his head. "It's not a targeting. Rather, we are being given special attention." Xia shrugged, feeling little difference. "Indeed, we are being specially cared for," explained Shening, standing nearby. "Under normal circumstances, when awakened individuals join the military, they are granted the rank of second lieutenant. However, if we can accomplish this task, the 9 of us might be awarded the rank of lieutenant, or even captain." Upon hearing this, Xia scoffed dismissively, while Jiang Anshi, still chewing on a lollipop, wore an indifferent expression. Due to his family background, Xia held little regard for military ranks, although old Master Xia had high hopes for him to carve out a name for the family within the military, thereby liberating the Xia clan from the title of Underground Emperor. Xia found such aspirations laughable. What was wrong with rising from the underworld? He felt no shame. In an era where opportunities were abundant, it was simply a matter of whose fist was strongest. Times have indeed changed, yet the Xia family had also transformed. They had long since abandoned the shadows. As for Jiang Anshi, she had already attained the rank of captain, but frequently found herself in trouble, oscillating between the ranks of captain, lieutenant, and second lieutenant. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and the others were filled with anticipation before the emergence of awakened individuals. For someone from an ordinary family, education, while not the sole path, was indeed the only shortcut. Compared to other avenues, this route was relatively fair. Of course, it was only relatively fair, as absolute fairness was an illusion in this world. With the advent of awakened beings, a new path had opened before them. Once they became awakened, their options would expand significantly, but among those, the most advantageous route remained joining the military. With the backing of the entire Xia Nation, the resources for cultivation and various aspects far surpassed those of other factions. To make a mark within the military, the sole means was to achieve military merit, and now, even before their formal enlistment, a significant opportunity for military merit lay before them. How could they not feel exhilarated? Still, let us not rejoice too early. Shen Wubing observed the excitement in the eyes of the crowd and appropriately doused their enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. "Our mission objective lies in Langshan County, which is already on the border of Long Province, merely over 100 kilometers from the national boundary. We must devise a careful plan. Otherwise, should the adversary cross the border, our mission will be deemed a failure." Upon hearing his words, the group nodded in silent agreement. 2 days later, at 8:30 in the evening, a luxurious business vehicle glided into Langshan County. A stone tablet on the roadside proclaimed, "Welcome to Langshan," in bold characters. Seated in the passenger seat, Xia stretched languidly, yawning as he remarked, "We've finally arrived. I'm utterly exhausted. Brother Bing, where shall we stay?" Ingrid Yiving. The driver, turning to look at Shen Wubing, who was comfortably reclined in the back seat. Shen Wubing slowly opened his eyes, straightened up, and retrieved his phone from his pocket. After a brief search, he responded, "Langshan Hotel." Prior to their departure, Shen Wubing and Shening had already selected their accommodation based on the information provided by the military. Intelligence indicated that their target was located in an aged residential complex known as Milan Bay. To avoid arousing suspicion, they opted not to directly reside in that complex, as it was merely a small county with a limited transient population, and the sudden arrival of 9 individuals would surely attract attention. Thus, they chose the Langshan Hotel, situated adjacent to Milan Bay. Milan Bay was a modest 7-story complex, whereas the Langshan Hotel was a high-rise establishment that offered bathing, entertainment, and lodging, making it the finest hotel in Langshan County. By staying at the Langshan Hotel, they would not only avoid drawing attention, but also effectively monitor the movements of the residents in the opposite complex. Before long, the business vehicle, bearing the license plate of Ice City, came to a gentle stop in front of the Langshan Hotel's parking area. The group of 9 disembarked and, upon entering the hotel, opted for a limited number of rooms, securing only 3 in total. With 3 individuals per room, they could easily look out for one another. Their designated rooms were 1207, 1208, and 1209, specifically chosen for their vantage point to observe the activities in the neighboring complex. Reclining on the hotel bed, Xia stretched again and suggested, "I noticed there's a bathing area downstairs. Shall we indulge in a bath?" The bathing culture of Hangzhou is renowned throughout the nation, and many Southerners make it a point to experience the grand bathhouses upon their arrival. However, this openness may be overwhelming for some. Yet, as natives of Hangzhou, the group bore no reservations about such practices, and even the 3 women raised their hands in agreement. Shen Wubing chuckled helplessly, choosing not to dampen their spirits. After sorting out their accommodations, the group proceeded to the bathing center downstairs. After changing into their attire, they collected their respective tokens and entered the gender-segregated bathhouses. The bathing customs of the people of Hangzhou typically begin with a refreshing shower, followed by a few minutes in a steam room. Subsequently, they seek the expertise of a bath attendant for a thorough scrub, concluding their ritual with a leisurely soak in a public bath. Of course, there exist certain specialized services that Shen Wubing is not well versed in, as he has yet to experience them firsthand. However, it is likely that Xia is quite familiar with them. After the scrub, Xia gently stretched his somewhat stiff neck and, with a look of pure bliss, exclaimed, "How delightful!" Without hesitation, he plunged into the large bath, creating a splash. The others chuckled and followed suit, seizing this rare opportunity to unwind, especially with a formidable challenge awaiting them soon. At that moment, Shen Wubing suddenly sensed several piercing gazes directed at them, inducing an unsettling feeling in him. Instinctively, he glanced at Shen Ying, only to find his expression had grown noticeably serious. Aware of Shen Wubing's scrutiny, Shen Ying subtly tilted his chin, indicating that Shen Wubing should look in a particular direction. Gradually, Shen Wubing turned and beheld several muscular men, their expressions grave as they fixed their attention upon them. More precisely, they were scrutinizing Shen Ying and Xia. Initially perplexed, Shen Wubing's confusion deepened when his gaze fell upon the bare torsos of the 2 men. Shen Ying's physique, seemingly slender yet brimming with latent power, was marred by a web of scars, some old, remnants of past wounds, and others fresh, acquired during recent missions. As for Xia, while he bore fewer scars, a distinct gunshot wound marred his chest. While knife wounds might be explicable, the presence of a gunshot wound signifies one of 2 possibilities: either an official from the law enforcement or military, or a ruthless outlaw. Chapter 086. Reunion with the heart of hearts. Xia, with his tousled blonde hair and a carefree demeanor, appeared far from someone associated with the enforcement team or the military. However, beside him, Shen Ying's serious expression and stern demeanor bore a semblance to that of a military man. Xia glanced down at the wound on his chest, his expression shifting slightly as he realized he might have caused trouble for his team. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his face hardening as he cast a fierce glare at the burly men nearby, who were eyeing his injury with intent. "What are you looking at?" he challenged, and an irate giant rose to his feet, glaring back at Xia. As he stood, more than 10 individuals in the bathhouse rose in unison, the sound of splashing water filling the air. Observing the imposing figure surrounding him, Xia smirked. "What's the matter? Do you wish to challenge me?" He waded through the water, advancing towards the man who had spoken, continuing, "Who dares to confront me in this little town of Langshan?" The mentioned giant's fury intensified, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, the only middle-aged man in the bathhouse who had remained seated slowly spoke. "Brother, you are not from around here, are you?" Xia turned to face him, noticing the man leaning against the edge of the bathhouse, his face obscured by a white towel. Seemingly sensing Xia's gaze, he lifted the towel, revealing a somewhat intimidating countenance marked by a scar that extended from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, the scar appeared to writhe on his face like a living centipede, giving him a somewhat menacing appearance. Upon his words, the previously enraged giants, who seemed poised to pounce on Xia, instantly simmered down, their clenched fists gradually relaxing. Witnessing this transformation, Shen Wubing and the others also loosened their previously tense postures. Xia chuckled lightly, then turned his attention back to the scarred man. I hail from Ice City. Which area do you belong to? The scarred man appraised Xia, finally letting his gaze settle on the wound on Xiao's chest. After a brief pause, he replied, Langshan, Hishan. Hishan? Xia pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I've never heard of it. At his words, the previously seated giants stood once more, glaring at Xia with renewed hostility. Unperturbed, Xia calmly introduced himself, Xia from Ice City. Upon hearing his name, the scarred man furrowed his brow, and the scar on his face twitched slightly. After a few moments, he lifted his gaze to Xia and cautiously inquired, You carry the surname Xia? Which Xia might you be? Is there another Xia family in Ice City? As Xia posed this question, the atmosphere shifted and the expressions of those present turned grave. The scarred man's demeanor changed as he slowly rose to his feet, a subordinate hastily offering him a towel. He wrapped the towel around his waist and, with a serious expression, addressed Xia. It is a privilege to have the young master of the Xia family visit Langshan. My underlings have been thoughtless. I ask for your forgiveness, young Master Xia. As he clasped his hands, Shen Wubing keenly observed a blood-red tattoo on the opponent's wrist, an emblem of a red heart. In an instant, Shen Wubing's mind raced. This was his first encounter with an assassin from Mount Everest, whose target was Zhao Luo, a member of the poker organization known as Hearts. Now, an assassin from Everest had arrived in Wolf County, which coincidentally housed another member of the poker organization. Quickly, Shen Wubing drew a conclusion. The assassin's entry was aimed at the poker organization, or more specifically, at the heart within it. Enough, enough, Xia waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of indifference. It's all a misunderstanding. Xia Xiao is magnanimous, replied Hishan, a scar-faced man, as he bowed slightly with a forced smile. I wonder if Xia Xiao might be available for a banquet to atone for my transgression. Let us skip the banquet. Then let us make it tomorrow. Shen Wubing interjected with a smile. Xia paused, taken aback as he glanced at Shen Wubing, who simply nodded in acknowledgement. Although he was uncertain of Shen Wubing's intentions, he assumed he must have his own reasons and quickly amended his statement. Very well. We will be staying in Wolf County for a few days, and it seems we cannot avoid troubling Boss He. Xia Xiao, you are too harsh with your words. If there is anything, just command us directly. The group exchanged a few more pleasantries before retreating to the room upstairs. Upon entering, Shen Wubing swiftly shut the door. Just as Xia was about to inquire further, he noticed Shen Wubing placing a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Understanding the hint, he promptly fell silent. Shen Wubing then cast a glance at Shening, who nodded in response. He opened a backpack by the bed and retrieved a device resembling a radio. Skillfully, he extended the antenna and began to pace around the room, seemingly searching for a signal. After a few minutes, Shening returned and shook his head at Shen Wubing, indicating that there were no listening devices present. With this information, Shen Wubing finally relaxed and took a seat on a chair in the room. Third brother, what exactly is going on? Xia asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Why did you agree to dine with Hishan? Aren't we supposed to be monitoring the assassin from Everest? Because I suspect that the assassin from Everest has come specifically for Hishan, Shen Wubing replied, his expression grave. What? The others were bewildered by this revelation. They could not comprehend why Shen Wubing had formed such a hypothesis after merely encountering the man once. Did you notice the tattoo on Hishan's wrist? Shen Wubing inquired. Are you referring to the red heart tattoo? Zhao Xiaodao, who had remained relatively unnoticed in the group, interjected. Precisely, Shen Wubing affirmed with a nod, then proceeded to share his conjecture with the others. After hearing his explanation, the group nodded in agreement, acknowledging Shen Wubing's theory. What shall we do next? Xia inquired once more. We cannot remain by Hishan's side indefinitely, can we? Such a course of action would likely attract the attention of those assassins. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. The expressions of those present shifted, each casting a cautious glance towards the entrance. However, it was soon followed by the voice of Tang Xiaohua. It's us. Please open the door. As the door swung open, Shen Wubing beheld Tang Xiaohua and her companions hastily entering, accompanied by the refreshing aroma of shampoo and the subtle fragrance of the young ladies. Xia, stroking his chin, meticulously examined the trio of natural beauties before him, unable to suppress a sound of admiration. Chapter 087. The target of Mount Everest. It must be said that Tang Xiaohua and her companions are undeniably stunning beauties. Even just after a shower, without any embellishment, their allure remains striking. Particularly, Jiang Anqi and Lin Man evoke a sense of awe in Xia Yue, who has encountered countless women every time he gazes upon them. Of course, this does not imply that Tang Xiaohua is not attractive. On the contrary, she was once the belle of the class. However, her misfortune led her to be placed in the same team as Lin Man and Jiang Anqi. In the presence of such radiant beauties, she inadvertently became a mere backdrop. What transpired? Shen Wubing inquired, observing the trio's dark, damp hair with a furrowed brow. Man, Tang Xiaohua stepped aside, pushing Lin Man forward toward Shen Wubing. You explain. Lin Man nodded and, with a hint of urgency, began, Tonight, the assassins from Mount Everest may target someone named Ishan. Upon hearing this, the gazes of Xia Yu and the others instantly fixed upon Shen Wubing. He had recently suggested that the target of Mount Everest could very well be Ishan, and now Lin Man had conveyed the same message. If it were merely Shen Wubing-esque conjecture, it would not suffice to confirm Ishan as the target. But Lin Man, who had no prior acquaintance with Ishan, echoed this name. The only explanation for her knowledge of it was that someone had read another's mind, uncovering the information about Ishan. Please elaborate, Shen Wubing urged, his expression shifting. Just moments ago, after we finished our showers, Sister Xiaohua ordered a special service. So we had to go to the front desk to settle the payment wait. Tang Xiaohua interjected, sensing the strange looks from others. Clarify that. I merely had a cupping therapy. What special service are you referring to? I don't quite understand. Lin Man offered an awkward smile before continuing. While I was at the front desk to check out, I noticed a scarred-faced man also settling his bill. I observed that the clerk's gaze towards the scarred man was rather peculiar. Lin Man frowned. Due to her mind-reading ability, she took pleasure in observing others' expressions. Often, she could discern discrepancies in people's gazes even without employing her power. And then you activated your mind-reading? Shen Wubing tentatively asked. It's just a habit. Lin Man lowered her head shyly, but soon raised it again, her expression earnest. Through mind-reading, I discovered that she had only recently been hired, and her true identity is that of a climber from Mount Everest. Their mission is to target someone named Ishan. They plan to act tonight? Shen Wubing pressed further. Indeed, after surveying the area, I learned that Ishan has a mistress whom he meets every Sunday. Did you ascertain the location? Yes, Lin Man nodded emphatically. Excellent. Shen Wubing regarded her with an appreciative gaze. In this moment, Shen Wubing finally comprehended the immense power of mind-reading, particularly when wielded by one driven by insatiable curiosity. A seemingly inadvertent action on her part could potentially yield critical intelligence for the team. After succinctly outlining their strategy, the group departed from the Wolf Mountain Hotel. Although Ishan currently reigns as the local tyrant of Wolf County, just a few years prior he was an obscure thug, drawing attention due to his formidable fighting skills, which led him to be nurtured by the then underworld overlord of Wolf County. Through frequent visits to the overlord's residence, he became acquainted with the overlord's daughter, and their relationship gradually blossomed into romance. Ultimately, leveraging his status as the son-in-law of the overlord, he took control of the entire underground force of Wolf County following the overlord's retreat from power. Nevertheless, due to the overlord's recent withdrawal, many remained unconvinced by Ishan's authority, believing he owed his rise to his connection with a woman. Consequently, the underground organization of Wolf Mountain experienced significant turmoil. Amidst Ishan's mounting frustrations, a woman who identified herself as Red Queen approached him, claiming she could assist him in unifying the underground factions of Wolf Mountain in a short span of time. Her only request was for him to join the poker organization. Upon discovering that the poker organization was the largest drug trafficking syndicate in the country, Ishan promptly declined, fully aware of his own limitations. While he was adept at brawling and intimidation, drug manufacturing and trafficking were grave offenses that could cost him his life. He was content with his position as a local kingpin, assured of a lifetime free from want, and saw no need to take such a perilous risk. However, Red Queen assured him that his involvement would not entail engaging in drug production or trafficking. All that was required of him was to extend special consideration to the traffickers when the poker organization sought to expand its narcotics operations into Wolf County. An organization aiming to penetrate a new market would undoubtedly face formidable challenges, starting with scrutiny from law enforcement, followed by resistance from local power brokers. In a small place like Wolf County, not only were drug traffickers scarce, but even drug users were few and far between. Yet, if the poker organization attempted to sell drugs in Wolf County without prior notice, they would likely be exposed within 3 days by local enforcers, facing severe reprisals, if not death, as the demise of a few traffickers would hardly warrant attention from law enforcement. After 2 days of contemplation, Xia ultimately succumbed to the pressures exerted by the people of Wolf County and chose to join the poker organization. True to her word, Red Queen arrived that very night with a contingent of individuals, deploying ruthless measures to suppress those black market leaders in Wolf County who questioned his authority. Xia had heard of the individuals sent by her. They were led by a notorious underworld figure from a nearby county named Zhao Luo, nicknamed Blood Buddha. Now, 6 months have elapsed since that event, yet he has not heard from them, likely due to the remote nature of Wolf County, which has not yet been targeted by the poker organization's expansion efforts. However, it is likely to be imminent for just a few days prior. During his communication with Zhao Luo, he learned that members of the poker organization in the county had commenced the trafficking of narcotics. As the vehicle gradually came to a halt, Zhao Luo extricated himself from his reverie, gazing through the car window at the apartment building before him. A rare, gentle smile graced his otherwise fierce countenance. His wife is the daughter of the former crime lord of Langshan County, and although he has since retired, his influence persists. Over the years, Xia has harbored a certain trepidation regarding his wife, often becoming the subject of ridicule, with others claiming that while he is a dragon in the world, he transforms into a mere worm at home. In stark contrast, his mistress, whom he maintains outside, is a world apart from the fierce tigress he has at home. The thought of her youthful beauty and gentle disposition ignited a sense of impatience within Xia, prompting him to eagerly push open the car door and stride towards the apartment building. Chapter 088. Ambush unbeknownst to him. As he entered the apartment building, numerous eyes were subtly fixed upon him. Not far from the roadside, a business vehicle was stationed across the street. "Third brother, he has entered," came the voice of Zhao Xiaodao through Shen Wubing's communication device. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodao stood at the entrance of the apartment, wearing a Bluetooth headset, occasionally glancing into the distance, feigning a demeanor of waiting for someone. "Continue to follow," Shen Wubing murmured. Meanwhile, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, arm in arm and engaged in cheerful banter, trailed behind Xia as they entered the elevator together. Upon entering, they did not hastily press the elevator buttons. Rather, they waited until Xia selected the 21st floor before reaching out to press the button for the 20th floor. Inside the elevator, there were 7 individuals, Xia and one of his subordinates, Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man, along with a young couple and a middle-aged man clad in white sportswear. The elevator ascended slowly, enveloped in a palpable silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Suddenly, a frantic ringtone pierced the stillness, capturing everyone's attention. Xia retrieved his phone from his pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and furrowed his brow slightly before pressing the answer button. "Old he, where are you now?" A somewhat urgent voice emanated from the phone. "I." Xia hesitated for a moment and then replied, "I am about to head home." Although Xia had not activated the speakerphone, the confined space of the elevator allowed the others to catch snippets of the conversation. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Man furrowed her brows in recognition. The tone was eerily familiar, though she could not immediately place it. At that moment, the man on the other end spoke again. "Stop lying. It's not the time for that. I just called your home phone, and your sister-in-law said you won't be coming home tonight." Upon hearing sister-in-law, Lin Man's eyes widened in realization. She recalled that when she and Shen Wubing had pretended to be a couple to meet Zhao Luo, he had referred to her as sister-in-law, and the voice and intonation were unmistakably identical. What exactly is going on? Faced with the exposure of his deception, Xia glanced at the other occupants of the elevator, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "If there's nothing, I'm hanging up." "Wait, old he. I have reliable information that you are being targeted by the people from Everest. They will make their move tonight. You need to return home immediately." "Everest? Upon hearing this name, a chill ran down Shan's spine, and he instinctively turned to scrutinize the other passengers in the elevator. His gaze swept over everyone, ultimately landing on a middle-aged man in white sportswear. Sensing Shan's scrutiny, the man smiled. I was planning to wait a bit longer before making my move, but it seems. He paused momentarily, then swiftly drew a dagger from his pocket and lunged directly at Shan. It appears you are destined to meet your end sooner than expected. Shan was once a formidable figure who danced on the edge of danger. Though he had rarely engaged in physical confrontations over the past 2 years, his instinct for peril and his reflexes remained far superior to those of ordinary individuals. He could almost anticipate an opponent's strike and begin to retreat the moment a blade was drawn. After a missed attack, the middle-aged man remained unperturbed, shifting his body to block the elevator door. Meanwhile, the young couple who had been nestled together dispersed, each taking a corner of the elevator, effectively encircling Shan and his subordinate. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man feigned fear, retreating to a corner of the elevator, yet simultaneously activated their communication devices. The middle-aged man smiled at them, saying, "Ladies, there's no need for pretense." He raised the dagger in his hand and continued, "When I initiated my attack, your first reaction was not to scream or cower, but rather to instinctively reach for your pockets. Do you find that normal?" Noticing their silence, he added, "It is rather amusing that your composure surpasses that of his subordinate. It appears that those who roam the streets aren't as impressive as they seem." At this, Lin Man ceased her act, drawing a dagger from her pocket and addressing Shan. "We are here to assist you. If you wish to survive, join us in the fight." Shan pondered for a few seconds before nodding emphatically. He was uncertain of Lin Man's sincerity, but this was the only course of action available to him. Lin Man, however, was indifferent to Shan's fate. Their mission was to hunt down or eliminate the assassins from the Everest organization, and there was no obligation to ensure anyone's safety, especially not that of individuals affiliated with the poker organization. If feasible, Lin Man preferred to dispose of them all. Meanwhile, in a business vehicle awaiting news, Shen Wubing and his companions heard the commotion from Lin Man's location. They could no longer afford to remain concealed and promptly exited the vehicle, racing towards the apartment building. Just as they stepped out, a black SUV's headlights blazed to life in the distance, followed by the ominous roar of its engine as it barreled toward them. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and they scattered in haste. Bang! In the next moment, the black SUV collided forcefully with Shen Wubing's business vehicle, causing a significant dent in its side. Subsequently, a long-haired man struggled to push open the SUV's door and emerged. He brushed aside his tousled hair, crimson blood trickling down his forehead and covering his face, creating a disturbingly eerie appearance. A manic grin spread across his lips as he surveyed Shen Wubing and his companions, exclaiming, "What a pity that none of you were killed. Shall we do this again?" "Madman!" Xia cursed under his breath, glancing at Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing shook his head and declared, "Shun Ing and Yi Qing, go assist Lin Man. I will handle this." "Understood." The two responded and departed. However, just a few steps away, they were confronted by 5 or 6 individuals wielding machetes. Blocking their path, Shen Wubing furrowed his brow, then charged towards the long-haired man, shouting, "Let us settle this swiftly." However, just as Shen Wubing was about to reach his opponent, the long-haired man made his move. His speed surpassed Shen Wubing's wildest expectations, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Shen Wubing, a manic smile curling at the corners of his lips, before delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Shen Wubing's face. Caught off guard, Shen Wubing could only raise his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. With a resounding crash, Shen Wubing was sent flying by the man's punch, his sneakers screeching against the pavement as he slid a considerable distance of over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. To avoid colliding with Shen Wubing, several vehicles on the road had met with unfortunate accidents. The driver of the foremost vehicle poked his head out of the window, angrily shouting, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" However, upon witnessing Shen Wubing stomp down with such force that the solid asphalt shattered beneath him, then launch himself towards the long-haired man like a missile, the driver rubbed his eyes in disbelief, promptly retracting his head and muttering softly to himself, "It's fine. It's all fine now." Chapter 089. Could he also be insane? As Shen Wubing charged forward once more, an expression of exhilaration graced the face of the long-haired man. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a resilient plaything. With that, he vanished once again, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Shen Wubing, once more raising his fist in a menacing swing. A flash? Xia furrowed his brow. No. Jiang Anqi, observing the long-haired man engaged in battle with Shen Wubing, could not help but swallow hard, slowly uttering, "He is a tier D. Tiao D." Xiao's pupils dilated instantaneously. This marked their first encounter with a tier D adversary. Previously, while the military headquarters, Huiyan had explicitly warned them, in a hierarchy of A, B, C, D, E, each level represents a significant chasm. If you encounter a foe of a higher tier during a mission, attempt a sneak attack or a collective assault. If such options are unfeasible, flee at once. Never attempt a one-on-one confrontation, for there exists no chance of victory. Challenging someone of a higher tier has never been a commendable endeavor. It is not a testament to one's strength, but rather a desperate last resort. Should one choose to engage in such perilous battles despite having alternatives, they are nothing short of a fool. Recalling Huiyan's words, Xia turned to his companions and said with a hint of irritation, "What are we waiting for? Let's charge together." With that, he sprinted to the vehicle, tossing out several military knives. These had been the weapons they selected during their exercises with the elite Tiger Special Forces. Qianming pulled out his knuckle duster from his pocket, tapping his fists together, and shouted towards Shen Wubing, "Third brother, I'm here to assist you." Immediately, he noticed the others regarding him with incredulous expressions. "What's wrong?" Qianming scratched his head awkwardly. Xiaoyu smacked the back of his head lightly, exasperatedly saying, "Sneak attack. Do you understand what that means?" "All right." Qianming chuckled sheepishly. "Qianming, you and Xiaoyu handle those climbers." Shening stepped forward and instructed. "Be swift. Once you've dealt with them, immediately assist Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. I fear they cannot hold out much longer. As for the third brother, leave this to us." Shening turned to meet Xiaoyu's gaze, his expression solemn as he declared, "I cannot guarantee his safety, but if death awaits, I shall face it before him." Upon witnessing Shun Ying's earnest demeanor, Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "I entrust this to you." With that, he and Qianming charged towards the encroaching climbers, while Zhao Xiaodao, who had been standing at the entrance of the apartment complex, wore a look of hesitation. Due to his position, the assassins had yet to notice him. He now faced two choices: either strike from behind to aid Xiaoyu and Qianming against the climbers before proceeding to support Lin Man and her companions, or ascend directly to assist Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. After much contemplation, he resolved to prioritize aiding Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, for in his eyes, they were in the most precarious situation. Facing adversaries of a rank previously unknown to him, Shen Wubing found himself in the most perilous of situations. Next in line were Lin Man and her companions. Their original target had been Hishan. Although Hishan was not particularly formidable, Zhu Mulang did not dispatch any strong fighters to confront him. However, in order to accomplish their mission, it was reasonable to assume that those sent would not be weak. Thus, Lin Man and her allies were undoubtedly in a precarious position. Shen Wubing was powerless to intervene in the battle at hand, and his best course of action was to ascend the stairs to assist Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. Resolute, he gritted his teeth and sprinted upstairs without a backward glance. What a thrilling experience it was, truly exhilarating, an invincible sensation. The long-haired man fixated on Shen Wubing, who was half kneeling on the ground with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a mad fervor. Shen Wubing wiped his mouth and slowly rose to his feet, a smile curving his lips in response to the man's maniacal laughter, rivaling it in intensity, if not exceeding it in menace. Indeed, this was quite the amusement. Shen Wubing grinned wickedly and took a step forward, tapping his temple with his hand, the arc of his smile becoming more pronounced. He possessed hidden cards, many of them. His earlier engagement had merely stemmed from a curiosity about the rank D adversary, utilizing only his raw physical prowess in the confrontation. Now, however, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the D rank. As stated by Huiyan, the disparity in speed and strength was undeniable during the brief skirmish. Shen Wubing had scarcely landed a hit, remaining in a state of passive defense. The opponent's speed was astonishingly swift, akin to an incessant flash. Shen Wubing's punches had repeatedly struck nothing but afterimages. Yet whether due to the adversary's restraint or Shen Wubing's robust physique, he had not sustained any particularly grievous injuries from the encounter. Initially, he had intended to further probe the opponent's capabilities, hoping to provoke a display of their awakened powers. However, the relentless laughter from his opponent, coupled with the impulsive and volatile tendencies stemming from his mental condition, became increasingly difficult to suppress. At this moment, he simply yearned to obliterate the man before him, to pummel him into submission. As a peculiar grin spread across Shen Wubing's face, the long-haired man, who had been exuding madness, suddenly furrowed his brow, losing interest in toying with his opponent. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Why should Shen Wubing be allowed to smile? He had already beaten him to the point of spitting blood. What right did he have to maintain such a grin? Was he also a lunatic? No, he could not permit anyone to outmad him. If there was, he would eliminate them. With this thought, a sinister smile returned to his lips as he stepped forward to confront Shen Wubing. This time, however, his demeanor lacked the previous madness, replaced instead by a chilling intent to kill. In contrast, Shen Wubing's eyes sparkled with a wild fervor. The sudden shift in identity left Shen Ying and his companions, who were poised to launch a surprise attack, momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of confusion and uncertainty. "What should we do?" Yi Qing inquired, casting a glance at Shen Ying. Within their group, Shen Wubing undoubtedly held the most authority, followed closely by Jiang Anqi and Shen Ying, both of whom had honed their skills in the military for many years, possessing far superior strength and experience compared to the others. "Never mind. Let's seize the opportunity to act," Shen Ying declared through gritted teeth. At that moment, however, Shen Wubing turned to face the others, speaking in a calm yet commanding tone. "No one is permitted to intervene. Shen Wubing, the opponent is of D rank at present. You are not his match." Shen Ying replied, a hint of urgency in his voice. I said Shen Wubing's tone brooked no argument as he enunciated firmly. "No one is permitted to intervene." Shen Ying glanced at Jiang Anqi beside him, his expression complex. "Trust him," Jiang Anqi casually remarked before turning to approach the climbers. Chapter 090. The artifact of the D rank. Do you wish to engage in a one-on-one duel with me? The long-haired man gazed at Shen Wubing with incredulity. Shen Wubing offered no response, merely stretching his somewhat stiff neck as he advanced toward him step by step. How intriguing. The corners of the long-haired man's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he clenched his fists, almost as if in agreement. Both men charged toward each other simultaneously. In the next moment, Shen Wubing's fist landed heavily against the long-haired man's abdomen, while the latter's punch met only empty air. Although Shen Wubing, a D rank, might lack the raw power of his opponent, a full-force strike from him would undoubtedly inflict considerable pain, even upon a C rank. The long-haired man staggered back several meters, his back colliding with a lamppost. Coughing violently while clutching his abdomen, a smile still lingered on his lips. Though his expression grew more solemn, he distinctly remembered striking his opponent, yet it felt as though his fist had merely connected with thin air. "What is your ability?" A flicker of confusion passed through the long-haired man's eyes. Shen Wubing remained silent. Even if he wished to articulate his thoughts, he could not. For among the more than 100 abilities officially recorded, this particular one did not exist. Otherwise, Tian Wen, an esteemed scholar at the Awakener Research Institute, would surely be aware of it. Moreover, his ability was derived from Meng Ru. Had it been a recognized awakening power, Xia Xiaolong would not have remained a loss, treating it as a peculiar ailment. Very well. Noticing Shen Wubing's silence, the long-haired man chuckled, a frenzied glint returning to his eyes. "Since you wish to play with awakening abilities, I shall indulge you." With that, he slowly extended his right hand toward a car parked by the roadside, grasping at it as if it were an intangible object. Immediately, Shen Wubing observed the vehicle beginning to tremble uncontrollably. In the next instant, the long-haired man swung his arm with force. The car hurtled toward Shen Wubing like a cannonball. Faced with this unexpected assault, He had no time to ponder and swiftly evaded. Bang! The car crashed violently into the spot where Shen Wubing had just stood, shattering into pieces. Telekinesis? A triumphant smile involuntarily spread across Shen Wubing's face. In his current state, the stronger his opponent, the more exhilarated he became. Meanwhile, Shen Ying and the others, who were grappling with the mountain climber not far away, were taken aback. Despite their years of training within the military, this was the first time they had witnessed a D-rank awakener unleash their full power. The mastery over their awakening abilities was astoundingly formidable. Typical telekinesis could only manipulate lightweight objects. For instance, the nominal first awakener of the Summer Nation was discovered due to their ability to control a basketball, while most ordinary telekinetic awakeners could only manage simple, everyday items. Even those who have reached the 5th level of awakening can merely manipulate certain weapons, albeit with a greater degree of mastery, enabling them to wield such instruments freely, akin to controlling a sword. However, the ability to hurl an entire vehicle as a weapon, akin to telekinesis, is something neither Shen Ying nor Jiang Anqi has ever witnessed. As for the elder from Baikea Tang, mentioned previously by Yang Xiao, his awakening ability is not that of telekinesis. Intriguing indeed. Shen Wubing cast a glance at the deformed car that had crashed nearby, a manic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Intriguing? The long-haired man chuckled softly, then extended his hands once more. There's even more amusement to be found. With that, another vehicle hurtled towards Shen Wubing, this time not an empty one. Within the driver's seat sat a middle-aged man, his face reflecting sheer terror. At that moment, the man was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? He had just slammed on the brakes to avoid Shen Wubing, only to be rear-ended by the car behind him. As he poked his head out to vent his frustration, he witnessed the other party stomp the ground with such force that it propelled him into the air. He was about to call the enforcement team to handle the situation when he inexplicably found himself soaring upwards. Though he had played with flying cars for many years, this was indeed his first experience of flight. Was it exhilarating? Absolutely. A life-risking thrill. As the vehicle crashed heavily to the ground, the airbags deployed instantly, and the man lost consciousness, his fate uncertain. Shen Wubing didn't spare him a glance, seizing the opportunity to charge toward the long-haired man amidst the chaos of vehicle manipulation. However, just as he approached, a streetlight pole behind the long-haired man emitted a loud noise before uprooting itself and hurtling toward Shen Wubing. This sudden turn of events took Shen Wubing completely by surprise. Extracting a streetlight pole from the ground was far more challenging than controlling a car. Yet, in the face of this unforeseen attack, Shen Wubing displayed no signs of panic. Vanishing from his original position, the long-haired man's expression shifted, his previous madness replaced by solemnity and caution. In the next instant, the stout streetlight pole crashed against the pavement, scraping across the surface and igniting sparks. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing had mysteriously appeared behind the long-haired man, delivering a powerful punch to the back of his head. The long-haired man did not turn around. Instead, relying on his combat experience and the wind generated by Shen Wubing's punch, he sensed his opponent's position. He slightly tilted his head to evade Shen Wubing's strike and reached out to grasp Shen Wubing's fist. Just as he prepared to execute a shoulder throw to launch Shen Wubing away, an inexplicable wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him feeling lightheaded and on the verge of collapse. Thanks to his robust physical constitution, he barely managed to suppress the dizziness. Yet he still felt a lingering sense of disorientation. At the very moment their fists collided, Shen Wubing bestowed upon his opponent the afflictions of hypoglycemia and cerebral insufficiency. To his astonishment, however, the adversary's physique proved remarkably resilient. While an ordinary individual might succumb to one such ailment, this formidable opponent remained upright despite suffering from both. Is this the true strength of a Ding-level physique? Yet, Shen Wubing did not linger in contemplation. With a swift motion, he bent his arm and ensnared the opponent's neck from behind. Then, with a powerful heave, sent the long-haired man hurtling through the air. The man's profile struck the ground with a resounding thud, the coarse concrete abrasively tearing at his flesh, rendering his visage a gruesome spectacle. Nevertheless, Shen Wubing offered no respite. He advanced, mounting his adversary, a cruel smile curving upon his lips. In swift succession, he grasped the man's flowing locks, hoisting his head upward before forcefully slamming it against the ground. Chapter 091. Halt. At once meanwhile, within the confines of the elevator, a man clad in a white tracksuit lunged once more with his dagger towards Hishan's chest. In the face of such an assault, Hishan could have evaded it. However, the cramped space of the elevator left him with little room to maneuver. To his left stood a subordinate who had accompanied him upstairs, while to his right were Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. Faced with the imminent threat, he instinctively grasped his left-hand companion, pulling him into the path of the blade. Shielding himself, the dagger penetrated the subordinate's chest with a sickening thrust, and crimson blood erupted forth in a sudden spray. The sight caused Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua to blanch in shock. While it was commonplace for those entrenched in the underworld to pay homage to Guan Yu, true loyalty was a rare commodity. Many professed brotherhood only to betray it in pursuit of profit or the affections of women, unhesitatingly turning against their comrades. Nevertheless, for Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, this betrayal was difficult to digest, as Hui Yin had instilled in them the principle of unwavering loyalty to one's comrades, irrespective of circumstance. Hishan's actions intensified their disdain for him, already lacking in favorable impressions. Yet in that moment, Hishan was consumed by a singular thought. Nothing was more paramount than his own life. As the subordinate collapsed, Hishan retaliated, swinging his fist at the man in the white tracksuit. The couple immediately turned their aggression towards Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, plunging the already confined elevator into chaos as the six of them engaged in a brutal melee. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodao arrived at the elevator entrance, pressing the button for the elevator to the 21st floor repeatedly, yet the elevator remained unresponsive. After a brief hesitation, he sprinted towards the stairwell. Minutes later, panting heavily, Zhao Xiaodao reached the stairway leading to the 21st floor. Before he could open the door, he was greeted by the sounds of a fierce struggle, accompanied by the flow of blood seeping through the door's crack. As he observed the blood pooling at his feet, an ominous premonition gripped him. With a trembling hand, he cautiously pushed the door open. Upon glimpsing the scene in the hallway, his pupils dilated, yet he exhaled a sigh of relief. The elevator doors stood wide open. A male corpse sprawled at the entrance, obstructing the elevator's operation. Meanwhile, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua were engaged in a fierce struggle with a man and a woman. Lin Man's sleeve had been slashed open, revealing her delicate arm, though no wounds marred her skin. At the threshold of a nearby room, Hishan pounded on the door, calling out, "Lin Lin, open up, please hurry." As he banged on the door, he glanced at the middle-aged man, drenched in blood. Clad in a white tracksuit, the fabric was now stained crimson, bearing not only his own blood, but also that of Hishan and the fallen subordinate. Hishan looked at the approaching figure with palpable dread, then began to pound frantically on the door. "Lu Lin Lin, you wretched woman, open the door." This room belonged to his mistress, and even the apartment had been purchased by him for her. Yet, when danger loomed, that woman, intent on self-preservation, did not even dare to unlock the door for him. What a pitiful situation. The middle-aged man advanced steadily towards Hishan, a lewd smile playing on his lips, mocking the fact that he still harbored hope in a woman who was with him solely for monetary gain. As he spoke, he twisted the dagger in his hand and delivered a brutal kick to Hishan's abdomen. By this point, Hishan had already endured countless stab wounds, his blood staining the floor. After receiving the kick, he collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy. "Big brother, I know you're mountain climbers. I can pay you. Regardless of what your employer offers, I can give you double. Just spare my life. Since you are aware we are mountain climbers, you must understand our code." The middle-aged man crouched down slowly, gripping Hishan's hair, and sneered, "Even if the employer spent only a single dollar, once we accept the task, we will see it through to the end." With that, he yanked hard on Hishan's hair, and with his other hand, plunged the dagger into his neck. In an instant, crimson blood gushed from Hishan's throat and mouth. The middle-aged man chuckled softly as he rose, his gaze shifting to Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. "You must be from the military, correct?" Lin Man glanced at Hishan, sprawled in a pool of blood, her brow furrowing slightly. The delay in the arrival of Shen Wubing and the others had ignited her suspicions. They too must have encountered resistance. Intelligence indicated that their mission target not only included mountain climbers, but also a mid-level assassin. It was highly probable that they had been delayed by the enemy, leaving Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua to resolve the situation themselves. Just then, Zhao Xiaodao emerged from the staircase, gripping a dagger tightly in his hand as he approached Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. "Xiaodao, what are you doing here? Where are Shen Wubing and the others?" Lin Man inquired. "They ran into some trouble." Zhao Xiaodao, visibly tense, did not meet their gazes but remained fixated on the middle-aged man. Moments ago, he had witnessed the brutal murder of Yishan, and the method had been exceedingly savage. Among their team of 9, Xie Yu, due to his family background, was well accustomed to such violence, while Qian Ming, following closely behind Xie Yu, had also witnessed numerous bloody scenes. As for the others, even Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua had blood on their hands. Only Zhao Xiaodao remained a naive youth. In this moment, he felt more anxious than Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua combined. "Xiaodao, the two of us can handle this," Lin Man whispered. Man, yeah. I can too," Zhao Xiaodao stammered, his voice trembling. Upon hearing his tone, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua exchanged glances, both recognizing a flicker of concern in each other's eyes. Through their time together, they had come to understand that the other would stutter when anxious, indicating that their companion was clearly not in a favorable state. At that moment, the middle-aged man chuckled, seemingly welcoming another fool to the fray. Without hesitation, he charged toward Zhao Xiaodao, who stood before Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. "Be careful," Lin Man shouted, swiftly grasping Zhao Xiaodao by the collar and forcefully pulling him back, positioning herself to confront the man. Simultaneously, Tang Xiaohua engaged in battle with the couple. Zhao Xiaodao, yanked to the ground by Lin Man, sat there, observing the two skirmishes with a gaze filled with crimson dread. He was terrified, yet consumed by resentment. He feared that his weakness might endanger Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, and he loathed that he was the most ineffectual member of their team. Minutes passed, and Zhao Xiaodao seemed to succumb to a peculiar trance, sitting silently on the ground, his eyes still blood-red. Just then, Lin Man was kicked in the abdomen by the man, her body propelled backwards and crashing heavily against the wall. "Not bad, little girl," the man remarked, wiping the blood from his face, a slight grin curling at the corners of his mouth. "Much stronger than that useless Yishan. No wonder you're from the military." However, he lamented as he shook his head and approached Lin Man, slowly raising his dagger. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodao finally lifted his head, his blood-red eyes fixating on the middle-aged man as he growled, "Stop. Everyone, stop." As his words echoed, astonishment washed over the man's face. It felt as though a mysterious force had bound his hand, rendering it immobile. Even Tang Xiaohua, entangled with the couple, was startled to discover that her teleportation had failed. Chapter 092. The prophecy. The middle-aged man looked at Zhao Xiaodao with a face filled with terror, slowly uttering 2 words, "Prophecy." Upon hearing these words, the young couple's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua displayed expressions of delight. Prophecy, rated with a talent level of S, is one of the most formidable abilities possessed by the awakened in present-day Xia country. The power of prophecy is akin to the mythological concept of words manifesting reality. If wielded by one of sufficient strength, it can evoke a terrifying effect where a mere utterance causes enemies to retreat in fear. Zhao Xiaodao's gaze swept over the individuals before him, ultimately resting on the middle-aged man. "Forbidden blade." As Zhao Xiaodao's words fell, the man's hand appeared to lose control, gradually loosening its grip, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Upon witnessing the dagger drop, Lin Man wasted no time and swiftly picked it up, decisively plunging it into the man's heart. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the dagger embedded in his chest, his mouth opening as if to speak. Yet no words escaped his lips, and he succumbed to his fate. Observing the man's life ebb away, a subtle smile graced Zhao Xiaodao's lips before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward. Tang Xiaohua, quick on her feet, flashed to his side and gently supported him, lowering him to the ground. Under normal circumstances, newly awakened individuals struggle to unleash powerful abilities. Zhao Xiaodao's command of Forbidden Blade was directed solely at the middle-aged man, expending little of his energy. However, prior to that, he had issued a command that halted all actions, affecting everyone present, even restricting Tang Xiaohua's powers. Releasing awakened abilities entails significant energy expenditure. The greater the power, the higher the cost. In his inaugural use of his awakened ability, Zhao Xiaodao was unaware of its magnitude, inadvertently restraining all 5 individuals present, which led to an overwhelming drain on his strength, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Ultimately, he expended nearly all his energy to shout. Forbidden Blade. In the realm of Mount Everest, there exists a tradition wherein a seasoned climber may take on apprentices after completing more than 10 tasks. They impart their knowledge to their disciples while also receiving a portion of the rewards from their apprentices' missions. The young couple were the apprentices of the middle-aged man, embarking on their second mission, only to encounter such a formidable challenge. As they gazed at the middle-aged man lying in a pool of blood, a flicker of terror crossed their faces. They understood the gravity of their situation. Today would mark their end. Their nascent careers as assassins had been abruptly curtailed, their lives extinguished alongside it. After subduing the couple, Lin Man initiated a mind-reading attempt on them. However, they were new recruits with scant knowledge of the internal affairs of Everest, and all climbers lacked access to information regarding their employers. With a chilling gaze devoid of any valuable information, Lin Man swiftly dealt with the 2 individuals without hesitation. Witnessing the scene, Tang Xiaohua could not help but furrow her brows. She felt as though Lin Man had transformed into a different person after the incident with Huiyan. Each time she engaged in combat, her strikes were ruthless, whether in her prior dealings with Jiang Wan at school or just now with the couple. After a moment of silence, Tang Xiaohua finally spoke up. Lin Man, I sense that you are somewhat different. Lin Man glanced at her with a smile and replied, because I am afraid. Afraid? A flicker of confusion crossed Tang Xiaohua's eyes. Afraid of what? I fear that my compassion might lead to betrayal, that my kindness could cost me my life. I have not yet lived enough, and I also do not wish. At this point, a shadow of melancholy crossed her eyes, and she forced a bitter smile. I do not want to lose my comrades again. After saying this, she kicked at the lifeless bodies on the ground to confirm that they were devoid of any vitality. Only then did she nonchalantly assist Zhao Xiaodao to his feet, calmly stating, let us go and meet with Shen Wubing and the others. Upon arriving at the base of the apartment building, Lin Man and her companions observed a crowd gathered across the street, with several members of the enforcement team present to maintain order. No more filming. Stop right now. An older member of the enforcement team yelled as he snatched a woman's phone, pointing a finger at her in reprimand. If you continue to film, I will take you back to the station. Ignoring the woman's resentful gaze, he instructed several younger enforcers nearby. Keep an eye on them. Anyone caught filming or recording, take them back to the station. As the enforcement team dispersed the crowd while monitoring for any illicit recordings, the scene was fraught with tension. In the center of the enforcement team, a gaunt young man was straddling a long-haired man, relentlessly pounding his already bloodied face with his fists, which were smeared with blood, the source of which was indiscernible. A group of enforcement members surrounded him, yet they dared not intervene, for at that moment, Jiang Anqi stood resolutely in front of the crowd, one hand brandishing her officer's badge and the other gripping her silver Desert Eagle pistol. I say, Second Lieutenant Jiang, even when carrying out military duties, one cannot completely disregard public opinion, can one? The older member of the enforcement team spoke with a hint of exasperation. You will leave without a care, while we, the enforcement team of Langshan County, find ourselves in the eye of the storm. This is hardly appropriate. Jiang Anqi did not respond, but merely shook her head. After this matter concludes, the military will provide you with an explanation and will not place you in a difficult position. However, should the enforcement team dare to take action, I will open fire. The older member of the enforcement team was about to retort when one of his colleagues tugged at him and whispered, Boss, look over there. The elder member of the law enforcement team followed the direction indicated by the outstretched finger, and soon beheld 2 bloodied young women supporting a frail young man as they approached. A frown involuntarily creased his brow, What on earth was happening today? Had they stirred a hornet's nest? Secure them, he commanded impatiently. Located at the border of the Summer Kingdom, Wolf Mountain County was a remote little town that had suffered from poor development, leading to a significant population decline in recent years. There had not been a homicide in the county for many years. Yet today, the law enforcement team's phone lines were nearly overwhelmed, with every call originating from this very apartment building. Yes, one of the team members waved his hand and, accompanied by several colleagues, made their way toward Lin Man and her companions. As they drew closer, it became apparent that both young women were brandishing daggers, and the one with the strikingly beautiful features held a blade that was smeared with blood. Upon nearing them, the officers were immediately met with a powerful stench of blood. "Raise your hands," the lead officer exclaimed, hastily drawing his firearm and aiming it at Lin Man, his expression tense. Chapter 093. Engaging in combat for nearly 10 minutes. Lin Man cast a glance at her opponent, her gaze settling upon the trembling hand that gripped the firearm. In a calm tone, she stated, "It's a matter of military affairs." The enforcement team member paused momentarily, taken aback by the mention of the military once again. However, Lin Man paid him no heed, instead assisting Zhao Xiaodao as they made their way toward Jiang Anshi and the others. The enforcement team member stood there, somewhat at a loss. And as Lin Man and her companions passed him, the acrid scent of blood caused him to furrow his brow. "What happened to Xiaodao?" Not far away, Xia approached Lin Man and Zhao Xiaodao with a worried expression, scrutinizing them from head to toe. "It's nothing, just an overexertion of abilities," Lin Man explained. "Oh, that's a relief." Yet, as soon as Xia spoke, he sensed something amiss, his eyes widening in shock as he turned to Lin Man. "Are you saying Xiaodao has awakened?" "Indeed," Lin Man affirmed with a nod. "What ability does he possess?" Shen inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Zhao Xiaodao had always been somewhat of an inconspicuous presence within their 9-member team. Lacking both courage and combat prowess, he was even outmatched by Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. The two girls, now that he had awakened, if his ability proved substantial, their team would no longer have a weakness. Prophecy. At the mention of this ability, Tang Xiaohua cast a complex glance at Zhao Xiaodao. They had previously encountered information regarding prophecy, but only through personal experience could one truly comprehend its extraordinary nature. The moment Zhao Xiaodao spoke, Tang Xiaohua found herself incapable of utilizing her own abilities. Prophecy? Shen Ying and Jiang Anshi exchanged astonished glances directed at Zhao Xiaodao. This ability was often humorously described as one that could overturn all laws with mere words. Yet, was it truly fitting for this shy, stuttering young man, who became flustered under pressure, to have awakened such a power? The group remained silent, but Xie Yu, with a serious demeanor, turned to Lin Man and asked, "Did Xiaodao stutter when he activated his ability?" Lin Man pondered for a few seconds before responding, "He probably did." "Alas," Xie Yu sighed, lightly tapping his forehead, "that's quite embarrassing." He could vividly imagine the scene. Zhao Xiaodao, akin to the formidable figure depicted in their documents, confronting dozens of awakened individuals. The expectation was for a resounding proclamation that would incapacitate all abilities. Yet, upon opening his mouth, he would stammer, unable to articulate a single coherent word. And perhaps before finishing, he would have already been overwhelmed. "What is Shen Wubing doing?" It was only then that Tang Xiaohua noticed Shen Wubing, who was straddling someone and relentlessly throwing punches. "Oh, he has been at it for nearly 10 minutes. Jiang Anshi shrugged as she explained. "Is he still alive?" Tang Xiaohua asked, somewhat incredulous. "He should have been dead a while ago," Jiang Anshi replied, retrieving 3 lollipops from her pocket and generously offering one to Lin Man and one to Tang Xiaohua. "Certainly, this is because those lollipops were purchased for Lin Man while she was wandering through the supermarket." After 5 minutes, Shen Wubing finally stood up, breathless from his opponent, his face splattered with blood and a sinister grin lingering at the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Shen Ying could only shake his head in resignation, thinking that he should have left a living soul for Lin Man to read their mind, perhaps to extract some valuable information. Shen Wubing did not respond to his companion's words. Instead, he forcefully slapped his head and said coolly, "Let's go." With that, he took the lead in leaving. As he approached the older member of the enforcement team, the latter involuntarily shuddered at the sight of Shen Wubing's bloodied face. He raised his hand towards the team behind him, and they, understanding the unspoken command, parted to create a path for Shen Wubing and his companions, collectively letting out a sigh of relief. They were genuinely apprehensive that their captain might order them to bring the opponent back to the team, especially after witnessing Shen Wubing's brutal methods. It was utterly monstrous. With this thought, they instinctively glanced at the shattered corpse, which had suffered a fractured skull, and their hair stood on end. As Shen Wubing departed, Xia Nation, still clutching her lollipop, followed suit. When Lin Man reached the enforcement team's captain, she seemed to recall something, pausing her steps to turn towards him. By the way, there are 5 corpses in the corridor on the 21st floor of the apartment. Don't forget to take care of that. Upon hearing this, the captain of the enforcement team felt as though the sky had fallen. The body count already tallied at the scene exceeded 10, and with the additional 5 corpses from upstairs, they totaled over 20 lives. If the military demanded accountability, not only would he lose his position as the enforcement team captain, but even the county chief of Wolf Mountain would be in jeopardy. Upon returning to the hotel, Shen Wubing gazed at his reflection in the bathroom mirror. His complexion remained pallid, yet he could discern a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had forcibly summoned 4 types of mental disorders, and in that instant, a singular thought consumed him: to kill, even after slaying the long-haired man. A potent urge to kill still surged within him. To prevent harming others, he could only vent his intense bloodlust upon the corpse of his fallen adversary. Slowly tilting his head back, he allowed the cold water from the shower to wash over him, losing track of time until he finally emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. At that moment, except for Lin Man, who had returned to her room to change, everyone else was in his room. Upon seeing Shen Wubing emerge, they all stood up and looked at him, their expressions a mix of complexity. "How are you?" Xia Nation inquired. "I'm fine," Shen Wubing replied, smiling and shaking his head. Seeing his familiar smile, the group exhaled in relief. Although summoning his mental disorders significantly enhanced Shen Wubing's combat prowess, no one wished for their teammate to be an uncontrollable beast. "I just vaguely heard that Xiao Dao awakened." Shen Wubing glanced at Xiao Dao, who appeared somewhat pale. Xiao Dao awkwardly scratched his head and forced a smile, stuttering, I really don't know. What is going on?" Observing his nervousness, the crowd exchanged knowing glances and smiles, as it was indeed quite challenging to associate Xiao Dao with the ability of prophecy. Just then, Lin Man entered, pushing the door open. "Now that everyone is here, I have something to discuss with you," Shen Wubing remarked, his gaze somewhat unsteady. "Instructor whose residence is located in a town under the jurisdiction of Langshan County. Let us go and take a look." Upon hearing these words, the group instantly sobered, nodding solemnly in agreement. Chapter 94. The mother and daughter of the ancient town. The ancient town, governed by Langshan County, is a rather secluded little settlement. At 5 o'clock in the morning, within a humble breakfast shop, a strikingly beautiful yet modestly dressed middle-aged woman, her apron tied around her waist, busied herself in the kitchen. She glanced up at the clock on the wall and called out, "Mulan, tidy up, it's time for school." "Okay, Mom," came the crisp voice of a girl from the outer room. Then, a sharp, piercing voice interrupted, "You little wretch, are you blind?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman hastily set aside her tasks and hurried out from the kitchen. As soon as she stepped outside, she beheld a flamboyantly dressed woman raising her hand toward a little girl of about 5 or 6 years, clad in a school uniform. "Stop!" The middle-aged woman's voice rang out, coinciding almost perfectly with the sound of a sharp slap. The struck little girl's face instantly turned red and swollen, for distinct red fingerprints appearing on her cheek. Her eyes welled with tears, but she bit her lip, striving to hold back her tears. "Mulan!" The middle-aged woman rushed forward, pulling the little girl close. "Are you all right?" "Mom, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt," Mulan managed to say through gritted teeth, forcing a faint smile that tugged at the heartstrings. "Go inside. Let me handle this," the mother said, reaching out to caress Mulan's face, but hesitating for fear of causing her pain. Ultimately, she merely ruffled the girl's hair gently. "Go inside? This little wretch has dirted my clothes. Can't you see?" The woman who had struck Mulan pressed forward, tugging at the girl's clothing. Let her go. The middle-aged woman pushed her away and, in a serious tone, instructed Milan, go inside. The little girl's large, watery eyes were filled with concern. Yet she understood that her presence would not aid her mother. Instead, it would only burden her further. Once she stepped into the house, the middle-aged woman took a deep breath to steady her emotions before turning to face the unreasonable woman. Madam, we were at fault earlier. Please tell me the price of your dress, and I will compensate you. Just you? The rude woman sized her up disdainfully, replying, This dress is a limited edition from the city. Do you understand what a limited edition is? I don't know about limited editions. The woman shook her head. But I assure you, I will compensate you for the dirt my daughter has caused. Then pay up 50,000. The rude woman extended her hand, her bright red nails looking somewhat garish. The middle-aged woman's expression shifted, and after observing the woman's dress for a moment, she tentatively asked, Are you saying your dress costs 50,000? I've already said it's a limited edition. Do you not comprehend what a limited edition is? The woman tugged at her clothing, exclaiming, I purchased this in Ice City. Even with wealth, one cannot acquire it. Only those of status can obtain it. Do you understand? Her voice boomed, drawing the attention of several patrons enjoying their breakfast, who set down their chopsticks and turned to observe the commotion. Life in the small town was monotonous yet tranquil, devoid of the hustle and bustle of the metropolis. Before long, not only the customers within the shop were captivated, but also some neighbors had gathered at the entrance, whispering and pointing as they speculated about the scene before them. Witnessing this display, the woman appeared increasingly anxious, for 50,000 yuan was indeed a substantial sum for her. After a brief moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth and declared, If you present the shopping receipt, I shall compensate you. Upon hearing this, the imperious woman became instantly displeased, shouting, What shopping receipt do you require? This garment was a gift. I possess no receipt. Furthermore, do you have any idea who presented this to me? How dare you demand a receipt? I see you intend to close your shabby establishment. The woman was about to retort when she noticed an elderly matron at the entrance beckoning her. After a moment's hesitation, she approached the elder. Aunt Lu, you called for me? Yapping, do not provoke her, Aunt Lu replied, casting a glance at the haughty woman before lowering her voice to warn yapping. Her name is Chen Wan, daughter of old Shen. She has lived in the county for years, and I've heard she is currently the mistress of the deputy county chief of Wolf County. You cannot afford to cross her. Upon hearing Aunt Lu's words, Yapping's complexion turned ashen. Her husband, a military officer, had recently perished, and during the memorial service, a commander had informed her that she would receive a compensation package. However, upon returning to Wolf County, local authorities claimed her husband had acted against orders, leading to his demise. Thus, she was entitled to no compensation whatsoever. Are you going to pay or not? Chen Huan interrupted impatiently. If you refuse to compensate, then just see how long your pitiful shop can remain open. With that, she seized her bag from the table and attempted to leave. Wait, beautiful, Yapping stammered, swallowing hard. I will pay, but I do not have that amount on hand. Could you possibly wait 2 days? I will borrow the money. 2 days? Shen Wan frowned, casting a disdainful glance at Yapping. I do not have the luxury of waiting for you. This afternoon, I will return for the money. If you fail to produce it, prepare to close your shop. With that, she dismissed Yapping's pleas and exited the breakfast establishment. Watching her retreating figure, Yapping felt her eyes welling with tears, but she quickly wiped them away and smiled at the onlookers. Dear neighbors, there is no need to linger. Everything is fine. Yapping, you should expedite the payment to her. Reasoning with someone like her is futile. You must accept your fate. Aunt Lu sighed and spoke softly. It's all right, Aunt Lu. I will find a way, Yuping replied, waving her hand dismissively at the comforting words of those around her before retreating indoors. Little Mulan stood at the threshold, observing the unfolding events outside. Upon seeing her mother return, she approached with her head bowed. Mother, I am sorry. It is all my fault. Diaping Riman Saident. Rummaging through the room until she found a medicine box, gently applying the ointment to her daughter's wounds. Does it hurt? She inquired. Mother, it doesn't hurt. Mulan responded. Each time Yuping touched her face with a cotton swab, Mulan instinctively flinched, yet her lips continued to utter that it did not hurt. Mulan, this is not your fault. It is mine. I am to blame for not being able to protect you properly. Yuping murmured softly as she tended to her daughter's injuries. Chapter 095. The Widow of Hui Yin Mom. Shall we call Dad's friends? Mulan retrieved a mobile phone from her pocket, a cherished relic of her father. The previously composed Yaping's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, her tone growing stern. Well, Mulan, you must remember, no matter the circumstances, you are never to contact any of your father's comrades. Do you understand? Mom, Mulan's head drooped instantly, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Observing her daughter's distress, Yaping's heart softened. In a barely audible voice, she added, unless one day I'm no longer here. The woman, namely Yaping, was the wife of Huiyin, an instructor at the military headquarters in Hangzhou. In the Xia country, military personnel enjoy substantial benefits. Although Huiyin held no high rank, his modest salary sufficed for a comfortable life. Yet, a significant portion of his earnings was allocated to support the widows of fallen comrades, leaving Yaping and her daughter in a constant state of financial strain. Yaping bore this burden without complaint, opening a breakfast shop to supplement their income, rising at 3 a.m. to prepare meals. She was a strong-willed woman, capable of accepting her husband's assistance to the widows, yet unable to tolerate charity directed towards herself and her daughter. She believed she could sustain their household alone. All right. Yaping adjusted her emotions and turned to Mulan. It's time for you to go to school. But Mom, despite being only 6, Mulan understood the significance of 50,000 yuan for their family. However, Yaping interrupted her, asserting, you need not worry about these matters. Focus on your studies. We can manage the 50,000. I'm just deceiving her. With that, Yaping offered a smile. As she watched Mulan's retreating figure, Yaping silently entered the inner room, where a family portrait rested on the bedside table, her only photo with Huiyin. She gently caressed the image, her eyes involuntarily moistening. Around 4 p.m, at the entrance of Guqing Town Primary School. Xia Laoda, you say you're not short on money, so I insist on buying a second-hand car. Qian Ming slapped the steering wheel, his voice rumbling. Their previous vehicle had been wrecked in an incident near the apartment, and this van was purchased by CAU for 30,000 yuan in the second-hand market. In a short span of just over 10 kilometers, it had already malfunctioned multiple times. You don't understand anything. This car and I share a special bond. I knew it was meant for me at first sight. Xie replied, somewhat defensively. Xia Laoda claimed to be knowledgeable about cars, asserting that this one had the best cost-performance ratio. Shen Wubing lazily stretched his arms, a smirk on his face as he regarded him. Old third, don't think just because you're a grade A that I won T-Dare to teach you a lesson. Xie cast a displeased glance at him. Enough of the nonsense. Instructor Hua's daughter will soon be dismissed from school, Lin Man interjected, cutting through the clamor of their chatter. Have you all met Instructor Hua's daughter? Shen Wubing inquired. On the day of Hua Yan's memorial, he had chanced upon Zhao Luo and thus did not attend, missing the opportunity to meet Hui Yan's wife and daughter. I've seen her once, Lin Man replied, her expression tinged with complexity. On that day, aside from Xia Yu and Shen Wubing, everyone else was present. However, such an occasion was one they wished never to experience again. Approximately half an hour later, a clear bell rang, and a throng of students surged out of the school. Those who have seen Instructor Hua's daughter, keep your eyes peeled, Xie said. As if we needed you to tell us. Tang Xiaohua retorted with an exasperated look. There she is, Jiang Anqi pointed, accurately identifying Hua Mulan among the crowd. No wonder you're a sharpshooter. Your eyesight is exceptional. Xie commended her with a thumbs up. The group, laden with gifts purchased in town, opened the car doors and stepped out. Little Mulan. Tang Xiaohua waved at Hua Mulan. Upon hearing her name, Hua Mulan paused momentarily, then turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. Soon, she spotted Shen Wubing and the others not far from the school gate, most of whom she recognized from her father's memorial. When she saw them, a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes, but recalling her mother's words, her gaze dimmed once more. Little Mulan, come here, Tang Xiaohua beckoned again. Oh, all right. Hua Mulan adjusted her emotions and jogged toward them. Come here for a hug. Little Mulan. Tang Xiaohua squatted down, arms wide open. Although Hua Mulan appeared somewhat shy, she still nestled into Tang Xiaohua's embrace. Do you remember me, little Mulan? Tang Xiaohua asked, gazing into her bright eyes. Sister Xiaohua, Hou Mulan chirped cheerfully. So well behaved. Tang Xiaohua smiled and playfully pinched her cheek. Hou Mulan let out a small grunt. Xiaohua, be gentle. You're pinching little Mulan too hard, Xia Yu remarked with irritation. Tang Xiaohua feigned innocence. I didn't use much strength. It was Sister Xiaohua. Hou Mulan quickly waved her hands in denial. At that moment, Shen Wubing slightly furrowed his brow and glanced at Lin Man. Lin Man appeared momentarily taken aback, then looked at Shen Wubing with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Shen Wubing remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Lin Man immediately understood, directing her gaze back to Hou Mulan's eyes, softly saying, Little Mulan, look into your sister's eyes. Hou Mulan, slightly bewildered, lifted her gaze to meet Lin Man's. The innocence of childhood harbors no complexities. Within less than a minute, Lin Man had gleaned all of Hou Mulan's thoughts. Immediately, Shen Wubing observed a profound murderous intent emanating from Lin Man's eyes, her body trembling ever so slightly. What's the matter? Shen Wubing inquired softly. Lin Man took a deep breath and leaned closer to Shen Wubing, imparting the information she had gathered. After absorbing Lin Man's words, Shen Wubing's fists clenched tightly, producing a resonant sound. After a considerable pause, he turned to the group and declared, Let us proceed to Instructor Hou's residence. With that, the group assisted Hou Mulan into the vehicle, following the directions provided, and set off towards the breakfast establishment. Chapter 096. Will they face the death penalty? 10 minutes later, a second-hand van gradually came to a halt in front of the breakfast shop. Upon seeing Hou Mulan alight from the vehicle, Li Yaping promptly opened the door and stepped outside. Mulan, who are they? She inquired, pulling Hou Mulan protectively behind her. Her expression one of vigilant apprehension as she regarded Shen Wubing and the others. Sister-in-law, it's us. I am Tang Xiaohua. We've met before. Do you remember? Tang Xiaohua gestured towards herself, then pointed to Jiang Anqi and Lin Man, introducing, These are Jiang Anqi and Lin Man. We've